Chapter 1. Rebirth and Deception. Brother, do you desire this? In the tranquil confines of a secluded room within the Chun household in Manshan Town, Ninghua, Chun Lingxue gracefully approached, her enchanting figure swaying with each delicate step. Her exquisite visage radiated youthful beauty, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. As she drew near, layers of white garments fell away, revealing her voluptuous form, akin to a siren. Her curves were mesmerizing, with a sensuous waist that resembled a slender willow, and her disheveled black tresses cascaded over her fragrant shoulders. Her eyes shimmered, imbued with a dreamy allure. In the dimly lit room, silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by the flickering candlelight casting hazy shadows upon Chun Lingxue's flawless figure, which gleamed with an irresistible, ivory-like radiance that no man could resist. Desire. Chun Feng swallowed hard. At that moment, an intense heat coursed through his body, an inexplicable fervor emanating from the depths of his soul, rendering him painfully aware of his own ardor. What is it that you desire? Chun Lingxue smiled coyly, a glint of mischief dancing in her autumn-like eyes. Her sinuous form swayed enticingly. A delicate hand resembling fine jade rested gently on Chun Feng's shoulder. Desire. Chun Feng stammered, overwhelmed by an indescribable heat that enveloped him. Chun Lingxue leaned closer, her luscious lips parting slightly as she whispered, "If you desire it, why not come closer?" I. Chun Feng faltered, but before he could articulate his thoughts, his garments were torn asunder. The young man, Chun Feng, was renowned in Manshan Town as a fool. The Chun family was a prominent clan, affluent and powerful, with martial prowess among its ranks. Yet perhaps due to the whims of fate, this young master of the Chun family, despite his robust physique, lacked intelligence. This fact was widely known in Manshan Town, a classic example of a tiger father and a foolish son. Outside, the sky was clear, a biting wind howled, and an ominous atmosphere permeated the air. A group of martial experts lay in wait, their eyes gleaming with concealed malice, eager for a command to burst It was a trap, a scheme meticulously crafted for this foolish young master of the Chun family. This fool is as good as dead. Just wait for the signal from my sister, and I shall rush in and dismantle him piece by piece. Chun Xiu clenched his fists, his gaze cold and murderous, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Within the family, such treachery could only lead to death, and even though Chun Feng was the young master, he would surely face dire consequences. Young master. At that moment, a young maid, no more than 18 or 19, rushed in. Upon witnessing the ambush outside, her expression shifted and she attempted to enter the room. But suddenly, Chun Xiu struck with lightning speed, slapping her away. "Get lost, you wretched maid. How dare you interfere with my plans?" The maid was sent sprawling, her face hitting the ground, but she quickly scrambled to her feet, her eyes red with indignation and fury. "What are you doing? My young master hasn't harmed you. Why are you intent on ending his life?" She couldn't comprehend why these people were so relentless against Chun Feng, a mere fool who posed no threat within the family. His very existence is a crime. Only when he is dead can my brother rightfully assume the title of young master. His crime is merely occupying the position of young master. Chun Xiu sneered, his eyes glinting with arrogance. Despite Chun Feng's foolishness, as long as he lived, he remained the young master of the Chun, familiar reality that could not be altered. Only upon his demise could another take his place as the new heir. "This is too much. I shall report this to the family head. He will not spare you." "Report to the family head? Good luck. Let's see whether he believes you or me." Chun Xiu was unyielding. He then cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the door, filled with murderous intent. All he needed to do was wait for the signal from Chun Lingxue inside. And at that moment, Chun Feng would find himself in a predicament he could not escape. After all, no one would suspect that a woman would be willing to sacrifice her purity for such a heinous act. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the azure sky, striking down. Within the room, Chun Feng's body jolted violently, a golden light enveloping him as a torrent of memories surged forth from his mind. Who am I? I am Chun Feng. No, I'm not Chun Feng. I am the Sword Emperor of Beixuan. Where is this? Chun Feng's eyes flung open, now ablaze with crimson intensity. In his previous life, he stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving unparalleled feats in swordsmanship and alchemy. Not only did he concoct imperial-grade elixirs, but he also pioneered the fusion technique of the 9 yin and 9 yang spiritual flames, earning the title of Alchemy Emperor, and leading an unprecedented revolution in the realm of alchemy. Moreover, he was a sword emperor unmatched in the world, wielding terrifying power that could sever the very fabric of the cosmos, establishing the sacred land of the stars, the sword dragon's sacred ground. Yet, despite these accomplishments, he was not satisfied. He yearned to transcend further, to reach the legendary realm of the Divine King, to shatter the void, transform the mundane into the divine, and coexist with the heavens and the sun.to achieve this. He ventured into the perilous void divine realm, facing countless dangers, ultimately discovering the void classic left behind by the Void Emperor. However, he never anticipated that upon returning to the Sword Dragon's sacred ground, gravely injured and clutching the Void classic, he would fall victim to an ambush orchestrated by the celestial maiden Qi Yao and the 8 great martial emperors. In his weakened state, he was helpless, leading to his demise. Qi Yao, how ruthless you are, to conspire with the 8 great martial emperors for the sake of this Void classic. But little did you know, within the Void Forbidden Land, I obtained a divine fruit and consumed it. I did not perish, I am still alive. Ye Beixuan's voice was hoarse, his breathing labored, barely containing the overwhelming fury within. 800 years, to Qi Yao, he devoted his heart and soul. In his youth he was unparalleled. Even those hailed as prodigies fell beneath his blade. Qi Yao, too, could not keep pace with his cultivation speed. Thus he risked his life to venture into various deadly, forbidden lands, seeking opportunities and treasures for her, facing near-death experiences time and again. All of this was to ensure that Qi Yao could match his progress. Yet in the end, she betrayed him for a mere void classic. 800 years of marital affection faded like smoke. He could hardly fathom that in Qi Yao's heart, her ambition to attain divinity had always eclipsed any bond they shared. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming urge to ascend to the void divine realm and slay the revered maiden. Qi Yao, you never imagined that the divine fruit possesses the power to revive the dead. I am still alive. I have not perished. With this void classic, in 100 years, no, in just 30 years. I need merely 30 years to return to the void divine realm. Qi Yao, I shall make you wish for life, but find none. Wish for death, but cannot. Ye Beixuan's eyes burned with unquenchable hatred. Upon delving into the memories of this body, a playful smile emerged in Chun Feng's eyes. Tianwu continent, Manshan town, Chun family, fool. It seems I have returned to the Tianwu continent once more. In his previous life, he had instilled fear in all the unparalleled geniuses of the Tianwu continent. Yet here he was, reborn into the very same realm. Is there a murderous intent outside? With a swift glance, Chun Feng immediately sensed someone lurking outside, watching the secluded room intently. Brother, if you desire something, why not be direct? Chun Lingsu's laughter was enchanting, her charm intoxicating. She exhaled softly, licking her rosy lips as she leaned in closer, saying, Today, I belong only to you. Chun Feng sensed every movement beyond the door. He glanced at the alluring woman before him. With the memories of this body flooding his mind, he understood everything. He had been ensnared, and by someone close to him, no less. Who would have thought that in this new life, the ones who wished to harm me would still be those closest to me? How ironic. Chun Feng chuckled, though the smile bore an unsettling edge. He grasped Chun Lingsu's soft, delicate hand and remarked, Sister, you are quite bold. Chun Lingxue was momentarily taken aback, as if caught off guard. Then, Chun Feng swiftly lifted her and brought her to the bed. Witnessing this scene, Chun Lingxue was ecstatic this fool had indeed fallen into her trap. Chapter 2. Piercing through all, I am the Sword Emperor. Chun Feng carried the alluring, delicate enchantress to the beds. She was within arm's reach, gazing at the exquisite beauty in his embrace. He felt a surge of emotions. In terms of beauty, Chun Lingxue truly lived up to the title of the most stunning woman in Manshan town. Yet alas, she was a viper in disguise, her heart as venomous as a scorpion's sting. Had it not been for Chun Feng's rebirth and his ability to sense the looming danger outside, he might have truly fallen into her scheme. Sister, let's not waste time, let us begin. Chun Feng stripped away the last remnants of clothing from Chun Lingsu's enchanting form, revealing a perfect physique, poised for the taking. However, Just as he was about to make his next move, Chun Lingxiu suddenly cried out, "Help!" Before her voice could fully escape, Chan Feng, with a swift motion, struck a pressure point on her throat, silencing her instantly. In an instant. Chun Lingxiu's voice was stifled, her cries reduced to mere whispers. What? What have you done to me? Chun Lingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. I've made certain adjustments. You are now mine, and I wish for no interruptions. Chun Feng sneered. Chun Lingxiu's expression shifted, and without hesitation, she summoned her spiritual energy, unleashing a gust of wind towards Chun Feng. Yet he was prepared, evading her attack effortlessly, then seizing her wrist, pinning her to the headboard. Despite Chun Lingxiu's considerable prowess, Chun Feng's physical strength was overwhelming. Though perceived as a fool, he possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, rivaling Chun Lingxiu's strength. In that moment, Chun Lingxiu was clearly flustered, unable to scream or retaliate. Sister, it would be wise to remain still, otherwise I may truly end your life. Chun Feng lifted his head, squinting with a smile that exuded a chilling intent, as if emanating from the depths of a frigid abyss. The atmosphere felt as though it had frozen. That gaze rendered Chun Lingxiu emotionless, her face pale with fear as she regarded Chun Feng. He felt as though he were a ferocious beast stalking its prey. As Chun Feng began his actions, Chun Lingxiu's supple form writhed in resistance, moving like water. Yet, Chun Feng's strength was insurmountable. How could a mere woman hope to escape? I am your sister, Chun Lingxiu exclaimed in panic. Spare me the theatrics, we share no blood relation. Chun Feng scoffed. There was no familial bond between them. Years prior, Chun Feng had learned that Chun Lingxiu was merely an adopted daughter of the Grand Elder, given the surname Chun for the sake of her status within the family. Over the years, many in the younger generation of the Chun family had coveted Chun Lingxiu's beauty. The Grand Elder had even planned to betroth her to his grandson, Chun Tianlang. Yet it turned out that the one to take advantage first was Chun Feng. No, please. Chun Lingxiu struggled desperately, yet her efforts were futile. From frantic resistance to the bed's rhythmic movements, her body was silently being invaded. Her exquisite form swayed, fragrant and soft, her hair tousled, skin glistening, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. She never imagined that in her attempt to ensnare Chun Feng, she would instead lose her own purity. Even Chun Feng had to concede that this woman was indeed captivating. Her flawless, smooth legs glimmered like jade under the candlelight, and her slender waist possessed an allure that was simply irresistible. Such a graceful and enchanting figure was truly a marvel of the mortal realm, deserving of the title of Manshan Town's most beautiful woman. Now, it was his turn to indulge. With no mercy for a viperous woman, Chun Feng acted without hesitation. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with passion and entanglement. In a haze, a man and a woman moved in synchrony, their forms entwined, casting delicate arcs in the air. Soft, melodic moans escaped, just loud enough to ignite fervor in any man who heard them. Outside, Chun Xiu remained vigilantly at his post. Young master, something seems amiss. Why has so much time passed without a cry for help from the young miss? One guard inquired, puzzled. Chun Xiu too began to sense something was off. However, recalling Chun Lingxiu's abilities, he felt slightly reassured. After all, she was merely a fool, and even if she couldn't overpower him, a single cry would summon them. The absence of a shout suggested that the fool had not yet fallen into the trap. Let's wait a bit longer. That fool does not seem easily deceived. Chun Xiu murmured. Understood. The guards nodded in agreement. Half an hour ticked by. Finally, silence enveloped the room. A woman's voice broke through the stillness, crying out, "Someone please, come quickly." Chun Xiu's heart soared. The opportunity has come. Charge in. He immediately kicked open the door, leading the Chun family guards. However, the sight that greeted them left them all in shock, unable to comprehend. Chun Feng was leisurely dressing, while Chun Lingxiu sat weeping, clutching a blanket around her body. Beside the bed lay traces of a scene that invoked countless wild imaginations. What happened? Chun Xiu stood frozen in disbelief. Ah, the clever one has finally arrived. Chun Feng grinned widely. As Chun Xiu surveyed the disheveled scene and the two individuals before him, everything clicked into place. Their trap had failed, and Chun Lingxiu had been violated instead. Chun Feng, how dare you lay a hand on my sister? He'll kill you. Chun Xiu glared at Chun Feng with a menacing expression. Without the slightest hesitation, the sword was drawn and lunged towards Chun Feng. aiming a direct blow. Nimble as a monkey, Chun Feng evaded his swordplay with a few deft maneuvers. Child, this is not how a sword is wielded. Allow me to instruct you in the proper use of the blade. Suddenly, the sword slipped from Chun Xiu's grasp, inexplicably seized by Chun Feng, that a flash of sword light, akin to the aurora borealis, shimmered through the air. In an instant, a head fell without warning. Instantaneous kill. You murder my brother. Chun Lingxue, having just dressed and descended from her bed, beheld Qin Xiu's head rolling before her. Immediately, her eyes turned crimson, and she raised her head, her gaze filled with chilling intent. I'll slaughter you. I'll tear you to pieces. Before the venomous words could fully form, Chun Feng delivered a sweeping kick with brutal force. Thud! A head, like an embroidered ball, was sent flying from Chun Lingxu's body. Head and torso separated, blood gushing forth that a thick, metallic scent permeated the entire Chun family compound. A demon, a veritable demon. The remaining Chun family guards were utterly stunned by the scene. The most beloved grandson and granddaughter of the Grand Elder had been slain. Chun Feng surveyed the remaining guards, and without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. His sword was swift. Though lacking cultivation, his physical prowess was formidable, amplified by his past life as the supreme sword emperor of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. These guards were no match for Chun Feng. Soon, the area became a landscape of corpses, awash in blood at a pack of it. You got off easy. Chun Feng spat, discarded the sword, and turned to leave. The personal maid standing outside the door was utterly dumbfounded. Chun Feng seemed to have transformed completely. Unmatched in combat, ruthlessly efficient, killing without the slightest hesitation. Within the Chun family hall, the venue for the elders' deliberations, rows of elders sat on either side. Chun Tianhai, the head of the Chun family, and Chun Feng's father, occupied the head seat. In the foremost seat on the left sat a refined woman in a light green dress, appearing to be in her late 20s, with snow-white skin and exquisite features. Her expression, however, was frigid, like a millennium-old glacier, deterring approach. This individual was Jiang Yin, a female instructor from Cloud Sea Academy. Cloud Sea Academy, situated in the Imperial City, was the foremost academy in the Ning Kingdom, that a bastion of countless geniuses and formidable experts. It was the dream academy for countless youths in Ning Kingdom. Even the Ning Kingdom's royalty treated the dean of Cloud Sea Academy with deference. Such was its power. While the Qin family was a prominent martial arts clan in Bear Mountain Town, compared to a behemoth like Cloud Sea Academy, they were like fireflies to the moon, incomparable. And Jiang Yin, despite her youthful appearance, must have been a powerful figure to hold a teaching position at Cloud Sea Academy. Chun Tianhai dared not show any negligence or offense to such a prominent figure with both background and strength. Instructor Jiang has made a special trip from the Imperial City. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Chun Tianhai clasped his fist in a respectful greeting and smiled. Patriarch Chun is too kind. Jiang Yin returned the gesture and cut straight to the matter. To be frank, Patriarch Chun, I am here for my student, Qin Riyue. I have heard that Qin Riyue was once betrothed to your son. I am here on behalf of Qin Riyue to nullify this betrothal. Years ago, Chun Feng's mother, Lu Ruyan, and Qin Riyue's mother, Zhou Lan, were close confidants. Thus, when Chun Feng and Qin Riyue were born, they arranged a marriage between them, to be solemnized when they reached adulthood. However, the news of Chun Feng's idiocy had long spread throughout Bear Mountain Town and could not be concealed from Jiang Yin and Qin Riyue. For the sake of her student's future, Jiang Yin would not allow Qin Riyue to marry Chun Feng. Hence, her visit was solely for the purpose of annulling the engagement. Hearing Jiang Yin's words, Chun Tianhai frowned. Instructor Jiang, this puts me in a difficult position. Although Chun Feng was an idiot, he was, after all, his son and represented the Chun family's honor. Now that Jiang Yin had come to annul the engagement, would that not bring shame upon the Chun family? Patriarch Chun, I understand that my request is somewhat unreasonable and will bring disgrace upon the Chun family, making them the laughingstock of others. However, I have prepared some generous gifts as compensation. With a wave of her hand, a flash of light revealed dozens of bottles of elixirs on the table before them. Instantly, a rich, medicinal fragrance permeated the entire hall. The mere scent of this fragrance was enough to invigorate the senses and accelerate the flow of spiritual energy within the body. This is? Chun Tianhai exclaimed in shock. The mere scent was already so potent. These were all supreme-grade elixirs, and there were several bottles of them before him. This is my compensation to the Chun family. Jiang Yin smiled faintly. Such a quantity of elixirs was indeed a generous compensation. Chun Tianhai's breathing quickened, his eyes burning with desire, and his body even trembled slightly. Cloudsea Academy was indeed wealthy beyond measure, offering such a grand gift so readily. Instructor Jiang is indeed extraordinary. The matter of my son's annulment with Qin Ruyue is open for discussion. Jiang Yin smiled faintly. While these elixirs were only second grade, their sheer quantity was enough to tempt a small family like the Chun family. While these elixirs were a fortune for the Chun family, they were merely a drop in the ocean for the wealthy Cloudsea Academy. Suddenly, as the two were in conversation, a servant rushed in from outside in a fluster. It's terrible, Patriarch. Something terrible has happened. Chun Tianhai stood up, his face darkening. What is it? Why are you panicking? Can't you see I'm entertaining a guest? The servant swallowed hard and trembled. The Grand Elder's two grandchildren, along with a group of Chun family guards, have all been slaughtered by Chun Feng alone. What? Chun Tianhai's heart leaped in shock, like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 3. You are ill. I can cure. The ancestral hall of the Chun family was shrouded in dim light. Chun Feng pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. Before him lay a solemn hall adorned with several memorial tablets, their incense spiraling upwards, permeating the air with a grave and dignified aura. These were the ancestors of the Chun family. The Chun family was considered a prominent clan in Man Mountain Town, reputed to have once produced formidable warriors who dominated the region. However, as enmities multiplied and the younger generations failed to uphold their legacy, they gradually declined, ultimately retreating into seclusion in this remote town. Chun Feng walked to the far left corner of the hall, recalling the location from his memories, and retrieved a memorial tablet hidden behind a concealed compartment. The tablet was covered in dust, appearing quite aged. After wiping it clean, a familiar name gradually emerged: Lu Ruyan. Chun Feng placed the memorial tablet at the forefront of the hall, lit 3 incense sticks, and performed a respectful bow before placing them in the incense burner. Mother. Chun Feng gazed at the tablet, parting his lips to utter this sensitive word. She was his biological mother, the one who had shown him the utmost kindness since his earliest memories. While he held little affection for anyone else in the Chun family, his mother left an indelible impression on him. In the memories of this body, whenever he faced bullying from family members or outsiders, it was always Lu Ruyan who stood up for him first. Originally, his mother was merely a servant in the Chun household, without status or qualification to enter the ancestral hall. It was the previous owner of this body who had secretly hidden it in the corner of the hall. After Ye Beixuan took possession of this body, this memorial tablet became his sole obsession. Chun Feng, since I've taken your body, I shall compensate you. From this day forward, your mother shall be my mother as well. I will find a blessed resting place to give her a proper burial. Those who have wronged her shall not escape my wrath. Chun Feng declared, his voice laced with a chilling determination. Years ago, Chun Feng's father, Chun Tianhai, in a drunken stupor, forcibly took advantage of the servant Lu Qingshan, resulting in Chun Feng's birth. Consequently, Lu Qingshan endured countless scorn and ridicule within the Chun family. Accused of attempting to climb the social ladder, Chun Tianhai never defended her, living a carefree life without even a glance in her direction, which led Lu Ruyan to suffer from depression, weeping herself to sleep each night. Eventually, the elder of the family, seeking to maintain the family's reputation, burdened Lu Ruyan with endless toil, leading to her untimely demise from exhaustion. One could argue that the elder and Chun Tianhai were complicit in her death, with the elder being the perpetrator and Chun Tianhai the accomplice. Mother, your vengeance shall be avenged. I pledge it before you in the depths of the underworld. Chun Feng bowed deeply. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside the ancestral hall. Over 100 guards, clad in cold armor, swiftly entered, their eyes glinting with hostility as they surrounded Chun Feng, blocking any chance of escape. From among the gathered crowd, a middle-aged man emerged with a grim expression. He was the elder of the Chun family. Little wretch, have you prepared your memorial tablet? You, a parricidal scoundrel, are unworthy to enter the Chun family ancestral hall. The elder rasped, seething with hatred. Hearing the commotion, Chun Feng slowly turned to face the gathering, his gaze indifferent to the intimidating scene before him, betraying no hint of panic. Old dog, you're allowed to harm my mother, Yet I cannot take vengeance on your grandson? Chun Feng retorted coldly. Humph. Your mother was merely a lowly servant who seduced the head of the Chun family, attempting to elevate herself through her body. Such a harlot deserves to be torn apart, not just killed. The elder scoffed disdainfully. At these words, Chun Feng clenched his teeth, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he pronounced each word with chilling clarity. I will tear your mouth to shreds. Humph. You think you can harm me, little wretch? You lack the ability. The elder sneered, his face reflecting scorn. He then gestured to the surrounding guards, commanding, seize this boy. I will personally carve his flesh piece by piece, making him wish for death. Only by torturing Chun Feng to death could he appease the spirits of his two grandsons. Upon hearing this, the guards, eyes gleaming with malice, stepped forward to apprehend him. But at that moment, a sharp voice rang out from outside. Stop! The gathered crowd parted, revealing two figures who stepped into view, Chun Tianhai and Jiang Yin, head of the family. Upon seeing Chun Tianhai, the guards immediately bowed in respect. Chun Tianhai approached the crowd, casting a glance at Chun Feng, narrowing his eyes. The current Chun Feng bore no resemblance to the foolish demeanor he once exhibited. His tall stature was akin to a sharpened blade, exuding an air of defiance that involuntarily instilled a sense of apprehension among those present. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes also fell upon Chun Feng, confusion flickering within their depths. Is this truly the fool of Man Mountain Town? He appears anything but. The fearless aura emanating from him compelled her to steal another glance. Chun Tianhai, do you intend to shield him? The elder questioned coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. Although Chun Tianhai was the head of the family, the elder wielded considerable influence within the clan, and the public nature of Chun Feng's actions could not be concealed. Allow me to ask a few questions first, Chun Tianhai replied, stepping forward to meet Chun Feng's gaze directly. Did you kill Chen Xiu and Chen Lingxue? I did. Why? They are your cousins. How could you harm your own kin? Chen Tianhai and Appo's tone was frigid. Cousins? Do they deserve such a title? Chun Feng replied with a mocking smile. He lifted his clothing, revealing a multitude of gruesome scars under the external light. What is this? Jiang Yin was taken aback. The scars crisscrossed his body, horrifying to behold, numbering no less than 100. It was evident that these marks were inflicted by a whip. Some scars had healed, but had been reopened recently, forming new wounds. Bloodied and raw. Beyond these scars, signs of burns from hot water marred his arms and legs. The sight of these wounds even moved Jiang Yin. Tell me, do they deserve to die? Chun Feng demanded. Chun Tianhai found himself at a loss for words. He was aware of Chun Feng and Appo's mistreatment by family members, but he had dismissed it as mere childish antics. Moreover, as Chun Feng was considered a fool, he was reluctant to acknowledge the son born from such a scandal. He had never truly paid attention until now, realizing that Chun Feng had endured such torment. With a heavy sigh, Chun Tianhai responded, though Chen Xiu and Chun Lingxue have erred, our clan has its own means of punishment. You should not have resorted to killing them. Clan punishment? Chun Feng laughed bitterly. If clan punishment were effective, I would not have suffered so much, nor would my mother have died. The so-called clan rules are merely at the elder's discretion. And would he ever punish his own grandsons for their wrongdoings? Chun Tianhai, I am aware of your compassionate nature. Yet it seems that your benevolence is solely directed towards others. When have you ever shown concern for my mother and me? Indeed, my mother was merely a maid, unworthy of your esteemed Qin family. But had it not been for your fickleness, compelling her to engage in such disgraceful acts, do you think she would have willingly sought to associate with your family? And as for me, I am but a fool. You take pride in my shortcomings. Yet have you ever truly looked upon me? Now, there is no need for you to feign a guise of sympathy in your visit. You are merely attempting to put on a show in front of this woman. Chun Feng scoffed derisively. Although he was unaware of the woman's true identity, he could discern that her strength was formidable, having attained the 8th level of the transformation realm. The martial path is categorized into 5 major realms: pulse opening, sea solidification, transformation, heaven communication, and divine abode, each divided into 9 levels. This woman, being at the 8th level of transformation, represents the pinnacle of power in Man Mountain Town, especially considering that Chun Tianhai's strength is only at the 5th level of transformation. Exposed by Chun Feng, Chun Tianhai's face grew dim, his lips twitching slightly as he suppressed his fury. He had indeed wished to display the demeanor of a family patriarch before this woman. But now he found himself being scolded by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you harm your own kin, and I can offer you no protection. Take heed of your own actions. Chen Tianhai said flatly, folding his hands behind his back, signaling his stance. Observing this, the Grand Elder revealed a chilling smile. It seems that even the mightiest cannot save you today. Chen Feng disregarded him and turned his attention to Jiang Yin, stating, You are unwell. I can cure you. The crowd paused in surprise, bewildered by this fool's outburst. Jiang Yin's expression momentarily froze before she responded with a cold laugh. What? Have you reached the end of your rope, and now seek my assistance? Disdain flickered in her eyes, as she assumed that Chen Feng had indeed found himself in dire straits, unable to escape the ancestral hall with his meager strength. No, you truly are ill. Your innate coldness intensifies with each full moon, rendering your body as frigid as an ancient ice cavern, causing unbearable pain. Am I correct? Chen Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's countenance shifted dramatically. Only a few within the Jiang family were privy to her affliction, and even her students remained oblivious to it. How could this fool possibly know? This fool is losing his mind again. Seize him. I shall make him suffer. The Grand Elder barked. Yes, the guards, their eyes glinting with malice, stepped forward to take action. However, Jiang Yin abruptly intervened, commanding halt. No one is to touch him. The assembly looked at Jiang Yin in confusion, including Chen Tianhai, who was equally astonished. Ignoring everyone else, Jiang Yin focused on Chen Feng and inquired, Do you know the cause? Naturally, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. He had immediately perceived the strange cold aura emanating from Jiang Yin, which most would attribute to her cultivation of ice-related techniques. However, he recognized it as her innate coldness. You possess innate coldness, a result of your unique spiritual root, known as the cold moon root, a rare sight indeed. When you cultivate cold-type techniques, it is as though heaven assists you, allowing for rapid advancement. Yet, alas, as your level rises, the cold aura intensifies. You must feel that during recent full moons, your coldness has become unbearable, making you feel as if you are on the brink of death. I tell you, if this continues, you will not survive beyond 2 years. Chen Feng declared. At this revelation, Jiang Yin's expression was one of shock. She could scarcely believe that Chen Feng had accurately diagnosed her condition. In recent months, she had indeed felt her coldness intensifying, each full moon threatening her very existence. Several times, she had relied on fire-based elixirs to save herself. The Jiang family had consulted a physician who had warned that without identifying the cause of her affliction, she would not live for another 2 years. All of this had been laid bare by Chen Feng. Do you know how to treat it? Jiang Yin asked urgently. Certainly. This is not an illness, but a consequence of your spiritual root. Across the entire Tianmu continent, only I possess the means to cure you, though whether you believe it is your choice. Chen Feng replied. His assertion was not mere bravado. He had once encountered a woman with the cold moon root who had discovered a remedy. When she had sought his help to concoct a remedy, he had demanded nothing in return other than her method for treating her condition, making him one of the few capable of offering a cure. Though that woman had since ascended to the void god realm and was no longer on the Tianmu continent. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yin stated, Very well. What do you require in return? First, you must silence this old fool. Chen Feng pointed menacingly at the Grand Elder. He had long endured the Elder's offenses, which had led to his mother's demise, and now he dared to insult her in front of him. Such a despicable creature deserved to be silenced. The Grand Elder snorted derisively, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. While I am unsure how you have bewitched this Miss Jiang within the Chen family, none dare to lay a hand on me. However, just as he confidently declared this, a chilling gust of wind surged forth, striking him violently across the face. Ah! He screamed, his body flung backward, crashing against the ancestral hall's wall, blood seeping from his mouth as 2 teeth were dislodged. A visible mark of a handprint appeared on his cheek. Grand Elder, the Chen family's younger members and attendants were left dumbfounded, their legs trembling as they rushed to assist him. Even Chen Tianhai stood frozen in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Jiang Yin. Teacher Jiang, what are you doing? He distinctly remembered that Jiang Yin had no grievances with the Grand Elder. Why would she heed the commands of this fool? Chen Feng? Chen Patriarch? This is a personal grievance between the Grand Elder and myself. It has nothing to do with the Chun family, Jiang Yin replied coolly. When did you and the Grand Elder have a feud? Chen Tianhai asked, bewildered. This was Jiang Yin's first visit to Man Mountain Town, and she had never encountered the Grand Elder prior. There's a grudge. He just glared at me, Jiang Yin stated matter-of-factly. What did he glare at you? Chen Tianhai's expression turned frantic, suddenly recalling something. He merely glanced at you. It was not a glare. There was a glare, Jiang Yin insisted earnestly. Chen Tianhai, exasperated, realized this was a frivolous excuse to torment the Grand Elder. If a mere glance could be construed as a glare, then surely everyone present had looked at her. Why did she not target anyone else but the Grand Elder? Frustrated, Chen Tianhai understood the peril of inciting her wrath, given her formidable power and background. Man Mountain Town was merely a remote settlement within Ning Kingdom, and while the Chun family wielded influence there, it was insignificant compared to the formidable Yinhai Academy in the Imperial City, akin to comparing the moon to mere stars. An impossible feat. Jiang Yin remained silent, her gaze calmly fixed upon the Grand Elder, her cheeks devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He was merely a minor elder from the Chun family, hardly worthy of her concern. If he has to be struck, then so be it. What of it? One slap is insufficient. I demand you tear that old dog's mouth apart, Chen Feng declared menacingly. Jiang Yin raised her delicate brows, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Feng, discomforted by his commanding tone. Chen Feng met her gaze, asserting, only I can save your life. Whether you heed me or not is up to you. Very well, Jiang Yin replied, gracefully moving forward, rolling up her sleeves in preparation for a fight. Such a display instilled fear in the hearts of the Chun family subordinates and youths, causing them to flee at the sight of Jiang Yin's ferocious demeanor. Miss Jiang, what kind of sorcery has this boy cast upon you? Why must you obey him? The Grand Elder stood, his face ashen, his jaw muscles twitching in barely suppressed rage. You have no right to interfere, Jiang Yin replied coolly. How dare you? This remark nearly caused the Grand Elder to choke on his anger. What spell had this boy cast to render her so compliant? Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes remained indifferent as she lightly swept her sleeve, delivering a swift and powerful slap. You are too oppressive. The Grand Elder was no pushover. As a martial arts master, he would not simply stand by and allow Jiang Yin to dominate him. He swiftly executed the Chun family's low-grade yellow-tier martial art, the heaven-overturning palm, unleashing a fierce gale towards Jiang Yin. However, Jiang Yin had already reached the 8th layer of the transformation realm, whereas the Grand Elder was merely at the 7th layer of the condensation sea realm. The disparity between them was akin to that of an adult to a child. With ease, Jiang Yin seized the Grand Elder's hand, neutralizing his force, and retaliated with a lightning-quick slap. The crisp sound echoed as Jiang Yin delivered multiple slaps, causing the Grand Elder's already flushed face to swell grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Unbalanced, Jiang Yin frowned, her perfectionist tendencies surfacing. One side could not remain swollen while the other was untouched. She raised her hand and began to strike the other side of his face. After a flurry of slaps, the Grand Elder's face was entirely swollen, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, a terrifying sight. Excellent. Now it is my turn. Chen Feng stepped forward, gazing down at the bloody Grand Elder. His heart filled with vengeance as he raised his hand and struck the grotesque visage with several more blows. The echoes of the Grand Elder's anguished cries filled the ancestral hall. Chen Tianhai, standing nearby, clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Enough. To strike the face of their family's Grand Elder in his presence was an affront to the Chun family. Chen Feng paused, his gaze cold. Old dog, these slaps are merely interest. Await your turn, and you shall experience the pain of losing a loved one. Without a glance at Chen Tianhai, he seized his mother's spirit tablet from the ancestral altar and turned to leave. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the ancestral hall, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce in the azure sky above. This energy swelled like the tides of the ocean, rapidly enveloping the heavens. Dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land, a palpable pressure descending upon all. The wind howled, shaking the trees within the Chun family estate. What is happening? In that moment, everyone within the Chun family took note of the phenomenon, standing beneath the tumultuous sky, feeling an intense sense of oppression. The swirling vortex of energy in the sky unleashed a force that caused the ground beneath the Chun family to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading to the horizon. Then, a beam of spiritual light shot from a room within the estate, soaring into the clouds. This beam pierced the vortex, igniting a tempest of spiritual energy throughout the sky, intertwining and morphing into a sword, unique in its antiquity. This sword appeared to pierce the heavens, and within 100 miles, all weapons trembled, especially the treasured swords, which quivered most violently. The sound of swords resonated like thunder across the land. The sword soul awakens. My grandson's sword soul physique has finally awakened. Ha ha ha. The previously battered Grand Elder suddenly rose, appearing maddened with joy. Jiang Yin gazed at the extraordinary spectacle before her, her beautiful eyes drawn to the depths of the Chun family estate, where spiritual energy surged forth. Such a celestial phenomenon could only arise from someone with an awakened sword soul spiritual root. To think that a mere town like Manshan could produce a sword soul body, it was indeed astonishing. A grave expression crossed Jiang Yin's face as she contemplated the implications of having offended the Chun family. A sword soul physique foretold an extraordinary destiny. He could very well become the second sword emperor of Ningguo. Chen Tianlang has awakened his sword soul physique. He is the greatest talent in Manshan. Now that he has awakened this rare trait, Chun Feng is surely doomed. The youths and servants of the Chun family could not help but voice their thoughts. The mere mention of a sword soul physique sent shivers down their spines. In all of Ningguo, aside from Chen Tianlang, there were only 2 others with such a trait. The emergence of a sword soul heralded the rise of a king among swords. Various factions within Manshan turned their gazes to the skies, their faces etched with seriousness. The awakening of a sword soul physique would undoubtedly attract many visitors to the Chun family in the coming days. Hidden within the Chun family was a peerless genius, Chen Tianlang. Until now, his spiritual root had been sealed, but had finally awakened, revealing the rare sword soul physique. The awakening of a sword soul physique signified that Chen Tianlang was destined to become a king among swords. Now was the time to curry favor. Who would have thought that the Chun family of a mere town like Manshan would produce a sword soul physique? It seemed that Chen Feng had acquired a formidable enemy. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes turned toward Chen Feng. The current sword emperor of Ningguo was a sword soul spiritual root bearer, and she understood well what the awakening of a sword soul signified. This heralded the emergence of an unparalleled genius upon the historical stage. So what if he possesses a sword soul physique? We cultivators shall crush all enemies. Chen Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at the sky before striding out of the Chun family estate. In a previous life, he had suppressed countless ancient prodigies. Although possessing a sword soul physique was formidable, it was insufficient to instill fear in him. To ascend to the level of an emperor, one must decisively eliminate all adversaries. In the past, even those with the 9 Yang spirit root and the chaos spirit root, ancient prodigies in their own right, had been subdued beneath his sword. Thus, a mere sword soul spirit root was of little consequence. We depart. Chen Feng continued his path beyond the Chen residence, unperturbed by Chen Tianlang's awakening of the sword soul. He felt no attachment to this family. Jiang Yin remained rooted in place, not following. She gazed at the celestial phenomena above, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Reason admonished her that offending a potential prodigy with a sword soul spirit root for Chen Feng was unwarranted. Only I can save your life. Will you accompany me? The choice is yours. Chen Feng did not glance back, simply casting the statement over his shoulder. Jiang Yin clenched her silver teeth, then, with determination, decided to follow. Without Chen Feng, she faced a mere 2 years of life. She remained uncertain if he could truly heal her affliction, but if he dared deceive her, she would show no mercy. This departure solidified her allegiance. Elder, are you unwell? Several attendants hurriedly assisted the elder to his feet. Witnessing his current condition stirred unease among them, particularly after Chen Tianlang's awakening. The elder's newfound status would likely eclipse even that of the clan leader. At that moment, the elder's visage twisted with a savage intensity akin to a beast. He fixated on Chun Feng's receding figure, gritting his teeth, an overwhelming killing intent palpable in the air. Chen Feng, within 3 days, if I do not slay you, I vow I shall not remain human. His growl echoed hauntingly within the ancestral hall of the Chen clan. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhai gazed skyward at the astonishing phenomena, With the awakening of his grandson's sword soul physique, it seemed his position as clan leader might soon be relinquished. Chapter 5. Innate Tao, Eternal Spiritual Roots. Chun Feng departed from the Chun family, accompanied not only by Jiang Yin, but also by a servant named Bao. In Chun Feng's memories, apart from his mother, Bao had always treated him with the utmost kindness, making her akin to a sister and family in his heart. Naturally, he could not abandon her when leaving the Chen household. On the streets, the awakening of Chun Tianlong's sword soul spiritual root had stirred considerable excitement in the entire Mianshan town. Numerous gazes, filled with shock, were fixed upon the celestial phenomenon, and many could not help but exclaim in awe. The Chen family was indeed on the verge of rising. With Chun Tianlang, it seemed that the Chun family would soon step into the imperial city, becoming a significant force. It was said that the Sword Emperor of Ningguo had achieved rapid advancement and reached the Sword Emperor realm precisely because he awakened his sword soul body. It was likely that Ningguo would soon witness the emergence of another Sword Emperor. Whispers spread through every corner of Mianshan town. The awakening of a sword soul bore extraordinary significance, for sword soul spiritual roots were exceedingly rare in Ningguo. With Chun Tianlong's awakening, there were now merely 3 such individuals. Young master, where are we headed now? Bao looked up at Chen Feng, her expression revealing her confusion. Chen Feng felt grateful for her companionship, perceiving that he had indeed treated her as family. Let's find a place to settle first, Chen Feng replied. He knew that he needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Only by doing so could he ensure his own survival. Relying solely on others was not a viable option. Personal strength was the only undeniable truth. Do you have any silver? Chen Feng inquired of Jiang Yin. I brought only a modest sum, merely a few dozen taels, but I do have plenty of medicinal pills. Jiang Yin answered. Initially, these pills were intended as compensation for severing the engagement with the Chun family. But now that Chen Feng had completely severed ties with them, she was uncertain whether she should continue offering them as compensation. A few dozen taels will suffice. Chen Feng nodded. Soon after, the 3 found a tavern, each taking a separate room. Protect me, and ensure no one intrudes. During my seclusion, should I require your assistance, I will call upon you, and you must respond. Before entering his room, Chen Feng spoke earnestly to Jiang Yin. Very well, but when will you assist me with my ailment? Jiang Yin questioned. Once I resolve my own matters, I will help you, Chen Feng replied. You? Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes turned cold, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Chen Feng's vague response left her unsure of when that might be. Would it be a month, a year, or even a decade? If he could not even manage his own affairs, how could she remain by his side indefinitely? I will attend to your illness within 3 months. If you cannot wait, you are free to leave at any time. No one will stop you, Chen Feng declared, dismissing Jiang Yin as he entered his room and closed the door. I hope your words hold true, otherwise. Jiang Yin's sentence trailed off, but the icy glare in her eyes conveyed all that needed to be understood. Once inside, Chen Feng began to introspect his body. He realized that his current physique could only be described as crippled. Not only was his spiritual root chaotic, but there was also no foundation in martial arts. If it were not for his extensive experience in the martial arts from his previous life, he would not have been able to easily defeat Qin Xiu and Chun Lingxue. To cultivate and become a martial artist, one essential requirement is to possess a spiritual root. Only with a spiritual root can one absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their body and cultivate. The quality of the spiritual root determines the innate talent for cultivation. Some individuals are born with pure spiritual roots, allowing for rapid advancement, while others, with chaotic spiritual roots, progress at a sluggish pace. Just like Chun Tianlang and his recently awakened sword soul spiritual root, once awakened, his comprehension of the sword would accelerate at an astonishing rate. Chen Feng's current body, with its chaotic spiritual root encompassing all 5 elements, could be regarded as the worst. 5-element chaotic spiritual root. I never expected that in my reincarnation I would end up in a body with such a chaotic spiritual root. Chen Feng thought, somewhat speechless. In his previous life, he possessed a pure spiritual root, a prodigious talent unmatched by any other. In this life, however, it seemed he was receiving his comeuppance with a 5-element chaotic spiritual root. Nevertheless, despite the chaotic spiritual root, I still possess the means to cultivate into a formidable being. With this void scripture in hand, and the medicinal pills I can refine myself, I can still return to the void divine realm within 30 years. Chen Feng clenched his fists, filled with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a shift, his expression becoming increasingly perplexed. After a long moment, he paused, using his accumulated soul power from 2 lifetimes to re-examine his spiritual root within his dantian. Gradually, his bewilderment transformed into sheer astonishment, as if he had discovered a new world. This is not a 5-element chaotic spiritual root. The 5 elements are perfectly balanced, with a lotus body as the foundation, and the 5 elements forming the lotus heart, creating a Tao lotus amidst chaos. Innately attuned to spiritual energy. This is the innate Tao. The spiritual root of this body was, in fact, an innate Tao. Chen Feng's face was awash with disbelief. The innate Tao is one of the closest extraordinary physiques to the heavenly Tao, an ultimate rarity. Even more so than the legendary 9 Yang divine body, or the chaotic spiritual root. The so-called sword soul spiritual root was utterly trivial in comparison. Several millennia ago, there had only been one formidable being with an innate Tao, who later ascended to the position of emperor, proving his path through the starry skies. No wonder he had become a fool. The innate Tao is a physique that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate. Ordinary individuals simply cannot bear such fortune, leading them to become fools. I never imagined I would stumble upon such a tremendous fortune. Chen Feng's breath quickened, and even with his past experiences dominating the void divine realm, he could scarcely contain his excitement. The innate Tao was an immense boon for him. With this innate Tao, along with the void scripture and his alchemical skills, he would not require 30 years. He would only need 10 years to return to the void divine realm. Regrettably, this spiritual root has suffered some damage. After enduring years of torment, this body's spiritual root had not escaped unscathed. Centipedes, corpse worms, poisons, and various forms of inhumane abuse had already inflicted harm upon this spiritual root. Once I elevate my cultivation, the first order of business will be to eliminate all of you wretches. A cold glint of murder flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Yet, he needed to devise a way to concoct some medicinal pills to restore this spiritual root. Although a damaged spiritual root poses a fatal injury for martial artists, for Chen Feng, it held little substantial impact. In his previous life, he had not only achieved remarkable accomplishments in swordsmanship, but also mastered the art of alchemy. As long as he could refine a spirit recovery pill, his spiritual root would rapidly heal. Jiang Yin, come here, Chen Feng suddenly called out. Within 10 seconds, Jiang Yin opened the door to his room, her cheeks icy as she realized Chen Feng's blatant disregard. After all, she was a mentor at Yanhai Academy, and yet he treated her like a mere servant. Despite her strong displeasure, Jiang Yin coldly inquired, "What is it?" "Go fetch me some medicinal herbs. I require Mu Yuan Jin, Lan Hui Chao, Zhu Yugua by Nian Ling Shuyi, Hui Hun Jin, Tan Xiang Song Yin Jin, Tian Han Chao, and 2 fire spirit jade fruits," Chen Feng instructed. "These herbs you mentioned are far too expensive. I only have a few dozen taels on me and cannot afford them," Jiang Yin replied. "Mu Yuan Jin and Lan Hui Chao are manageable, but the 2 fire spirit jade fruits are quite costly. They grow atop magma, feeding off the essence of fire, making them rare and elusive treasures. Just one is worth 100 taels of silver, let alone 2. Bring me paper and a pen," Chen Feng commanded. Yu Jiang Yin was exasperated. He truly treated her like a servant. "Wait here," she retorted angrily, slamming the door behind her. A moment later, she returned with paper and a pen. Being in an inn, acquiring such items was not difficult. Once she handed them over, Chen Feng began to write extensively, detailing various herbs and even the methods of their refinement. He then presented the document to Jiang Yin. "What is this?" she asked, puzzled. Chen Feng did not respond. Upon examining the document, Jiang Yin was taken aback. It was a recipe for a pill. The proportions of the herbs, the required temperature, and various refining techniques were meticulously detailed, alongside the name and grade of the pill. This recipe could easily fetch you 10,000 taels of silver, Chen Feng declared. "Where did you acquire this recipe?" Jiang Yin asked, her disbelief evident. The casualness with which he produced a 4th-grade pill recipe was astonishing. Even alchemists value their recipes more than their lives. They would never simply sell them. Yet here was Chen Feng doing just that. "Mind your own business. Just do as I say," Chen Feng replied coldly. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. How could he show such disrespect? As a mentor at the Yunhai Academy and a stunning beauty, countless suitors sought her favor. Yet Chen Feng disregarded her allure, barking orders at her. Go quickly, Chen Feng urged. Jiang Yin, clenching the recipe, shot him an icy glare before storming out of the room. If it weren't for my life being in your hands, I'd have you pinned to the ground. Though furious, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of uncertainty. Who exactly was this man? The mere act of casually tossing out a fourth-grade pill recipe suggested that Chen Feng did not value it, perhaps viewing it as mere refuse. To Jiang Yin, however, this was a recipe for a fourth-grade pill, and if it were to circulate, it would incite fierce competition and bloodshed. In the entirety of Ning country, there were no more than 10 people capable of producing fourth-grade pills, all renowned masters. If they learned of Chen Feng and Appo's reckless behavior, it could very well drive them to madness. She wondered if the recipe was genuine. If he dared to deceive her with a fake, she would not hesitate to end him. In the town of Manshan, there existed an auction house named Zue Baolu. Zue Baolu was a superpower within Ning country, with vast holdings and wealth that rivaled nations, even commanding respect from the royal family. Branches of Zue Baolu were established throughout Ning, including this small, remote town. Minutes later, Jiang Yin entered the Zue Baolu auction house, where a woman clad in red approached her. Her fair legs were exposed, straight and delicate, capturing attention effortlessly. Her face bore a hint of makeup, her features exquisitely beautiful, exuding an enchanting allure that seemed to draw one in, truly a paragon of beauty. Miss, what would you like to purchase? The woman, known as Tengu, the manager of Zue Baolu, inquired. I wish to auction a pill recipe, Jiang Yin stated. Oh, Tengu's expression turned quizzical. Auctioning a pill recipe was uncommon, as alchemists typically guarded their recipes jealously, unwilling to part with them. What grade is the recipe? Tengu asked with a smile. It's a fourth-grade recipe, Jiang Yin mumbled, feeling a pang of insecurity at how easily the recipe had come to her. Upon hearing this, Tengu raised an eyebrow, her first thought being disbelief. What kind of alchemist would sell a fourth-grade recipe? Miss, are you here to cause trouble? Tengu scrutinized Jiang Yin, especially noting her attire, which made her expression turn serious. She sensed a strong wave of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Yin, indicating she was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Understanding Tengu's skepticism, Jiang Yin helplessly produced a token from her pocket, stating, I am Jiang Yin, a mentor at Yunhai Academy, and I request to see your highest-ranking alchemist. Tengu's initial doubts faded upon hearing Jiang Yin's name and seeing the special mentor token from Yunhai Academy. Her demeanor shifted drastically, becoming respectful and even a bit awed. Please hold on. I will contact the alchemist in Yin City immediately and get back to you. Chapter 6. The Ancient Technique. The Nine Dragons Annihilation Method within the confines of a room. After instructing Jiang Yin to procure medicinal herbs, Chen Feng opened his palm, revealing an ancient tome suffused with countless radiant laws, hovering delicately above his hand. Qi Yao, you never imagined, did you? The void scripture you covet is in my possession, Chen Feng declared with a sinister grin. The mere thought of Qi Yao ignited a tempest of hatred within him. 8 centuries of companionship, reduced to nothing in an instant. Upon narrowly escaping the life-forbidden zone, he found himself utterly drained of spiritual power. Yet, instead of assisting him, his companion, the celestial Qi Yao, had conspired with 8 mighty martial emperors to betray him, leading to his demise before the very gates of the life-forbidden zone. With the innate Tao embryo and the void scripture in his grasp, Qi Yao, in merely 10 years, I shall seek you out. I will ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. Suppressing the tumultuous hatred in his heart, Chen Feng turned his attention to the void scripture in his hand. This was his first time opening it, and he proceeded with utmost caution, aware of his current frailty, lacking even the strength of the pulse realm. Slowly, he unveiled the first page of the void scripture. Suddenly, an explosion of golden light erupted, illuminating the room as if it were day. This brilliant radiance enveloped Chen Feng entirely. In the next moment, his form vanished from sight. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a vast, ethereal starry expanse, deep, mysterious, and timeless. Boundless desolation shrouded the surroundings. Yet at the edge of this infinite cosmos, A faint golden glimmer hinted at the approach of something extraordinarily terrifying. That golden light tore through the starry void, creating innumerable rifts. As an overwhelming surge of energy rushed forth like a tidal wave, causing the entire celestial realm to tremble violently. "Where am I?" Chun Feng's heart quaked. Roar! Before he could gather his wits, a roar that seemed capable of shattering the heavens reverberated through the cosmos. The stars shuddered, unable to withstand the immense draconic might, and began to fracture. A nine-headed, five-clawed golden dragon surged forth from the edge of the starry realm, spiraling in the sky. Its colossal form was akin to a titanic wall of steel, with crystalline horns shimmering in the light. Its scales glistened with a dark golden hue, unyielding and indomitable, while its eyes, forged from gold, radiated an indomitable and mysterious brilliance, surveying the cosmos below. Lightning danced in the starry expanse, illuminating the 9 colossal dragons, enhancing their grandiosity and majesty. "Is this the Dragon Clan?" Chun Feng floated in the void, his mouth agape in astonishment at the spectacle before him. The Dragon Clan, the sovereigns of the demon realm in ancient times, the mightiest beings on earth, capable of obliterating millions with but a fraction of their power. At this moment, the 9-headed dragon circled above, its golden eyes exuding supreme authority, suddenly locking onto Chun Feng. Time seemed to freeze. In a flash, the 9-headed dragon dove toward him with lightning speed. The very fabric of space appeared to shatter, as lightning crackled through the starry expanse, obscuring the heavens in golden brilliance. In that instant, Chun Feng felt as though the space around him had solidified. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. He could only watch helplessly as the 9-headed dragon, in a cataclysmic display, collided with his body. Yet, instead of inflicting harm, the dragon merged with him, becoming an integral part of his being. Endless torrents of profound information surged into Chun Feng's mind, as if a floodgate had opened. With the essence of the dragon as his strength, the scales as his skin, his form transformed, and his bones tempered with the dragon's blood. One force shattering myriad laws. The sword falling to sever the divine. The 9 dragons' annihilation method. In an instant, Chun Feng was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his pupils dilated, still enveloped in the lingering shock. The 9 dragons' annihilation method. The most formidable technique of the ancient era. To think that the first page of the Void Scripture contains such profound teachings. A look of disbelief etched itself in Chun Feng's eyes. From the vast information, he learned that the 9 dragons' annihilation method was once wielded by the Void Emperor, who, through its power, had single-handedly vanquished all foes in the ancient era, ascending to the throne of Emperor. Yet, the true origins of this technique were not recorded. Perhaps the Void Emperor himself was oblivious to its creator's identity. With such a powerful technique in hand, how could a being as formidable as the Void Emperor have fallen? What cataclysmic events transpired in the ancient era? Chun Feng's mind was clouded with confusion. The ancient times were rife with mysteries. In his past life, Ye Beixuan had traversed the currents of time to unearth secrets left behind, yet he still found himself at a loss for information. He knew only that during a certain period in the ancient era, darkness reigned, causing the disappearance of countless beings, including even the most revered sages and sovereigns. What kind of dark chaos could obliterate such esteemed figures? Shaking his head, Chun Feng chose not to dwell further on these thoughts. The pressing matter at hand was to bolster his strength. He settled into a meditative posture, following the instructions within the technique, initiating its flow. Though his innate Tao embryo had yet to fully recover, practicing this method posed no issue. As Chun Feng began to channel the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tempest. His body became akin to a vortex, drawing in the vast spiritual essence that surged toward him, forcefully impacting the 108 martial veins within him. The first threshold of martial cultivation is the pulse realm. The human body contains numerous meridians, but only 108 are available for martial practitioners. Only by unblocking all 108 can one truly enter the ranks of martial artists. Generally, even the most gifted individuals require several years, if not decades, to achieve this. For instance, within the Chun family, figures like Chun Tianhai and the Elder had only recently ascended to the second realm of martial arts, the sea condensation realm. After a lifetime of effort in the pulse realm. Yet now, in merely 2 hours, as Chun Feng activated the 9 Dragons annihilation method, the overwhelming spiritual energy fully opened all 108 martial veins. Like streams of water, the spiritual force flowed through each vein, imparting an indescribable sensation of euphoria throughout his entire being. Chun Feng cried out in exhilaration. Previously, his meridians had been obstructed, making even the slightest exertion feel like bearing an immense burden, largely due to the frailty of the body that had never undergone cultivation. But now, with all 108 veins unblocked, he felt significantly lighter, having undergone an unprecedented transformation. Chun Feng opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and reveled in the surging power coursing through him, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. The 9 Dragons annihilation method truly deserved its title as the most potent technique of the ancient era. The effects of its cultivation were indeed unparalleled. To traverse the 108 meridians, others might require decades of arduous effort. Even in his previous life, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, he took 2 years to accomplish this feat. Yet now, he has achieved it in merely 2 hours. The time saved is magnified 1,000-fold. With the martial arts meridians unblocked, it is now time to condense the spiritual sea. Chun Feng mused internally. The first realm of martial arts is known as the Chongmai realm. Only by unblocking all 108 meridians can one condense a spiritual sea within the Dantian. All the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth that flows through the martial arts meridians will converge here, transforming into spiritual power. This marks the second realm of martial arts, the Ninghai realm. Chun Feng continued to meditate in a cross-legged position. Meanwhile, in the auction house of the Drunken Treasure Pavilion, Jiang Yin leisurely sipped her tea and savored the exquisite pastries prepared by Tang Gu. Having recently displayed her identity as a mentor from the Cloud Sea Academy, she was treated as a distinguished guest, receiving the finest tea and water. I wonder what that fellow is up to now. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows, recalling Chun Feng's previous disrespectful demeanor towards her, and her anger surged as she bit into the pastry. That man? Does he even regard himself as a man? Here I am, a beauty in my own right, and yet he shows me such blatant disrespect. It is utterly infuriating. Once I recover from my ailment, I shall ensure he pays for this. Chewing on the pastry, she secretly vowed to settle this score. It was the first time in her life that someone had treated her with such disdain. In the Jiang family of the imperial city, as a young lady, she was accustomed to commanding others. Who would dare to command her? Moreover, at the Cloud Sea Academy, her position as a mentor ensured that no one would dare to treat her in such a manner. Yet now, in this remote town of Manshan, she was being ordered around by a fool who had yet to even step into the Ninghai realm, a blow to her pride that she found deeply humiliating. As Jiang Yin seethed in her thoughts, a figure clad in red, Tang Gu, hurried into the room, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. Miss Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Tang Gu exclaimed apologetically. She then introduced the old man. This is Master Wei Mo, a renowned alchemist I specifically invited from Yinqing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's gaze shifted to the frail old man. His sunken black eyes and thin visage exuded a sense of age, and he wore a white robe that conveyed both an ethereal quality and the weariness of a long life. Moreover, a badge of a medicinal cauldron adorned his chest. Jiang Yin recognized this emblem. It represented the esteemed forces of the Ningwa Dan Tower, indicating that this man belonged to the Alchemy Guild. The Dan Tower is one of the most prestigious factions within the Ningwa, founded by the revered Dan Wang, Lin Chaoga. Miss Jiang, greetings. I am Wei Mo, a 4th-tier alchemist, the old man greeted with a smile. Chapter 7. The extraordinary pill formula resurfaces at the mention of a 4th-tier alchemist. Jiang Yin could not help but shudder slightly. It is worth noting that within the borders of Ning country, a 4th-tier alchemist is regarded as a significant figure, often referred to as a master. In fact, there are only a mere 10 individuals who have attained the status of a 4th-tier alchemist in Ning country. Even Lin Chaoga, revered as the Pill King, is merely a 6th-tier alchemist. She had heard of Wei Mo, one of the top 10 alchemical masters in Ning country. But how could such a prominent figure come to a remote town like Yin City? Master Wei, what brings you here? Jiang Yin inquired, her expression somewhat peculiar. Hee hee. I simply ventured out to explore and seek rare medicinal materials, and fortuitously found myself in Yin City. To my surprise, before I could settle in, Miss Tang urgently summoned me, informing me that someone was attempting to sell a fourth-tier pill formula. Thus, I hurried over. Waymo chuckled. Yin City is the closest large city to Man Mountain Town. Although it is considered a large city, it remains merely a town in a remote area. I see. Jiang Yin realized. Miss Jiang, may I have a look at your fourth-tier pill formula? Waymo continued. Of course. Jiang Yin nodded, handing over the formula. She was not concerned that Waymo could memorize all the contents of the formula at a glance. After all, pill formulas require extensive study. One cannot simply glance at them and immediately begin refining, as even a minor mistake could lead to catastrophic failures. As Waymo examined the formula, Jiang Yin and Aunt Tang refrained from interrupting. However, as time passed, his expression shifted from peculiar to increasingly grave, and then to one of shock. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Jiang Yin, keenly observing his expression, felt a surge of unease. Could it be that this formula was a forgery? After all, he was one of the top 10 alchemical masters in Ning country, and if she were to offend him, even her status as a Jiang family heiress might not shield her from his wrath. The network of relationships that alchemists possess is truly formidable. Countless individuals vie for their favor, offering gifts and seeking to curry their goodwill. If one were to incur their displeasure, a mere summons could rally a host of powerful allies to their cause. In the realm of martial arts, there's a saying, it is better to offend 10 martial artists than to provoke a master alchemist. For one cannot fathom the extent of the connections held by a master alchemist. Amidst Jiang Yin's trepidation, Waymo finally set the formula down, his aged face still reflecting lingering astonishment. May I inquire, Miss Jiang, whence did this formula originate? Waymo asked urgently, a glimmer of desperation in his eyes. Seeing his fervent demeanor, Jiang Yin trembled slightly and stammered. Master Wei is this formula forgery? Oh no, this formula is authentic, Waymo affirmed gravely, nodding. However, the refining techniques documented within are astonishing. They're nothing short of miraculous. Thus, I must ask, where did you acquire this formula? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin exhaled in relief, though she remained somewhat astonished that the formula was indeed genuine. Had that individual truly not been deceiving her? This formula was entrusted to me by a friend for auction, Jiang Yin replied, her expression somewhat strange. Miss Jiang, could you facilitate an introduction? I am eager to meet this individual. I implore you. Waymo pressed once more, his tone imbued with earnestness. Jiang Yin was taken aback, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Not only she, but even Aunt Tang beside her appeared momentarily stunned. Although they could see that Waymo was striving to maintain his composure, his earnestness and urgency left them feeling utterly astonished. It was their first encounter witnessing an alchemical master display such intense emotion. I must inquire with him, Jiang Yin declared. However, considering Chun Feng's icy demeanor, she hesitated to make a hasty decision. Very well, I would appreciate your assistance, Miss Jiang. Furthermore, I hope you will consider selling me this formula. I am willing to offer 10 times the price. 100,000 taels of silver, Waymo proposed. 100,000 taels? At this, Jiang Yin's mouth fell agape. That sum was sufficient to cover her family's income for 5 years. It is worth noting that the Jiang family, a prestigious lineage in the imperial city, earns no more than 20,000 taels a year. Alchemists indeed possess remarkable wealth. Miss Jiang, is that acceptable? Waymo inquired again, his urgency palpable. Jiang Yin quickly regained her composure, her voice trembling. Why, yes, certainly. After finalizing the transaction, Jiang Yin procured the spiritual herbs required by Chun Feng before departing from the Zue Bao building. Before leaving, Waymo earnestly reminded her, Miss Jiang, please remember to inquire about that young friend for me. I am very eager to befriend him, and I hope you will keep this matter in mind. Of course. Jiang Yin nodded, somewhat dazed as she exited. It was her first time witnessing an alchemical master exhibit such humble sincerity. What extraordinary events had transpired that she was unaware of? After Jiang Yin departed, Waymo found himself in the serene courtyard of Zue Bao building. The environment was picturesque, with mountains and waters harmoniously complementing each other, creating a tranquil sanctuary. Wei Mo retrieved a jade slip from his bosom and, with a slight exertion of his palm, crushed it. A faintly visible apparition of a middle-aged man gradually materialized. This was a sound transmission talisman, capable of transmitting information across vast distances. The direction he was communicating with was the imperial city's influential Dan building, located thousands of miles away. The ethereal figure before him was none other than Lin Xiaoge, the current Pill King of Ning Country. Old fellow, have you encountered some extraordinary event? Why resort to such an exorbitant sound transmission talisman? Did I not instruct you that it should only be used in dire situations? You hardly seem to be in any perilous circumstance, Lin Xiaoge remarked, casting a bemused glance at the elegantly tranquil courtyard of Zue Bao building. Master, I have discovered the pill formula left behind by the North Xian Sword Emperor. Wei Mo's voice quivered with excitement. What? What did you say? Please repeat that. North Xian Sword Emperor's pill formula? Lin Xiaoge's face registered shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Master, I truly have found the pill formula left by the North Xian Sword Emperor. Wei Mo reiterated emphatically. Are you certain? Did you not misread it? Lin Xiaoge inquired urgently. I did not misread. This is indeed the pill formula created by the North Xian Sword Emperor. A fourth-tier pill. The Celestial Silkworm Life-Extending Pill. Wei Mo confirmed. The Celestial Silkworm Life-Extending Pill? How is that possible? Lin Xiaoge's breath quickened, his body trembling with excitement. The Celestial Silkworm Life-Extending Pill is known for offering a chance at prolonging the lives of those nearing death, with effects lasting up to 3 years. One should not underestimate these 3 years. For those on the brink of death, even a single year is worth all they possess in exchange for this pill. However, the Celestial Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill has a significant side effect. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Nevertheless, this exquisite elixir is a rare treasure, one that cannot be sought after easily. Some venerable ancestors striving for higher realms might very well extend their lives by 3 years with a single life-prolonging pill, thereby allowing them to reach greater heights and enjoy prolonged longevity. This miraculous pill was exclusively possessed by the North Xian Sword Emperor, a prodigy of the alchemical world, who created the formula. Countless individuals would go to any lengths to obtain this life-prolonging pill from him. Is the formula genuine? Lin Xiaoge's eyes widened with disbelief, unable to articulate the shock within him. The formulas passed down by the North Xian Sword Emperor are exceedingly rare, and such a transformative formula had never been revealed. Now, the appearance of a formula for the Celestial Silkworm Life-Prolonging Pill was enough to ignite his excitement. This formula is authentic. I have verified it, and it indeed belongs to the North Xian Sword Emperor. Wei Mo affirmed. Who produced this formula? Lin Xiaoge inquired urgently. I do not know. I'm still waiting to meet him. Wei Mo replied. Very well, you investigate further. I shall rush there immediately. After Lin Xiaoge finished speaking, his silhouette vanished, clearly intending to head to Mankind Mountain Town in person. Wei Mo, holding the formula, could hardly contain his trembling excitement. How many years had it been? After so long, the formula of the North Xian Sword Emperor had re-emerged. Once Jiang Yin had gathered all the medicinal materials requested by Chun Feng, along with a pill furnace. She returned to the inn. Inside the inn, Chun Feng was seated in meditation, having practiced for 2 hours. He had genuinely entered the condensing sea realm. Though it was only the first level, it represented a significant leap in strength. He circulated his cultivation technique, examining his body internally, where a small whirlpool of spiritual energy swirled in his dantian. This spiritual sea is the gathering place of all a martial artist's spiritual power and symbolizes the strength of a condensing sea realm master. From this moment on, Chun Feng was indeed a bona fide cultivator. However, at the bottom of the spiritual sea, Chun Feng detected something amiss. Previously, when he was sucked into the first page of the Void Codex, he had seen a 9-headed, 5-clawed golden dragon in that ancient starry sky, which now lurked at the bottom of his spiritual sea. Yet, this 9-headed dragon appeared to be in a dormant state, emitting only a faint life force with no other movement. This miniature version of the 5-clawed golden dragon exhaled a faint dragon breath, releasing an almost imperceptible yet overwhelming dragon pressure. which rendered the spiritual sea rather extraordinary. What was happening? At this moment, even the worldly wise Chun Feng felt bewildered. The colossal nine-headed dragon he had seen in the Void Codex was not an illusion but a reality, and now it had silently submerged into his spiritual sea. It was akin to having these 9 five-clawed golden dragons domesticated. Is the 9-dragon annihilation technique based on genuine dragon power, unleashing the most formidable combat prowess? Chun Feng's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Suddenly, sensing footsteps approaching from outside, Chun Feng promptly ceased his meditation and opened the door, only to find Jiang Yin standing outside, looking rather sneaky. "What are you doing?" Chun Feng asked coldly. "You nearly scare me to death. I brought you the medicinal materials." Jiang Yin pouted, handing over a large assortment of herbs while grumbling. "Damn it. Next time, just call your servant to fetch whatever you need. Don't you have a maid? Why must I run errands for you?" Jiang Yin was both angry and feeling wronged. When had she, a noble lady, fallen to the level of running errands? As she continued to grumble, she gradually sensed something, her eyes widening in astonishment, her cheeks flushed with disbelief. You have entered the condensing sea realm?" Jiang Yin's words trembled. "Yes, I fortuitously broke through," Chun Feng replied nonchalantly. "Fortuitously?" Jiang Yin's mouth fell agape. Previously, Chun Feng had merely been an ordinary person, unable to even open all 108 meridians of the pulse realm. Yet, in the time she had been away, he had managed to open all 108 meridians? "Are you human or a monster?" Jiang Yin exclaimed. She felt her worldview crumbling. It had taken her 5 years to open her 108 meridians, a feat that marked her as a genius among geniuses. And Chun Feng had accomplished it in just 2 hours? What extraordinary luck must he possess? Chosen one? Peerless prodigy? No, none of these descriptors could encapsulate Chun Feng. He was simply a freak. It's none of your concern. Where's the pill furnace? Chun Feng asked coldly. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth. She could hardly tolerate his commanding tone. Yet, she obediently waved her hand, and a pill furnace instantly materialized in the room. Seeing such a ghostly maneuver, Chun Feng was taken aback. A spatial ring? Are you envious? Jiang Yin proudly caressed the ancient ring adorning her slender finger, a hint of pride coloring her cheeks. In the presence of this freak, she finally felt a semblance of psychological balance. After all, she was still the young lady of the Jiang family, with profound roots. This is a spatial ring. It contains its own space and can hold numerous items. It is priceless. In the entire Mankind Mountain Town, I doubt anyone else possesses one. You find delight in a mere spatial ring? Your expectations are quite low. Chun Feng retorted without reservation. Has no one told you that your tongue is quite adept at creating enemies? Jiang Yin bit her lip, seething with frustration. I have sold your formula for 100,000 taels of silver. Here is the remainder. Jiang Yin produced the leftover silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to Chun Feng. After accepting them, Chun Feng pocketed the money without inquiring who had purchased the formula. That was no longer his concern. By the way, Master Wei Mo, one of the top 10 alchemists in the Ning Kingdom, wishes to meet you. He bought your formula for 10 times the price. Jiang Yin stated. I will not meet him. Chun Feng replied coolly. Jiang Yin grew anxious. Are you foolish? He is one of the top 10 alchemists. Do you have any idea how many people desire to meet him but cannot? It is only because you were fortunate that he took an interest in your formula that he wishes to see you. He is from the Pill Tower. If you can establish a good relationship with him, you need not worry about offending the Chun family. With the Pill Tower's protection, the Chun family would not dare to touch you. I have no time. I will not meet him. Chun Feng resolutely closed the door. You truly do not know how to appreciate a good opportunity. Jiang Yin was incensed, wanting to stomp her feet in frustration. Inside the room, Chun Feng remained unresponsive. After a considerable time, the door opened once more. I thought you had some principles. It seems you have changed your mind and decided to see him. Jiang Yin scoffed. No, I need you to run another errand for me. Deliver a letter to the Chun family. Chun Feng handed over a letter. You truly see me as your maid. Jiang Yin's lips twisted in exasperation. Yet, despite her complaints, she accepted the letter. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was, in fact, a declaration of war. 5 days hence, I shall personally visit the Chun residence to claim the head of Chun Tianlang. Signed, Chun Feng. After reading the contents of the letter, Jiang Yin felt as though her head might explode. This man had truly lost his mind. Was he planning to march to his own demise? Within a mere 5 days, he intended to confront Chen Tianlang alone. Jiang Yin exclaimed urgently, "Is there a problem?" Chen Feng replied coldly. He had proclaimed that he would allow the Grand Elder to experience the anguish of losing a loved one, just as he had once done. The Grand Elder had held Chen Tianlang in high regard and even taken pride in him. Very well, then. Chen Feng resolved to make an example of Chen Tianlang first. He would eliminate Chen Tianlang without hesitation. Send the letter, brave warrior. With that, Chen Feng shut the door once more, and this time it remained closed. You insufferable! Jiang Yin could no longer contain her fury and began to curse vehemently at the door. Her shouts echoed throughout the entire inn. It was the first time Jiang Yin felt so stifled. She had just purchased medicinal herbs, barely having a moment to sit down, and now this man had summoned her again. She swore she would relish the thought of throttling him. Chen Feng paid no heed to Jiang Yin's tirade outside the door. To him, the most pressing matter at hand was the restoration of his innate Taoist roots within his body. As for this so-called alchemy master, he regarded her as utterly inconsequential. Relying on others was often a precarious endeavor. One must depend on oneself. True strength was the only unwavering truth. After closing the door, Chen Feng gazed at the alchemical furnace before him and began sorting through the herbs. He intended to concoct a pill known as the Heavenly Heart Revival Pill, a fourth-tier elixir. For his previous incarnation, Ye Beixuan, it had been as simple as eating and drinking, but for this life, it posed a greater challenge. The so-called challenge was not that Chen Feng was incapable of concocting the pill, but rather that his cultivation level was too low. Alchemists required a modicum of cultivation to support their craft, while it did not demand an exceedingly high level. One needed to be at least at the 7th level of the spirit consolidation realm to wield sufficient firepower. Nevertheless, despite the overkill of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he resolved to attempt crafting it with the 9 spirit fire. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. The method of combining the 9 yang and 9 yin spirit fires to refine pills was a technique he had developed in his previous life. Utilizing this flame for alchemy would yield extraordinary results, and the quality of the pills produced would be significantly enhanced. The 9 yang spirit fire originated from the cultivation of martial artists and was classified as yang fire. Conversely, the 9 yin spirit fire was derived from the soul and was colloquially known as soul fire, which most individuals could neither access nor perceive. In his previous life, Chen Feng had discovered the existence of this soul fire, leading to an unprecedented revolution within the alchemical realm. Born with unparalleled soul power, he had devised a secret method to harness this power and transmute it into flame. This soul fire not only possessed the ability to sear one's soul for pill concoction, but was extraordinarily effective. In his previous life, Chen Feng's innate soul power had already been formidable, and now, having lived 2 lives, his soul strength had multiplied exponentially. He was likely unmatched in this regard. As Chen Feng activated his secret technique, a plume of dark, smoky flames erupted, burning intensely, possessing a temperature that could inflict fatal harm upon the soul. Soon, he became wholly absorbed in the process of alchemy. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the Chen family, boxes of varying sizes, filled with cultivation resources, were piled high. In recent days, due to Chen Tianlang awakening his sword soul roots, the Chen residence had become a hub of activity. Visitors from countless influential factions flocked to the estate, both from Manshan Town and the nearby Yin City, all eager to curry favor and forge alliances. The emergence of a prodigious genius with a sword soul root within the Chen family heralded a path of unstoppable ascent. If there was a time to ingratiate oneself, it was now. After hosting a banquet for numerous prominent figures, they gradually dispersed. At that moment, Chen Tianlang sat alone upon the elevated platform, occupying the position of the clan leader. Below, Chen Tianhai clenched his fists, seething with anger. Chen Tianlang had become increasingly audacious, usurping his position before he had even stepped down. Truly, it was a case of once fallen from grace. One was treated as less than a dog. The elders stifled their laughter, witnessing the once proud clan leader, Chen Tianhai, reduced to such a state of humiliation. On the high platform, Chen Tianlang looked down upon Chen Tianhai with an air of condescension. his eyes brimming with derision. After decades of cultivation, Chun Tianhai had barely reached the 5th level of the transformation realm. Such talent was scarcely worthy of recognition, let alone the title of clan leader. Tianlang, you must avenge me. That Chen Feng has slain Chun Xiu and Chun Shui, leaving my face in tatters. You cannot let him escape justice. The Grand Elder lamented from below, his face still marred by the remnants of a brutal handprint, a stark testament to his humiliation. Chun Tianlang glanced at the Grand Elder, noting the grotesque mark upon his face, and returned his gaze, a hint of mockery in his eyes. How pitiful that the esteemed Grand Elder was bullied by a fool. Chun Tianlang shook his head, contemplating the family's decline. The older generation had lost all ambition for martial prowess, only scheming for power within the clan. Though Chun Shui and Chun Xiu were his brother and sister, he felt no sorrow. His sword was one of ruthless intent, and his heart had turned as cold as iron. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless and alarmed, addressing Chun Tianlang atop the platform. Young master, someone has come to deliver a message. She claims to be Jiang Yin, sent by Chun Feng. Bring it forth, Chun Tianlang commanded. Before long, the letter was presented to him. After perusing its contents, a smile crept across his face. What is it? The elders inquired, perplexed. With a snap of his fingers, Chun Tianlang sent the letter down among the elders. As they read the contents, their expressions morphed into fury. The Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, tore the letter to shreds. 5 days hence, he dares to demand the head of Chun Tianlang. This fool believes he has the right to challenge the sword soul body. Quickly, all the elders turned their gaze toward Chun Tianlang. The awakening of the sword soul body was already a momentous event, and now the news had spread throughout Manshan Town and even the entirety of Yin City. The sword soul body was immensely impactful, and many sought to challenge it to forge their own name. It was likely that such challenges would proliferate in the future, defeat one, and another would surely rise to take their place. Chun Tianlang maintained a stoic expression, stating coolly, just a mere clown. However, now that I have awakened my sword soul, I anticipate many foolish souls will come forth to challenge me. If that is the case, I shall grant them the opportunity. Spread the word. 5 days hence, I shall host a life and death challenge in Yin City. Those wishing to ascend atop my corpse are welcome to come. Life and death challenge? Upon hearing this, the faces of all the elders turned pale. They were no strangers to such challenges. The legendary Beixuan Sword Emperor had once risen to fame by stepping upon the corpses of countless prodigies. Every sword cultivator aspiring to become a formidable sword emperor must pave their path with the blood of numerous talents. This process was absolutely essential. It is evident that the current Chun Tianlang intends to emulate the legendary North Xian Sword Emperor, trampling upon the corpses of all geniuses to forge his own path to invincibility. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha! My grandson truly possesses a magnificent aura. It seems that under Tianlong's leadership, our Chun clan shall embark on an unparalleled journey among noble families. Before long, news of Chun Tianlang spread like wildfire. The city of Yin trembled, encompassing an immense territory. Even a small town like Manshan was merely a remote corner within Yin City. Within this vast expanse, countless prodigies flourished, and Chun Tianlong's audacious claim to establish a life-and-death challenge arena to confront all the talents in Yin City instantly stirred a tempest throughout the entire city. In every alley and corner, discussions filled the inns and taverns. Within the city hall, the Lord, Zhou Yi, displayed a serious expression upon learning of this development. A life-and-death challenge? This indeed mirrors the ambitions of the North Xian Sword Emperor, who trod the path of countless talented souls. Father, is the sword soul physique truly that formidable? How could it inspire such arrogance? A charming girl inquired. She was Zhou Yi's daughter, Zhou Xiao, renowned as a prodigy herself within Yin City. Zhou Yi shook his head, sighing. My daughter, you are unaware. The sword soul physique transcends mere strength. It is terrifyingly powerful. Do you not know? It was only after the Sword Emperor awakened his sword soul that he soared to greatness. Upon hearing this, a heaviness flickered in Zhou Xiao's eyes. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the earth. Within an inn room, Chun Feng had successfully refined a medicinal pill, holding in his hand a lustrous, jade-green elixir. This was the Tianxin revitalizing pill, capable of restoring one's spiritual roots. Without hesitation, Chun Feng consumed it, feeling the medicinal power disperse within him, converging towards his dantian, where a five-colored Tao lotus slowly began to bloom, greedily absorbing the overwhelming potency like a parched well yearning for water. After 2 hours, once the entire medicinal essence had been absorbed by the Tao lotus, a structure resembling an embryonic sac gradually emerged at its center, the innate Tao embryo. Suddenly, as the innate Tao embryo revealed itself, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to respond, frantically converging from all directions, akin to a deluge. The spectacle was far more magnificent than when Shun Tianlang awakened his sword soul. Endless spiritual energy coalesced into a radiant beam, piercing through the inn's roof and soaring into the heavens, tearing apart the previously desolate and dark sky. As the clouds parted, brilliant light radiated down, infusing the land with an overwhelming vitality that extended for miles, even influencing the imperial city thousands of miles away, where countless plants and flowers began to thrive once more. The air was filled with an invigorating essence of life. In barren deserts, withered trunks began to flourish anew, their lush branches stretching towards the sky like a spider's web. What is happening? The entire Ning nation was stunned by this unparalleled manifestation of nature, as the life force affected the land for miles around. Within the Sword Rain pavilion of the imperial city, a middle-aged man clad in white stood by the window, gazing into the courtyard below, where several previously withered plum trees rapidly blossomed before his eyes. Despite it being summer, a season not typically associated with blooming, the trees flourished with blossoms. Sword Emperor, what sort of divine phenomenon is this? A breathtakingly beautiful girl beside him exclaimed, captivated. I do not know. Even I cannot discern the origin of this spiritual root. The middle-aged man replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, where a beam of light ascended, coalescing into a blossoming Tao lotus, its multicolored petals releasing vibrant clouds that were utterly enchanting. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the sky. The previously boundless life force and the radiant Tao lotus vanished without a trace. It was apparent that someone had deliberately employed a powerful spell to conceal the heavenly secrets. Could that direction be where the sword soul awakened in Yen City? The middle-aged man murmured. Within the inn-room, Chun Feng absorbed all the celestial phenomena into his being before finally opening his eyes. How careless of me! I never anticipated that the innate Tao embryo would unleash such astounding manifestations. Chun Feng chuckled wryly. It was only logical. If the awakening of a sword soul could provoke such grand phenomena, the emergence of an ancient spiritual root like the innate Tao embryo would indeed be even more monumental. Fortunately, he had successfully activated a secret method to veil the explosion of this celestial wonder. It is time to seek a worthy sword. Chun Feng rose, feeling that his spiritual root had been restored, and his realm had ascended to the condensing sea stage. What he now lacked was an extraordinary sword. It is well known that possessing an exceptional sword could enhance a sword cultivator's power by at least 30%. Opening the door, he found Jiang Yin waiting outside. Upon seeing Chun Feng emerge, she scrutinized him curiously. You. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. For some reason, she could sense an elusive and extraordinary energy swirling around Chun Feng. This energy encompassed both the essence of the heavens and earth, as well as the vitality of life, along with the powers of the 5 elements, and so forth. Various forces of nature converged, forming a wondrous amalgamation of myriad energies. Chun Feng, however, was not actively channeling any techniques, yet this myriad of forces gravitated toward him effortlessly. This was the terrifying aspect of the innate Tao embryo. It innately attracted all paths, though Jiang Yin at present did not comprehend the intricacies involved. Come, accompany me on an outing, Chun Feng declared. Where to? She inquired. To seek a sword. Chun Feng stepped out of the inn, accompanied by Jiang Yin and Bauer, heading towards the martial arts market. This place was specifically designated for the trade of various martial arts goods, remaining open even during the night. As Chun Feng entered this expansive marketplace, Reminiscent of a grand plaza, he noticed a throng of people, with numerous gazes directed toward him. Of course, the attention was primarily on Jiang Yin, whose beauty was of the highest caliber within the entire Ning nation. Whether it was her stunningly cold visage or her exquisitely proportioned figure, she emanated a potent allure that captivated all. Moreover, she exuded an almost intoxicating fragrance, a result of her unique spiritual root, which only heightened her appeal to men. As many men gazed upon her, their eyes sparkled with a greedy fervor, their lips licking in anticipation, a powerful desire for conquest igniting within them. However, despite their attraction, few dared to approach. They sensed the overwhelming fluctuation of spiritual energy radiating from her, indicative of her mastery at the transformation realm level. In the realm of transformation, it is evident that even within the confines of Yin City, the prowess of individuals from the Huaxiang realm is unparalleled. The presence of a woman, approximately 20 years of age, indicates not only her exceptional talent, but also the formidable forces that support her. Previously, Jiang Yin felt discomfort under the intense gazes from men. However, today, she found herself oddly reveling in such attention. After being summoned repeatedly by Chun Feng over the past few days, she began to question her own allure. Yet it now appeared that her charm among men remained intact, while Chun Feng himself seemed less than a true man, oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him. Chun Feng strode directly into the largest establishment for precious artifacts within the market, the Lingbao Pavilion. Upon entering, he was met with a scathing voice that pierced through the air. Well, if it isn't the dog cast out by the Chun family. How brazen of you to appear at the martial arts fair without hiding. Chun Feng turned to see an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his expression dark and menacing. To think it would be you, such a fortuitous encounter. Chun Feng chuckled, surprised to find his old nemesis so soon after leaving the inn. The man was none other than Chun Hongsheng, the elder of the Chun family. Old man, I'd advise you to clean up your language. I presume you wouldn't want another slap across your face, would you? Chun Feng raised his hand, a smirk on his lips. Upon hearing this, Chun Hongsheng's face turned a shade of green with rage. You insolent wretch. One day, I shall turn you into minced meat. He spat through gritted teeth. Unfazed, Chun Feng coldly laughed, ignoring him as he proceeded further into the pavilion with Jiang Yin. Their confrontation quickly drew the attention of others within the Lingbao Pavilion. Is that the Chun family's fool, Chun Feng? I heard he was struck by lightning a few days ago, and now he is acting so audaciously after slaughtering Chun Xiu and Chun Shui with a single strike, with Chun Tianlang having awakened his sword spirit. How dare he show his face here? Whispered the onlookers. I wonder what enchantment Jiang family's young lady has fallen under to still be protecting him so closely. Amidst the hush gossip, Chun Feng paid them no mind. Young sir, what would you like to purchase? Inquired the middle-aged shopkeeper respectfully. The Lingbao Pavilion prides itself on neutrality, welcoming all who enter as guests. I desire a renowned sword, the finest you possess, Chun Feng declared. Ah, you've come to the right place. I have recently acquired 3 exceptional swords. The shopkeeper smiled faintly, stepping inside the store. Moments later, he emerged with 3 camphor wood boxes. Upon opening the first, a 5-foot-long azure sword was revealed, gleaming with a chilling brilliance. It bore a scale-like pattern, suggesting its capacity to slice through iron effortlessly. This sword, named Lingyu, is forged from azure crystal and took 7 days to craft, boasting remarkable hardness, capable of severing hair with ease, classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon. The shopkeeper demonstrated by dropping a strand of hair onto the blade, which severed silently. Jiang Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Though she was not a sword cultivator, she recognized the rarity of such a blade. Weapons are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, spirit, and mortal, each with upper, middle, and lower tiers. Although this sword was of the lower spirit grade, it transcended ordinary mortal weapons, making it a truly rare find. Chun Hongsheng's eyes lit up. This sword is impressive. Yet Chun Feng shook his head, dissatisfaction evident. I appreciate the craftsmanship, but I seek something else. Exchange it. Chun Hongsheng's expression darkened. He had no interest in a sword that Chun Feng deemed unworthy. I too shall pass on this one. Exchange it. The shopkeeper frowned, opening another camphor box to unveil a pure black ink sword, approximately 4.5 feet in length, its surface dark as night, even the edge appearing concealed. This is the high-end sword, crafted from sturdy black stone infused with fire essence, capable of unleashing formidable flames when wielded. The shopkeeper demonstrated, igniting the sword with a flick of his fingers, causing it to blaze with intense heat. Chun Feng surveyed the high-end sword but shook his head once more. Is there anything else? I require more options. The shopkeeper, undeterred by Chun Feng's pickiness, opened the final camphor box. Instantly, a radiant golden light flickered, coalescing into a beautiful sword, its hilt resembling a soaring wild goose. This is the Jingyan sword, crafted from dark gold copper and infused with the power of heavenly lightning. A mid-grade spiritual weapon. The shopkeeper beamed with pride. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a blinding golden lightning erupted from the blade, surpassing the previous swords in strength. Yet, to Chun Feng, even this did not meet his standards. Is there anything else? He inquired. The shopkeeper frowned, visibly frustrated. Sir, these 3 swords are the finest we possess. Are they still not to your liking? Though they are commendable, they lack a certain essence. A true sword must embody purity, free from superficial embellishments, yet capable of unleashing the most primal force. How pretentious! As if you, a fool, understand the nature of a sword. Chen Hongsheng scoffed, lifting the Jingyan sword and practicing a few swings, satisfied with its quality. I possess one more sword, though I fear you may not wish to see it. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied with a subtle smile. Show it to us. Chen Feng insisted. Without further ado, the shopkeeper approached a wall and pressed a hidden button. The wall slid open, revealing a concealed chamber filled with countless swords, akin to a tomb of blades. At the far end, suspended in the air, was a blood-red sword adorned with intricate dark runes. Unlike other swords, this one levitated in midair, unsupported by any visible means. A sinister crimson aura enveloped its blade, making it appear as though it were a cursed sword stained with the blood of countless victims. Chun Feng's gaze disregarded the other swords within the sword mount. His attention fixated solemnly upon this blood-red blade. It seemed to possess a form of vitality, creating an invisible barrier that repelled all other swords within a 100-meter radius, as if they instinctively wished to keep their distance. A sword spirit? Is this truly a sword spirit? Chun Feng was astonished that a sword with such an entity could exist in the barbaric realm of the Tianwu continent. However, it appeared that the sword spirit within this blade was currently in a state of confinement. This was a cursed sword. 5 previous buyers had perished within a month of acquiring it. Each time its owner met their demise, the sword would return to this mound, which was why he had taken the precaution of securing it in a hidden compartment. If you have the courage, you may purchase it, but I must declare that I bear no responsibility for any consequences that may arise, the shopkeeper warned gravely. He was eager to rid himself of the sword, yet no one dared to accept it. I have investigated. This sword has no rank and is named Tian Songyun, a demonic sword. Do not say I did not warn you. The previous 5 buyers were all sword cultivators of the transformation stage, yet they all met with untimely deaths. The middle-aged shopkeeper cautioned. Despite his earnest warnings, Chun Hongsheng could not suppress his excitement. The sword, surrounded by a dark red aura and floating majestically, appeared to be the sovereign of all blades. It was evident to any discerning eye that this sword far surpassed others, rendering comparisons futile. I want this sword, Chun Hongsheng exclaimed with unrestrained joy. With this sword, his power would surely increase by at least 30%. The shopkeeper sighed at Chun Hongsheng's exuberance and ceased to dissuade him. As a merchant, he had said enough and would not press further. Chun Hongsheng, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to enter the sword mound. However, before he could approach within 100 meters of the Tian Songyun sword, a ferocious gale suddenly swept from the depths of the hall. The overwhelming crimson aura erupted from the sword like a flood, its force akin to that of a primordial beast. Chun Hongsheng's eyes widened in shock. But before he could react, a terrifying power surged toward him, sending him crashing against the wall behind him. The impact forced a gasp of blood from his lips. His expression one of sheer horror. He was a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the condensing sea stage. What happened? Did you activate some mechanism, shopkeeper? Chun Hongsheng shouted, his voice darkening. This is not my doing. It is the sword's essence. Anyone below the transformation stage has no right to approach it, let alone wield it. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied helplessly. The other patrons in the shop were equally astonished. This sword, operating without a master, could overpower warriors beneath the transformation stage? What kind of terrifying demonic sword was this? At that moment, even the well-informed Jiang Yin stood frozen, her beautiful eyes fixated on the sword. With a single attack, it had gravely injured a skilled cultivator at the 9th level of the condensing sea stage. Perhaps you should choose from the other 3 swords. This one is beyond your reach, the shopkeeper said with a bitter smile, turning his gaze toward Chenfeng. He discerned that this young man was of a much lower realm, merely at the 1st level of the condensing sea stage. Advancing any further would only invite disaster. The other patrons echoed similar sentiments, their faces reflecting regret. They too were drawn to the sword. Yet with a cultivator of the 9th level already meeting such a dire fate, they knew they would only invite ruin upon themselves. Just as the middle-aged shopkeeper prepared to close the hidden compartment again, Chenfeng spoke up. "Wait, I want this sword." He then stepped forward into the hall, his eyes fixed on the Tian Tsongyun as he approached. "You." The shopkeeper was taken aback. Was this man truly mad? Many spectators wore expressions of disbelief. Even Chen Hongsheng, a master of the 9th level, had suffered such a fate, and yet this young man, merely at the 1st level, dared to approach the sword. "Young master, be careful," Bauer exclaimed anxiously, her hands clenched. Even Jiang Yin's expression turned grave. She could not comprehend Chen Feng's actions. After witnessing Chen Hongsheng's tragic outcome, how could he still dare to proceed? What an arrogant fool! Chen Hongsheng scoffed from a distance. He had already met with such misfortune. If Chen Feng approached, he would be lucky to escape with his life. Under the gaze of many, Chen Feng stepped forward, entering the 100-meter radius. Sure enough, the Tian Tsongyun sword unleashed another wave of overwhelming bloodlust, surging forth like a tidal wave. The very fabric of space trembled, and an unstoppable force bore down on Chen Feng. The ground beneath him began to crack, the oppressive aura of the sword instilling fear. Chen Feng understood that this was merely the sword spirit's pressure, not true spiritual energy. Immediately, he activated the 9 Dragons annihilation technique, feeling the 9-headed golden dragon, hidden within his dantian, awaken from its slumber. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's cry resonated throughout the universe, releasing an invisible pressure that surged forth like a tide. The collision of the 2 forces generated a dazzling spark at the center, illuminating the hall as if it were daytime. All the swords within the mound trembled, emitting a mournful resonance as if in submission. Despite the collision of these 2 immense pressures, Chen Feng stood resolutely in the hall, his stature akin to a spear, unwavering. Had he truly withstood it? All present were struck with astonishment. A cultivator at the condensing sea stage managing to endure the sword's oppressive force? How could such a feat be possible? Even a middle-aged shopkeeper wore an expression of disbelief. The previous 5 patrons had all been sent flying multiple times before they could claim the sword. What kind of anomaly was this young man? Jiang Yin's eyes widened in shock, her stunning features reflecting her astonishment. As the clash of dragon and sword pressure continued, powerful gusts of wind surged outward. Yet, Chen Feng did not falter. He pressed forward, each step intensifying the sword's oppressive force. The air itself seemed to tremble violently, the malevolent aura continuously released, striving to impede Chen Feng's advance. He felt as though he were bearing the weight of a massive stone. With each step, he left a half-finger-deep imprint in the ground. However, Chen Feng steadfastly refused to retreat even a single step. No force of sword pressure could impede my advance, not even the most formidable demonic blade. A profound determination shone in Chen Feng's eyes. The earth trembled subtly beneath him, as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. The ferocious might of a dragon erupted from within him, clashing against the oppressive sword pressure. To the astonishment of all present, they watched in disbelief as Chen Feng approached within 100 meters, then reached out, grasping the hilt of the sword. The blade quivered violently, seemingly resisting his touch. Still unwilling to submit, Chen Feng uttered coldly. Suddenly, from the depths of Chen Feng's spiritual sea, a scornful dragon's roar reverberated, and the unrestrained power of the dragon surged through his 108 meridians, infusing itself into the sword. The malevolent aura and dragon power collided fiercely. The dragon race, the sovereigns of the ancient demon realm, wielded dragon power, known as the foremost of all strengths. Amidst the overwhelming clash of dragon power, the malicious energy gradually receded, as if being sealed back within the blade. In an instant, the previously trembling Tian Song Yun sword calmed. Chun Feng smiled faintly and drew the sword. With a swift motion, a dark red sheen, reminiscent of demonic blood, flowed down the hilt, enveloping the entire blade, radiating a razor-sharp cold light that seemed capable of severing the very stars. It was dazzling and resplendent. Indeed, I shall claim this sword, Chun Feng declared, turning to the middle-aged proprietor in the distance. The proprietor shuddered, stumbling and falling to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. It worked. He truly tamed the demonic sword. All within the shop gaped in astonishment, incredulous that a mere first-tier condensation C cultivator could subdue a sword that even ninth-tier condensation C cultivators could not tame. It was utterly fantastical. This young man, Jiang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, even Chun Hongsheng, lurking in the corner, was taken aback, his gaze soon darkening with immense hatred. This fellow had truly succeeded. Proprietor, I want this sword. Just then, an incongruous voice broke through from the entrance. Under everyone's scrutiny, a young man and woman stepped inside. The man donned an ancient blue robe, his features strikingly handsome, a true dragon among men. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her delicate features framed by long, inky black hair cascading down to her waist. Her graceful figure, wrapped in a flowing white gown, exuded elegance and pride. Who would have thought that upon arriving in this fiery city, we would chance upon such a magnificent sword? What a tremendous fortune, the young man exclaimed, turning to his companion. Sister Ruyu, it seems our luck is indeed quite remarkable. Qin Ruyu nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Though it is a demonic sword, it surpasses countless renowned blades of Ning country. This sword should rightfully be mine, lest its brilliance be squandered. Upon seeing the pair, the patrons of the shop exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of surprise and excitement. Could it be that they are the esteemed disciples of the Sword Emperor, Ji Gaoming and Qin Ruyu? What brings them here from the royal city? Whispers erupted among the crowd, as rumors spread that the Sword Emperor intended to accept Chun Tianlang of the Chun family as his disciple. The two young prodigies were no strangers to the people of Ning country, where the renowned talent rankings documented the most exceptional individuals. Ruyu, Jiang Yin, upon recognizing Qin Ruyu, was equally astonished. Instructor Jiang? Qin Ruyu's icy demeanor melted upon spotting her mentor amidst the crowd, her face lighting up with joy. Ruyu, I thought you were training under the Sword Emperor. What brings you to this fiery city? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. The Sword Emperor sent me here. Qin Ruyu replied. He has decided to take Chun Tianlang as his disciple, which is why I'm here to bring him to the royal city. Her words left the entire assembly in shock. The rumors were indeed true. The Sword Emperor, the foremost swordsman of Ning country, intended to accept Chun Tianlang as his disciple. The Chun family was on the verge of an unstoppable ascent. Chun Hongsheng, hearing this, was immediately filled with excitement, disregarding his injuries as he scrambled to his feet. Rushing forward, Miss Ruyu, I am Chun Tianlang's grandfather. Is it true? The Sword Emperor truly wishes to take him as his disciple? He asked, trembling with anticipation. Qin Ruyu nodded. Indeed, it is true. With the awakening of his sword soul, only 3 individuals across Ning country possess such potential. The Sword Emperor, unwilling to let Chun Tianlang's talent languish, has decided to accept him as his disciple. Ha! Heaven bless the Chun family. Chun Hongsheng exclaimed, his laughter echoing with pride. To be accepted as a disciple of the Sword Emperor meant boundless prospects. Perhaps one day, the Chun family would produce a true Sword Emperor, gaining respect even from the Emperor himself. Suddenly, Chun Hongsheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Chun Feng, his voice laced with venom. Chun Feng, hand over that sword at once. You are utterly unworthy to wield it. At that moment, all eyes were on Chun Feng, aware that with Chun Tianlang's acceptance as the Sword Emperor's disciple, the Chun family was destined for greatness. Who would dare to offend them? In response, Chun Feng tightened his grip on the demonic sword, raising an eyebrow. Old fool, do you have no shame? If you cannot withstand the sword's malevolent aura, that is your own incompetence. Blame yourself. Chen Hongxing's face flushed with rage of being insulted, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. You little wretch, do you truly think I hesitate to act against you? If you do not relinquish that sword today, I shall ensure your blood stains the ground. Not only Chen Hongxiang, but also Ji Gaoming, Qin Ruyu, and many patrons within Ling Bao Pavilion cast eager glances at the sword in Chen Feng's grasp. Despite the numerous ominous legends surrounding it, the sword was undeniably unparalleled. To let such a blade fall into the hands of a mere first-tier condensation sea cultivator was a sheer waste. Young master, we should leave. Bauer timidly tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's sleeve, her voice quivering. The atmosphere was tense, and many had set their sights on the sword he held. She feared that if conflict erupted, her young master would be beset by foes. At that moment, Qin Ruyu glanced at Chen Feng, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing her features. Though it was brief, it did not escape Chen Feng's notice. He suddenly recalled that he had an engagement contract with her. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruyu raised her head, her expression frosty, and approached Chen Feng. As she approached, the faces of all within Ling Bao Pavilion shifted to one of intrigue. I recall that Qin Ruyu's mother was once merely a maid, who shared a sisterly bond with Chen Feng's mother. When she gave birth to her daughter, a betrothal was established with Chen Feng. Indeed, such events transpired. Yet now, Qin Ruyu has entered the esteemed tutelage of the Sword Emperor, soaring to great heights. While the entire Qin family has ascended to a position of immense power within the imperial city, rendering that marriage contract nearly obsolete, one cannot help but anticipate the ensuing spectacle. It remains to be seen how these two perceive this engagement. Although Chen Feng is no longer the fool he once was, the notion of him marrying someone as exalted as Qin Ru, you would undoubtedly liken him to a flower blooming in a pile of dung. The crowd grew increasingly animated, openly ridiculing Chen Feng without restraint. He remained indifferent to their harsh taunts, for he understood that in this world, strength reigns supreme. The powerful wield authority, while the weak are destined to be trampled upon. Though Chen Feng's mother and Qin Ruyu's mother once shared a bond akin to sisterhood, their current standings are worlds apart. You are Chen Feng? Qin Ruyu inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, he replied. I have heard that you killed Chen Shui and Chen Xiao. Do you seek vengeance for them? Chen Feng scoffed. I have no ties to them, and their fates are of no concern to me. However, while you may have shed your foolishness and succeeded in killing Chen Shui and Chen Xiao, what does that signify? Have you witnessed the awe-inspiring sight of a sword cleaving 100-zhang mountain? Have you seen a person soaring through the heavens on a sword? Have you encountered a formidable warrior who can slay generals amidst a sea of soldiers? No, I believe you have not. Qin Ruyu stated, her face impassive. Huh? Chen Feng laughed, the reason for his mirth a mystery. Qin Ruyu continued, in the Tianwu continent, one's spiritual root determines their martial talent and the heights they can achieve in martial arts. I awakened my innate sword soul, began my sword training at 7, mastered a sword technique by 9, entered the Ninghai realm at 11, and became a disciple of the Sword Emperor at 15. Now, at 17, I am a formidable sword cultivator. I share this not to boast of my strength, but to illustrate that we inhabit entirely different worlds. At this juncture, Qin Ruyu perhaps felt her words were overly harsh. Her tone softened. There is no shame in being ordinary. Living a mundane life can be quite fulfilling. However, you must understand that some individuals are beyond your reach. Chen Feng smiled, his deep gaze locking onto her exquisite visage. Qin Ruyu, when you refer to some individuals, are you speaking of yourself? Qin Ruyu lifted her fair neck, exuding pride akin to a swan, and replied, indeed. We are from two disparate worlds. Therefore, do not harbor any illusions about me. My purpose here is not only to escort Chen Tianlang back, but also to deliver this marriage dissolution to you. Upon finishing her statement, she opened her delicate hand, revealing an ancient ring that shimmered briefly, from which a white paper and a banknote of 1,000 taels materialized in her palm. An interspatial ring? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the assembly. Such a rare treasure is scarcely found in the entirety of Ning country, owned only by the most prominent figures. And now Qin Ruyu possesses one, signifying her esteemed position under the Sword Emperor. She extended the divorce papers and the banknote, stating, from this day forth, our marriage is officially annulled. This document is for you, and 1,000 taels serve as compensation, sufficient for you to live comfortably for the remainder of your life. Laughable. This Chun family's fool is truly unfortunate, being cast aside by a woman. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter at the absurdity of a woman issuing a divorce to a man, a tradition that has always seen men writing to women. What a sight to behold. If I were him, I would be too ashamed to show my face again. Within the Lingbao pavilion, onlookers could no longer contain their mirth. Bursting into laughter, Jiang Yin furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure crossing her features, yet she felt powerless. She had originally come to Yin City for this very matter, intending to grant Chun Feng dignity. However, Qin Ruyu's actions were more ruthless, presenting the divorce papers before everyone, leaving Chun Feng with no semblance of pride. Should this incident spread, it could forever tarnish Chun Feng's reputation. Chen Hongsheng also joined in the laughter. Chun Feng, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? Bauer could no longer bear the scene, exclaiming, Qin Ruyu, you are being excessively cruel. Do you truly believe my young master wishes to associate with you? In time, he is destined to be a dragon among men. If that day comes, it will not be that he is unworthy of you, but rather that you are unworthy of him. A dragon among men? Is that a joke? The crowd erupted in laughter at Bauer's remarks. Even those like Zhu Gaoming and Shen Hongsheng were doubled over in amusement. Qin Ruyu shook her head, finding it utterly absurd. If that day were to come, I would not regret it. This divorce is final. Qin Ruyu. Bauer's countenance turned icy, wishing to say more, but was halted by Chen Feng. He raised his hand, taking the divorce papers from her grasp. With a self-deprecating smile, he reflected on his past life, where he had traversed the realms, overshadowing countless prodigies and captivating the hearts of unparalleled beauties. Yet in this life, he found himself rejected by a woman. How ironic. This world remains as harshly realistic as ever. Without strength, one can lose even the most basic dignity. Chun Feng's understanding of this harsh reality deepened. Young master, Bauer's eyes glistened with tears, witnessing the discomfort etched on Chun Feng's face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon seeing Chun Feng accept the divorce papers, a satisfied expression graced Qin Ruyu's features. This is as it should be. One cannot dwell in illusions forever. Embracing an ordinary life is acceptable. However, scarcely had Qin Ruyu and Appo's words faded when Chun Feng, unexpectedly, tore the divorce papers in two. You! How dare you! Qin Ruyu's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. To publicly shred her divorce papers was akin to slapping her face. Qin Ruyu, I must assert that you are exceedingly arrogant. You must realize that there are always greater powers beyond your own. The sword's soul and spiritual root you boast of is not a guarantee of superiority. Chun Feng spoke coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. As the papers fell to the ground, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly to one of stunned silence. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom Chun Feng's audacity in tearing the divorce papers asunder. Qin Ruyu's cheeks froze with anger. Do not think that by tearing these papers, you can truly escape this marriage. There is no possibility between us. The marriage is annulled. Huh. Your eagerness to dissolve our engagement suggests there must be other motivations at play, Chun Feng replied with a cold smile. Qin Ruyu's cold cheeks gradually calmed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with waves of light. Tang Long, the third prince of the current emperor of Ningwa, awakened his solar spiritual root at the age of 5. Began sword practice at 6, comprehended all martial arts meridians by 10, achieving the condensing sea realm, broke into the transforming image realm at 13, and grasped sword intent at 16, becoming a master of the sword path. Now at 25, he stands as the foremost figure on the Ningwa talents list. He possesses extraordinary talent, along with the rare solar spiritual root, and is also a 4th-tier alchemist, dual cultivating both swordsmanship and alchemy, truly unparalleled. He is the genius I, Qin Ruyue, should marry, not a worthless person like you. Qin Ruyue's declaration echoed through the silent Lingbao pavilion, akin to a bombshell. The mere title of the third prince already instills a sense of helplessness. Moreover, this individual possesses the exceptionally rare solar spiritual root, which is even scarcer than the sword's soul spiritual root. Those endowed with such a root inherently possess absolute control over the power of flames. The Ningwa talents list gathers all the prodigies of Ningwa. To be at the top of this list signifies that one has surpassed all others. The fact that he is also a fourth-tier alchemist? In all of Ningwa, those who reach the fourth tier are typically in their 60s or 70s. Yet the third prince has achieved this at merely 25. Dual cultivating swordsmanship and alchemy is truly a prodigy of the ages. This is the true genius of our time. Who can rival him? No wonder Qin Ryue is so eager to annul her engagement. She has her sights set on the third prince. It is understandable, as he is a formidable contender for the throne, with over a 70% chance of inheriting it. Should Qin Ryue marry the third prince, it would indeed be a marriage into a noble family, elevating the entire Qin clan, and she could very well become the future empress. However, with her sword, soul, spiritual root, and being the esteemed disciple of the Sword Emperor, along with her beauty and exceptional talent, only she is worthy of the current third prince. Qin Ryue and the third prince are truly a match made in heaven, while Chen Feng is merely a disruptor. The atmosphere erupted into a clamor, filled with astonished expressions. A mere waste of the Chun family compared to a once-in-a-millennium genius. Anyone with a semblance of sense would choose the latter. Qin Ryue raised her delicate head, her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with pride. The third prince and I are the true union of dragon and phoenix, destined to soar above the heavens. As for you, your fate is to remain a frog at the bottom of a well. We exist in entirely different realms. Dragon and phoenix? Chen Feng chuckled. Who is truly the frog at the bottom of the well? Enough. You wish to break the engagement. I can grant that, but not at this moment. Chen Feng replied. Oh. Qin Ryue coldly laughed. At this time, do you still harbor delusions? How long do you intend to drag this out? At the Flame City Challenge in 5 days. Once I defeat Qin Tianlang, I shall publicly annul our engagement. But remember, it is I who annuls it, not you. You do not cast me off, rather, I shall cast you aside. Chen Feng declared, each word heavy and resonant. Defeat Qin Tianlang? You dare to say such a thing? Though he may not match me, he is still a wielder of the sword soul and will achieve greatness in time. Do you not find such claims ridiculous? Qin Ryue scoffed. In 5 days, you shall see whether this is a jest. Chen Feng countered. Very well, I shall grant you 5 days. As for your assertion of being the one to annul our engagement, I believe the hearts of the people will know who truly cast whom aside. Qin Ryue sneered. Once news of the annulment spreads, even if Chen Feng protests, the world will perceive it as Qin Ryue breaking off the engagement due to the evident disparity in their strengths. Let's go bow. Chen Feng disregarded Qin Ryue, tossing down 1,000 taels of silver before striding out of the Lingbao pavilion. The middle-aged owner caught the silver note, excitement bubbling within him. He had been unable to give away the sword for free, yet now it had sold for 1,000 taels, bringing him immense joy. Jiang Yin cast a complicated glance at Qin Ryue. Had this been before arriving in Flame City, she might have deemed Qin Ryue's actions as justified. Yet after witnessing Chen Feng effortlessly draft a fourth-tier alchemical formula and rise in merely 2 hours from a mere waste to a master of the condensing sea realm, she found herself bewildered. All these events indicated that Chen Feng was far more extraordinary than he appeared. Thus, in this annulment, she was unsure who would suffer the greater loss. Sighing, Jiang Yin turned to follow Chen Feng, acutely aware that her life was still in his hands. Stop! Just as Chen Feng was about to step out of the Lingbao pavilion, an incongruous voice rang out. Turning around, he saw the previously silent Zhu Gaoming. Though the matter with Qin Ryue is settled, the sword in your hand has yet to be negotiated. Surrender the sword, and you may leave. Otherwise, you shall not exit this Lingbao pavilion unscathed. Zhu Gaoming sneered. At this moment, everyone regained their focus. Earlier distracted by the engagement matter, they had nearly forgotten that this individual held an extraordinary sword, which he could not simply take away. This sword was purchased by me first, and I have already paid for it. Does this disturb you? Chen Feng retorted coldly. You, a mere waste, are unworthy of this sword. Leave it here, and I shall buy it for 2,000 taels, enough for you to profit. Zhu Gaoming proclaimed grandly. Like Qin Ryue, he was an esteemed disciple of the Sword Emperor, with undeniable strength and status. Only in his hands could the sword reach its fullest potential. You are too much. This sword was personally retrieved by our young master and purchased by him first. Why should he sell it to you? Bauer retorted, her face flushed with anger. Zhu Gaoming smiled faintly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Purchasing the sword does not equate to possessing it. Again, I assert, he is unworthy of this sword. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. It was evident that Zhu Gaoming coveted the sword, and being a disciple of the Sword Emperor, he surely possessed formidable strength. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. This unfortunate fellow, having just been publicly humiliated with the annulment, was now being pressured into a forced sale. Many spectators showed keen interest, eager to see how this young man would navigate the situation. If he refused to sell, given Zhu Gaoming's temperament, it was clear he would not allow Chen Feng to leave the Lingbao pavilion unscathed. Chen Feng turned, his deep eyes remaining as tranquil as an ancient well, and calmly stated, "You wish to take the sword from me? Very well, I shall sell it to you for 10 million taels, and you may take it away." 10 million taels? At this figure, the crowd was momentarily stunned. It was indeed a bold demand. With a mere 1,000 taels purchased, one would have to sell it for 10 million taels, resulting in an astronomical price increase of 10,000 times. In all of Ningwa, it is unlikely anyone could produce such a sum instantaneously. "You insignificant wretch, do you dare toy with me?" Zhu Gaoming's countenance twisted into a menacing snarl, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, a chilling glimmer swirling within. "It appears you have no intention of willingly relinquishing this sword. Do not blame me for my ruthless disposition." Suddenly, Zhu Gaoming lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious torrent of fiery spiritual energy that instantaneously elevated the temperature within the Lingbao pavilion. The 8th level of the condensing sea realm? The crowd gasped in astonishment, sensing the overwhelming aura. This individual is indeed formidable, judging by his appearance. He could scarcely be 18, younger than Qin Ryue, yet he has already attained such a realm. It is evident that his talent is extraordinarily remarkable. With a swift motion, Zhu Gaoming vanished from sight, the air vibrating with the sound of rushing wind. In the next moment, he appeared before Chen Feng like a specter, his fist clenched and aimed fiercely at Chen Feng's chest. The explosive force surged forth like a flood, displaying no hint of restraint. Evidently, he intended to show no mercy. In response, Chen Feng stood motionless. Has he surrendered? A trace of mockery flickered in Zhu Gaoming's eyes as the fist continued its relentless advance with even greater ferocity. Just as the blow was about to connect with Chen Feng's chest, the latter suddenly moved. He tilted his body at an exceptionally acute angle, deftly evading the oncoming fist. In the blink of an eye, his fingers transformed into a palm, radiant golden spiritual energy dancing at his fingertips, brimming with overwhelming dominance, and he struck forward. So swift, Zhu Gaoming was taken aback. In a moment of urgency, he raised his other arm to shield his chest. The sound of impact resonated, reverberating through the Lingbao pavilion as if it were trembling. Zhu Gaoming's form was forcefully propelled backward, staggering several steps before crashing against the wall behind him. The wall itself bore the brunt of the collision, fracturing into visible spiderweb-like cracks that rapidly spread. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhu Gaoming's mouth. In that instant, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 14. A single move to repel the enemy. Declare one's stance in an instant. The atmosphere became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Every gaze was fixated on the disheveled figure of Zhu Gaoming, before shifting to the calm and composed Chen Feng not far away. After a considerable pause, gasps of astonishment echoed rapidly throughout the Lingbao pavilion. How could this be possible? The middle-aged proprietor stood frozen, grappling with the reality that a mere first realm of the condensing sea had, with a single move, repelled a master of the 8th realm. One extraordinary display of overcoming realms. Even the most gifted prodigies could typically only leap over one realm, while the likes of Qin Ryue or Chen Tianlang, renowned talents of ages past, could manage a maximum of 3. Yet here was Chen Feng, transcending a staggering 7 realms. 7 realms. This individual had not only crossed 7 realms in battle, but had also gained the upper hand. What unfathomable power was this? It was not just the middle-aged proprietor who was astonished. Even the onlookers within the Lingbao pavilion gaped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a reality that felt surreal. When had this young scoundrel become so formidable? Chen Hongsheng gritted his teeth, his disbelief palpable. At that moment, Even the frost-covered visage of Qin Rue revealed a flicker of astonishment as her beautiful eyes widened in incredulity at the unfolding scene. She was well aware of Zhu Gaoming's prowess, an extraordinary talent, undoubtedly accepted as a disciple by the Sword Emperor due to his exceptional skills. Though young, he had already attained the 8th realm of the condensing sea, trampling countless peers within the imperial city beneath his feet. And now, he was being forced back by a mere waste? This boy must have resorted to some despicable, lowly tactics. Qin Rue clenched her silver teeth, inwardly cursing. If it had been a fair fight, Qin Feng would have undoubtedly fallen to Zhu Gaoming within 3 moves. A trace of shock also flickered in Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes. In the distance, Zhu Gaoming struggled to his feet, a dark cloud of fury shadowing his face as he glared at Qin Feng with eyes like a venomous serpent. "You little brat, I will surely have your head." The pride of an 8th realm master, thwarted by a mere waste. Such humiliation was unbearable. Boom! In a heartbeat, a more violent surge of crimson, spiritual energy erupted like a tidal wave, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He lunged forward, his body moving like a leopard. Seeing this, Qin Feng remained motionless. Suddenly, an exquisite figure appeared before him. "Ha!" A melodious cry resonated, and the aura of an 8th realm in the transformation stage erupted, creating a fierce gust that sent Zhu Gaoming staggering back. Yet, her intention was not to harm him, merely to force him back. Nonetheless, even a mere show of strength from an 8th realm master was enough to inflict significant pain upon Zhu Gaoming. "Miss Jiang, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Gaoming raised his head, his face flushed with rage, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he growled. Jiang Yin's sudden intervention caught him off guard. Not only him, but even Qin Rue, witnessing this scene from a distance, was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Jiang Yin would stand alongside Qin Feng. "Jiang Laoshe, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Rue inquired, filled with confusion. "Qin Rue, Zhu Gaoming, cease your actions." Jiang Yin urged kindly, her voice firm. Chen Hongxing's expression darkened as he interjected, "Miss Jiang, are you being coerced by this little scoundrel? Why do you repeatedly defend him? First within the Chun family, now within the Lingbao Pavilion, even risking offense to 2 prodigies, Qin Rue and Zhu Gaoming, to stand by Chun Feng's side." He simply could not comprehend what was going on in Jiang Yin's mind. What merit could possibly lie in protecting a fool? "Jiang Laoshe, have you been threatened by him?" Qin Rue pressed further. "This is a personal matter, unrelated to the Yunhai Academy, nor to my family," Jiang Yin declared, her voice cold and resolute. "Today, I stand by Qin Feng. Whoever dares to harm him will face me." She had made her stance clear. Without a word, Qin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhu Gaoming and Qin Rue before turning away, striding towards the exit of the Lingbao Pavilion. Bauer quickly followed suit. Jiang Yin glanced back at Qin Rue, their eyes meeting. Qin Rue's gaze held confusion, tinged with an unspoken inquiry. She longed for Jiang Yin to provide a reasonable explanation. Perhaps that she was merely coerced by Qin Feng, so that she could unhesitatingly strike him down, ensuring he would not escape unscathed. However, no such explanation came. Jiang Yin offered no further words, simply turning to follow Qin Feng. Inside the Lingbao Pavilion, all eyes exchanged glances, filled with bewilderment. No one had anticipated that this fool, who had languished in Yinshan town for 17 years, would elicit such loyalty from the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family. "Qin Feng, what methods have you employed to ensnare my teacher's heart?" Qin Rue clenched her fists, her resentment towards Qin Feng deepening. She simply could not fathom what had transpired since Jiang Yin arrived in Yinshan town that she remained oblivious to. Upon leaving the Lingbao Pavilion, Qin Feng turned to Jiang Yin, astonished. "I didn't expect you to intervene just now." He had assumed she would remain a mere spectator, as she had always waited for him to initiate before offering assistance. This was a remarkable exception. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes at him. "If you were to be killed, would I not be destined to follow you in death 2 years later?" "Ha ha ha. Fear not, I am not so easily dispatched." Qin Feng laughed. "When will you help me with my ailment?" Jiang Yin inquired. "After 5 days, once the challenge is concluded, I shall aid you, and then return your freedom." "How's that sound?" Qin Feng replied. Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Qin Feng might leverage her as a lifeline to keep her close. given the protection of an 8th realm master was not something one could easily come by. Yet, he had unexpectedly set a short deadline of 5 days. Very well. Jiang Yin smiled faintly, her heart seemingly lightened, but soon her brows furrowed in concern. By the way, do you feel confident for the upcoming challenge? Your opponent possesses a sword soul spiritual root, one of the rarest in the entire Ning kingdom, aside from the Sword Emperor and Qin Ruyue. Chun Feng, with his blood-red sword slung over his back, pondered momentarily before replying with a mysterious smile. Who knows? Jiang Yin was taken aback, then sighed in resignation. Is that your answer? So dismissive. Chun Feng shook his head, refraining from further comment, his deep gaze fixed upon the night sky, where the stars twinkled, casting a gentle glow upon his youthful countenance, pure yet imbued with a newfound sharpness. Jiang Yin observed Chun Feng in this moment, slightly taken aback. For some reason, she felt he had transformed in comparison to before. That icy demeanor and arrogance seemed to have tempered considerably in her presence. Was it because of my intervention just now? Jiang Yin wondered. Let us return. Chun Feng gently patted Jiang Yin's head, taking strides towards the inn. Jiang Yin gradually came to her senses, the air still seemingly infused with the faint scent of mint that the youth had left behind. A delicate blush crept onto the young girl's cheeks. Hey, why are you touching my head? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. This little rascal had the audacity to tease her again. He was becoming increasingly bold. Yet, despite her reprimands, an undeniable smile lingered on her lips. She could sense that Chun Feng's demeanor towards her had indeed shifted. At least he was no longer so indifferent. 5 fleeting days had passed, during which the news of Chun Tianlong's life-and-death challenge had spread like wildfire throughout Yin City. Countless talented individuals, upon learning of this, felt a surge of excitement, each eager to take on Chun Tianlang. Defeating him would grant them instant fame. After all, he was a prodigy with an awakened sword soul. The opportunity to best him lay solely in this moment, before he fully tapped into the potential of his sword soul. Once he had time to cultivate, it would be unlikely for anyone else to surpass him. Throughout these 5 days, Chun Feng had scarcely ventured out of the inn, becoming wholly engrossed in his training. Jiang Yin, wishing to ensure Chun Feng's absolute safety during this period, refrained from her own training and stood guard at his door each day. As the scorching sun of the 6th day cast its rays upon Yin City, the once quiet metropolis began to stir with fervor. It had been a century since anyone had dared to establish a life-and-death arena in Yin City, and now, with Chun Tianlang, the wielder of Sword Soul, setting up such a challenge, various factions were taking notice. With the financial backing of the Chun family and the support of the City Lord's office, a grand arena had been erected in just 5 days. As the vast city bustled, throngs of people flocked towards the city center, where sprawling plaza was already teeming with figures. From above, one could see the sea of heads numbering in the thousands. Surrounding the plaza, numerous towering structures housed spectators eager to witness the event. The air buzzed with a cacophony of discussions and excitement, and at the forefront of the plaza stood elevated platforms where the major powers of Yin City had gathered. It seemed that Chun Tianlang intended to leverage this life-and-death arena to build momentum for himself. In the past, only the exceptionally gifted Ye Beixuan Sword Emperor had taken to the arena, challenging countless talents and carving out an invincible path. It appeared Chun Tianlang aspired to follow in those footsteps and forge his own path of supremacy. Yet, whether he could achieve this remained uncertain. Not everyone possessed the innate genius of the Ye Beixuan Sword Emperor. Amidst the clamor, the city lord gazed down at the throng below, contemplating the implications. Should Chun Tianlang emerge victorious today, there would be nothing to impede the rise of the Chun family. In the center of the platform, Chun Tianlang donned a flowing azure robe, a matching long sword resting on his back, its blade shimmering like a clear pond under the blazing sun, revealing itself to be a remarkable weapon of exceptional quality. Beside him stood Chun Tianhai and other elders. With our ancestors watching over us, our Chun family has finally produced a prodigy of eternal renown. From this day forth, we shall embark on a glorious path, Chun Hongsheng proclaimed, bowing respectfully to the heavens. Then turning his hopeful gaze towards Chun Tianlang. Today marks your debut, my grandson. Show no mercy to any enemy that dares to challenge you. Carve out your own path to invincibility. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement. The life and death arena was a matter of life and death. Anyone who stepped onto the platform must be prepared to face their fate. Chun Tianlang smiled slightly, responding, "For those who dare to challenge me, I shall not hold back." Elder Zhu Gao Ming stood beside him, adding, "Young disciple, with the Sword Emperor now your master, even if you were to defeat all the talents in Yin City today, you need not fear retaliation from their factions. With the Sword Rain Pavilion backing us, no matter how formidable the forces may be, we shall not waver." "Understand?" Chun Tianlang replied with a calm smile. In the crowd, Qin Riyue cast a glance at the expansive plaza, and upon realizing Chun Feng was absent, she smirked coldly. "So, Chun Feng, you claimed you would challenge Chun Tianlang, yet now you do not even dare to show your face?" At her words, Zhu Gao Ming chuckled, "Sister Riyue, you overestimate that waste. In front of this many onlookers, should he dare to step up, he would likely meet his end with a single strike. I wager he has already scurried off to some corner to hide." Qin Riyue smiled. "Indeed, I have overestimated him. After all, he is merely a waste." The throng continued to swell beneath the plaza, showing no signs of diminishing. Finally, when the appointed hour arrived, the city lord emerged from the elevated platform, surveying the sea of gathered faces and declaring, "Today marks the life and death arena. Those who step onto the stage shall accept their fates. Any courageous individual under the age of 30 may challenge. Thus, the life and death challenge officially begins." With the city lord's proclamation, the tolling of a bell resonated through the air. Chun Tianlang leaped down to the square arena, sword on his back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stood defiantly before the crowd. "I am here." In an instant, a powerful youth could no longer restrain himself, leaping onto the platform. He was a robust young man, wielding a pair of massive iron hammers that weighed nearly 100 pounds. With a sword-soul body, "If I can kill you, my name will echo throughout Ning country." The muscular youth licked his lips, eyes alight with fervent battle intent. "I am Wang Yang, here to seek guidance. Do not trouble yourself with names, for I shall not remember the name of one destined to die." Chun Tianlang replied with a dismissive smirk. With little hesitation, Wang Yang unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, his foot striking the arena with such force that he leaped forward like a tiger, closing the distance to Chun Tianlang in mere moments. His dual hammers descended upon Chun Tianlang's head with crushing force. Yet, Chun Tianlang had no intention of drawing his sword. The audacity of this youth only fueled Wang Yang's ire, his expression darkening at the perceived arrogance. However, just as the hammers were about to make contact, Chun Tianlang deftly sidestepped at an awkward angle, then struck with 2 fingers, piercing Wang Yang's throat. Blood sprayed, splattering across the arena's surface. Wang Yang clutched his throat, gasping, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "To challenge me with such paltry skill? How foolish!" Chun Tianlang remarked, stepping forward to kick Wang Yang's body off the platform. Young, a middle-aged man below wept bitterly. In that instant, the crowd fell into stunned silence, the previously raucous plaza now cloaked in an eerie quiet. In a mere moment, a formidable warrior at the 4th level of the condensing sea realm was vanquished in an instant. He didn't even have time to unsheath his sword from behind. Has this prodigy of the Chun family truly reached such an extraordinary level? "Next," Chun Tianlang declared coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. The recent display had left the onlookers in awe. No one had anticipated such overwhelming strength from him. After a brief silence, a young man clad in a dark robe gritted his teeth and leaped forward. "I am Late Song, here to seek guidance." The young man in the dark robe clasped his fists. "I have said it before. The names of the dying are beyond my memory." Chun Tianlang replied with a cold sneer. His arrogant demeanor incited a fresh wave of murmurs among the crowd. Unfazed by the disdainful words, the young man in the dark robe unsheathed a silver spear from behind him. Without further ado, he charged forth, unleashing a tempestuous force akin to thunder. The spear weaving through the air towards Chun Tianlang, its energy resonating at the 6th level of the condensing sea realm, far surpassing the previous bulky youth. Nevertheless, as the thunderous spear approached, Chun Tianlang remained unperturbed, not drawing his sword, but simply curling his fingers to meet the attack. Clang! The spear collided with his fingers, sparks flying, and astonishingly, the spear was halted, unable to advance even a fraction further. Still merely a waste. Chen Tianlang scoffed, transforming his fingers into a palm. Forcefully gripping the spear, and stepping forward to deliver a punch aimed directly at the young man's heart. The young man's expression changed drastically, and by the time he considered evading, it was too late. Boom! The resounding impact echoed, and the young man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to fall outside the arena. His heart shattered, he perished on the spot. Sanger! A wail of grief erupted from the crowd. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. So powerful, too powerful. No one had anticipated that even a warrior at the 6th level of the Condensing Sea realm could not withstand 3 moves against Chen Tianlang. Everyone had foreseen that Chen Tianlang would be formidable, yet they could never have imagined he had reached such heights. A peerless genius indeed. Next, Chen Tianlang continued to call out. However, the atmosphere was now steeped in an oppressive silence. Those who had previously been eager to challenge him quivered in fear, no longer daring to step onto the stage. Is there anyone left? Come forth. In this vast Yen city, is there not a single courageous soul? Chen Tianlang bellowed again. The arena remained silent. What a collection of cowardly trash, he derisively remarked. Below the stage, numerous martial artists clenched their fists, feeling humiliated by the brazen insults. Yet still, no one dared to challenge him. Is there anyone willing to step forward? Damn it, I established this life-and-death challenge, and without even drawing my sword. You all cower in fear. I should have known I needn't have set up this arena. Chen Tianlang continued his taunts. The audience was incensed, their faces flushed with anger at his blatant disrespect. This man was utterly insufferable. I shall take the stage. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from within the crowd. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source, revealing a young man dressed in a light blue robe, emerging from the parted throng, a sword slung across his back. Accompanying him was an exceptionally beautiful young woman and a maid no older than 16. Chen Feng, upon seeing this figure, the elders of the Chen family on the platform were momentarily stunned. Then, Chen Hongsheng broke into a wild grin. This little brat dares to come. It seems I need not send anyone to hunt him down. He has delivered himself to his own demise. As Chen Feng approached confidently, undeterred by Chen Tianlang's previous slaughter, the city lord's gaze sharpened on him. Is this the foolish one from the Chen family? He appears different. Such poise is not typical of an ordinary person. Behind him, the city lord's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao, also expressed surprise. This demeanor far surpassed that of the other challengers. What a pity. The Chen family has mistreated him so often. Otherwise, with both Chen Feng and Chen Tianlang as their talents, the rise of the Chen family would be assured. Many clan leaders shook their heads. Now, with the 2 prodigies of the Chen family in conflict, no matter which fell, it would be a significant loss for the clan. Yet Chen Hongsheng was not of the same mind. Upon seeing Chen Feng's arrival, he grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with vengeful intent, and shouted toward the vast arena. Tianlang, don't let him die too easily. First, disable his limbs. I want him to kneel on this stage and repent before Chen Shui and Chen Xiu. He sought to humiliate Chen Feng before the multitude. Chen Tianlang smirked, showing no interest in avenging Chen Shui and Chen Xiu. However, the idea of rendering Chen Feng limbless and forcing him to kneel on the stage was indeed appealing. Chen Tianhai regarded Chen Feng with a complex expression, furrowing his brow as if lost in thought. Go for it, young master. Bowering courage from his side, Chen Feng patted her little head, offering a faint smile before leaping onto the stage. In that instant, the atmosphere surged to a new climax, the roar of excitement reverberating through the air. Unlike the others, as a member of the Chen family, I shall treat you well. Chen Tianlang fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, a sinister smile curling his lips. Perhaps you should refrain from smiling. It does not suit you. Chen Feng replied earnestly. Chen Tianlang's expression shifted to one of rage. I shall tear your mouth apart. Let us hope you possess the capability to do so. Chen Feng retorted. On the arena, the 2 faced off, the tension palpable, the crowd captivated with anticipation. Having just slain 2 warriors of the Condensing Sea realm, who dared challenge him again. This challenger was either foolish or possessed absolute confidence in his strength. Amidst the gathering, 2 elders suddenly pushed through the throng, hastening toward the inner circle. A man in a green robe approached Jiang Yin. Miss Jiang, I have been searching high and low for you. You promised to introduce me to that alchemist. Why has no one come forth? Jiang Yin gazed in astonishment at the elderly figure before her, a man she recognized well. Wei Mo, the fourth-tier alchemist she had previously encountered at the Zue Bao building auction. Master Wei Mo, what brings you here? She inquired, somewhat bewildered. Her eyes then drifted to another elder beside Wei Mo, clad in white, with flowing white whiskers that gave him an ethereal quality. He appeared relatively younger than Wei Mo, perhaps around 50. Isn't it obvious that I came to find you? By the way, who was the individual that provided the pill formula? Wei Mo pressed anxiously. For days, he had awaited Jiang Yin's response, only to find that she had not returned to the Zue Bao building, vanishing as if into thin air. Had she not appeared at this square, he might never have discovered her whereabouts. Jiang Yin felt a wave of confusion. After Chen Feng had rejected a meeting with Wei Mo, she had dismissed the matter from her mind, unaware that Wei Mo continued to dwell on it. Who exactly is the owner of that pill formula? Miss Jiang, please tell me, Wei Mo implored, his curiosity piqued by the potential of the person possessing the formula of the legendary North Xian Sword Emperor's pill. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yin pointed toward Chen Feng on the arena, exclaiming, There he is! Is it him? Wei Mo and the elder beside him gasped in unison, surprised by the youthfulness of the boy. This is bad. How did he end up on the life-and-death arena? Wei Mo's anxiety surged. Boom! On the arena, Chen Tianlang ceased his banter, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that erupted from within him, a brilliant blue light radiating fiercely. In the next moment, he lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. Chen Feng had no intention of wielding a sword against him. He deemed the boy unworthy. The azure light flickered across the arena, and in an instant, Chen Tianlang was upon him, his fingers curled and the blue light coiling around them, delivering a swift strike toward Chen Feng's shoulder with the force of a gale. His intention was to shatter the boy's limbs first. The sound of wind rushing filled the air as Chen Feng remained expressionless, swiftly evading the attack with a slight lean of his body. He then opened his right hand, gathering resplendent golden light within his palm, and struck toward Chen Tianlong's chest. Seeing this, Chen Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chen Feng could foresee his attack trajectory. However, Chen Tianlang was quick to react, his other hand shooting out in retaliation. Bang! The violent azure light collided with a magnificent golden glow, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the arena. Both combatants staggered from the impact as the ground beneath them began to crack. A fierce wind swept across the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. This little brat possesses quite the capability. Let us see how many of my attacks you can withstand. Chen Tianlong's expression turned sinister as he suddenly launched a sweeping kick, his leg enveloped in azure light, resembling a razor-sharp blade aimed at Chen Feng. Rather than evade, Chen Feng mirrored the motion, executing a kick of his own. Bang! The clash of their legs produced a deafening roar. They quickly exchanged techniques, with Chen Tianlang channeling a continuous flow of azure light into his legs, moving with such speed that his motions became nearly imperceptible to the spectators. Such speed gasped the crowd, astonished. Chen Tianlang practiced the esteemed Qing Feng Wolf technique, renowned within the Chen family for its swiftness, and with his awakened sword soul, his speed had multiplied exponentially. As he unleashed his full potential, he transformed into a phantom, darting across the arena, leaving only fleeting afterimages behind. He exploited this advantage to unleash a barrage of relentless assaults. Bang! 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 The arena surged with azure light, and the blurred figure of Chen Tianlang erupted with violent energy, his punches, kicks, elbows, and knees transforming into lethal blades, enveloped in fierce gusts of wind, descending upon Chen Feng. In that moment, the expressions of all onlookers turned grave. None had anticipated that Chen Tianlang possessed such formidable martial prowess in addition to his mastery of the sword. Yet, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. His feet danced upon the arena, and although his speed could not match Chen Tianlong's, he seemed to possess an innate combat intuition. As soon as his opponent launched an attack, he could predict the trajectory and evade in time. In an instant, the two figures on the arena pursued each other wildly, engaging in a fierce clash. Moments later, the square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What is happening? Chen Tianlong's moves are being seen through. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. They were stunned to realize that no matter how fierce Chen Tianlong's speed and strikes were, Chen Feng remained unfazed, evading every assault, never allowing even the hem of his garment to be touched. Damn it, this is impossible. Chen Hongsheng, watching from the high platform, widened his eyes in incredulity. Not only he, but many clan leaders present were left speechless. What is going on? Why does this feel like an uneven battle? None of Chen Tianlong's attacks seem to have any effect. The murmurs of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. On the arena, Chen Tianlang recognized this truth. Despite the ferocity of his assaults, Chen Feng consistently evaded at critical moments, appearing to be in a precarious position, yet untouched. Damn you! Chen Tianlong's face flushed with rage as he clenched his fists, his overwhelming power surging to its peak. He unleashed another palm strike, the azure light intensifying drastically in an instant. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold as he responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a dazzling display of golden and azure brilliance, akin to two blazing suns illuminating the arena. A tempest of energy radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings in a swirling cloud of dust. Both Chen Feng and Chen Tianlang were forcefully pushed back, stumbling 10 paces before regaining their footing. At that moment, Chen Tianlong's expression darkened to its utmost. It seems you are not as formidable as I imagined, Chen Feng remarked with a subtle smile. You little brat, I will slay you. Chen Tianlong's face contorted in a primal snarl as he stomped the arena, shattering the ground beneath him. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the 9th level of the condensation sea realm. Boom! The fierce azure, spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc across the arena and spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd realized that Chen Tianlang had grown exponentially in strength after awakening his sword soul. Now reaching the 9th level of the condensation sea realm at just around 20 years of age, an unparalleled prodigy. Do you see this? Little brat, this is the chasm between us. Chen Tianlang sneered maliciously. As Chen Feng observed the fully unleashed Chen Tianlang, a grim determination settled in his gaze. As his foot struck the ground, the arena sank into a shallow pit, and an overwhelming golden spiritual power erupted in layers, instantly reaching the 1st level of the condensing sea realm. What? This kid is merely at the 1st level of the condensing sea realm? A voice echoed in disbelief, as the audience began to laugh. However, the laughter gradually froze on their faces. Wait, something feels off. Could it be that this guy has been battling across 8 levels? The realization hit them. Was it truly possible for someone to leap across 8 levels in a fight? The crowd erupted in a frenzy. In the kingdom of Ning, there were indeed prodigies capable of fighting beyond their realms, like Qin Ruyue, who had once challenged a 5th-level opponent while at the 3rd level. But that battle had been incredibly arduous. Now, witnessing someone crossing 8 levels was unfathomable, comparable to an adult wielding a blade bullying a mere child of 7 or 8. Had this individual truly been contending with Chen Tianlang while only at the 1st level? The uproar crescendoed, engulfing the entire square. Even the city lord could no longer contain his excitement, rising abruptly with disbelief etched across his features. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao stood agape, utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Qin Ryue's eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend the surreal reality before her. Having experienced a 2-level leap in combat herself, she had been hailed as a genius. Yet now, Chen Feng was achieving an astonishing 8-level leap. Previously, she had thought his victory over Zhu Gaoming was a result of some underhanded trick, but it was evident now that he was genuinely battling across 8 levels. How could this buffoon have grown so formidable? Chen Hongsheng exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wei Mo and Jiang Yin were equally stunned. An ancient prodigy crossing 8 levels. Was he truly human? If I had known of your extraordinary capabilities, I wouldn't have shielded you at Lingbao Pavilion. With such a monstrous ability, what was the point of my interference? Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel exhilarated. On the high platform, the leaders of various families wore expressions of unprecedented gravitas. To leap 8 levels and remain undefeated. This individual was nothing short of an unparalleled prodigy who appeared once in a millennium. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would witness such a rare talent? It was genuinely terrifying. What methods had he employed? Whispers of astonishment reverberated through the arena. Gradually, Chen Tianlang regained his composure, realizing that just a month ago, Chun Feng had been a fool. Now, merely 5 days later, he was matching him blow for blow. Did this mean that Chun Feng had indirectly overshadowed him, the once celebrated genius of the Sword Soul lineage? No, I refuse to believe it. Chen Tianlang's eyes bulged with madness, an indescribable, murderous intent surging within him. If he did not eliminate Chun Feng here, this encounter would haunt him as a mental demon. In an instant, Chen Tianlang charged forward, unleashing a tempest of azure spiritual power, his speed multiplying several times over. Within the blink of an eye, he reached Chun Feng, launching a flurry of powerful punches. The roar of the azure wolf fist echoed, intertwined with the howl of a wolf, as the air seemed to shatter under the weight of his ferocity. In the depths of Chun Feng's eyes, the oncoming force reflected, and he leaned slightly, evading the barrage of punches at an acute angle. With a swift motion, he extended a finger, golden light swirling around it, transforming into a piercing lance that struck a phantom. A muffled thud resonated, and in that moment, the multitude of punches halted abruptly, one figure staggering back several paces, his garments torn at the shoulder, droplets of crimson blood falling, a clear sign of the injury inflicted by Chun Feng's fierce strike. The vast square fell into an eerie silence. The leaders on the platform and the spectators below were all left in shock, unable to fathom how such a fierce assault from Chen Tianlang could result in injury at the hands of Chen Feng. You little rascal, I truly underestimated you. Blood dripped, quickly spreading across the arena surface. As the tempest subsided, Chen Tianlang gradually raised his head. The once fearsome countenance grew tranquil, yet his dark eyes glinted with an icy intensity. This battle had presented him with too many incredulous revelations. To leap across 8 levels and possess such terrifying combat prowess was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, Wei Mo's gaze sharpened, locking onto Chun Feng. Can you discern any issues? He inquired. The elderly man beside him appeared equally solemn. This battle resembles a top-tier martial artist deliberately suppressing their realm to spar with a mere child of the condensing sea realm. I share that sentiment. Wei Mo nodded in agreement. Being alchemists, their perception and insight surpassed that of the average onlooker, allowing them to perceive subtle nuances. Chun Feng's combat experience was extraordinary, and his perceptive abilities seemed to surpass those of Chen Tianlang. Thus, despite the realm disparity, he maintained an undefeated stance. However, do not forget that Chen Tianlang is a sword soul body. He has yet to showcase his swordsmanship. The elderly man cautioned gravely. At that moment, Wei Mo recollected, indeed. How could I have overlooked that? He is indeed a sword cultivator. The young master seems close to victory. Amidst the crowd, Bauer beamed with excitement upon seeing Chen Tianlang being repeatedly repelled. Yet Jiang Yin shook her head, her expression grave. No, it's not over yet. No one understood the might of an awakened sword soul better than she did. Her disciple, Qin Riyue, was a sword soul lineage bearer, and she was all too aware of the terrifying potential they possessed. What had just transpired was merely a warm-up. The true life-and-death struggle was yet to unfold. The once boisterous crowd gradually quieted, their gazes filled with shock and trepidation, all fixated on Chen Tianlang in the arena. There, he wiped the blood from his lips, his previously sullen face settling into a calm demeanor. Do you truly believe you have secured victory? Chen Tianlang looked up at Chen Feng, a mocking glint slowly emerging in his eyes. Alas, this hidden card was originally intended for the purpose of vanquishing the myriad prodigies within the imperial city. However, it appears I must first employ it against you as a sacrificial offering. Chen Tianlang spoke with an icy demeanor, gradually placing his hand upon the hilt of the sword at his back. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, revealing a piercing glint of cold light that shimmered under the sun's radiant embrace. Chapter 18. The Contest of Sword Intent. As the sword was drawn, every weapon at the scene seemed to tremble imperceptibly. The sword measured approximately 4 feet in length, its tip resembling a carved tiger, adorned with intricate black and white stripes that coiled around its blade, profoundly mysterious. The cold gleam flashed, reflecting the dazzling sharpness under the refracted rays of golden sunlight. It felt as if the very air was about to be cleaved beneath its edge. The howling wind gradually intensified, producing a haunting sound reminiscent of a wind-esque wail, akin to the song of a sword. This was the Spirit Tiger sword, a weapon of exceptional caliber, having attained the level of a high-grade human tier sword. In the entirety of Ning country, it stood as an extraordinary sword indeed. Were they finally going to draw their swords? In that moment, the entire assembly involuntarily held their breath, focused intently. A genius who had awakened their sword soul was formidable, not merely for their martial prowess, but for their extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship. Those possessing such a lineage exhibited an unparalleled understanding of the sword path, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Much like the current strongest sword cultivator of Ning country, Sword Emperor Xiaoxiu, who rose to prominence only after awakening his sword soul, ultimately becoming the foremost figure in the sword path of Ning country. This battle had only just begun. Upon the high platform, Chen Hongsheng revealed a cold smile, confident that unless a genius like Qin Ryue intervened, no young contender would withstand Chen Tianlong's sword. Junior brother, let them witness the might of our sword soul bodies. Qin Ryue's cheeks flushed with pride. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Whether atop the platform or below, every gaze turned fervent, fixated on Chen Tianlang as if they dared not miss a single detail. Witnessing a genius wielding a sword with a sword soul body would be a rare visual feast. Any insights gleaned from this duel would be immensely beneficial, a key reason for the vast crowd gathered for this contest. The fierce wind swept across the arena, stirring up dust and debris. Amidst the tempest, Chen Tianlang's gaze narrowed into a slit. He did not rush to strike, instead slightly bending his body, positioning the sword at his waist in a peculiar manner, as if preparing to draw it. Boom! The immense spiritual energy of the 9th level of the condensing sea realm erupted from within him. The roaring wind around him intensified, threatening to blow the very arena away. Boom boom! Brilliant azure light enveloped Chen Tianlang. The ground beneath him began to crack, and his aura surged dramatically. Yet, he still did not draw his sword. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. An inexplicable heaviness settled in the chests of those present. An overwhelming pressure emanating from the arena rendered their bodies significantly heavier. This fellow, is he condensing sword intent? The leaders of various martial families atop the platform were the first to notice something amiss, their faces turning pale with shock. How could this be possible? Has he already comprehended sword intent? At such a young age, too? At this moment, even the Lord of Yin City trembled involuntarily, fists clenched with disbelief in his eyes. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao gaped, her expression brimming with incredulity. Sword intent? He is actually condensing sword intent? Below the arena, a roar of astonishment erupted, faces reflecting utter disbelief. The path of swordsmanship consists of several tiers: sword intent, sword will, and sword domain. Those capable of condensing sword intent have truly entered the ranks of swordsmanship, becoming grand sword cultivators. Those who can comprehend the essence of sword will are regarded as sword masters. The current peerless prodigy of Ning country, the third prince, has already grasped sword will, becoming a master. As for the more advanced sword domain, one is honored as a sword emperor. Only Xiaoxiu has achieved this level in all of Ning country. These 3 sword path realms are further subdivided into 3 minor levels: minor success, major success, and complete perfection. Across Ning country, countless sword cultivators exist. Yet those who can comprehend sword intent and become grand sword cultivators do not exceed 100, most being in their 30s or 40s, some even in their 50s or 60s, before they manage to grasp sword intent. But now, no one anticipated that Chen Tianlang, at merely 20 years old, had already comprehended sword intent, stepping into the ranks of grand sword cultivators. Such talent is truly astonishing. The shock reverberated throughout the arena, and still, Chen Tianlang's condensation of intent showed no sign of ceasing. Boom boom. Even more violent azure spiritual energy erupted from him, the sword pressure he emitted rising steadily, without a hint of abatement. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The azure stone ground began to fracture inch by inch, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Extending to the end of the arena, the howling winds growing fiercer. The sword pressure rose steadily and persistently. Beneath the arena, every spectator felt their weapons trembling, as if in reverence. Even Jiang Yin's expression turned grave, exclaiming in awe, "This powerful sword pressure must have reached major success. Has the sword's soul body become this formidable?" Suddenly, it seemed Jiang Yin recalled something, snapping back to reality, shouting, "Chun Feng, act quickly, do not give him chance." With that shout, the crowd finally realized that a grand sword cultivator's process of condensing intent could indeed be interrupted. Delaying until the opponent fully consolidated their sword intent would be too late. "Young master, please act quickly," Bauer urged anxiously. Sword intent. However, in the face of Jiang Yin and Bauer's cries, Chun Feng appeared oblivious, his expression unchanging as he gazed at Chun Tianlang. His deep-set eyes resembled a tranquil pool, devoid of any ripples. After a long pause, a faint smile curled upon his lips. Suddenly, he leaned forward, drawing the Tian Tsung Yun sword from behind, positioning it at his waist. Mirroring a shocking action that left the entire assembly in astonishment, the drawing of the sword intent. At that moment, all spectators were rendered speechless, trembling in silence. Chun Feng slowly closed his eyes, an ineffable, mysterious aura emanating from him. Boom! In the next instant, resplendent golden light erupted, akin to a blinding sun, and his aura began to surge dramatically. The ground beneath him cracked, fissures radiating outward, intertwining with those created by Chun Tianlang. The golden light surged, causing the surrounding space to seem to crystallize. An indescribable, terrifying sword pressure was suddenly unleashed, rapidly compounding and escalating. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The sword pressure surged rapidly. Sword intent? This too is sword intent. How could this be possible? The arena erupted into chaos. The leaders of the great families atop the platform nearly spat blood in astonishment. By heavens, this fellow is also condensing intent. Is there any hope left for humanity? The audacity to challenge the 8th level of the heavens has driven one to the brink of madness. And now this individual has astonishingly grasped the essence of the sword. He appears to be merely 17 years old, an adolescent swordsman of such caliber? Qin Ryua, witnessing this spectacle, felt her delicate frame tremble violently, her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily. Filled with profound shock, the essence of the sword, this seemingly worthless individual has also mastered it. How can this be possible? It is absolutely inconceivable. Chen Hongsheng, appearing almost deranged, found the scene before him utterly surreal, a tale from a fantastical dream. Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with an indescribable tremor. She too could hardly fathom that Chun Feng was consolidating the essence of the sword. Upon the arena, 2 formidable forces of sword pressure surged wildly. Invisible energy waves radiating outward, colliding with a cataclysmic roar. The clash of sword pressures caused the ground beneath them to fracture more severely, fissures deepening rapidly. Chun Tianlang also sensed Chun Feng's sword essence, and his countenance transformed into a grotesque mask of rage. This unfolding scene felt dreamlike to him. A mere waste, whom he believed he could easily trample, was repeatedly astonishing everyone, not only matching him across the 8th level, but now also manifesting the essence of the sword to confront him. "You insignificant wretch, I shall end you." Chun Tianlong's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as his sword pressure surged to its zenith. 91 layers, 92 layers, 93 layers, 99 layers, 100 layers. Boom! As the sword pressure reached 100 layers, the entire blade was enveloped in a verdant glow, its compressed might seemingly capable of cleaving the very heavens apart. 100 layers. This represented his current pinnacle, the threshold of sword essence mastery. With a sudden motion, Chun Tianlang lifted his head, cold, murderous intent radiating from his gaze. With a powerful stomp upon the earth, his form shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring. Chapter 19. The Astonishing Sword Boom. On the opposite side, Chun Feng's sword pressure surged rapidly. 98 layers, 99 layers, 100 layers. Similarly, Chun Feng's sword pressure also reached a staggering 100 layers. In an instant, Chun Feng's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. 2 silhouettes, as if struck by thunder, charged towards each other from opposite ends of the arena. At that moment, the ferocious sword pressure solidified into a tangible force, colliding violently. All eyes in attendance widened, witnessing the two figures dash forth like lightning. With the Lingguang sword technique, Chen Tianling roared as he drew his sword. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, a beam of light illuminated the surroundings like a vibrant rainbow, unleashing an unbridled tempest that ravaged the area around the arena. That single sword strike captivated everyone present. In response, Chen Feng also unsheathed his sword, a flash of sword light akin to fleeting starlight, carrying the might of the 7 stars, glimmered and vanished in an instant. With the 7 stars sword technique, he executed a strike of starlight. At that moment, all mouths gaped open as the two figures, like flashes of lightning, brushed past each other at a breathtaking speed. The next second, all the wild winds and brilliant lights subsided, and tranquility returned to the world, as if nothing had ever transpired. Silence. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the arena. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the two figures atop the stage. Who won? Someone quivered, breaking the silence. Even Wei Mo and the elderly figure in white could not help but widen their eyes, transfixed by the scene unfolding on the platform. The two silhouettes stood like javelins at either end of the arena, backs turned to one another. Gradually, the crowd began to notice a streak of crimson blood sliding down Chun Feng's sword tip. In the next moment, Chen Tianling coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing as if struck by a tremendous force, falling to one knee. His pupils dilated. He knelt there, gasping for breath, his chest soaked in blood that rapidly spread across his garments. A visible sword wound marred his chest, grotesque and horrifying. At that moment, the arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Hiss! The next second, gasps echoed like a tidal wave throughout the square. The crowd erupted in chaos. He lost. He actually lost. The awakened sword spirit genius, Chen Tianling, was defeated by that waste. How could this be possible? Insanity. This world was truly mad. This was a battle that spanned 8 realms. If one could achieve victory after crossing 8 realms, what else was impossible? Was this a divine being descended upon the earth? The clamor of excitement reverberated throughout the venue. This was an unequal battle. One was at the first layer of the condensing sea realm, while the other was at the 9th layer. The disparity between them was as vast as the heavens, insurmountable. Yet, no one anticipated that Chen Feng would emerge victorious with just a single strike. The power of one sword had brought Chen Tianling to his knees. This young man had truly accomplished the impossible, crossing 8 realms. Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Sister Jiang, am I dreaming? Master really won. He won. After a brief daze, Bao leaped with excitement. He won. He truly won. She never imagined that her master would defeat his opponent. On the high platform, the leaders of numerous families wore expressions of shock. This scene felt surreal, almost incomprehensible. A genius with an awakened sword spirit, possessing strength at the 9th layer of the condensing sea realm. Yet at this moment, he could not even defeat a mere 1st layer novice. How could they possibly continue? This was a battle that transcended 8 realms. Qin Ryue trembled, her gaze fixed on a young figure clad in pale blue. Her silver teeth clenched so tightly that blood trickled from her lips. How could this happen? In the path of the sword, possessing a sword spirit should render one invincible. How could such a thing occur? Qin Ryue could not fathom the reality before her. This was an unequal battle, yet Chen Feng had triumphed, defeating the sword spirit bearer. Chen Tianling, with the strength of a single sword. Beneath the stage, the elderly figure in white clenched his fists, his aged visage reflecting astonishment. This young man is remarkable. He is truly an anomaly. The sword technique he just displayed has reached an extraordinary level, rendering Chen Tianling utterly inconsequential by comparison. Such perfect swordsmanship. Can a mere 17-year-old truly master it? Master, this individual is undoubtedly someone we should recruit. If our alchemy pavilion could gain his allegiance, it would be an immense fortune. Wei Mo exclaimed, equally thrilled. Indeed, we should recruit him. However, the Chen family has suffered a significant loss. How could they expel such a prodigious talent? Has the Chen family lost their minds? The elderly figure in white could not help but exclaim. Not only did the elderly figure share this sentiment, But the leaders of the great families and the city lord also wore expressions of disbelief. Such a prodigy, such a powerful genius, and the Chun family expelled him? Had the higher-ups of the Chun family lost their senses? Tianlang. Chun Hongsheng clenched his fists, unable to believe what he was witnessing. His grandson had actually lost? How could this be possible? On the stage, Chun Tianlang clutched his chest, his face twisting in pain and fury. I will kill you. Suddenly, he pulled out a pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. In an instant, his immense aura surged back, exceeding its previous levels, nearly reaching the realm of transformation. A blood-red light enveloped his figure, making him appear almost like a creature of blood. The blood-exploding pill? Has he gone mad? Upon seeing the eerie crimson glow surrounding Chen Tianlang, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The so-called blood-exploding pill was a third-grade elixir, a forbidden substance. It was illegal to circulate in the market. This elixir could extract a person's potential within moments, unleashing a strength far beyond their peak. However, the side effects were immense, as it severely damaged one's spiritual roots. The blood-exploding pill had not appeared in Ningguo for ages. How could Chen Tianlang possess it? Jiang Ying gasped, her cheeks flushed with urgency. She then glanced at the high platform, where Qin Ryue wore a chilling smile. The blood-exploding pill would indeed harm the sword spirit. However, the Sword Rain Tower was wealthy and powerful, possessing countless rare herbs to mend any damage inflicted on Chen Tianlang's spiritual roots. Though consuming an elixir on the stage was somewhat unscrupulous, all that mattered was eliminating Chen Feng here and now. Everything else was trivial. Chen Tianlang's eyes turned blood-red. His breath quickened, as if all the blood in his body boiled over, surging forth like a madman. With a sword like a rainbow, he unleashed an endless gale, charging toward Chen Feng. The blood-exploding pill, indeed. Chen Feng's expression was indifferent, a hint of cold laughter lingering in his profound eyes. Suddenly, he forcefully stomped his foot against the ground, unleashing a torrent of unparalleled golden spiritual energy that surged forth, all of it pouring into the sword's body. Once more, Chen Feng assumed the stance to draw his sword. With a hum, the Tian Tsung Yun sword trembled incessantly, emitting a chorus of sword cries. The pressure of the sword escalated in layers. In less than 2 breaths, the sword pressure had already stacked to 100 layers. How could his concentration be so swift? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the venue. Generally, it takes a sword cultivator much longer than 2 minutes to gather such momentum. Yet Chen Feng achieved this pinnacle in merely 2 breaths. As Chen Tianlang rushed towards him, Chen Feng moved as well, drawing his sword in a dazzling display akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. On the arena, 2 beams of sword light crisscrossed, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged forth like a flood. The earth shattered rapidly, fierce winds howled, and clouds of dust enveloped the heavens and the earth. With a thud, Chen Tianlang was sent flying, crashing to the ground in a disheveled manner. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, his complexion paling to an extreme. This is impossible. This is impossible. Chen Tianlang's face contorted in disbelief. If the first strike was mere fortune, then this one was a testament to genuine strength. Even after consuming a blood explosion pill, it proved utterly ineffective. The sword's sole spiritual root is not your prideful asset. To become the strongest sword cultivator, one must possess a heart forged through countless trials. Regrettably, I see no trace of such a heart within you. Had you chosen to retreat at this moment, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. Alas, your desperate use of a blood explosion pill reveals your inner fear of me. Losing is not terrifying. One can always fight again, but fear is the most wretched manifestation of weakness. Unfortunately, you have run out of chances. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Feng had approached unknowingly. The Tian Tsung Yun sword slowly rose, thrusting downward towards Chen Tianlang's heart. At that moment, the audience was struck with horror. Stop! On the high platform, Qin Ryue's cheeks were icy as she shouted, her delicate form rushing down. However, she was still too far from Chen Feng. How laughable it is that someone of your mixed spiritual root dares to speak of the sword heart in front of my disciple. Just then, a mocking sound akin to a drumbeat resonated throughout the air. In the next moment, everyone present felt an indescribable, overwhelming sword pressure descend upon them. causing faces to change in shock. This sword pressure felt as if the weight of the deepest ocean were pressing down, formless yet terrifying, seemingly capable of suppressing all. The crowd involuntarily bent their waists under this pressure, hearts filled with dread. This sword pressure was far beyond what Chen Tianlang and Chen Feng could contend with. Belonging to a realm of sword pressure that exceeded both of them, Jiang Yin struggled to raise her head. Even at the transformation level, she found this pressure unbearable, let alone the others. Her beautiful eyes quickly darted towards the arena, only to witness the sturdy stone platform crumbling rapidly, stones rolling down, smoke billowing. Under this sword pressure, it seemed nothing could withstand it. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was directly blasted off the arena by this overwhelming sword pressure, landing in a corner in disarray. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face appearing deathly pale. He lifted his head, his gaze icy as he stared ahead, where a middle-aged man in a blue robe stood on the arena, looking down at Chen Feng with indifference, as if observing an ant he could crush at any moment. The only ones unaffected in the arena were Qin Ruyue, the towering Chen Tianlang, and the elderly man in white outside the ring. Qin Ruyue's face lit up with joy upon seeing the middle-aged man in blue. Master. Many in the square struggled to lift their heads, quickly turning their gaze towards the arena. Upon seeing the blue-robed middle-aged man, their pupils dilated in shock, gasps echoing. Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu? He actually came. The entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Xiao Shiyu, the foremost figure in the Ningguo sword path, the first unparalleled genius with a sword's soul spiritual root. Yet no one had anticipated that the once revered sword emperor, who should have remained within the imperial city, would appear in this small yinching. This is troublesome. Jiang Yin bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and worry. She never dreamed that this sword emperor would hold Chen Tianlang in such high regard, silently coming to Yinqing and now displaying blatant hostility towards Chen Feng. On the arena, under the immense sword pressure akin to the depths of the sea, Chen Feng exhibited not a shred of cowardice. Instead, indomitable battle intent surged within him as he gradually used the Tian Songyun sword to support himself and rise. Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes upon seeing that Chen Feng did not kneel before him. Boom! In an instant, an even more overwhelming sword pressure surged forth like a flood. This pressure seemed to have doubled compared to before. The space surrounding Chen Feng felt as if it were laden with a boulder weighing thousands of pounds, attempting to bend him completely. Bang! Bang! Explosions rang out as Chen Feng's feet sank into the arena, blood dripping. Yet he tightened his grip on the Tian Songyun sword, his black eyes turning slightly crimson, infused with boundless hatred. At such a young age, to grasp the sword momentum is indeed impressive. However, it is regrettable that your spiritual roots are chaotic and disordered. With such a mixed spiritual root, you will never travel far along the path of the sword. Xiao Shiyu shook his head, expressing his regret. At his level, he could discern the disarray in the spiritual energy Chen Feng emitted, a typical waste spiritual root, utterly without worth. Alas! Your ability to comprehend sword momentum despite possessing a mixed spiritual root indicates a certain level of talent. How about this? Join my sword rain pavilion and become my sword attendant. Xiao Shiyu suggested nonchalantly. The moment these words fell, the audience gasped in shock. Join the sword rain pavilion? Become a sword attendant? It is important to note that the roles of sword attendant and disciple are fundamentally distinct. A sword attendant is essentially a servant, entirely incomparable to the status of a favored disciple. You think I would be honored to be your sword attendant? Chen Feng scoffed coldly. As the esteemed North Xian sword emperor, it was his first time encountering such a proposition. With Chen Feng's rejection, Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow. Unwilling? A talent that cannot be utilized must be destroyed. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Shiyu charged forward, delivering a furious palm strike towards Chen Feng. The fluctuations of spiritual energy evidently aimed at taking Chen Feng's life. At this critical moment, an elderly man in white suddenly surged onto the arena, launching a palm imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy that collided heavily with Xiao Shiyu's attack. Bang! The explosion of spiritual energy sent both figures reeling backward. Dan Wang Lin Xiaoga? Xiao Shiyu raised his head, gazing in astonishment at the elderly man clad in white before him. In that moment, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd once more. The master of the Ningwa Dan Tower, Lin Xiaoga, the foremost alchemist of Ningwa, had unexpectedly appeared in this fiery city. No one had anticipated that such formidable figures would suddenly emerge in this seemingly humble location. Is it not somewhat excessive for the esteemed Sword Emperor to bully a junior? Lin Xiaoga remarked with a faint smile. Excessive? Xiao Shiyu scoffed coldly. It is none of your concern whom I wish to teach a lesson. It is now my concern. The genius you discard is one we shall gladly accept into our Dan Tower. Lin Xiaoga replied with a grin. Oh, you wish to take him as your disciple? Xiao Shiyu arched an eyebrow. No, I lack the qualifications to take him as a disciple. Henceforth, he shall be the vice master of our Dan Tower, Lin Xiaoga declared solemnly. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this individual, seemingly unworthy, be appointed as the vice master of the Dan Tower? To join the Dan Tower inherently promised immense benefits, as it served as the headquarters for the most talented alchemists of Ningwa, replete with a plethora of medicinal concoctions and myriad enterprises. Indeed, within the entirety of Ningwa, the Dan Tower stood as one of the few powers capable of rivaling the Sword Rain Pavilion, second only to the royal family itself. To become the vice master of the Dan Tower was akin to holding a position of unparalleled authority within its ranks. Vice master, you are quite generous, Xiao Shiyu remarked, equally taken aback. I am not like you, who shamelessly flaunts the title of a sword attendant to curry favor, Lin Xiaoga retorted without reservation. Their relationship had never been amicable. Thus their exchange bore no pretense of civility. Xiao Shiyu raised his eyebrow once more, glancing at the distant azure-haired youth. At that moment, the boy's crimson eyes shimmered with a fierce killing intent, unwavering even beneath the oppressive sword aura, standing tall with unyielding resolve. For reasons unknown, Xiao Shiyu felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding emanating from the youth. If this boy were not eliminated, he could potentially pose considerable trouble for his disciple. Yet, upon casting a glance at Lin Xiaoga, who exuded a tempestuous, fiery aura, Xiao Shiyu recognized that should he dare to act, Lin Xiaoga would undoubtedly intervene. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shiyu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of peril concealed within. Very well, for today's affair, I shall grant you a measure of grace. However, should he meet an untimely demise in the future, it will no longer concern our Sword Rain Pavilion, Xiao Shiyu remarked with a hidden smirk. Those present could discern the chilling threat embedded in the Sword Emperor's words. Lin Xiaoga's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, If my vice master were to meet with an unfortunate accident outside, your esteemed disciples must tread carefully in their future endeavors. Otherwise, should misfortune befall them, it will likewise not concern our Dan Tower. Threats? The Dan Tower had little to fear from threats. While they might be somewhat inferior to the Sword Rain Pavilion in terms of strength, in the realm of connections, none could rival them. After all, the status and identity of alchemists throughout Ningwa were held in the highest regard. Hearing this, Xiao Shiyu gritted his teeth, his expression darkening further. Lin Xiaoga, do not grow too complacent. In 3 months, the long-awaited competition for the Linglong Xianhuang pool will commence. I hope you can maintain your current arrogance until then. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoga's countenance also turned grim as he recalled the tragic events of the Linglong Xianhuang pool competition, which caused him profound anguish. Each year, the casualties among the Dan Tower members during this contest were staggering. It was nothing short of a massacre. Haha, let us see how many of your Dan Tower members will remain by then. Xiao Shiyu laughed maniacally, seizing the nearly lifeless body of Chun Tianlang and striding toward the outskirts of the plaza. As the battle concluded atop the platform, Qin Ruoyua's countenance was as frosty as ice. With a piercing glare directed at Chun Feng, she turned to follow Xiao Shiyu. Wait, Chun Feng suddenly called out to her. Qin Ruoyua and the others turned back. With a snap of his fingers, Chun Feng sent forth a letter. Upon receiving the letter, Qin Ruoyua's expression darkened as she realized it was a letter of divorce. Qin Ruoyua, you need to maintain that haughty demeanor while facing me. Do you truly believe I am eager to associate with you? From this day forth, regardless of your talents or beauty, our fates are severed. I, Chun Feng, have divorced you. I have no need for you, Chun Feng declared emphatically. Chapter 21. No longer a member of the Chun family, the expressions of everyone present instantly transformed into a spectacle. A divorce decree? No one anticipated that this individual possessed such unyielding resolve, publicly casting aside Qin Ruiyue in front of numerous influential forces of Yen City, and before the esteemed Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu. It is worth noting that Qin Ruiyue is not only the Sword Emperor's prized disciple, but also one of the most exquisite beauties in the Ning Kingdom. Countless noble scions had lined up behind her, serving her with utmost care. Yet, this stunning beauty was dismissed without the slightest attempt at reconciliation, with a mere decree of divorce. At this moment, Xiao Shiyu's countenance darkened to an extreme, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng, radiating a chilling intent to kill. To produce a divorce decree in such a public setting not only tarnished Qin Ruiyue's reputation, but also insulted the Sword Rain Pavilion. Historically, the Sword Rain Pavilion had only been the recipient of flattery. Who dared to humiliate them so brazenly? Qin Ruiyue's cheeks were enveloped in frost, her beautiful eyes glinting with icy fury as she glared at Qin Feng. Through gritted teeth, she stated, "Very well, I accept this decree of divorce. However, let me make one thing clear. Do not presume that because you have defeated Chun Tianlang, who has just awakened his sword spirit, you stand on equal footing with me. A lowly individual will always remain lowly. He can never soar to great heights. If you have the courage, come to the Imperial City to find me. I shall make you understand that in this vast world, there will always be those you are destined to look up to. I will ensure that all understand who truly ended this engagement. The Imperial City is where heroes converge. Compared to the remote Yen City, the Imperial City is a melting pot of the most exceptional talents. Even Chun Tianlang, with his awakened sword spirit, would merely be considered an average expert within the Imperial City. For there, top-tier geniuses abound, and rare spiritual roots are commonplace. I will certainly go to the Imperial City, and as for who looks up to whom, that is not for you to decide." Chun Feng retorted coldly. Anyone can boast. I shall await your arrival in the Imperial City, if you dare come." Qin Ruiyue replied with a frosty smile, clutching the humiliating divorce decree as she turned to leave. Xiao Shiyu exchanged a meaningful glance with Chun Feng before similarly departing. This encounter undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the Sword Rain Pavilion. Chun Tianlang had been gravely injured, nearly incapacitated, while Chun Feng had publicly served a divorce decree to Qin Ruiyue. The once mighty Sword Rain Pavilion found itself utterly humiliated in this moment. No one had expected this boy, not yet 18, to exhibit such audacity. This lad is truly remarkable. How wonderful it would be if he belonged to our family. The patriarchs of various prominent families in Yen City remarked, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Regardless of Chun Feng's prowess, his audacity to stand before the Sword Emperor with such grandeur was enough to leave them in awe. Not to mention his comprehension of sword intent, which allowed him to defeat Chun Tianlang. Are the higher-ups of the Chun family truly so short-sighted to expel such a talent? They mused. I heard that previously, this Chun Feng suffered greatly within the Chun family, bearing countless wounds that were truly heartbreaking. Now, I fear the Chun family will regret this deeply. The square buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, Chun Feng fixed his gaze on the departing figures of Xiao Shiyu and the others, gradually extricating his feet from the ground, his body drenched in blood. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He would not forget this humiliation. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the high platform, as it became evident that Chun Tianhai had appeared behind the Grand Elder, plunging a sharp sword mercilessly through his heart. Grand Elder Chun Hongsheng, your virtues do not match your position, oppressing the younger generation of our clan. Today I, Chun Tianhai, shall rid the Chun family of this scourge. In honor of our ancestors, Chun Tianhai declared, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Chun Hongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief as the life force rapidly dissipated, and he began to collapse. Once this deed was done, Chun Tianhai finally turned his gaze toward Chun Feng, a smile forming on his lips. From today forth, my son Chun Feng shall become the patriarch of the Chun family, wielding authority over the entire clan. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one had anticipated that Chun Tianhai would resort to such ruthless measures to win back Chun Feng, even taking the life of Chun Hongsheng. It is important to note that Chun Tianlang was still alive, This eagerness to mend ties with Chun Feng was curious. Chun Feng, come back. The entire Chun family now belongs to you. Chun Tianhai forced a strained smile. However, Chun Feng remained composed, casting a detached glance at him, his eyes laced with sarcasm. He understood that Chun Tianhai's actions were merely for show, an attempt to gain his favor. Control the Chun family? Chun Tianhai, do you think I covet the position of patriarch? Chun Feng scoffed. I have already stated that I have no ties to the Chun family. I was not born a member of the Chun family, and I shall not enter the ancestral hall upon my death. With that, he brandished the Tian Tsong Yun sword and strode away from the square without a backward glance. There was not a single thing in the Chun family worth his affection. Everyone's gaze followed Chun Feng as he departed, turning back to witness Chun Tianhai's frozen expression, his face contorted in shock. Mockery danced in the eyes of the onlookers. When you were down, you did not stand by me. Now that I rise again, who are you to me? Was Chun Tianhai truly so naive as to think others were fools? Today he stabbed Chen Hongsheng in the back for Chun Feng. Who knows whom he may betray next? The Chun family is nothing more than a lost cause. The short-sightedness of the Chun family's upper echelons left all present stifling laughter. It seemed that the Chun family would struggle merely to survive, let alone rise to prominence. Perhaps they could seize this opportunity to divide the Chun family's lands and resources among themselves. Daughter, let us depart. The city lord rose. Glancing at Chun Tianhai and the faces of the other family patriarchs, already presaging the fate awaiting the Chun family. In the future, the Chun family may well meet its demise. Chun Feng left the square, followed swiftly by the alchemist Lin Chaoga and Wei Mo. At the exit of the square, the two quickly intercepted him. Young friend, might you have some time to visit my Zue Bao Tower? Lin Chaoga cordially invited. Chun Feng regarded Lin Chaoga and Wei Mo, acknowledging that had it not been for Lin Chaoga's assistance today, he would have had to resort to forbidden methods to escape his predicament, methods that bore immense costs. With Lin Chaoga's intervention, he could avoid considerable trouble. Hence, Chun Feng no longer kept them at arm's length and nodded in agreement. Very well. A quarter of an hour later, in the opulent main hall of Zue Bao Tower, the proprietor, Tang Gu, was surprisingly the one brewing tea, while Chun Feng and Lin Chaoga sat across from each other. Wei Mo and Jiang Yin sat beside them. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I have not witnessed such an exhilarating competition in a long time. To face an opponent of the 8th level and trample a genius of the sword spirit lineage, Brother Chun Feng is a talent of unprecedented caliber. Lin Chaoga praised. Tang Gu, in charge of brewing tea, occasionally cast admiring glances at Chun Feng, having attended the match herself. This exhilarating and dramatic battle left her utterly astonished, particularly by Chun Feng, who, at the tender age of 17 or 18, not only dared to confront adversaries at the 8th heaven, but had also grasped the essence of sword intent, rendering her incredulous. As Lin Chaoga spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chun Feng, keenly observing the subtle shifts in his expression. However, the praise that should have easily drawn forth a sense of pride from the youthful and brash young man seemed to have no effect on him. His demeanor remained composed, as though he had glossed over the accolades entirely. Senior Lin, your commendations are too generous. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. I shall remember your kindness. Chun Feng said, clasping his fists in respect. Haha, dear brother Chun, you are too modest. My actions stem from a heartfelt appreciation for talent. Lin Chaoga laughed heartily, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was precisely the affirmation he sought. His willingness to offend the Sword Emperor to protect Chun Feng was akin to a gamble. Should Chun Feng flourish, all he had done today would be rendered worthwhile. Young brother, may I pose a few questions? Lin Chaoga inquired with a smile. Feel free. Chun Feng replied with a calm smile. You previously entrusted Miss Jiang with a pill recipe for auction. Is this recipe truly yours? Lin Chaoga's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Chun Feng. Chun Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Chaoga's expression shifted slightly. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, this pill recipe is known as the Celestial Silkworm Life Extension Pill, crafted by the esteemed North Xian Sword Emperor. Have you inherited his legacy? Both Jiang Yin and Tang Gu felt a jolt of surprise, their beautiful eyes instinctively turning towards Chun Feng. In the realm? If one were to speak of the most precious legacy, it would undoubtedly belong to the North Xian Sword Emperor, a paragon not only of swordsmanship but also of alchemy. Unmatched in his craft. Throughout his life, he had devised countless pill recipes, each of which held immense value in the world. Should Chen Feng truly have acquired the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, it would indeed be an extraordinary fortune. However, Chen Feng shook his head, clarifying, I have not inherited the North Xian Sword Emperor's legacy. I have merely obtained this single pill recipe, nothing more. At this, Lin Xiaoga's eyes flickered subtly before he smiled. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, possessing a pill recipe from the North Xian Sword Emperor is still a significant opportunity. He continued, what I declared in the square holds true. From this moment forth, you, young brother Chen Feng, shall be the vice master of our pill pavilion. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoga revealed an ancient token from his palm, presenting it to Chen Feng. This is the Vice Master's token of our pill pavilion. We oversee numerous enterprises, including the Zue Bao building. Should you require assistance in the future, simply bring this token to Zue Bao building, and we shall endeavor to meet your needs. Lin Xiaoga declared with a smile. I am deeply grateful, Senior Lin. Chen Feng accepted the token, bowing respectfully. It is but a trifling matter, nothing to mention. With the Chen family's grievances resolved, do visit the imperial city. Nearly 90% of Ninggua's talented individuals and illustrious figures are gathered there. That is the realm of youth, where you can acquire abundant resources for cultivation. Lin Xiaoga suggested. Chen Feng nodded. I shall visit the imperial city, but I must first conclude matters here. Lin Xiaoga's expression brightened. Excellent. I shall await your arrival in the imperial city. Chapter 22. The onset of cold bones after a brief conversation with Chen Feng and Lin Xiaoga. Chen Feng took Jiang Yin and departed. However, once Chen Feng left, Wei Mo could not help but turn to Lin Xiaoga and inquire, Master, do you truly believe his words? If this lad had not acquired the inheritance of the Northern Xian Sword Emperor, how could he so generously present a fourth-grade pill recipe for auction? One must understand that the mere act of offering such a valuable recipe indicates that Chen Feng possesses even more precious formulas, rendering this one insignificant in his eyes. Whether he has obtained the inheritance is something this lad knows all too well. Yet, even if we ascertain that he possesses the Northern Xian Sword Emperor's legacy, what can we do? Can we seize it back? Lin Xiaoga replied. Wei Mo raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Is that not possible? This boy's strength is merely at the first layer of the condensing sea realm. No matter how extraordinary he is, capable of contending against 8 layers, he remains confined within the condensing sea. A powerful figure at the transformation realm could easily bring him down, and with your strength, Master, dealing with him would surely be a matter of moments. Lin Xiaoga scoffed at this. It is not difficult to subdue him, but Wei, do you genuinely believe this lad to be so easily cowed that he would relinquish his inheritance at a mere whim? Wei Mo appeared momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiaoga continued, you witnessed his performance on the arena. Even when the Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu struck directly, this boy refused to submit, not uttering a single word of surrender. Do you believe that, even if you flayed him alive, he would yield? Do you think you could extract anything from him? That does seem somewhat reasonable. Wei Mo chuckled wryly. Given the boy's performance in the arena, even if they were to slaughter him 100 or 80 times, it would likely be futile. This lad is decidedly unyielding. Are we to simply abandon this pursuit? Wei Mo bit his lip, a restless yearning still flaring within him. After all, it is the inheritance of the Northern Xian Sword Emperor. Who would not be tempted? Even those from various sects and sacred lands would likely disregard their dignity to seize it. Lin Xiaoga shook his head. Let us not rush. We must take our time. First, we should win him over. This will not harm us. Even if this lad has not obtained the Northern Xian Sword Emperor's inheritance, he is still a rare talent. That Shun Tianlang, who claims to have awakened a sword spirit root, has consistently been suppressed by this lad. As for the Northern Xian Sword Emperor and Appo's inheritance, we can deliberate on that for a long while. Who knows, we might find this lad's weakness in the future. Upon hearing this, Wei Mo pondered deeply and found some truth in it. After Chen Feng, Jiang Yin, and Bauer exited the drunken treasure pavilion, they made their way towards the inn. The streets were still abuzz with excitement from the earlier tournament held in the square. Tea houses and restaurants were filled with idle chatter regarding the event. As for Chun Feng's recent conversation with Lin Chaoga and the others, he paid it little mind. Recognizing that they were merely a group of cunning old foxes, he was well aware of their intentions. It was all a matter of mutual exploitation. Jiang Yin walked beside him, her beautiful eyes often glancing at Chen Feng. Several times she attempted to inquire about something, but the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. With that encouragement, Jiang Yin wasted no time, directly questioning, "Did you truly acquire the Northern Xian Sword Emperor's inheritance?" "No," Chen Feng replied flatly. "Not all." Jiang Yin shot him a skeptical glance. "I don't believe it. You must have obtained the Northern Xian Sword Emperor's inheritance." She felt that Chun Feng harbored too many secrets. How could he casually pen a fourth-grade pill recipe, solve problems that no physician could, and even defeat Qin Tianlang today? Such feats exceeded the realm of ordinary comprehension. "Believe it or not, no one is asking you to." Chen Feng dismissed her with indifference. Jiang Yin retorted, "Is this how you always speak? At the very least, I am a stunning beauty. Could you not offer me a little courtesy when you speak?" After a half-hour journey, they returned to the inn. As night fell, the darkened sky was adorned with a round moon hanging high above the starry expanse, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying a chill that brushed against the window by the bed. Compared to the daytime clamor of Yin City, the city grew increasingly tranquil as night descended. Chun Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands weaving intricate seals as the profound 9 dragons annihilation technique circulated within him. A faint golden light emanated from his body, and a terrifying devouring force erupted, his form resembling a miniature black hole. The abundant spiritual energy of the world began to converge into flowing streams, rushing into his body. Deep within his spiritual sea, the 9-headed 5-clawed golden dragon remained hidden, still and silent. Yet, as Chun Feng absorbed and infused his spiritual power, a continuous stream of dragon energy surged forth from the depths of his spiritual sea, swiftly healing his injuries. In ancient times, the dragon clan possessed an extraordinary physique, capable of recovering from even the most grievous wounds in the shortest time possible. They were akin to indestructible monsters. This technique transformed one's body into dragon marrow, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon scales, forging the strongest physique. When cultivated to its zenith, one could even become a dragon. Though Chun Feng had sustained grave injuries during the daytime tournament, after 2 hours of cultivation, he had already regained about 90% of his strength due to the advantages offered by this technique. After 2 hours, Chun Feng's hand seals suddenly shifted, amplifying the devouring force. From the battles earlier, he had garnered significant rewards and sensed that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. It was time to strive for a higher realm. As his seals transformed, the very space around him seemed to tremble violently, and an even greater torrent of spiritual energy surged like ocean waves, sweeping towards him and causing his aura to rise steadily. In an instant, he reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the condensing sea realm. Boom! Suddenly, a subtle muffled sound echoed from within his spiritual sea, as if the density of his spiritual power had breached a certain limit. Boundless spiritual energy rapidly spread through his 108 martial arts meridians. In that moment, Chun Feng's aura surged, breaking through from the pinnacle of the first layer of the condensing sea realm into the second layer. Yet, Chun Feng did not cease. He continued to build momentum for further breakthroughs. A torrent of spiritual energy flooded in ceaselessly, infusing his body. To an outside observer, he now shimmered with golden light, resembling a small golden idol. His innate Taoist embryo was already a convergence of the 5 elements, intimately connected to the heavenly path. The cultivation of the condensing sea realm required little time for him. Boom, boom. After another hour, a faint tremor resonated again within his spiritual sea. The spiritual energy spread, and his aura surged from the second layer of the condensing sea realm into the third layer. Not enough more. Chun Feng gritted his teeth. This was still not his current limit. His hand seals shifted at an even faster pace, and the surrounding space rippled as a vast ocean of spiritual energy poured in. The entire inn seemed to tremble in that moment, as all the powerful figures within the city of Yin turned their gazes skyward, fixated on the heavens above the inn. It appeared that a vortex of spiritual energy had formed in the skies, rich and dense to the point of becoming substantial, swirling and engulfing the surroundings. This magnificent spiritual essence converged into pillars of energy that descended from the heavens, all penetrating into Chun Feng's being. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling beyond measure. Chun Feng's aura surged, catapulting him to the 4th level of the condensation sea realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and within their depths, a glimmer of golden light burst forth, sharp and formidable. He clenched his fists, feeling a boundless strength coursing through him, filling every fiber of his being. Indeed, a satisfied smile graced Chun Feng's lips. A leap of 3 realms. This was a remarkable surge for him. With the power of the 4th level of the condensation sea realm, he could now contend with even the formidable figures of the transformation realm. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, prompting a wry smile from Chun Feng. Unfortunately, I have yet to cultivate my techniques to the level of skin tempering. Otherwise, I could fast. Rising from his seat, he prepared to venture out in search of sustenance. Jiangyin, Chun Feng called out from outside her door. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, there was no response from within. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. Jiangyin usually provided him with protection and would not fall asleep at such an hour. Why was there now an eerie silence? Just as he was about to leave, a chilling sensation seeped through the crack of the door, causing him to feel an unsettling foreboding. Had something gone awry? He quickly pushed open the door, finding it not locked, and it swung open with ease. In the next moment, he beheld Jiangyin curled up on the bed, her enchanting face now contorted in agony, her entire body emanating an icy chill, as if she had become a block of ancient ice. Cold. So excruciatingly cold. This was Jiangyin's current sensation. And enduring such intense frost, she could no longer attend to the world outside. Had her cold bones flared up? Chun Feng furrowed his brow, gazing out at the moonlight streaming through the window. The bright full moon hung like a silver plate in the night sky, casting a cool and ethereal glow. In his fervor for cultivation, he had lost track of time. Tonight was indeed the night of the full moon, the very occasion when Jiangyin's cold bones would typically act up. This little girl could have at least given me a warning. Chun Feng sighed and approached her. Perhaps sensing his presence, Jiangyin, still cocooned under thick blankets, struggled to open her eyes. Yet, the cold enveloping her made it difficult for her to fight against it. Observing this, Chun Feng swiftly peeled back the covers enveloping her and reached to loosen her garments. Jiangyin shivered violently, summoning every ounce of strength to grasp Chun Feng's hand tightly, her face reflecting pain as she murmured, "No, no." Chun Feng was taken aback, offering a wry smile. It seemed Jiangyin mistakenly believed he intended to violate her in some manner. "What do you take me for?" "I am here to help you heal," Chun Feng explained. "No, no." However, Jiangyin was not in a state to heed his words, her delicate hand still firmly clenching his, preventing any further action. "Rest assured, I won't touch anything inappropriate. I merely need to access the acupoints necessary for your treatment," Chun Feng reiterated. With that, he no longer allowed her to obstruct him, forcefully prying her hand away as he removed his outer garments. Before him lay a flawlessly exquisite figure, her skin as smooth as jade, radiating an alluring sheen under the moonlight. She wore a long skirt, though half of it had been torn away, revealing 2 long, slender legs, perfectly sculpted and utterly captivating. As the cold continued to seep from her body, her trembling intensified, her stunning face flushed a deep crimson from the chill, her white teeth biting her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, exuding an air of vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. The soft gasps escaping her lips further ignited the blood of every man, rendering them powerless to resist. Even for someone like Chun Feng, who had lived for thousands of years and tempered his resolve to be as unyielding as steel. His heart began to race at this moment. Jiangyin, known for her icy beauty, now appeared radiant and alluring. A vision of enchanting charm that would likely cause any faint-hearted individual to lose control. What a temptress! Chun Feng silently cursed. I nearly lost my composure. He hastily suppressed his rising desires, forcing himself not to gaze upon her face, fearing that should he continue, he might truly succumb to temptation and act recklessly. With 2 fingers bent, he suddenly pressed against the dual sandalwood acupoints at the upper part of her back, channeling his spiritual energy like a torrent, swiftly infusing it into her. A brilliant crimson light enveloped Jiang Yin's delicate form, the temperature rising as strands of coldness were gradually expelled. Chun Feng's spiritual root was that of a primordial Tao fetus, encompassing all 5 elements, allowing him to transmute his spiritual energy into any elemental force. At this moment, he was transforming his spiritual energy into that of flames. Guided by his fingers, the fiery energy coursed through her various acupoints, penetrating her meridians and suppressing the surge of coldness. Soon, more and more cold energy was expelled from Jiang Yin's body, manifesting as spirals of white smoke that enveloped the entire room. At first glance, the bed was shrouded in swirling mist, creating a surreal, ethereal ambience. Jiang Yin suddenly let out a sound of pure comfort and enjoyment. Her once coiled form gradually relaxed, resembling a contented kitten basking in the warm sunlight. Sprawled across the bed in a rather ungraceful manner, Chun Feng's expression darkened as he beheld her alluring position. This little temptress was truly playing with fire. Lie still. Don and Appos, team move, he commanded. Then, he activated the 9 Dragons annihilation technique, unleashing an ever more potent stream of fiery spiritual energy that erupted from his body. His fingers danced across Jiang Yin's form, targeting various points. Fortunately, in his previous life, Chun Feng had encountered individuals with the cold moon spiritual root, gaining insight into the unique acupoints and meridian issues associated with it. This knowledge enabled him to temporarily suppress her cold energy flare-up. However, to truly resolve the issue of her cold bones would require more than just a day or 2 of effort, as it entailed the cultivation of specialized techniques, which would have to be addressed in due time. As more cold energy was expelled, Jiang Yin's flawless skin took on a slightly rosy hue. After 2 hours of relentless effort, under Chun Feng's continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the last remnants of cold energy finally dissipated, and Jiang Yin fell into a deep slumber, a serene smile gracing her lips. In contrast, Chun Feng was drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face pale. He gazed at Jiang Yin's enchanting form and let out a wry smile. The night of the full moon had passed. Following this, Chun Feng chose not to return to his own room, but instead sat down where he was, entering a meditative state to recuperate. In the present day, Jiang Yin has shed all her defenses. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, she hesitates to leave without caution. Time passes silently, and before she knows it, a night has slipped away. When dawn arrives, warm sunlight streams through the window, casting a golden glow reminiscent of a bountiful harvest, illuminating the head of her bed. Bathed in this light, Jiang Yin's long eyelashes flutter gently, gradually revealing her eyes. Upon awakening, the first thing Jiang Yin does is sit upright, suddenly recalling that last night was the full moon night, and in her drowsiness, she vaguely remembers Chun Feng intruding into her room. She hastily checks her attire and discovers that her top seems to have been undone, causing her countenance to change drastically. At that moment, a languid voice resonates within the room. Rest assured, no one has laid a hand on you, Chun Feng states as he rises. Jiang Yin immediately turns to Chun Feng, her brows furrowing slightly, and her cheeks cooling with unease. What did you do to me? I helped suppress the outbreak of your cold bones. Otherwise, do you think you could have slept so soundly last night? Chun Feng replies nonchalantly. Jiang Yin inspects herself again, and upon confirming her well-being, she breathes a sigh of relief. However, her beautiful eyes turn slightly resentful as she casts a sidelong glance at Chun Feng. If you were treating me, why did you have to undress me? Were you intending to take advantage of me? Come on, sister, don't assume the worst of everyone. Who want to touch you? Last night, I nearly exhausted my spiritual energy to help expel all the coldness from your meridians. Chun Feng retorts, exasperated. Jiang Yin clenches her fists and realizes there's a warm flow of spiritual energy coursing through her body. As her primary cultivation focuses on ice-based techniques, this energy is clearly not her own. The frost on Jiang Yin's cheeks dissipates significantly as she looks at Chun Feng, her gaze evasive, murmuring, "Thank you." Forget it. You've helped me a lot these days. This is only natural. After a brief pause, Chun Feng continues. However, for the time being, I have merely suppressed the outbreak of your cold bones. To thoroughly resolve this issue, a multitude of procedures is required. First, you must change your cultivation technique. Since you possess the cold moon spirit root, you must select a technique that is most suitable for it. The method you are currently practicing is utterly inadequate. Although it is also an ice-based technique, the strength of the spiritual energy it produces is insufficient to suppress the cold bones within you. I have a set of techniques more suitable for the cold moon spirit root. Practicing this will increase your cultivation speed by at least tenfold. Furthermore, with the spiritual energy cultivated through this method, you will be able to suppress the outbreak of your cold bones on your own. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin is momentarily stunned. She knows that the technique she is currently practicing is among the top-tier methods in her family. How could Chun Feng dare to call it garbage? Your words are too audacious. Jiang Yin scoffs, shaking her head. Chun Feng, aware of her disbelief, has no desire to argue, stating plainly, believe it or not, it's your choice. Others seek my guidance, and I wouldn't bother. He turns to leave the room. After a couple of steps, Jiang Yin bites her lip, as if making a resolute decision. Wait, what is the technique you speak of? I will practice it. She realizes she has no choice but to trust Chun Feng unconditionally. At the very least, he demonstrated the capability to suppress her cold bones last night, proving he possesses genuine skill. What if he is telling the truth? Chun Feng turns back, saying calmly, trust me. I have no reason to deceive a young girl like you. Young girl? Jiang Yin rolls her eyes, responding indignantly. How old are you? You dare call me a little girl? I'm at least a few years older than you. You should call me sister. Chun Feng is speechless. I've lived for thousands of years. How can you even compare ages with me? However, he is disinclined to argue with her, saying, just take off your clothes and lie down on the bed without moving. You. Jiang Yin's cheeks flush with anger. Are you suggesting that, under the pretext of teaching me, you intend to force me into such a situation? While I may not wish to die, I will not submit to such coercion. Hey, where are your thoughts going? I only intend to guide you on the flow of your spiritual energy. This technique is quite complex, and the meridian pathways differ entirely from ordinary methods. Without guidance, a slight deviation could lead you to a state of chaos. Chun Feng explains. Jiang Yin is momentarily taken aback. Chun Feng speaks truthfully. There are 108 meridians available for a martial artist cultivation, and even minor differences in the pathways can lead to vastly different outcomes. However, the issue remains. Asking her, an unmarried young woman, to undress before a man is exceedingly embarrassing. If I wanted to see, I could have done so last night. Why would I wait until now? Chun Feng smirks. At his words, Jiang Yin shoots him a fiery glare. Chun Feng's smile stiffens as he quickly raises his hands. All right, you don't have to take everything off. You can keep your undergarments on, and I won't directly touch you. I'll use chopsticks instead. How does that sound? Jiang Yin contemplates for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then, you should step outside and call me when I'm ready. Fine. Chun Feng concedes, understanding that it would be somewhat inappropriate to force a girl to undress in front of a boy. He steps outside, and, after a few minutes, he hears Jiang Yin's voice calling, you can come in now. Chun Feng pushes the door open to find Jiang Yin sitting on the bed, her delicate figure draped in a thin silk undergarment, her azure hair cascading down to her waist. She turns slightly, her cheeks flushed, her enchanting eyes shimmering with allure, embodying a captivating charm. Upon feeling Chun Feng's gaze upon her, Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes dart away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, the blush extending from her exquisitely delicate face down to her swan-like neck, exuding an irresistible temptation. Even Chun Feng, who has encountered countless beauties in his previous life, finds himself momentarily entranced, only regaining his composure after a while, feeling a certain reaction arise within him, prompting a wry smile. This body has rejuvenated, even possessing the vigor of youth. Chun Feng quickly suppresses his body's desires, approaching her and instructing, sit cross-legged. I will teach you the first level of the 9 Yin cold art. Understood. Jiang Yin quickly steadies her mind, sitting cross-legged and entering a tranquil state. Chun Feng then recites the incantation word by word. The 9 Yin cold art was created by a beauty he encountered in his previous life, a practitioner of the cold moon spirit root, and is the most suitable technique for her cultivation. That very beauty carved a path of bloodshed in the void divine realm using this technique, becoming a formidable force. Years ago, when she sought Chun Feng's assistance in alchemy, he asked for no other reward than this technique. Little did he expect that he would not encounter another owner of the cold moon spirit root in his previous life, only to meet one in this life. Chun Feng recites the incantation rapidly, while Jiang Yin demonstrates astonishing memory, almost memorizing it upon hearing it just once. Following Chun Feng's instructions, she begins her cultivation. In an instant, the room fills with a surge of spiritual energy, flowing like a stream, coalescing into ribbons that envelop Jiang Yin's delicate form and subsequently enter her body. As the energy flows through her martial arts meridians, a look of pain crosses Jiang Yin's face, and a crimson droplet spills from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Chun Feng grasped a pair of chopsticks and glided them across Jiang Yin's delicate form, guiding the flow of her spiritual energy. Promptly, Jiang Yin followed Chun Feng's instructions, skillfully directing the energy, preventing it from aimlessly flitting about her body like a headless fly. Gradually, a serene expression settled upon her cheeks, and a faint, icy radiance emanated from her being, an exquisite chill seeping from within her delicate frame. This was no longer the frigid aura released during a cold bone episode, but rather the transformation of spiritual energy into frost-type power, a result of her cold moon spiritual root. After tracing the correct path of her energy twice with the chopsticks, Chun Feng set them aside. With this newfound memory, Jiang Yin showcased her remarkable talent for cultivation, now capable of autonomously harnessing the technique to transmute this energy into frost-type power. Chun Feng glanced at her enchanting form, ceased his guidance, and turned to exit the room. From this point forth, it was up to Jiang Yin to navigate her own journey. A mentor opens the door, but the pursuit of cultivation lies solely within the individual. How far she can ascend depends on her own fortitude. As time silently passed, Chun Feng stood guard outside for 2 hours, gradually realizing that the spiritual energy within the room had quieted. Clearly, Jiang Yin had halted her practice. Only then did Chun Feng reopen the door. "How did it go?" he inquired with a gentle smile. Jiang Yin opened her beautiful eyes, her cheeks radiating sheer joy as she exclaimed, "This is astonishing. I have actually broken through." Chun Feng was taken aback, quickly noting that Jiang Yin seemed to have advanced from the 8th level of the transformation realm to the 9th. "I was stuck at the 8th level for 2 full months, thinking it would take at least another 2 to break through. I never expected to surpass this barrier in just 2 hours of practice." Jiang Yin exclaimed gleefully. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes. Some individuals may find themselves ensnared at a particular realm for 3 to 5 years. Jiang Yin had lingered at the 8th level for 2 months, anticipating another 2 months before a potential breakthrough. Yet through her practice of the 9 Yin cold technique, she had effortlessly ascended to the 9th level. "This technique is indeed far superior to my previous practice. The two are not even comparable," she mused. "You have merely scratched the surface of the 9 Yin cold technique. To truly control the cold bone episodes, you must cultivate it to the 4th level of its core methods," Chun Feng advised. "Understood." Jiang Yin nodded, her heart ignited with hope. While she still had some distance to traverse before reaching the 4th level, she now possessed a clear direction. Previously, she had been oblivious to the nature of her affliction, let alone how to save herself. Now, Chun Feng had granted her a chance at life, offering her the opportunity to escape the torment of cold bone episodes, which stirred her excitement. "Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Until you have cultivated the 9 Yin cold technique to the 4th level, it is prudent for you to remain by my side. At present, I alone can address the issue of your cold bone episodes on the night of the full moon," Chun Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin paused, a contemplative expression crossing her features. She had initially intended to stay in Flame City for only a few days before departing. As a mentor at the Cloud Sea Academy, she could not remain away indefinitely. However, recalling the anguish endured during her cold bone episodes, she was haunted by a significant shadow. The excruciating chill was an experience she wished to avoid at all costs. "Do you intend to go to the Imperial City?" Jiang Yin inquired, lifting her head. "Yes, once I complete my final task, I shall visit the Imperial City," Chun Feng replied. Flame City was merely a small locale, lacking in cultivation resources compared to the imperial city. Although Chen Feng had restored his innate Dao embryo, without sufficient resources, it was akin to possessing a blade without a whetstone. His cultivation speed remained unsatisfactory. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. Indeed, I must first relocate my mother's spiritual tablet. Chen Feng smiled. Previously, his mother held no status within the family, resulting in her burial in a common graveyard, a lingering source of distress for Chen Feng's current existence. His mother had chosen the wrong man, suffering throughout her life, ultimately leaving behind only a mound of earth. Now that Ye Beixuan inhabited this body, he was determined to find a suitable resting place for his mother, allowing her to rest in peace. As evening descended, Chen Feng finished his dinner at the inn and, accompanied by Jiang Yin, journeyed to a mountain to the north of Man Mountain Town. According to his recollections, his mother was interred within this very mountain. This mountain was the largest common graveyard in Man Mountain Town and its surrounding areas, where many commoners and even dignitaries chose to lay their loved ones to rest, thus earning its notoriety. Ascending the mountain, Chen Feng navigated through the trails of memory until he reached a small hill halfway up. Nestled between two large trees was a modest mound, upon which stood a spiritual tablet inscribed with a few large characters in a youthful hand. Grave of Lu Ruyan. Found it. Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy as he hurried over. Despite the fading memories of this body, he retained every recollection of his mother. Approaching this spiritual tablet, Chen Feng bowed deeply before it and began to excavate. However, the subsequent events did not unfold as smoothly. No matter how he dug, he discovered the mound to be hollow beneath. There was no trace of his mother's remains. Where could they be? Chen Feng gazed into the nearly 10-meter-deep hole he had created, confusion etched across his face. Could it be that you remembered incorrectly? Jiang Yin approached, her brows furrowed. That is impossible. I set this spiritual tablet myself. There can be no mistake. Chen Feng insisted, his gaze fixed on the tablet. The characters inscribed there were unmistakably from his past life. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a fierce glint of fury ignited in his eyes. Could it be that even my mother South final resting place has been desecrated? Grinding his teeth, Chen Feng recalled Chen Tianhai and Chen Hongsheng, suspecting that such vile acts were indeed within the realm of possibility for these individuals. What will you do now? Jiang Yin stood behind him, sensing the chilling aura radiating from Chen Feng. For him, his mother was the last bastion of his heart. If even her remains were taken, he might truly descend into madness. I will return to the Chen family and demand answers from Chen Tianhai. If this is indeed the work of the Chen family, then they shall not remain in this world. Chen Feng declared vehemently. A frigid malice, as if released from the depths of the abyss, enveloped the surroundings, chilling the air itself. If previously he had harbored a shred of mercy toward the Chen family, now all remnants of compassion had been utterly obliterated. This family has descended into a chilling ruthlessness that is truly appalling. Taking a life has become a mere triviality. Yet if they do not even spare the remains after death, then the members of this household have indeed sunk to a level beneath that of mere beasts. Chapter 25. The Truth Revealed. Departing from Yin City, Chen Feng lingered not a moment longer, shouldering the Tian Tsongyun sword as he returned to the Chen family estate. Upon entering the gates, he found the numerous servants and guards within utterly paralyzed with fear. One by one, they fled in panic, none daring to confront him. The news of Chen Feng trampling Chen Tianlang had spread like wildfire throughout Yin City, leaving the entire Chen family in a state of trepidation. Previously, Chen Feng had endured considerable mistreatment within the Chen household, primarily at the hands of his kin, though some of the servants had also taken delight in tormenting him. Given his lack of standing within the family, it had provided them a sense of accomplishment to mock a young master of a prominent clan. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, Chen Feng did not rush to exact vengeance, but instead allowed others to escape as he strode directly into the inner courtyard. In a corridor paved with blue stones, Chen Tianhai stood, clad in a pristine white robe, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon Chen Feng's approach. You have arrived, he remarked coolly, as if anticipating Chen Feng's return. It seems you were aware of my coming, Chen Feng replied, his eyes narrowing into a cold stare. We did not disturb your mother's grave, Chen Tianhai asserted, taking the initiative to speak. Chun Feng let out a humorless laugh, incredulous that the other would presume to defend himself before he had even spoken. Since you know of my mother's grave, you must also be aware that her remains have inexplicably vanished, correct? Chun Tianhai, do you still consider yourself a human being? Even if you look down upon my mother and me, she was ultimately your wife. How could you be so ruthless as to not spare her remains? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Each word was a piercing accusation. Chun Feng could scarcely fathom the depths of his father's cruelty. He understood that his mother had never been favored in his presence, yet he had not anticipated such profound animosity that it extended even beyond death. Sighing deeply, Chun Tianhai's eyes reflected a weariness that seemed to age him a decade in the span of mere weeks. He shook his head and said, "You have always believed we were responsible for your mother's death, but the truth is, we did not cause her demise. Are you still attempting to distance yourself from the truth?" Chun Feng laughed, though his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Chun Tianhai continued, "Your mother fell into despair due to her longing for someone else. You may think she yearned for me, but in reality, I never occupied her heart. She missed another man entirely. Though your mother was but a maid, her beauty was unparalleled, drawing admiration from all of Ning country. I indeed held affection for her, yet her heart belonged to another, not to me. Your true father is a mysterious man." At these words, Chun Feng felt as though struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his features as he whispered, "What do you mean by that?" Chun Tianhai met his gaze directly. "You have always thought of me as your father. Yet the truth is, you are not my son. I did, inebriated, intrude upon your mother's chamber, but there was another man present at that time. In my rage, I even contemplated taking his life, yet his power far surpassed mine. I was rendered immobile under his spiritual pressure, unable to act upon my desires. Shortly thereafter, I sensed a formidable and unfathomable force emerging near the Chun family, likely connected to your true father. He chose to sever ties with the Chun family and departed, requesting that I take care of your mother. In the years that followed, I witnessed your mother's unwavering attachment to that man, which fueled my anger and led to my neglect of you both, culminating in the later tragedies." As Chun Tianhai recounted this tale, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. However, during that period, he had been forced to witness the woman he loved turn to another man, leaving him to grapple with his own emotions. Every encounter with Liu Rian brought him pain, leading him to adopt a stance of indifference. Chun Feng stood rooted in place, unable to comprehend the convoluted nature of his situation. Could it truly be this melodramatic? For so long, he had harbored a mixture of love and resentment towards Chun Tianhai, love rooted in their father-son bond, and resentment stemming from a perceived lack of paternal affection. Now, he learned that he was not even the man's son. "Then who is my father?" Chun Feng inquired. "Your father's identity remains a mystery to me. I only know he possesses great strength," Chun Tianhai replied earnestly. "Regardless, I no longer wish to concern myself with him. After abandoning his wife and child for so many years, he has forfeited the right to be called a father. What I desire to know is the whereabouts of my mother's remains," Chun Feng demanded coldly. "I truly do not know. Even if you were to annihilate the Chun family, I would remain in ignorance. After your mother's passing, I paid my respects to her grave, only to discover it had been disturbed, and her remains had vanished," Chun Tianhai explained. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's murderous intent began to subside. He pondered deeply, realizing that his mother had seldom ventured outside and had made no enemies. If there were adversaries, they were likely those brought upon by his father, who, unable to locate him, had resorted to desecrating his mother's grave. "Chun Feng, though I harbor resentment towards your mother for her affection toward another man, she was still the one I cherished. I could never bring myself to disturb her grave," Chun Tianhai reiterated earnestly. Chun Feng lowered his head in contemplation, and his gaze towards Chun Tianhai grew increasingly complex. His prior hatred stemmed from the feeling of being unacknowledged as a son, yet upon learning the complete truth, much of that resentment dissipated. Though he was not of the Chun lineage, and despite the many grievances the family had inflicted upon him, they had nonetheless raised him for 17 years. "Very well, I shall seek my mother's remains myself," he declared, refusing to direct his anger towards the Chun family any longer, and turned to leave. Chun Tianhai clenched his teeth, then lifted his gaze to the solitary figure departing, calling out, "Child, If you have the time, do return to the Chun family more often. The Chun family will always be your home. Chun Feng hesitated, pausing in his steps, a torrent of emotions surging within him. He raised his eyes to the familiar courtyard, memories flooding back, moments of joy, nostalgia, pain, and suffering. Here lay everything he had known, his dearest kin, and the darkest of pasts. In the grand tapestry of right and wrong, love and hate, centuries hence, all would fade like whispers in the wind. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "We shall speak of this another time." And with that, he made no further delay. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light cast a warm glow upon the heavy shoulders of the two men. A flicker of joy broke through Chun Tianhai's weathered visage upon hearing Chun Feng's words, for it suggested that perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. In the evening glow, three figures walked side by side, departing Yin City. Unlike before, the three of them now each carried a package. Thus, it is highly probable that you are the offspring of some formidable figure? Jiang Yin gazed at Chen Feng with sparkling eyes. Initially, she felt a twinge of pity for him, having an unloving father and a deceased mother. However, she now realized that he might very well be the child of a significant individual. A formidable figure? Perhaps not. Who truly knows the extent of his strength? Chen Feng curled his lip. In his previous life, he was quite powerful, having instilled fear in all the strong beings of the void divine realm. Perhaps his reckless father was among those formidable ones, or it is entirely possible that he had unknowingly eliminated his father long ago. That would be quite fortuitous, saving him the trouble of confronting him again. So, how do you plan to search for your mother's remains? Jiang Yin arched her delicate brows and inquired once more. I currently have no leads whatsoever, and considering those individuals are enemies of my father, they are likely quite powerful. I can only seek them slowly. Chen Feng sighed. Jiang Yin fell silent. Young master, where shall we go next? Suddenly, Bauer raised her head and asked, We shall venture to the imperial city. I have heard that it is vast and quite entertaining. Would you like to join? Chen Feng smiled. Indeed, Bauer would love to go, wherever the young master goes. Bauer will follow, she replied cheerfully. Chen Feng observed Bauer, who stood a head shorter than him, contemplating his next move. He had made quite a few enemies, and it would be rather perilous for Bauer to accompany him constantly. Bauer, do you wish to cultivate? Chen Feng asked. Yes, I aspire to become a hero like the young master. Bauer clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with excitement and longing. No, heroes often meet an early demise. You should embrace a more carefree life, Chen Feng advised. Bauer pouted, somewhat discontented. Chen Feng then turned his gaze back to Jiang Yin. What if we enroll her in your Yinhai Academy? Jiang Yin raised her brows and retorted. The Yinhai Academy is the foremost academy of Ning country, with stringent admission criteria. Do you think just anyone can enter? Aren't you a mentor at Yinhai Academy? Just pull a few strings. Chen Feng asserted confidently. Get lost? I lack the capability for that. Jiang Yin replied. You do have the ability. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Get lost. Chapter 26. The exquisite mysterious yellow pool and the royal maneuvers. Chen Feng and his companions journeyed together, departing from Yin City, where to the north lay the paradise of mercenaries, the North Spirit mountain range. This mountain range spanned the distance between Yin City and the grand metropolis of the Tian County. In comparison to Yin City, the Tian County undoubtedly stood as a significant city within the Ning Kingdom, boasting cloud ships that soared through the skies, providing a direct route to the royal city. Without such conveniences, one would require at least a month of travel by horse-drawn carriage or on foot to reach the royal city. Thus, many dignitaries and practitioners would take advantage of the cloud ships to shorten their travels. On this occasion, Chen Feng and his companions were indeed heading towards the Tian County. However, upon entering the North Spirit mountain range, even the formidable Jiang Yin became vigilant. The mountains were teeming with ferocious beasts, and a variety of unsavory characters frequented these lands. These individuals had long made the wilderness their home, and their cunning nature, coupled with their formidable strength, rendered them quite fearsome. The trio traveled for nearly 2 days, during which they encountered numerous mercenary groups along the way. These seasoned fighters, accustomed to living on the edge, immediately fixated their greedy gazes upon Jiang Yin and Bauer upon spotting Chen Feng's small party. Boss, those 2 women are stunning. If only we could have a bit of fun with them, Dying beneath the peony would still be a glorious affair. Many mercenaries drooled at the sight. Having spent years amidst the wilderness, they seldom encountered women, let alone beauties of Jiang Yin and Bauer's caliber. The two women represented entirely different aesthetics. Jiang Yin exuded a cold elegance interlaced with allure, igniting a desire for conquest in the hearts of men, while Bauer, though merely a maid, stood gracefully, embodying a charming cuteness. "Go ahead if you wish to die. I shall not intervene," the leader of the mercenaries remarked, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. At these words, the drooling mercenaries immediately shut their mouths, for they were not mindless brutes. Upon sensing the powerful spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Yin, they recognized the peril of their intentions. After all, a peak figure in the transformation realm was no small threat, especially one as young as Jiang Yin, prompting speculation about her noble lineage. "Let's proceed," Chun Feng declared, releasing his spiritual energy as he met the mercenary's gaze with icy resolve. He beckoned Jiang Yin and Bauer to continue forward. The mercenaries exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this young man, a mere nascent cultivator, appeared to be the leader of the group. That night, the trio sat by the campfire, utilizing its flickering light to ward off the night's chill. On the fire rack, 3 pieces of meat sizzled, gradually emanating a tantalizing aroma. Bauer's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the succulent meat, nearly drooling. Jiang Yin, seated beside her, expressed her surprise with a soft laugh. "I did not expect you possess such culinary skills." Though Jiang Yin had brought along ample provisions, the delectable roasted meat was undeniably more appetizing than her coarse rations. "By the way," Chun Feng suddenly inquired during the challenge in Yen City, "Xiao Xiu mentioned the competition for the exquisite mysterious yellow pool. What kind of contest is that?" Jiang Yin's expression grew serious as she replied, "The competition for the exquisite mysterious yellow pool is a grand event held every 2 years in the Ning Kingdom. In the royal city, there exists a naturally formed exquisite mysterious yellow pool. Within this pool resides a wealth of mysterious yellow energy, akin to a potent tonic for practitioners. It not only refines the physical body to an indestructible state, but also elevates the cultivator's spiritual power to new heights. Countless internal conflicts have erupted over the exquisite mysterious yellow pool within the Ning Kingdom. You must understand that there are numerous factions, all led by martial powerhouses. When conflicts arise, they often result in devastating wars, posing a grave threat to the kingdom's stability and long-term development. To mitigate internal strife, the Emperor of Ning established this competition, allowing young talents from various factions to engage in unrestricted battles. The victor gains the right to utilize the exquisite mysterious yellow pool for that year. Mysterious yellow energy? Chun Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized this as an elusive natural energy. In his previous life, before he had fully matured, he had utilized this mysterious yellow energy, albeit in limited quantities, which had resulted in an unprecedented transformation of his physique. Chun Feng felt an urge to access this so-called exquisite mysterious yellow pool, for it might allow him to achieve perfection in the first tier of the 9 Dragons Annihilation Scripture. The 9 Dragons Annihilation Scripture encompassed 9 tiers, each possessing remarkable effects. The first tier, known as the Dragon Skin Refinement, could forge scales akin to those of a dragon. It was well known that dragon scales were the hardest substances on a dragon's body. If he could cultivate dragon scales to envelop his form, he would experience an unparalleled metamorphosis. In his previous life, at the peak of his power, he might have dismissed the value of mysterious yellow energy. But in this life, devoid of resources, he had no choice but to strive for these rare cultivation materials. Why did the alchemist King Lin Chaoga display such distress at that time? Chun Feng inquired further. Jiang Yin sighed, shaking her head. While the Alchemist Guild is one of the most powerful factions in the Ning Kingdom, commanding nearly 80% of the alchemists, they possess a significant flaw. Despite their unparalleled alchemical skills and extensive connections, they lack martial prowess. If the Alchemist Guild were to compete in alchemy, they might be invincible, but in martial arts, they would be overwhelmed. Realizing this, Chun Feng could only smile wryly. As an alchemist himself, he understood that the majority of an alchemist's life was devoted to researching formulas, leaving little time to cultivate martial strength. unless one were an extraordinary prodigy with unparalleled comprehension. Mastering both alchemy and martial arts was nearly impossible. Jiang Yin continued. Perhaps it is precisely due to this recognition of their limitations that the alchemist king has always placed great importance on the exquisite, mysterious yellow pool. Unfortunately, the strongest talents he has sent to each competition have often perished during the event, which is a significant blow to the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, it is almost certain that each iteration of the exquisite, mysterious yellow pool has been dominated by the Sword Rain Pavilion, with nearly 90% of the Alchemist Guild's talents falling victim to their hands. Thus, the animosity between these two factions has persisted for far too long, harboring deep-seated enmity. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly realized why Lin Xiaoge and Xiao Xiu seemed to be at each other's throats. It was clear that if given the opportunity to eliminate one another's influence, they would show no mercy. Indeed, the royal family of Ningguo was far from simple. Chen Feng remarked with a faint smile. Jiang Yin looked at Chen Feng with confusion, clearly not grasping the meaning behind his words. Chen Feng chuckled. Consider this. With these two formidable forces locked in such fierce conflict, who stands to gain the most? Undoubtedly, is the royal family. Upon hearing his reasoning, Jiang Yin sighed. True, although many are aware of this fact, escaping its grasp is not so easy, for the allure of the Linglong Xinyuan pool is simply too great. I suspect that the reason the Dan Tower reached out to you is that they wish for you to participate in the Linglong conference on their behalf. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, having come to the same conclusion. It could only be described as a mutually exploitative relationship. Chen Feng sought the Linglong Xinyuan pool, while the Dan Tower desired to strike a decisive blow against the Jinyu Pavilion, perhaps even to eliminate all of its talented individuals, allowing them to bask in glory once more. The mention of the legendary Sword Emperor sent a chilling glint into Chen Feng's eyes. He had not forgotten how Xiao Xiu had previously bullied others with her might during the Yen City Challenge. Given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to teach Jinyu Pavilion a lesson in pain. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the depths of the dark forest. Who goes there? Jiang Yin and Chen Feng immediately rose, their eyes filled with vigilance as they turned toward the ominous woods. At that moment, a young figure stumbled forth, battered and bruised, his once handsome face now pale as a ghost. Upon seeing the face of the young man, Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in shock. Brother? The young man, upon spotting Jiang Yin, clutched at her as if she were his last lifeline, shouting, Jiang Yin, save me. What happened to you? Jiang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, as if sensing the pursuers closing in, he hesitated not a moment and dashed toward another section of the forest to escape. Brother! Jiang Yin cried out again, her heart racing as she pursued him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, observing Jiang Yin's retreating figure, furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Within the dark forest, the young man fled desperately ahead, with Jiang Yin trailing closely behind, her voice filled with urgency. Brother, please stop. What has happened? Why are you here? Yet no matter how fervently Jiang Yin called out, the young man continued to run. Finally, after covering a considerable distance, he abruptly halted in a clearing. Brother! Jiang Yin hurried to catch up, calling out loudly. However, as she gazed at his silhouette, a frown creased her brow. She began to sense something amiss. Her elder brother appeared to have become a powerful figure, reaching the celestial realm and ranking second on the young talents list. In Ningguo, few could defeat him, even among the older generation. How could he be so gravely injured in such a trivial place? Moreover, his usual pride. How could he seek her assistance? Jiang Yin's eyes hardened with suspicion as she scrutinized him. You are not my brother. Who are you truly? The figure slowly turned, peeling off a human mask to reveal a gaunt, sinister face. My dear sister, I have missed you so. The young man's eyes glinted with avarice as he brazenly surveyed Jiang Yin's alluring form, licking his lips with a chilling grin. Jiang Yin's brows furrowed deeper, and a sudden realization struck her. She turned to flee back toward Chen Feng. Yet at that moment, several shadowy figures surged forth from the forest, encircling her. My sweet sister, where do you think you're going? Wouldn't it be better to stay and keep your brother company? The young man taunted with a sinister chuckle. Instantly, Jiang Yin's expression turned frigid. She had fallen into a trap. These individuals had deliberately lured her away. Their real target was not her, but rather Chen Feng. Chapter 27. Night Raid. Luring the tiger from its mountain at this moment, by the campfire, Chen Feng's gaze swept around, and he faintly sensed something amiss. The Jiang family, being a prominent clan within the imperial city, should not have a weak air. How could Jiang Yin's brother be gravely injured here, and even call for his sister's help? Under normal circumstances, if he were truly in peril, shouldn't he prioritize his sister's escape? How could he allow her to be dragged into danger alongside him? Suddenly, as Chen Feng pondered, 3 glinting spears shot forth from the dark forest behind him with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, aimed directly at his back. Instantly alert in front of the tent, Chen Feng sensed the imminent threat and reacted without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch that sent the 3 spears crashing to the ground. Who goes there? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, shouting into the shadowy woods. Yet, silence enveloped him. No reply followed. In the next moment, a multitude of spears erupted like a tempest, each imbued with chaotic spiritual energy, raining down upon Chen Feng and his companion. Observing the attack, Chen Feng let out a cold snort, unleashing the might of his fourfold realm of the condensing sea. His fists clenched tightly as he retaliated with a barrage of strikes. The surge of spiritual energy swept through the surroundings, dispelling the onslaught of spears. The spear's shadows scattered, piercing several nearby trees, the immense force fracturing their trunks. Perhaps in response to Chen Feng's formidable strength, the dark forest fell eerily silent. No further movement could be detected. Young master, what should we do now? Bauer, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively moved closer to Chen Feng. Fear not. I am here, Chen Feng reassured her. Bauer cast timid glances around, her youthful innocence having never encountered such danger, stirring a sense of trepidation within her. Chen Feng, however, remained tense, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. His spiritual energy circulating within him, prepared for any unforeseen events. Suddenly, as Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, the sharp sound of piercing air rang out once more. In the dark night, 3 pointed spearheads tore through the air, aimed directly at Chen Feng and Bauer. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly embraced Bauer's slender waist and leaped, propelling himself several meters away. Boom! The ground erupted as dust flew, the 3 piercing spears embedding themselves in the very spot where they had stood, shaking with a resonant hum from the tremendous force. Indeed, this is a ploy to lure the tiger from its mountain, Chen Feng mused darkly. The enemies had clearly prepared, first diverting Jiang Yin before launching their assault on them. Yet, Chen Feng speculated that their primary target was indeed himself. Otherwise, such elaborate tactics would be unnecessary. Suddenly, sensing an impending threat, Chen Feng looked up to behold 3 ghostly figures silently emerging from a sturdy tree branch in the dense forest. Clad in black robes, their forms and features obscured, making it difficult to discern their identities. Ha ha! Your reflexes are impressively swift. You've evaded several ambushes. One of the cloaked figures remarked. Do not underestimate him. He is a genius capable of defeating the Sword Soul's spiritual roots. Underestimating him could lead to downfall, another warned. The trio chuckled mockingly, their eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent, as if they had already marked Chen Feng as their prey. Meeting their gaze unflinchingly, Chen Feng felt a jolt of surprise. The spiritual energy radiating from them indicated that they were all formidable beings of the transformation realm. 3 transformation realm experts. Such a formidable assembly was indeed rare in the entire Yen city. Chen Feng then shifted his attention deeper into the forest, where violent waves of spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by dazzling flames and thunderous roars. It seemed Jiang Yin was embroiled in a fierce battle of her own. Stop looking, boy. That beauty has been detained by us. Your last chance for survival has been severed. The cloaked figure taunted, their frigid gaze fixating on Chen Feng. With that, the 3 slowly drew long spears from behind, their black shafts coated in a layer of ink, rendering them nearly invisible in the night, elusive and difficult to track. Chen Feng frowned, recognizing that these individuals were seasoned forest hunters, their movements and techniques honed through countless similar hunts. You truly overestimate my worth. Go to such lengths to eliminate me. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Do not be modest. You are indeed deserving of our efforts. The cloaked figure sneered. 3 esteemed individuals, all masters of the transformation realm, and I'm merely a condensing sea cultivator. Before I meet my end, might you enlighten me on which faction you hail from? It would be nice to die with some clarity. Chun Feng smiled, feigning innocence. Fear not, you shall pass away blissfully unaware. That would be quite satisfactory. The cloaked figure retorted coldly. Realizing he would gain no information from them, Chun Feng fell silent, contemplating his next move. Now, it is time to send you on your way. Attack. Let's end this swiftly, the cloaked figure commanded, their icy tone signaling the onset of battle. In an instant, their overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, and like tigers descending from the mountains, they charged towards him. The 3 figures thrust their spears downward with remarkable speed, their precision akin to lightning, aiming directly for Chun Feng's head. Seeing their decisive attack, Chun Feng's expression shifted. He recognized their seasoned prowess as skilled jungle hunters, far surpassing the capabilities of family scions like Chun Tianlang. Celestial Shield. Chun Feng positioned himself protectively in front of Bauer, palms pressed together as he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, forming a luminous barrier before him. Clang! Clang! The sharp spearhead struck against the barrier, resonating with a metallic sound as the shield trembled, yet it held firm against their assault. This lad possesses some skill, one of the cloaked figures exclaimed, astonished that 3 transformation realm experts could not dispatch him with a single blow. In the next moment, the 3 individuals demonstrated an uncanny synchronization as they simultaneously altered their steps and swiftly dispersed. One of them continued to advance towards Chun Feng, while the other 2 circled around him, dashing towards Bauer. All 3 were seasoned veterans, acutely aware that it would be challenging to breach this young man's defenses in a short span of time. Thus, they set their sights on Bauer, recognizing the emotional connection he harbored for the young maid. If they could capture her, even Chun Feng, no matter how formidable, would have no choice but to submit. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted. The 2 cloaked figures extended their hands, simultaneously launching an attack towards Bauer. Witnessing this, Chun Feng's eyes flickered with a chilling intensity. The absence of verbal communication among these assailants spoke volumes. They executed a flawless coordination solely through a shared glance, an indication of skills not commonly cultivated by ordinary factions. Master, Bauer, upon seeing the murderous intent surging from the 2 cloaked figures, felt a surge of panic. As someone who had yet to step into the realm of cultivation, she was no match for these seasoned jungle hunters. Furthermore, a black-clad figure approached from the front, swiftly closing in. The encirclement was formidable. At this critical juncture, Chun Feng drew his sword. A torrent of malevolent energy erupted from the Tian Tsong Yun sword, morphing into a vivid crimson light that coursed along the blade. The sword's momentum intensified, rapidly accumulating power to an extraordinary level in mere moments. Then, with a sweeping motion, he unleashed a horizontal slash. The sharp brilliance of the blade, tearing through the air like a celestial star. The space around him seemed to split into 2 halves as a radiant sword aura, glistening with a blood-red sheen, swept through everything in its path. The 3 black-clad figures' eyes widened in shock as they instinctively formed fists, striking out to counter the sword energy. The clash reverberated through the air, causing the 3 figures to stagger back, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and fear. A great sword master? They gasped in unison, their eyes narrowing with intensity. At just 17 years of age, Chun Feng was an unparalleled prodigy within the entire Ning kingdom. They had never anticipated such immense power from this young man. It was no wonder he could defeat one with a sword-soul body. His talent was indeed extraordinary. The thought of eliminating such a remarkable genius filled them with a sense of grim accomplishment. With renewed fervor, the 3 figures licked their lips, their murderous intent intensifying. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation after repelling them, he unleashed his golden spiritual energy, scooping up Bauer as if he were a fierce tiger, and charged into the nearby dark forest, vanishing from sight. Pursue! The 3 shouted in unison, their bodies enveloped in spiritual energy as they swiftly gave chase. Within the dark forest, towering trees flourished, their dense foliage obscuring the silvery beams of moonlight, rendering visibility near impossible. Chun Feng, cradling Bauer, moved like a nimble spirit, his steps almost leaving no trace. He was well-versed in the art of jungle evasion, having long since familiarized himself with such shadowy terrains. In mere moments, he had escaped several hundred meters. "Are you all right?" Chun Feng glanced down at Bao and Oppos, whose face was pale, eyes still reflecting lingering fear. She shook her head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, master. I'm the one who has burdened you." Chun Feng chuckled softly. "Do not speak such foolishness. Those three do not pose a significant threat to me. However, if they were to follow us indefinitely, it could become a considerable nuisance. They must be dealt with." He turned to glance back, spotting the three figures in pursuit not far behind. A cold glint flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Bauer, "I will find a safe place to set you down. You must hide well and not come out, understood?" "Okay." Bauer nodded earnestly. Chun Feng quickened his pace, weaving through the forest while plucking several leaves, crushing them in his palm to release a pungent sap, which he then applied to Bauer. "Master, what are you doing?" Bauer asked in confusion. "This leaf sap will mask your scent, making it difficult for any beast to detect you," Chun Feng explained. Without regard for any distinctions of gender, he coated her in the substance before stepping onto a tree trunk, propelling himself into a thicket nearby, where he gently set Bauer down. "This place is secluded and dimly lit, perfect for concealment. Stay quiet and do not move," Chun Feng commanded. "All right, master, please be careful," Bauer urged. Worry etched across her face. "Do not fret. I will be fine," Chun Feng reassured her with a gentle pat on the head before leaping out of the thicket. He clenched his fists, releasing his golden spiritual energy in full force, deliberately drawing the attention of the three cloaked figures. As expected, upon sensing his spiritual fluctuations, they immediately reacted with lethal intent, exclaiming, "Boy, are you finally brave enough to show yourself? Pursue." The three surged forward, crossing over the thicket where Bauer hid, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Only then did her anxious heart begin to ease, yet worry soon returned as she gazed at their retreating figures, silently praying, "Master, you must return safely." In the dim light of the ancient forest, Chun Feng moved like a nocturnal predator, each step intentionally leaving subtle footprints on the tree trunks. Behind him, the three black-clad figures followed the trail with increasing speed. "This boy, though gifted, is still inexperienced. He has made such a fundamental error," they scoffed, observing the footprints. In such jungle pursuits, leaving traces was tantamount to revealing one and Oppo's location to the enemy. It would be nearly impossible to shake them off now. "Let us catch up and eliminate him quickly. Otherwise, we risk losing him," one of them urged. In unison, the three shouted, enveloping themselves in spiritual energy, their speed surging like thunderbolts as they pressed on. Ahead, Chun Feng glanced back, witnessing the indistinct shadows pursuing him, a cold smile curling his lips. "So you have followed me? Then let the hunt commence." With a subtle lick of his lips, a hint of crimson began to rise in his deep-set eyes. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such familiar forest hunts, and an indescribable thrill for bloodshed began to awaken within him, much like a lion roused from slumber by the scent of blood. In the shadowy night, the three figures moved like phantoms, gliding through the dark forest with incredible speed, leaving no trace behind. They raised their heads, cruel smiles forming as they fixated on the figure desperately fleeing before them. As the chase unfolded, the disparity in combat experience between the two sides became glaringly apparent. In stark contrast to their eerie, silent strides, Chun Feng ahead appeared utterly disheveled, frantically fleeing. Despite his attempts to mask his breathing and the faint footprints he left upon landing, he was met with disdain. They believed that regardless of Chun Feng's apparent talent, he remained merely a 17-year-old youth, raised within the confines of his family, lacking the opportunities for rigorous training. The disparity between him and these seasoned hunters, who had long danced on the edge of death, was immense. In the deadly struggle for survival, one's mindset is paramount. A calm mind, keen intuition, and ruthless decisiveness are the critical factors that determine the outcome of life-and-death confrontations. Regrettably, to them, it was evident that Chun Feng was oblivious to these truths, which explained his current state of panic. Should one lose their composure in such dire circumstances, it heralds the approach of death. "You little brat, you cannot escape our grasp," The trio chuckled mockingly. Then, with a forceful step, they unleashed their spiritual energy, accelerating their speed to a remarkable degree, and in the blink of an eye, they covered hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, Chun Feng, in his desperate flight, had lost the nimbleness of his earlier movements, stumbling repeatedly over tree roots and scrambling to his feet like a headless fly, continuing to flee in a frenzy. As time passed, the distance between them diminished significantly. Spotting a dense thicket, Chun Feng seized it as a last-ditch lifeline and dashed inside. Observing this, the three behind him exchanged scornful glances, convinced that hiding within the thicket would afford him an escape. In an instant, they unleashed their formidable spiritual power, quickening their pace as they followed his trajectory into the thicket. However, just as they breached the dense underbrush, the once frantic figure of Chun Feng inexplicably vanished from their sight, leaving no trace on the nearby trunks or ground, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Gone? One of the cloaked figures murmured in disbelief. He has been under our noses. He cannot have fled far. Search quickly, the leader commanded, his expression darkening. A 17-year-old boy raised in a sheltered environment, no matter how talented, could never escape their clutches. The trio swiftly dispersed, scouring the lush corners of the thicket, which provided the perfect concealment for a fugitive. Yet, as they began their search, a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, lunged from the thicket like a fierce tiger, targeting one of the black-clad men. In the dim light, its sudden appearance caught them completely off guard, moving with astonishing speed. How foolish of you to underestimate me. Did you truly believe I was unprepared for your trick? The cloaked man remained unflustered, his calm demeanor unshaken. They were experienced hunters, their long spears never straying far from their hands, enveloped in layers of spiritual energy to guard against any sudden attacks from Chun Feng. They had encountered numerous ambushes before, and this one would not intimidate them. In a flash, the black-clad figure thrust his spear forward, striking true as the weapon, imbued with a fierce force, pierced through the shadow's form. Blood erupted, its acrid scent instantly saturating the air. This sent the leader, positioned at a distance, sensed something amiss, momentarily taken aback. Before his face contorted with shock. It's a beast's carcass. This is a beast's carcass. Before the derisive smile could fully fade from the black-clad man's face, another shadow surged forth from behind the fallen beast, striking with lightning speed. With a resounding explosion, the carcass erupted, showering the area with flesh and blood. The cloaked man's pupils dilated as a merciless blade sliced through his throat. In an instant, he felt the world tilt, his vision blurring. Severed from life. A single strike. Chun Feng had decapitated him, the head tumbling to the ground. Under the dim light, a tall youth stood triumphantly atop the headless corpse, a gentle smile gracing his unassuming face. This head is for you, Chun Feng proclaimed with a grin. The remaining two black-clad figures, still reeling from shock, stared blankly at him, standing atop the lifeless body of their comrade, who lay utterly defeated. Third brother, the leader cried, his eyes reddening, a sorrowful wail escaping his lips. He had never imagined that the cleverest among them would perish, and by the hands of the very youth they had so underestimated. They had been overly complacent. They had allowed themselves to be deceived by Chun Feng's earlier frantic demeanor. This individual had already bested a sword soul. He was a prodigy, and it was inconceivable that he would remain so flustered in the face of pursuit. They had committed an unforgivable error. They had underestimated him. I swear, I will slay you. The black-clad man lifted his head, his face twisted in a fearsome expression of murderous intent. Only by claiming Chun Feng's head could he find solace for his fallen brother's spirit. May this hope be realized. Ahead, Chun Feng maintained his unassuming smile, turning to vanish once more into the depths of the forest like a nimble spirit. Pursue him. We cannot allow him even a sliver of a chance to survive. The black-clad man declared with conviction. This time, Chun Feng must die. The remaining two men, tears brimming in their eyes, charged forth, leaving no opportunity for Chun Feng to escape. Their spiritual energy surged, and they accelerated to their utmost limits in pursuit. Through this encounter, the black-clad figures had come to understand that this boy was no ordinary foe. That last strike had been astonishingly swift, leaving them unable to react. They recognized that even if they had been in their comrade's position, they would likely have been gravely injured, if not killed. That strike had surpassed the limits of what the second tier of the transformation realm could achieve. The black-clad men pursued with all their might, while Chun Feng, ahead of them, also summoned his full speed, weaving through the trees in a desperate attempt to widen the gap. 2 at the second tier of the transformation realm, and 1 at the first tier remained, having already dispatched one from the latter. Only the 2 of the former stood in his path. Chun Feng calculated his next move. The 2 at the second tier posed a considerable challenge. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate one more. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward, plunging into another dense thicket. The 2 pursuers, their eyes aflame with hatred, wasted no time following him into the thicket. Yet in the next moment, history repeated itself. Upon entering, all traces of Chun Feng vanished. No footprints, no lingering aura, nothing remained. Beneath the dark veil of night, the area fell silent, shielded by the lush foliage. Not even a breeze dared intrude. The black-clad figures scanned their surroundings, but in the dimness, their vision blurred, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything, let alone uncover Chun Feng's whereabouts. In the not-so-distant corners of the concealed jungle, a profound silence reigned, devoid of any sound. However, having learned from past, harrowing lessons, these hidden recesses of the jungle had become suspect. Did they intend to employ the same treacherous tactics? A sinister expression twisted the visage of the cloaked figure as he spread his palm, unleashing a torrent of formidable flames that erupted within his grasp, emanating an intensely destructive heat. Let's see how you evade this. His gaze was icy as he struck fiercely towards the hidden thickets, unleashing a surge of energy that ignited the foliage in mere moments. Continuing with this relentless onslaught, the figure unleashed several more waves of fire, engulfing the secluded corners of the jungle. The flames spread, illuminating the darkness and restoring the light to its former state. Yet, an eerie stillness persisted. "Are they not here?" queried another cloaked figure, his tone laced with suspicion. The leader of the group furrowed his brows, his anger flaring as he growled, cunning and stealthy. Why not emerge for a fair confrontation? He had seemingly forgotten that they had previously employed such deceitful tactics against Chun Feng and his companions. The roles of predator and prey had merely reversed. "Let us advance and investigate," commanded the leader. The 2 figures tightened their grips on their long spears, proceeding with heightened vigilance. At that moment, a ghostly silhouette descended silently from a nearby cluster of trees. As he landed, his footsteps made not a whisper, as quiet as the cold cicadas, and in an instant, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, targeting their vulnerable backs. With a swift motion, a sword was drawn, crackling with the force of thunder and shimmering with a glimmer of brilliance. It aimed directly at one of the cloaked figures. The sudden surge of lethal intent jolted the leader into action, and he shouted, "Watch out, little brother," compared to the cloaked figure in front. The newcomer demonstrated a remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he pivoted, his spear moving with the grace of a serpent, piercing through the air. The violent crimson energy enveloped the spear, igniting a dazzling flame as it surged forth, intensely burning and creating a resounding pressure that reverberated through the air. Aimed squarely at Chun Feng's head. Secret technique, floral chaos. As the spear neared within 3 feet of Chun Feng, his expression turned cold and resolute. He forcefully stomped his foot onto the ground, causing an ancient and mysterious wave of energy to spread from beneath him. Suddenly, multiple identical apparitions of himself emerged, dispersing in all directions, each one striking towards the cloaked figure. In that fleeting moment, the black-cloaked assailants found themselves taken aback, unable to discern which figure to target as their spear thrust through the illusions. The leader of the cloaked figures was equally astonished, pondering, what kind of martial art is this? Grimacing, the black-cloaked figure gripped his spear tightly, swiftly altering his technique, and swept the spear horizontally, attempting to dispel the mirages. The sound of shattering illusions echoed as they disintegrated into swirling black smoke, vanishing into the air. "Oomph." The cloaked figure sneered coldly, but before his smile could solidify, a blade of light appeared unexpectedly to his left, mercilessly slashing towards his throat. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resounded, and an arm fell away, blood gushing forth like a fountain as the cloaked figure let out a piercing scream. Clutching the severed limb, His face drained of color. He hissed through clenched teeth. I will ensure your demise, you little wretch. Let's hope so, Chun Feng replied, maintaining an innocuous smile. He had initially aimed to sever the adversary's throat with that strike, only to find the opponent's arm had obstructed his lethal blow. However, this setback would not hinder Chun Feng's impending slaughter. Meanwhile, the leader of the cloaked figures wore a stunned expression, filled with disbelief. This boy is far too uncanny. He reflected on how this individual was unlike any opponent they had faced before. It was as though a supreme power was toying with them while suppressing its true strength. Countless adversaries had perished at the hands of the three brothers, yet this mere boy, at the fourth level of the condensing sea realm, exacted a bloody toll upon them, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They should have been able to eradicate him with ease. Is this truly surprising? Chun Feng chuckled, gripping the Tian Songyun sword. After absorbing blood, the malevolent energy within the blade seemed to awaken as crimson veins began to swirl around its sharp body, exuding a sinister allure. To be candid, if this is the nature of your forest hunt, you are far from my match, he declared. His assertion bore no exaggeration. In his past life, he had frequently engaged in such woodland hunts against enemies, possessing skills in stealth and experience that vastly surpassed those of his current foes. It is time to conclude this game. Chun Feng's gaze turned frigid, his tone indifferent. One crippled, one unscathed. Though this combination still held formidable power, it was no longer sufficient to compel Chun Feng to retreat. Damnable wretch! The two cloaked figures gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and hatred as they beheld the youthful figure, pristine and untouched by bloodshed, eliciting both dread and admiration from them. However, upon sensing Chun Feng's relatively weak aura of the fourth level of the condensing sea realm, they steadied themselves. After all, he was merely a child trailing behind them by nearly 7 levels of power. They were determined not to believe that a 7-level disparity would allow him to turn the tide. It was well known that the gap between realms grew more pronounced with higher levels. Attack, and let us slay him together, the leader of the cloaked figures bellowed. In the next instant, they ceased holding back, unleashing their potent crimson energy, which enveloped them in a torrent of searing flames. Then, they surged forward in unison. The two long spears thrust forward simultaneously, akin to ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey, targeting Chun Feng's head. Observing this, Chun Feng bent his body slightly, preparing to draw his sword. With a thunderous roar, the pressure from his sword accumulated, causing the ground beneath him to crack rapidly, as if the very space around him was experiencing a surge in gravity. The winds howled around him, lifting the dust and debris into the air. The speed at which the sword pressure built was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it soared to 100 layers. This immense sword pressure coalesced upon the sword, causing the Tian Songyun to tremble violently, radiating a brilliant golden light that rendered its form dazzling. The rapid accumulation of this power astonished the two cloaked figures. They had encountered formidable sword cultivators before, yet none had ever achieved such a feat in under 3 seconds. This speed shattered their preconceived notions. As the dual spears approached Chun Feng's head, he suddenly sprang into action. The latter deftly evaded the two attacks with a remarkably cunning angle, swiftly drawing his sword. A dazzling starlight shot forth like a piercing arrow, grazing his throat. In an instant, the raging wind ceased. The black-clad figure, now missing an arm, dropped his spear with a clang. The separation of head from body resulted in a gushing spout of blood, a swift execution. Chun Feng, sword in hand, turned to glance back, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion. You little beast, I shall slay you. The last remaining black-clad figure contorted his face in a grotesque snarl, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Gripping his spear, he unleashed a torrent of fiery red spiritual energy from his being, infusing it into the spear. With a hum, the weapon vibrated violently, a brilliant crimson light erupting as the spearhead coalesced into the form of a fierce dragon, ominous and menacing. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the black-clad man lunged forward like a leopard, the spear transforming into a dragon of considerable size, roaring as it charged ahead with terrifying ferocity. Witnessing this, Chun Feng grasped his sword, abruptly closing his deep-set eyes. The world around him seemed to fade away. Golden spiritual energy surged forth like a deluge, continuously pouring into the heavenly cloud sword. As it absorbed this immense energy, the malevolent blood patterns upon the sword glowed, as if some ancient seal was being forcibly unraveled. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of malice exploded from the sword, turning the blade a vivid crimson, with a deathly vibration swirling at its tip. Chun Feng opened his eyes, his foot striking down as he charged forward. The clash of sword light and spear shadow tore through the air, the ground fracturing beneath their feet. In that moment, the howling winds raged across the heavens, dust swirling as trees violently shook. 7-star sword technique, Qilin might. With a soft murmur, as the sword light pierced forth, the enchanted blade transformed into a thunderous Qilin, launching forth to collide violently with the incoming dragon. A resounding explosion echoed, brilliant flames and lightning illuminating the scene, powerful shockwaves radiating outward. The black-clad man was horrified to witness the thunderous Qilin's sword light cleave the dragon in two. The dragon's form shattered, and the spear was sent flying, while the sword's cold glimmer rested ominously at the man's throat. Feeling the taste of death emanating from the sword's edge, the black-clad man stood rigid, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the icy-eyed youth before him. He could scarcely fathom his defeat, and such a swift one at that. This boy was nothing short of a monster. Who sent you? Speak, Chun Feng commanded coldly. The black-clad man smirked derisively, his gaze laced with contempt. Curious, are we? You are unworthy. Without hesitation, Chun Feng swept his sword across the man's throat, decisively severing his head. In an instant, the final black-clad figure fell, lifeless. What an annoyance! Chun Feng cast a cold glance at the body. He had not intended to kill so swiftly, yet the man seemed eager for death. Unable to extract any useful information, he resolved to let the man carry his secrets to the afterlife. As Chun Feng sheathed his sword and prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Halting in his tracks, he looked down at his palm, noticing a trace of bloodthirsty energy lingering within. Though faint, this energy sought to invade his meridians. Is this the sword's corruption? Chun Feng mused to himself. As he summoned his spiritual power to its peak, the enchanted sword began to reveal its true nature. Even in its sealed state, the bloodthirsty energy was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The previous wielders of this sword likely perished due to their inability to resist its corrupting influence. Perhaps they either underestimated its power or felt helpless against it. This bloodthirsty energy is quite troublesome. I must find a way to deal with it. Chun Feng contemplated. He activated the 9 Dragons annihilation technique, using the robust dragon energy to suppress the lingering malice. After accomplishing this, he finally set off. However, after taking only a few steps, a stunning figure suddenly appeared, soaring from the distant forest while cradling a delicate girl. It was Jiang Yin, who had managed to find Bauer and brought her along. Young master, are you all right? Bauer rushed forward, her eyes glistening with tears, clearly shaken. I'm fine. Chun Feng smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. Upon seeing him unharmed, Jiang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Learning that 3 formidable foes had pursued Chun Feng, she had been deeply worried. Despite knowing he had previously triumphed over Chun Tianlang, a formidable opponent in the 8th realm. However, now he faced those in the transformation realm, a level only she could fully comprehend. Yet, as Jiang Yin glanced at Chun Feng and then at the nearby headless corpses, her expression morphed into one of astonishment as she looked at him curiously. You killed them? She asked, her voice trembling. What else was I supposed to do? Just sit back and wait. Chun Feng shot her a glare. Jiang Yin gasped, her face etched with shock. But they were from the transformation realm. What about the other one? Didn't Bauer say there were 3? The other one met his end elsewhere. What? Do you have a penchant for them? Chun Feng replied with a knowing smile. Get lost, Jiang Yin retorted, though deep down, she was still reeling from the shock. This boy was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Defeating Chun Tianlang was one thing, but now he had killed 3 from the transformation realm. If he were to grow stronger over the next few months, he might become unmatched in the entire Ning kingdom. Do you know who they were? Chun Feng suddenly inquired. Jiang Yin shook her head. I'm not sure. I was held up by 2 P transformation realm experts and had to exert considerable effort to drive them away before rushing to find you. Chen Feng stared at the headless bodies, lost in thought. Could they have been sent by the Sword Rain Pavilion? He had incurred the ire of the Sword Rain Pavilion, and given their formidable connections and strength, it would be entirely plausible for them to dispatch Transformation Realm warriors to eliminate him. I agree. It's quite possible they were from the Sword Rain Pavilion. Jiang Yi nodded, sharing Chen Feng and Appo's assessment. It seemed only the Sword Rain Pavilion would resort to such measures. Regardless of who they are, I shall hold the Sword Rain Pavilion accountable for this debt, Chen Feng declared resolutely. Regardless, his greatest adversary at present is the Sword Rain Pavilion. Even if these individuals were not sent by the Sword Rain Pavilion, he would still hold them accountable for the debts incurred. Let him bear this burden. Let us depart swiftly under the cover of night. We are not far from the great Heaven County now. Once we arrive, even if the Sword Rain Pavilion wishes to assassinate you, they will not be able to act so brazenly, Jiang Yi declared. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The three of them ceased their lingering and began to pack their belongings, continuing their journey toward the great Heaven County. Shortly after Chen Feng and Jiang Yi departed, two figures cloaked in black glided through the now silent forest. They approached the two headless corpses before them, their faces darkened with dismay. They never anticipated that the hunt would end in failure. They had deployed such a formidable force. Yet they could not even eradicate a mere fourth-level spirit from the Condensation Sea realm. If Jiang Yi were present, she would instantly recognize these two as the black-cloaked figures who had previously engaged her. What a bunch of useless fools. The Sword Rain Pavilion supports you. Yet it would be better to feed a pack of dogs. What a waste of resources. One of the black-cloaked men cursed. What should we do now, my lord? The other black-cloaked man asked, his eyes filled with trepidation. He sensed that in less than 10 days, that young man's strength had remarkably increased, to the point where even a low-level Transformation Realm expert could not contend with him. The leader of the black-cloaked men revealed a glacial expression. What can we do? We must report this to the Sword Rain Pavilion. I wonder if the Sword Emperor will be enraged. What was expected to be an opportunity for merit has instead turned into a potential trigger for the Sword Emperor's wrath. Truly a loss outweighing the gain. Should we act on the cloud ship? The black-cloaked man suggested cautiously. The cloud ship? Do you know who controls the cloud ship? It belongs to the Holy Dragon Merchant Association. Do you dare to act on it? At this, the other black-cloaked man recoiled, a chill running down his spine. He dared not pursue the matter further. While the Holy Dragon Merchant Association may not rival the Pill Tower or the Sword Rain Pavilion, they are immensely wealthy. The cloud ship was their invention. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. The Holy Dragon Merchant Association has attracted countless strong individuals to serve them. If they were to act on the cloud ship, it would not matter what faction they hailed from. They would likely be thrown off the ship on the spot. Let us deliberate further, the black-cloaked man said darkly, no longer willing to waste time here. With a movement, he vanished into the night. As dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight gradually dispelled the pervasive darkness, and with the retreat of night, the vast mountain range reverberated with the sounds of commotion. Numerous mercenaries ended their night's rest and resumed their treasure hunting amidst the mountains, earning various commissions. At this moment, Chen Feng and his companions had already exited the pitch-black mountain range and arrived at the gates of the great Heaven County. Gazing at the bustling city and the throngs of people entering and exiting the city gates, Bauer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having never been through such life-and-death trials, she found this journey utterly exhilarating. Now, upon seeing such a grand city again, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The great Heaven County is far more prosperous than Flame City, with a more chaotic array of powers. However, we need not linger here. We can simply take a cloud ship and leave. Jiang Yi smiled. Indeed, Bao and Appo's nodded obediently. She then turned to Chen Feng, hesitating for a moment before saying, the forces within the great Heaven County are several times stronger than the families in Flame City, so do not provoke anyone. Do I seem like someone who enjoys causing trouble? Chen Feng replied, exasperated. After all, it was others who had provoked him previously. Why should he be held accountable? Just as well, Jiang Yi said nonchalantly, then sighed. For some reason, she felt that Chen Feng had a natural affinity for attracting misfortune. During the past half-month spent with him, they had encountered numerous life-and-death battles. Let's go inside and take a look, Jiang Yi said, waving her hand as she led Chen Feng and Bauer in. This was not her first visit to the Great Heaven County. She had previously arrived here by cloud ship before heading to Flame City. Upon entering the Great Heaven County, they encountered an overwhelming sense of liveliness. The foot traffic and the number of shops far surpassed those of Flame City. Moreover, the number of merchant caravans in circulation here was the highest, as this was the only city among several large ones nearby that possessed cloud ships. With such convenient transportation, it was only natural that the Great Heaven County was far more vibrant than other cities. Let's find a place to eat first. After that, we can head straight to the Holy Dragon Merchant Association, where we can board a cloud ship, Jiang Yin suggested. Certainly, Chen Feng nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. After days of feasting on roasted meat, even the most delicious dishes could become tiresome, so they naturally wished to change their palate. The trio found an inn and, unafraid of extravagance. After all, Chen Feng still had several tens of thousands of taels on him, ordered a lavish spread of dishes, and began to indulge. They ate with great fervor. Even Jiang Yin momentarily shedding her usual ladle-like demeanor, devouring her food with gusto, knowing that she need not uphold any pretenses in front of Chen Feng and Bauer. Meanwhile, the table beside them began to engage in hushed whispers. Have you heard? The third sword soul body, renowned throughout the Ning Kingdom, has yet to showcase his remarkable talents and has already been defeated. Oh, is not the sword soul body a paragon of extraordinary talent? Is it truly so easy to vanquish them? What of extraordinary talent? A nascent genius remains merely a child in the eyes of those great figures. A dark-skinned man lamented, then continued, however, I have heard that the one who defeated him is not some great personage, but rather a fool from Barbarian Mountain Town, apparently named Chen Feng. What a pity. I had intended to confront the wielder of the sword soul personally, but it seems someone has beaten me to it. You? The dark-skinned man scoffed, patting the shoulder of the tall, lean man. It is better to stay alive than to seek death. At the table, Bauer listened to the discussions and felt a surge of delight. Lowering her voice, she giggled, Young master, it seems you have gained some notoriety. Just a fleeting reputation. Chen Feng shook his head, not overly concerned. However, the conversation at the nearby table did not cease. What piqued my interest more was another matter. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the imperial city seems to have been bewitched by that fool, following him around like a servant. How ridiculous. The dark-skinned man sneered. What eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Have you not heard? Jiang Yin is an illegitimate child. She is supposedly the offspring of the patriarch's fourth concubine. The status of the fourth concubine is akin to that of a natural-born servant. The tall, lean man laughed heartily. Illegitimate child? Fourth concubine? Hearing the gossip and laughter from the adjacent table, Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, his gaze involuntarily drawn to Jiang Yin. He noticed Jiang Yin's delicate form tremble slightly at the sound of their words. A flicker of unnoticeable sorrow flashing across her beautiful eyes before she swiftly regained her composure, continuing to eat in silence. Upon this reflection, Chen Feng pressed his lips together, realizing that Jiang Yin did not have an easy life within the Jiang family. In this world, there exists a considerable distinction between those of legitimate birth and those of illegitimate descent. Even in ordinary affluent households, it is common to take multiple wives, let alone in the grand families of the imperial city, where concubines abound. The offspring of the primary wife hold the highest status, known as legitimate heirs, while those from secondary or even tertiary wives are regarded as illegitimate, possessing significantly lower standing. Jiang Yin, being born of the fourth wife and a female at that, faced a status that could only be imagined as exceedingly low. The conversation at the neighboring table continued unabated. The Jiang family, a household of generals, had its patriarch, Jiang Dongting, wielding considerable military power and influence in the court. However, he spent most of his years on military campaigns, leaving domestic matters largely to his primary wife. I have heard that in recent days, Madame Jiang has begun to arrange a marriage for Jiang Yin, seemingly planning to wed her to the son of the Minister of Revenue. Spoke a dark-skinned man, lowering his voice. Is that so? The son of the Minister of Revenue? Isn't he that debauched young man who frequents the brothels of the imperial city? Hasn't he already taken 6 concubines? The tall, slender man responded incredulously. The dark-skinned man chuckled. That is precisely why I say, regardless of Jiang Yin's martial talents, she is fated to become just another concubine. Alas, what a pity for such a beauty. Indeed, It is a pity. The tall man nodded in agreement, shaking his head in regret. Sister Jiang. Suddenly, Bauer felt a pang of discomfort as she looked at Jiang Yin, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of redness, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. In that moment, she realized that this powerful elder sister before her also bore an unbearable burden. While others merely saw the splendor of her status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang household, few knew she lived amidst familial strife and turmoil. Yet, Jiang Yin remained composed. After finishing her meal, she dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief and calmly inquired, "Are you full? If so, let's purchase the boat tickets." "Let's go." Chun Feng nodded, settling the bill before departing without uttering any words of consolation, for he understood that Jiang Yin required none of it. After the three had eaten their fill, they procured 3 tickets and boarded a cloud ship to leave. Even Qin Feng could not help but marvel at the rapid development of Tianwu continent during his years away. This cloud ship, powered by fire or floated gracefully in the air. The trio stood on the deck, gazing at the majestic mountains below as dusk fell. The evening glow draped the vast expanse of sky and land in a crimson hue, presenting a breathtaking panorama reminiscent of a grand landscape painting. Peaks rose and fell, ravines spiraled, waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way, and the 5 great mountains towered magnificently, alongside colossal iron fortresses that resembled slumbering beasts, all within the serene realm of Ningwa. "Young master, look, the mountains appear so small," Bauer exclaimed, pointing at the undulating ranges below in awe. "Indeed, to see far one must rise high. Once you diligently cultivate and reach the celestial realm, you will be able to traverse the skies. At that time, you can go wherever you wish." Qin Feng smiled. "Traverse the skies?" Bauer's eyes sparkled with longing. "Young master, can martial artists truly achieve such astonishing heights?" She had only heard tales of the formidable powers of true warriors who could soar through the sky on swords, all recorded in ancient texts. Yet she had never witnessed such wonders in her humble upbringing in a small town. "Absolutely, Bauer. The world is vast beyond measure. What you see now is but a speck. Even Ningwa is merely a grain of dust in the grand scheme of things. From the lofty realms of the celestial void to the depths of the abyss, all remain unknown to the world. Yet they exist as the true greater world." Qin Feng chuckled. "Then I must train diligently, so that one day I too can traverse the skies and explore this vast world." Bauer clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement and joy. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted nearby. "Grandfather, it's windy outside. Let me assist you back to your room to rest." A graceful young girl clad in purple gently supported an elderly man, her face reflecting concern as she observed his severe coughing. "No need. My time is limited. Opportunities to behold the splendid landscapes of Ningwa are few," the old man replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Grandfather, please don't say that." The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering as she wiped her eyes and forced a smile. "Don't give up. We will surely find a way to save you." The old man shook his head, remaining silent. He was all too aware of his own frailty, a mere shadow of his former self, ready to depart this life at any moment. However, he had come to terms with his fate. He merely wished to take in the beauty of the land one last time. Perhaps having overheard their conversation, Qin Feng turned in surprise to see an elderly man in a green robe accompanied by a young girl in purple standing on the deck. The old man appeared frail and emaciated, his face etched with deep wrinkles as he coughed violently while gazing down at the scenery, his murky eyes filled with nostalgia. The girl supporting him was tall and graceful, with an exquisite appearance that suggested she was no ordinary individual, both in her attire and her noble demeanor. However, what captured Qin Feng's attention was the faint aura of lethal intent surrounding the pair. The old man, in particular, bore a heavy air of menace that seemed involuntary, accumulated from countless lives taken, a sensation that ordinary people could not grasp. Yet, Qin Feng, with his heightened spiritual awareness, could sense it. As Qin Feng's gaze lingered on them, the old man and the girl noticed his scrutiny and turned to meet his eyes. The girl's expression shifted to one of disdain. She had encountered such looks countless times and assumed Qin Feng was captivated by her beauty. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, irritation creeping into her voice. "Xiaolon, do not be impudent," the old man chastised sternly, then softened his tone. Your temper remains unchecked. I have told you to maintain your composure and keep your heart steadfast, lest your own malevolence consume you in time. Yes, I understand my mistake, she replied, nodding without daring to retort. Let's return, the old man stated, then inclined his head apologetically toward Chen Feng. The girl promptly assisted the old man in turning back. Observing this, Chen Feng chose not to engage further. However, just a few steps into their return, the old man's cough intensified, and he began to cough up blood. This alarming scene horrified the girl. Grandfather, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, placing her palm against the old man's back, preparing to channel her inner energy to aid him. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Feng could not help but shake his head and remarked, I advise you to refrain from any reckless actions. Your blind attempt to channel spiritual energy into him will only expedite the spread of toxins within his body. He might have had a month left to live, but due to your meddling, he may now have merely 3 days. At this, the young girl turned her gaze toward Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes glaring with fury as she coldly retorted, Dare you curse my grandfather? Do you believe I won't take your life? The girl's murderous intent was palpable, her aura reminiscent of one who had indeed taken many lives. Very well, do as you wish, Chen Feng replied, uninterested in further debate, and turned his attention back to the scenery. A look of conflict appeared on the girl's face, her delicate hand, which had been raised, now suspended in the air, uncertain of how to proceed. The old man's cough gradually subsided, and he lifted his hand, saying, Xiaolon, I am fine. Do not act impulsively. He then halted, turning to Chen Feng with a look of surprise in his murky eyes. May I ask for your name, young brother? Chen Feng came to reply. Chen Feng? Both the old man and the girl were momentarily taken aback, for this name had recently gained considerable renown. Might you be the one who defeated the Sword Soul Body? Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed impressive. If my granddaughter has offended you in any way, I hope you shall forgive her, the old man said with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. Yet, he was suddenly seized by another bout of violent coughing, expelling a mouthful of blood, a sight that alarmed many spectators on the deck. Grandfather, please do not speak any further. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression filled with urgency. She could hardly fathom that her once formidable grandfather, a veteran of countless battles, had fallen to such a state in his twilight years. Let us seek a renowned physician elsewhere. I firmly believe that beneath this sky, there exists a miraculous healer capable of curing my grandfather. The girl insisted fervently. The old man shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is futile. I know my body best. No renowned physician can remedy my ailment. Grandfather. The girl finally lost control of her emotions, tears cascading silently down her exquisite cheeks. Chen Feng remained expressionless, his eyes betraying no sign of compassion. Having witnessed the cycles of life and death too many times, this scene stirred no waves within his heart. After a few more coughs, the old man regained some composure and raised his head, smiling as he inquired, Young brother, I am curious. How did you discern that I was poisoned? You exhibit signs of weakness. Your complexion is ashen, and a sinister crimson mark adorns your brow. Additionally, the blood you coughed up carries a chilling aura. These are unmistakable indications of a severe poison. If I am not mistaken, you have succumbed to the most insidious toxin known, the corpse poison of the northern frontier, Chen Feng articulated. Chapter 33. I can heal, but I choose not to. A flicker of emotion passed through the eyes of the old man and the young girl simultaneously. To their astonishment, it was indeed a revelation. The girl parted her lips in disbelief, for the notorious northern corpse poison, while among the deadliest in the world, was not widely recognized. The fact that he could discern it merely through observation spoke volumes of his prowess. It was unlikely that more than 10 individuals across the realm could identify such a poison at first glance. My young friend possesses remarkable insight. I am truly impressed. The elderly man clasped his hands together in respect, his gaze toward Chen Feng now tinged with admiration. Yet, the disdain in the girl's eyes showed no sign of fading. So what if you can see it? I wager you've merely read a few ancient texts and happened to recognize this corpse poison. It's hardly an impressive feat. She pursed her lips, still harboring a hint of contempt. Chen Feng appeared no older than 17, even younger than she, and she simply could not believe he possessed any extraordinary perception. She was convinced he had merely stumbled upon references to the northern corpse poison and recognized it by chance. Xiaolan, be silent, the old man admonished coldly. The girl bit her lip, refraining from further protest, though her eyes still betrayed her defiance. My granddaughter can be rather headstrong. I hope you will not take offense, young friend. The old man smiled gently, then continued, since you were able to discern my ailment, might I inquire if you can perceive anything else? There was an unmistakable undertone of testing in his words. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Given your current physical condition and the intensity of the crimson malevolence between your brows, I surmise you have been poisoned for at least half a year. Although your cultivation is sufficiently advanced to temporarily suppress the spread of the corpse poison, over time, without an antidote, even your high level of cultivation will be unable to contain it. Furthermore, you and your companion exude a faint aura of killing intent. Despite your efforts to conceal it, it remains difficult to mask entirely. I believe you both hail from a military lineage in Ningwa, with considerable ranks. The old man's face was a canvas of shock. Everything was spot on. The ability to glean such extensive information merely through observation was astounding. Who exactly was this young man? Your insight is unparalleled, sir. I am in awe. The elder promptly set aside his earlier condescension, straightening his attire and bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect. His address shifted from young friend to sir, the highest honorific in contemporary society. Grandfather, he is merely lucky to have guessed correctly. Must you show him such profound respect? The girl, now incensed, felt a wave of indignation at her grandfather's deference to someone younger than herself. Let him guess our names. If he can do that, then I'll concede he has some skill. Her pride was wounded, further inflamed by the sight of her grandfather addressing Chun Feng as sir. Go on if you dare. Guess who we are. Which military family do we belong to? She challenged Chun Feng. Silenced, Chun Feng was at a loss. He was not a fortune teller. Seeing his silence only solidified the girl's assumptions. Ha! I knew you were just making wild guesses. Grandfather, are you not seeing this? He is merely trying to fool you. Unexpectedly, the old man's face darkened, and he rebuked her fiercely. Be quiet. Do not offend the gentleman. Grandfather, how can he possibly deserve the title of gentleman? The girl was on the verge of tears, feeling her grandfather was being deceived by someone hardly more than child. Ignoring his granddaughter, the old man continued to regard Chun Feng with respect, bowing again as he stated, to be candid, I am Xia Wentian from the imperial city of Ningwa. This is my granddaughter, Xia Zhilan. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you, sir. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin, standing beside Chun Feng, was struck with indescribable astonishment. Xia Wentian, the renowned military deity of Ningwa? Jiang Yin's mouth fell agape. The name Xia Wentian resonated like thunder for anyone living within Ningwa. He was a legendary figure, having once commanded the highest military authority in Ningwa, second only to the emperor. In his youth, he had led 3,000 troops into the enemy camp, decisively defeating 30,000 soldiers from Tang, achieving fame and becoming the youngest general in Ningwa's history. Subsequently, he had repeatedly showcased his strategic brilliance, leading his forces to repel numerous incursions from Tang, securing Ningwa's borders and making significant contributions to its defense. Legend has it that merely hanging one of his garments at the city gates was sufficient to intimidate an enemy force of 30,000. Such a figure instilled terror in enemy nations and was a living legend in Ningwa. His mere presence had kept the Tang at bay for decades, who dared not harbor any ambitions. It was only half a year prior that Xia Wentian had retired, citing frailty due to age, marking the end of an era for this legendary figure. Yet now, Jiang Yin could hardly fathom that this military god was not merely aging, but was instead poisoned. She could hardly believe her fortune in meeting the esteemed elder Xia. It was truly an honor. Jiang Yin hastily clasped her hands in respect. Across the realm, Xia Wentian was indeed worthy of the title gentleman, for his military prowess had shielded Ningwa from external threats, making him an irreverent figure in the hearts of the people. Seeing Jiang Yin's reverence, Xia Zhilan's cheeks flushed with pride. In her eyes, only her grandfather was deserving of such honorifics. And this boastful boy did not merit such recognition. Merely an empty title. Xia Wentian sighed bitterly. Having achieved such stature and power, What did it matter now as he approached the end of his days? Sir, since you are aware of my ailment, do you possess knowledge of a remedy? Xiao Wentian inquired, hope gleaming in his eyes. Though Chen Feng appeared to be merely at the third stage of the condensation sea realm, his insight and experience had left Xiao Wentian astonished. Thus, he placed a glimmer of hope in Chen Feng's hands. Although the corpse poison has already spread within your body, fortunately, it has not entirely eroded your vital organs. If there is to be a chance for salvation, it is not too late. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Is there hope? The mysterious youth truly had a solution? With my connections and status in the imperial city, should you cure my ailment, I will grant any request you may have. Xiao Wentian spoke earnestly. His words were devoid of exaggeration. Even in retirement, his influence and connections were beyond the ordinary. Even the current chancellor would treat him with the utmost respect. Thus, any request, provided it did not violate his conscience, he could fulfill. Grandfather, you overestimate him. He may have made a lucky guess, but how can he possibly heal any ailment? Xia Zhilan protested. However, Chen Feng paid no mind to the self-important young lady. Continuing undeterred, the northern corpse poison originates from the frigid lands of the far north, where the climate is harsh and unbearable for common folk. Only those who have dwelled there from the beginning, the indigenous people, have grown accustomed to it, living alongside ice and snow, and possessing knowledge of certain breeding techniques. The northern corpse poison, derived from their concoction of goo poison, is created by parasitic goo insects residing on the corpses of the northern people. These insects are nourished with a special formula, absorbing the unique chill emanating from the corpses until they merge with the poison, thus forming the notorious northern corpse poison. Once one becomes infected, a frigid aura will emanate from their entire being. And as time passes, when it invades the internal organs, even divine intervention would be futile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wentian's expression changed dramatically. If previously Chen Feng's words were mere speculation, based either on wild guesses or ancient texts, then this revelation was undoubtedly an insight beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. 6 months prior, in his quest for a remedy, Xiao Wentian traversed the mountains and rivers of Ningwa and learned of the origin of the northern corpse poison from an elderly man on the brink of death. It was unexpected that Chen Feng was also knowledgeable about it. Xiao Wentian's countenance shifted, and he quickly clasped his fists in respect, asking, Sir, do you possess a method to counteract the poison? In response, Chen Feng fell silent. Observing this, Xia Zhilan's face darkened as she interjected, Grandfather, even in desperation, one should not seek treatment recklessly. If he feigns understanding and offers a prescription, your fragile health may not withstand any further torment. Moreover, look at his age. Even esteemed doctors in their 70s and 80s, with years of expertise, have been unable to cure your ailment. What capability does he possess? Xiaolan, be quiet. Xiao Wentian rebuked once more. He then turned back to Chen Feng, respectfully clasping his fists and smiling, Sir, I hope you can offer some guidance. However, Chen Feng shook his head, stating, I do indeed possess knowledge of healing, but due to your granddaughter's demeanor, I find myself disinclined to assist you. He was not a selfless benefactor, nor did he relish the idea of humbling himself to treat others. Jiang Yin, Bauer, let us return to the boat, Chen Feng declared, hands clasped behind his back as he made his way inside the vessel. Bauer, momentarily taken aback, hurried to follow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin cast a sympathetic glance at the stunned Xiao Wentian and Xia Zhilan, shaking her head. After spending considerable time with Chen Feng, she was fully aware of his capabilities. Even the chilling bone ailment that had plagued her for years had been resolved by him. If Chen Feng claimed he could cure the northern corpse poison, then he undoubtedly could. It was simply unfortunate that Xia Zhilan was far too self-destructive. While others might be a burden, she was actively undermining her grandfather. Chapter 34. Youth does not equate to incompetence. On the deck of the cloud ship, the wind howled, and both Xiao Wentian and Xia Zhilan stood frozen in place. Xia Zhilan could hardly fathom that Chen Feng would leave so abruptly, as if he had completely disregarded their presence. Grandfather, he is utterly arrogant. You are a legendary military god. What could he possibly mean by that? Xia Zhilan seethed with indignation, her eyes filled with animosity. She believed that someone like Chen Feng was devoid of respect for his elders and would never achieve anything of significance in his lifetime. Xiao Wentian regarded Chen Feng and Appo's upright figure as he departed and let out a long sigh. Xiaolan, your pride is ultimately too burdensome. Being born into the Xia family has afforded you a life of privilege, granting you strength and resources that others lack. Yet, you underestimate the capabilities of others. Remember, there are always greater talents beyond your own, he admonished. Xia Zhilan frowned slightly. Grandfather, but his age, he is merely 17. Do you truly believe he can cure your ailment? At 17, many youths were still indulging in a life of frivolity. Xiao Wentian shook his head with a wry smile. Do you know how old I was when I led 3,000 cavalry to decisively defeat 30,000 troops of the Tang state? I was also just 17 at that time, yet I had already become a renowned general. Do you still think that age alone renders someone incapable? Xia Zhilan opened her mouth, attempting to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Wentian sighed deeply, his weathered gaze drifting towards the sky beyond the cloud ship. It is not merely me. Even the current Prime Minister of Ningwa achieved fame in his youth. Born into a humble family, he was a mere servant at 6, yet by 12, he had already mastered a vast array of literature and earned the title of top scholar in the capital. At 14, he became the prince's tutor, already a pillar of the state. Moreover, the third prince of the current emperor awakened his solar spirit root at 5, began sword training at 6, and by 10, he had mastered all martial arts channels, reaching the condensation sea realm. By 13, he broke into the transformation elephant realm, and, at 16, he comprehended the essence of the sword, becoming a sword master. Has he not also made a name for himself at a young age? Xia Zhilan's brows furrowed further. But how can he be compared? The Prime Minister possesses extraordinary talent, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, which is far beyond that boy's capabilities. And the third prince, born into royalty, has access to immense resources for cultivation. His achievements are not surprising. Xiao Wentian chuckled softly and continued. Very well. Let us return to the matter of young Chen Feng. I believe you have heard his story. Just 10 days ago, he defeated the sword soul body, Chen Tianlang. But have you considered that merely a month ago, he was nothing more than a fool? A fool? How can that be? Xia Zhilan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe it. I have inquired, and it appears that this young man was indeed regarded as a fool in Mianshan town for over a decade. Whether he was truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance is unclear, but it is undeniable that he had never practiced martial arts until just half a month ago. Yet, in this short span, he transformed from a martial arts novice into a 4th-level condensation sea practitioner. Do you still consider him an inconsequential figure? Xiao Wentian asserted. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhilan displayed an expression of disbelief. To rise from a complete lack of martial foundation to the 4th level of condensation sea in merely half a month. She recalled that it took her 2 years to reach the pulse opening realm. How could this be possible? Xia Zhilan stood in stunned silence, her heart tumultuous with questions. Could this young man truly possess such strength? Seeing the incredulous look in Xia Zhilan's eyes, Xiao Wentian shook his head and smiled wryly. Child, appearance is not a measure of one's worth, and age is even less so. Some may be young, but that does not equate to incompetence. On the contrary, those who display formidable abilities at a young age often possess depths beyond comprehension. You have been mistaken. Xia Zhilan gradually lowered her head at his words. Xiao Wentian's statement struck her like thunder, reverberating within her heart. Indeed, youth does not imply incapacity. How could she judge others' abilities solely based on age? She had been profoundly misguided. Grandfather, what should we do now? Xia Zhilan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had said far too many hurtful things, and she now regretted that anyone would be provoked by her words, especially someone of extraordinary talent. Perhaps this is simply my fate, she concluded. Just then, Xiao Wentian began to cough violently, as if trying to expel his very lungs, blood laced with purple-black toxins spewing forth with each heave. Chapter 35. Atonement. Grandfather. Upon seeing Xiao Wentian in such a state, Xia Zhilan was immediately alarmed, her expression filled with urgency. What happened to you, grandfather? Grandfather. Xiao Wentian coughed violently a few times before gradually calming down. His aged hand gently rested on Xia Zhilan and Appo's head, his eyes revealing a tender warmth. I am fine. Do not worry. Grandfather, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my constant interference, Chen Feng might have truly found a way to cure your illness. Xia Zhilan lowered her head, filled with remorse. Xiao Wentian's previous words had deeply touched her heart. She had always looked down upon her peers, holding herself in high regard. It was only now that she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Youth did not equate to incompetence. Chun Feng's ability to discern the cause of the ailment through mere observation proved his extraordinary insight. Such a person could rightfully be called a genius. Yet she had spoken disrespectfully and driven him away. "Grandfather does not blame you," Xiao Wentian said with a kind smile. "Grandfather, I will go and apologize to him. I will ensure he treats your illness." Xia Zhilan gritted her teeth, resolutely stating, since this matter stemmed from her actions, it was her responsibility to resolve it. With that, she turned and dashed towards the cloud ship. Xiao Wentian opened his mouth, intending to call her back, but to his surprise, Xia Zhilan had vanished in a flurry of hurried steps. "This girl," he chuckled wryly. After this ordeal, it might indeed help Xia Zhilan mature a bit. Before long, Xia Zhilan arrived on the cloud ship, which housed numerous rooms, over 100 in total, classified into various ranks. Searching room by room for Chun Feng would not be a simple task. However, this minor challenge would not deter Xia Zhilan. Just as she was about to knock on doors in her search, a graceful figure appeared in the corridor of the cloud ship, her beautiful eyes gazing at her. With a gentle smile, she said, "You've come?" She knew Xia Zhilan would surely arrive. "Sister Jiang." Upon recognizing the figure, Xia Zhilan paused momentarily, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried over. She understood that Jiang Yin had been following Chun Feng and would surely know which room he occupied. "Sister Jiang, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have insulted Chun Feng. You must know where his room is. Please tell me. I wish to apologize." Xia Zhilan pleaded earnestly. Jiang Yin sighed softly, reflecting on how things might have been different had she known this would happen. Yet, she had no intention of making things difficult for Xia Zhilan. She glanced at the room behind her and said, "He is inside, but whether he is willing to see you is his choice." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhilan nodded. "Thank you, Sister Jiang." With that, she pushed open the door, revealing Chun Feng seated cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, seemingly immersed in a state of cultivation. With vast spiritual energy swirling continuously within the room, converging around him, Xia Zhilan swallowed hard and stepped inside, but Chun Feng did not raise his head. Instead, sensing her entrance, he coldly said, "Who allowed you to come in? Leave." Xia Zhilan and Appo's slender figure trembled slightly, a bitter expression crossing her face. Then, as if having made a firm resolution, she gritted her silver teeth and suddenly knelt down. "Sir, I acknowledge my error. I was blind to your worth and offended you. I implore you to punish me. I will accept any consequence. As long as you can cure my grandfather, I will comply with any requirement you have," she declared, bowing her head. Both Jiang Yin and Bauer exchanged glances, astonished. They could easily discern that Xia Zhilan was inherently proud. Even under the threat of a blade at her throat, she would likely never submit. Yet now she had kneeled. Their gazes turned toward Chun Feng. As he altered his hand seals, Chun Feng gradually ceased his cultivation, opening his eyes, which still bore traces of indifference. "I cannot accept the title of Sir. As I have stated, this illness is incurable. Seek someone else. Leave and do not disrupt my cultivation," he replied coldly. Chun Feng possessed his own pride. He would not treat someone simply because they begged. If the other party did not believe in him, he could not be bothered to engage. "You might as well buy a coffin and wait to die at home. I truly regret my actions. Please punish me. It is entirely my fault. I should not have insulted you, nor should I have been so willful." Xia Zhilan implored once more. "Leave." Chun Feng and Appo's voice grew more severe, tinged with an edge. Xia Zhilan bit her lip, and a trickle of crimson blood seeped from her mouth. She raised her head, her strikingly beautiful eyes filled with determination. "If you can heal my grandfather, I am willing to fulfill any request you make." She emphasized the phrase, "any request." Its implications crystal clear. Even if it meant surrendering her body, Xia Zhilan would acquiesce. In Ning country, her beauty was of the highest caliber. Such a woman willingly offering herself would be hard for any man to refuse. Yet, regrettably, Chun Feng was not swayed. "I do not desire it. I shall say it once more, leave." Chun Feng commanded coldly. Xia Zhilan trembled, tears welling in her eyes, each droplet cascading down her cheeks. Bauer, witnessing this, felt a twinge of sympathy. However, The icy expression on Chun Feng's face deterred her from speaking out. Alas, Jiang Yin sighed at the entrance. Having spent considerable time with Chen Feng, she understood his nature. Although he appeared indifferent, he was prouder than anyone. It would not be easy for Xia Zhilan to persuade him. Xia Zhilan quietly rose and exited the room. Have you given up? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Chen Feng continued his cultivation, ignoring her. Yet, mere moments later, a commotion erupted aboard the cloud ship, the sound of various discussions echoing through the corridors. Before long, Bauer rushed in, breathless. Young master, Sister Xia, she is kneeling on the deck. Chen Feng opened his eyes, surprise flickering across his face. At this moment, on the deck of the cloud ship, more and more people gathered to watch. A girl in purple knelt on the floor, head bowed, disregarding the murmurs of those around her. Xiao Wentian, after several attempts to persuade her, found that Xia Zhilan remained resolute, determined to kneel until Chen Feng forgave her. The cold wind whistled, and Xia Zhilan's pitiful demeanor undoubtedly attracted the attention of many men. What a beautiful woman! Who could have made her so upset? What a scoundrel! To make such a beauty kneel here. If I discover which man is responsible, I shall make him pay dearly. The men around cast sympathetic glances at Xia Zhilan, while a few women, envious of her stunning beauty, began to voice their scorn. This woman must have been with another man, only to be caught by the rightful owner. Truly a calamity of beauty. Xia Zhilan remained silent, her head bowed, not bothering to refute the harsh words around her. At the pinnacle of the cloud vessel, a woman clad in crimson gazed intently at the crowd gathered below, a faint smile gracing her lips. To think that the esteemed daughter of the Xia family would engage in such an act. It seemed the person she sought was indeed remarkable. The woman in red remarked with a smile. An elderly man beside her furrowed his brow and inquired, "Miss, this seems to have considerable repercussions. Outsiders might perceive it as our sacred dragon trading company bullying the Xia family. Could this not incite their displeasure?" The woman in red shook her head, replying with a smile, "The Xia family will understand. Our sacred dragon trading company is not yet formidable enough to compel the Xia family to bow in submission. However, I am intrigued by the prowess of that youth who managed to elicit such humility from the Xia family's proudest daughter." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. It is worth noting that Xia Zhilan kneeling in Chun Feng's chamber merely represented her personal decision. Yet now, kneeling in plain view of all signified an apology from the entire Xia family. In the realm of Ning country, the Xia family was a prominent military clan with immense influence, and the notion of such a prestigious family bowing to a mere 17-year-old boy was indeed unforeseen. "Miss, shall we not intervene in this matter?" the elder queried. They were responsible for the safety of the cloud vessel, and such commotion had inevitably drawn their attention. "As long as they do not create a disturbance aboard my cloud vessel, our sacred dragon trading company shall not meddle. They can manage their affairs themselves," the young woman declared. With that, the two vanished from the vessel's summit. Time passed gradually, and Xia Zhilan remained kneeling from day to night, and from night back to day. During this period, she had not consumed a morsel of food, nor a single drop of water. It was not until 2 days later that the cloud vessel began to emerge from the vast expanse of sky. Amidst the sprawling mountains, a bustling city, resembling a colossal steel fortress, came into view. This was the destination of their journey, the imperial city of Ning country. "Young master, this imperial city is so vast and lively," Bauer exclaimed, standing at the window, her face alight with wonder at the sight of the grand steel metropolis. "Once we reach the imperial city, I shall take you for a stroll." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Yes, yes." Bauer beamed joyfully. Then, as if recalling something, she turned her gaze toward the deck. Her cheeks shadowed with a hint of sorrow and sympathy. "Young master, why not lend a hand to that sister? She seems quite pitiful." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng too directed his gaze toward the deck, where a lone figure knelt in the cold wind. In stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor, she now appeared frail and vulnerable. He had not anticipated that Xia Zhilan would be so stubborn, having resolutely rejected him, yet still remaining unyielding. Alas! Chen Feng sighed softly, finally stepping out from his chamber. Dressed in white, he made his way to the deck. "Sir." Xia Zhilan lifted her delicate head, her beautiful eyes meeting Chen Feng and Appo's. Perhaps due to 2 days without water, her lips were slightly cracked, and she appeared somewhat haggard. Chen Feng said, "Please fetch me paper and pen. I shall write down a list of medicinal herbs for you to procure once we reach the imperial city." "Certainly." A smile of joy finally graced Xia Zhilan's cheeks. Chapter 36. Arrival at the imperial city before long. Xia Zhilan retrieved paper and pen from the cloud ship, presenting them respectfully to Chen Feng. "Sir, here are the paper and pen." Chen Feng accepted them and inscribed the names of various medicinal herbs. Once completed, he handed the paper back to Xia Zhilan. "This is a prescription. Upon reaching the imperial city, prepare the medicine for your grandfather. There are a total of 10 prescriptions. Although they're not identical, administer them one per day in the order I provided. Each prescription should be brewed into a bowl of soup. Remember, do not mix up the order," instructed Chen Feng. "Understood, I will remember." Xia Zhilan nodded eagerly, cherishing the prescription as if it were a precious treasure, her face aglow with joy. However, upon examining the contents of the prescription, her expression abruptly shifted. "This prescription," she exclaimed, a look of confusion filling her eyes. "Sir, all the herbs listed here are poisons?" Over the years, she had accompanied her grandfather in seeking medical expertise. While she was not knowledgeable in healing, she had perused numerous medicinal texts and recognized the properties of various herbs. The 10 prescriptions before her were indeed all toxic. Any ordinary person consuming them would undoubtedly perish, especially her grandfather, who was already in a fragile state. If he were to ingest this poison, he would likely not survive beyond 3 days. Indeed, these prescriptions contain poisons. The notorious northern border corpse poison cannot be resolved through conventional means. It requires an unconventional method of counteracting poison with poison, Chen Feng elucidated. Although these herbs are toxic, they possess the capability to counteract the poison. Once we expel the northern border corpse poison from your grandfather's system, treating the other toxins will be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhilan contemplated deeply, her understanding dawning. She gazed at Chen Feng anew, astonished. None of the renowned physicians she had encountered had ever conceived of such a method of detoxification. Yet Chen Feng had. Undoubtedly, he possessed genuine insight into treating the northern border corpse poison. "Sir, your immense kindness shall be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask," Xia Zhilan declared respectfully, her realization of why her grandfather held such deep respect for Chen Feng becoming clear. His foresight and abilities were indeed worthy of the title Sir. Compared to her grandfather, her discernment still felt rather immature. Such immense kindness is unwarranted. It was merely a trifling matter. Chen Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "This is not a prescription for alchemy. It holds little value. However, for those deeply afflicted by poison, it is akin to a treasure beyond price." 3 days later, the cloud ship finally arrived at the imperial city. From the deck, the massive iron city, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, unfolded before their eyes. Surrounding the imperial city were countless soldiers, forming an impenetrable barrier. This was the epicenter of power in the kingdom of Ning, a place where countless young dreamers aspired to make their mark. In a dense forest on the outskirts of the imperial city lay a vast river area, approximately 100 feet wide, where dozens of cloud ships were anchored. As the cloud ship docked, an enchanting female voice resonated within. "Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at the imperial city. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." Chen Feng returned to his room, organized his belongings, and descended the ship with Jiang, Yin, and Bauer. "Are you planning to visit the Dan Tower or come to my home?" Jiang Yin inquired. "The Dan Tower?" Chen Feng mused. "With over 2 months until the Linglong conference, I think I shall forego that for now and visit your home instead. It is far more pleasant to converse with a beauty than to be surrounded by a group of elders." On the dock, Xia Wentian and Xia Zhilan awaited them. Upon seeing Chen Feng and the others disembark, they approached eagerly. "Sir, now that you have arrived in the imperial city, do you have a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to rest at my residence," Xia Wentian offered with a smile. "I already have accommodations arranged, but in 10 days, I will visit the Xia residence again to assist with the remaining toxins in your system." Chen Feng replied, "Thank you, sir." Upon hearing this, a smile broke on Xia Wentian's aged face, and he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "Could you kindly inform this old man of your lodging? I shall send someone to escort you." Currently, Xia Wentian was eager to spend more time with Chen Feng, for the latter harbored many secrets. Beyond the prescription, he was also keen to learn about the achievements of someone capable of defeating the sword soul body in martial arts. Chun Feng shook his head. No need. I will find my way to the Xia residence myself. It should not be difficult to locate within the imperial city. Xiao Wentian nodded, albeit with a hint of regret. Very well. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of the imperial city. In comparison to the gates of Yin City, those of the imperial city were at least dozens of times more grandiose. The gates were forged from solid black stone, resembling an indestructible fortress standing amidst the mountains. The flow of people entering and exiting the gates was bewildering and beyond count. How magnificent! Bauer exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe. Though Chen Feng remained composed, a spark of astonishment flickered within him. The grandeur of the imperial city of Ning exceeded his expectations. It seemed that in the years he had been away from the Tianwu continent, the martial arts there had reached an exceptionally prosperous era. Noticing Chun Feng's expression, Xiao Wentian chuckled. Is this your first visit to the imperial city, sir? Chun Feng nodded, smiling. Indeed, it is my first time. Since you are so familiar with the imperial city, I trust you know the location of the Linglong Xuanquang Pool? The Linglong Xuanquang Pool? Xiao Wentian paused, momentarily taken aback. Before responding in surprise, could it be that you have come to the imperial city for the Linglong Xuanquang Pool? Xia Zhilan also looked at Chun Feng in astonishment. Is there a problem? Chun Feng inquired, puzzled. Ha! It seems I misjudged your intentions, but with your capabilities, what else could attract your interest aside from the Linglong Xuanquang Pool? Xiao Wentian laughed. Chun Feng and Oppo's expression remained one of confusion. Xia Zhilan smiled slightly and clarified. To be honest, my grandfather and I initially speculated that you might have come for the Sword Dao Tea Gathering. The Sword Dao Tea Gathering? Chun Feng asked, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring with peculiar curiosity, what exactly is this Sword Dao Tea Gathering? Xia Zhilan explained. The Sword Dao Tea Gathering is an event initiated by the royal family, a platform for exchange and discussion among swordsmanship experts. It attracts the top sword masters and talented individuals from the kingdom of Ning. Anyone studying swordsmanship would not want to miss this gathering, as it offers a rare opportunity to spar with those masters and deepen their understanding of the sword. Ah, I see. Chun Feng nodded, finally grasping the purpose of the Sword Dao Gathering. Essentially, it resembled an academic exchange, where the masters engaged in mutual sparring and discussions. However, for Chun Feng, the allure of such a gathering held little significance. I'm not here for this Sword Dao Gathering. I have come for the Linglong Xuanquang Pool. Do you happen to know its location, Elder Xia? Chun Feng candidly expressed his intentions. Xiao Wentian offered a wry smile, stating, the Linglong Xianhuang Pool is situated north of the imperial city, a locale perpetually guarded by various factions, making it utterly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. I fear you may be disappointed, for even I cannot approach the Linglong Xianhuang Pool. Is that so? Chun Feng sighed in regret, initially believing he might have a chance to draw near. If that were the case, he could have surreptitiously absorbed a wave of Xianhuang energy, thus negating the need to wait for the Linglong conference. It appears that he must rely on the conference after all. May I inquire which faction you represent in the Linglong conference? Xiao Wentian asked with curiosity. The Pill Pavilion, Chun Feng replied. Both Xiao Wentian and Xia Zhilan were momentarily taken aback. The Pill Pavilion? ISNT, that the faction that has consistently ranked at the bottom in previous Linglong conferences? Is there a problem? Chun Feng inquired. The Pill Pavilion's advantages seem somewhat tenuous, for its focus lies not in martial arts but in alchemy. I fear that when the time comes for battle, you may lack formidable allies, Xiao Wentian remarked. Not to worry, I am sufficient on my own, Chun Feng asserted confidently. Haha, you possess great audacity. Xiao Wentian laughed heartily. The group continued to converse cheerfully and soon entered the imperial city. At the city gates, the officers stationed there displayed utmost respect upon seeing Xiao Wentian, for he was an immortal legend within the military barracks of the imperial city. With his guidance, they were spared from an arduous inspection. Before the Jiang residence, Chun Feng bid farewell to Xiao Wentian, who was like a grandfather to him. Subsequently, under Jiang Yin's lead, Chun Feng and Bauer entered the Jiang residence. As a military family, the Jiang estate was vastly more grandiose than the Chun family home, rendering any comparison futile. Jiang Yin arranged a separate courtyard for Chun Feng and Bauer, accompanied by two maidservants, which made Bauer feel somewhat bashful, as she had always been the one to attend to Chun Feng. Upon entering the courtyard, Chun Feng secluded himself once more in his chamber, resuming his cultivation. Dragon scales. This time, he was determined to attempt to truly cultivate the dragon scales as delineated in the first level of the 9 dragons, extinguishing divine art. Chapter 37. The refinement of dragon scales and Bauer's disappearance in the confines of the room. Chun Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, rhythmically adjusting his breath and state of mind into an exceptionally profound condition. Suddenly, his palms shifted in a series of intricate gestures, and with a mere thought, the 9 dragons annihilation technique commenced its operation within him. The surging spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged toward him like a relentless tide, enveloping his form in a radiant golden glow. As he absorbed this spiritual energy, the golden light upon his body gradually compressed, forming a protective armor of resplendent brilliance. The armor shimmered with an overwhelming luminescence, exuding an aura of invulnerability. Nevertheless, this was not the state Chun Feng aspired to achieve. With determination, Chun Feng began to bring his palms together. Under his mental guidance, strands of golden spiritual energy intertwined and coalesced between his arms, morphing and shifting like fluid waves, ultimately transforming into scales reminiscent of those possessed by dragons. These scales gleamed with an intense luster, radiating a formidable energy. In the annals of antiquity, the dragon race was revered as the most powerful lineage, their greatest asset being their formidable physical forms. The scales they bore were lauded for their unparalleled defense, impervious even to the mightiest of imperial figures. The primary essence of the 9 dragons annihilation technique was to refine such scales. However, the process of refining these scales proved to be no simple feat without the aid of rare treasures. The accumulation of spiritual energy alone could not sustain the scales for long. As Chun Feng anticipated, mere moments after the scales materialized, they erupted into fragments of golden light. A dull thud resonated through the air as the scales shattered, scattering into countless glimmering bits. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Is this failure? This first failure was within Chun Feng's expectations. If refining the dragon scales were so effortless, his interest in the 9 dragons annihilation technique would wane. It was the very challenge that invigorated his spirit. Taking a deep breath, Chun Feng resumed his meditation, striving once more to refine the dragon scales. Bang! Another failure. Bang! Yet again. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Chun Feng's attempts had already exceeded 100, each time witnessing the explosion of the scales. Yet, through his unwavering perseverance, his hand gestures quickened, and the refinement of the scales transitioned from awkwardness to a state of growing proficiency, with the duration of their manifestation extending significantly. Chun Feng's long, fair hands danced like a sprite, and the golden spiritual energy upon his arms grew increasingly radiant. As he intertwined and condensed the energy, the dragon scales began to take form, their fierce aura subtly pulsating. Congeal. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, unleashing the torrent of spiritual energy within him. A resonant hum filled the air as Chun Feng focused intently, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Under this intense concentration, the dragon scales gradually solidified, enveloping his arms in a brilliant display of luminescence. This time, the scales did not shatter as before, but instead settled into a dazzling array upon his limbs. Have I succeeded? Chun Feng gazed at the scales adorning his arms, his face breaking into a joyous smile. He clenched his fists, feeling an empowering surge of combat spirit. Yet, Chun Feng was aware that these scales had not yet reached an indestructible perfection. Under overwhelming brute force, they would eventually succumb. Ultimately, he lacked a certain formidable energy for refinement. It seemed that the Linglong Xianhuang pool was essential. Chun Feng murmured to himself. Only by truly absorbing the profound energy within the Linglong Xianhuang pool could he perfect these dragon scales, rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. In the stillness of the night, the resplendent moon cast its silvery glow upon the earth. After a day of toil, The majority of the residents in the Jiang household had succumbed to slumber. Outside, silence prevailed, yet within the inner sanctum of the Jiang residence, the lights remained ablaze. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere was solemn, with rows of the household and Appos, as key members seated. At the forefront, a woman of striking beauty and noble demeanor sat regally in a high-backed chair, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yin below. This woman was the matriarch of the Jiang family, wielding significant influence in Jiang Dongting's absence. Jiang Yin, I hear you have brought a wild man back with you? The matriarch's voice resonated with authority, demanding an explanation. A wild man? In the center of the hall, Jiang Yin smirked coldly, her expression frosty. Madam, am I not allowed to have friends? You are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family and may indeed have friends, but do not forget your other identity. You are the fiancée of the Minister of Revenue's son, and you must not associate with dubious characters. The matriarch replied icily. Fiancé? When was this marriage contract signed? I was unaware. Jiang Yin shot back, her gaze turning icy. This was agreed upon over a week ago with the Minister of Revenue's family. Traditionally, such matters are decided by the elders. Our families have enjoyed a favorable relationship, and marrying into such a prestigious family is a blessing for you. The matriarch stated matter-of-factly. The Minister of Revenue's son is a notorious wastrel, known for his brazen acts of coercion against common folk. Has he not committed numerous vile deeds? Jiang Yin retorted, her eyes filled with scorn. Do not presume that I am ignorant. You covet the minister's influence in court, intending to sacrifice me for the Jiang family's greater gain. I shall not acknowledge this marriage. Unbridled. The matriarch's face twisted with fury as she slammed her hand on the armrest, rising to her feet. Jiang Yin, do not forget that your illness requires the Jiang family's resources to seek a renowned physician. Without our aid, you are doomed. At her words, the assembly exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Yin's affliction had plagued her for years, and only the Jiang family could procure skilled doctors across Ningwa to treat her. This was why, despite her exceptional talent, Jiang Yin had endured the matriarch's tyranny, unwilling to confront her directly. However, today, Jiang Yin defied expectations and spoke coldly. My ailment is no longer a concern for the Jiang family. I will manage it myself. As for the marriage you mentioned, without my signature, that contract is as worthless as refuse. With that, Jiang Yin turned on her heel, striding towards the hall's exit, eager to leave the oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Yin, stop this instant! The matriarch shouted, her anger palpable, but Jiang Yin ignored her, dismissively striding out of the hall. This insolent girl dared to treat me with such contempt. The matriarch seethed, her eyes brimming with venomous hatred. She could not comprehend why Jiang Yin seemed to have undergone a transformation during the past few days, behaving with a firmness she would have never dared to exhibit before. Regarding the enmity between Jiang Yin and the matriarch, Chun Feng remained oblivious. As the days unfolded, he continued to reside within the Jiang household, his daily needs catered to by them, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed about his uninvited presence. With the passage of time, the Sword Path Tea gathering drew nearer, and one day, an unexpected letter arrived at the Jiang residence. It turned out to be an invitation to the Sword Path Tea gathering, extended by Qin Ruyue, leaving Chun Feng and Jiang Yin rather astonished. I have only been in the royal city for a few days and scarcely ventured outside, yet the Sword Rain Pavilion seems to be fully aware of my whereabouts. They certainly seem to be monitoring my movements, Chun Feng remarked indifferently. Beside him, Jiang Yin replied, Qin Ruyue probably does not harbor any ill intentions. She merely wishes to invite you to the gathering. Chun Feng shook his head and chuckled. You may perceive others as benevolent, but they may not possess the same goodwill you attribute to them. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows, for she still held trust in her student, being Qin Ruyue's mentor at the Yunhai Academy. However, the fact that the Sword Rain Pavilion had taken notice of Chun Feng's arrival in the royal city and accurately determined that he was residing in the Jiang household suggested that they had been covertly monitoring him. Given the connections and influence of the Sword Rain Pavilion in the royal city, such surveillance would be trivial for them. Forget it. Chun Feng decided not to dwell on the matter, tossing the invitation aside and returning to his cultivation. His purpose in coming to the royal city was for the so-called Linglong Conference, not this Sword Path Tea gathering, in which he had no interest whatsoever. Nevertheless, 2 days later, while he was engrossed in his training, A maid from the Jiang household rushed in, her expression fraught with panic. Young Master Chun Bauer, she has encountered an accident. The maid gasped, her voice urgent. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what happened? We are not entirely sure. Today, while we were out exploring the royal city with Bauer, everything seemed fine at first, and we were following closely behind her. But in the blink of an eye, she vanished, and we have searched everywhere for her. The maid explained frantically. At this, Chen Feng and Appo's expression turned icy, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Has the Sword Rain Pavilion taken to employing such petty tactics? He uttered coldly. Jiang Yin, frowning, interjected, it may not necessarily be the Sword Rain Pavilion. It could be someone else. I have stated before that should anyone close to me face misfortune, I will hold the Sword Rain Pavilion accountable. Chen Feng replied sharply. Let's go, he declared, grasping his sword and exiting the inner courtyard. Where to? The Sword Rain Pavilion has been eager for me to attend this Sword Path tea gathering. Since that is the case, I shall oblige them. But I hope they are prepared to bear the consequences. A chilling aura of vengeance enveloped Chen Feng. Chapter 38. The swordsmanship tea gathering in the humiliated Dan Tower at the heart of the imperial city lies a vast square, one of the most spacious areas within the royal confines, capable of accommodating thousands. Today, this expansive venue is teeming with a throng of spectators, their heads forming a dark sea that stretches to the square's edges. The jubilant cheers that arise from the crowd surge like a tidal wave, filling the air with palpable excitement. This is the annual Swordsmanship Tea Gathering, a grand event of great significance. The Swordsmanship Tea Gathering attracts the most talented young swordsmen from various cities within the Kingdom of Ning, along with some adept practitioners of spear and saber techniques. They hail from diverse backgrounds, some from humble origins, others from affluent families, but they share a common goal: to gain fame at this gathering, potentially attracting the attention of powerful factions and ascending to prominence. Some may even catch the eye of the royal family, leading to a future of honor and glory. In the Kingdom of Ning, many young prodigies have risen to prominence through the Swordsmanship Tea Gathering. At the center of the square stands a grand arena where young warriors engage in fierce contests. Although these matches are meant for practice, the sparks and dazzling techniques displayed elicit gasps of admiration from the onlookers. On either side of the square's forefront, elegantly designed sunlit tea pavilion stand, gathering most of the influential figures of the imperial city. They sip fragrant tea and engage in light-hearted conversation. It is astonishing that after so many years, no young talent has yet been able to challenge the position of the third prince, whose prodigious abilities are indeed remarkable. I suspect that even 50 years hence, his status may remain unassailable. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. As the distinguished guests converse, their expressions reveal astonishment, their gazes drawn to the left side of the square, where a massive illuminated stone tablet stands inscribed with the flamboyant characters, talent ranking. This prestigious list ranks all the prodigies of the Kingdom of Ning, with those featured being the foremost young powerhouses of various factions. After each contest in the arena, an elder positioned before the stone tablet adjusts the rankings. At the pinnacle of this illustrious list shines a name radiating with a golden glow, instilling a sense of pressure: Tang Long, the third prince of Ning, reigning at the top of the talent ranking, a truly unparalleled genius. His presence seemingly cast a shadow over all other talents in the kingdom. His rise to fame began at this very swordsmanship tea gathering, underscoring its significance in the hearts of the people of Ning. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberates through the arena as a tall, robust young man is forcefully thrown from the stage, landing heavily below. The contest concludes with a proclamation of victory for Zhu Gaoming. The elder's voice, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, resonates throughout the square, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. Zhu Gaoming, who joined the esteemed Sword Emperor's tutelage just 2 years ago, has now become remarkably strong. It's astounding to consider what he might achieve in a year or two. Could he surpass all the talents of Ning? The crowd buzzes with speculation. Rising to his feet, the tall youth wipes the blood from his lips and casts a deflated glance at Zhu Gaoming, who wears a disdainful smile, before trudging off the stage. Next, Zhu Gaoming declares with arrogance, surveying the crowd with a cold gaze. However, the vast square remains silent, none daring to respond. The young prodigies who meet his gaze lower their heads, their expressions grim. Zhu Gaoming has now attained the first level of the transformation realm, placing him among the elite of his generation. Frowning in displeasure at the lack of challengers, he calls out once more, "Next!" As silence pervades the arena. The dignitaries at the tea tables exchange astonished glances. Indeed, your esteemed disciple is as remarkable as rumored Sword Emperor. Each one is exceptionally talented, and it is a tremendous fortune to be under your guidance. They exclaim. The focus of this tea gathering undoubtedly lies on Zhu Gaoming. The heads of various clans cast reverent looks toward Xiao Shiyu, seated at the center of the tea table. With a smile, he acknowledges their respect. These accomplishments are the result of their own hard work and talent. Such prowess is to be expected. His gaze then drifts, almost inadvertently, toward another table, where he remarks lightly, "Brother Lin, why is Dan Tower so quiet this year? Where are the talented individuals you have gathered for the competition?" Lin Xiaoga grits his teeth in irritation, responding coldly. The talents of Dan Tower are engrossed in refining pill formulas. Naturally, they have no interest in participating in such swordsmanship gatherings. Is that so? Xiao Shiyu smiles. In that case, I shall not press the matter. I only hope Dan Tower continues to thrive. Otherwise, this year's Linglong Xianhuang pool may once again belong to our Sword Rain Pavilion. It is too early for you to draw conclusions. Lin Xiaoga retorts with a scoff. Huh. Xiao Shiyu replies with a chill in his laughter, choosing not to engage further. Witnessing the tension between Lin Xiaoga and Xiao Shiyu, the other power holders wisely refrain from intervening. They know well the long-standing rivalry between Dan Tower and Sword Rain Pavilion. Both factions possess formidable connections and power within the imperial city, and taking sides would only incur animosity. Is there no one? Next, Zhu Gaoming continues to shout from the arena, casting sidelong glances toward Dan Tower with a mocking smile. Truly no one? Meanwhile, the young warriors from Dan Tower all keep their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. In contrast, the young talents from Sword Rain Pavilion stand tall and proud, resembling peacocks. How dare a mere first-level transformation realm fool boast here? Lin Xiaoga erupts in anger, slamming the tea table, his chest heaving. Brother Lin, do not let your temper flare. Those exceptional juniors of Lu Qingxin have all gone to Holy Spirit Mountain. Currently, we have no one at Dan Tower. Wei Mo interjects with a wry smile. Let us hope those youngsters find the Earth Heart Flame Dragon essence. Otherwise, I shall have to skin them for causing me embarrassment. Lin Xiaoga retorts heatedly. Wei Mo sighs in resignation, realizing that Lu Qingxin's juniors usually upheld Dan Tower's reputation, and with them absent, they find themselves lacking young talents. He turns to the group of young warriors behind him and asks, "Is there anyone willing to step forward?" Yet, each one of them appears as disheartened as fledglings. Remaining silent. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Xiaoga's anger reached its zenith. He slammed the table and rose abruptly, declaring, "I shall not endure this any longer. Let us depart, so as to spare ourselves the embarrassment." Is Brother Lin leaving? Xiao Shiyu remarked with a teasing smile. This swordsmanship tea gathering holds no merit. I shall not return henceforth. With that, Lin Xiaoga strode toward the exit. Xiao Shiyu's heart chuckled coldly. The old man ought not to think he was oblivious to the fact that his pride was utterly shattered, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Yet, the satisfaction of witnessing the Pill Pavilion rendered utterly humiliated in such a setting was immensely gratifying to him. The heads of numerous prestigious families observed Lin Xiaoga's hasty exit with a mixture of amusement. The Grand Pill Pavilion had indeed suffered a significant loss of face during this swordsmanship tea gathering. Senior Lin, are you leaving so soon? It seems rather hasty. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from the once silent crowd. Upon hearing this familiar voice, both Wei Mo and Lin Xiaoga's expressions brightened. Their gazes swiftly turning in that direction, they beheld a youthful figure gradually parting the throng at the far end of the square. Chun Feng, you've come to the imperial city? Wei Mo exclaimed in delight. Chun Feng, Lin Xiaoga was momentarily taken aback. It was surprising to see this young fellow take an interest in the swordsmanship tea gathering. Xiao Shiyu's palm subtly clenched, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng, eyes glimmering with a chilling intent. You little brat, you actually showed up. Chen Tianlong's fists tightened, his heart boiling with resentment. He would never forget the humiliation Chun Feng had inflicted upon him a fortnight ago. Since joining the Sword Rain Pavilion, he had devoted himself to relentless training, each day without respite, solely to reclaim the satisfaction of trampling Chun Feng beneath his feet once more. Seemingly sensing Chun Tianlong's brooding demeanor, a handsome youth beside him chuckled. "Fear not, junior brother. Should he dare to step forward, our Sword Rain Pavilion shall render him powerless. Then I extend my gratitude to Brother Liao." Chun Tianlang replied with a fist clasped in respect, smiling. The Sword Rain Pavilion was known for its recruitment of talent, and this striking young man was indeed one of its members. Qin Ryue remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chun Feng, scanning him from head to toe. As she felt the surge of spiritual energy emanating from him, her expression gradually turned frosty. "He has grown considerably. It seems I must eliminate him sooner rather than later." A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ryue and Appo's eyes. Chapter 39. Challenging Qin Ryue. An invincible stance. Is he the young man who defeated the Sword Soul body? He appears even younger than those such as Qin Ryue and Zhu Gaoming. At such a tender age, he could vanquish the Sword Soul body? The heads of numerous prestigious families at the tea table revealed expressions of keen interest. Xiao Shiyu remained silent, his gaze directed at Zhu Gaoming, his eyes turning sharply cold. Zhu Gaoming understood his mentor's intent and nodded in acknowledgement, vowing to incapacitate this young man at the first opportunity. "Hey you, since arriving in the Imperial City, you haven't even visited the Pill Tower. I had no idea you were here," Lin Chaoga remarked, patting Chun Feng on the shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Chun Feng remained wordless, lifting his head to fixate his icy gaze upon Qin Ryue and Xiao Shiyu on the high platform, his teeth clenched, a hint of murderous intent simmering beneath the surface. "What's wrong?" Lin Chaoga furrowed his brow, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Chun Feng. "Bao is missing," Chun Feng replied. "Bao, your little maid?" Lin Chaoga recalled the young attendant who had always been at Chun Feng's side. Has the Sword Rain Pavilion truly stooped so low? Lin Chaoga's face flushed with rage, realizing that even a mere maid was not safe from their grasp. "I'll take this one," Chun Feng declared. With that, he seized further words and leaped directly onto the arena, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Gaoming. "Kid, I didn't oppose to expect you to actually show up. It seems we underestimated your audacity." Zhu Gaoming licked his lips, a cruel smile gradually forming in his eyes. "I won't fight you. You are too weak. Leave the arena." Chun Feng replied indifferently, then turned his gaze toward Qin Ryue, his voice cold as ice. "Qin Ryue, come down. I wish to fight you." The crowd erupted in a frenzy. "This fellow is insane, challenging Qin Ryue upon his arrival. Does he not realize that she and Zhu Gaoming are of entirely different calibers?" Observing this scene, the vice president of Yunhai Academy expressed surprise. "This is intriguing. I like this young man's character. Is the president quite optimistic about him?" Inquired a middle-aged man beside him, a senior instructor named Wu Su. "Youth must possess a touch of arrogance." The vice president chuckled. "Arrogance must be backed by some capital. I wonder if he possesses that strength," Wu Su replied. Qin Ryue's face hardened, her delicate hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, her body subtly trembling, not from fear, but from fury. Suddenly, a swift sound of slicing air rang out as Zhu Gaoming lunged forward, a manic grin plastered on his face. "Kid, your opponent is me. Defeat me first." Fireblade. Zhu Gaoming drew his sword, a torrent of flames enveloping the blade as he aimed a fierce strike at Chun Feng. The dazzling firelight arced through the air, its searing intensity formidable. In response, Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with coldness. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." Instead of drawing his sword, he clasped his hands together, channeling the Nine Dragons' annihilation technique, golden spiritual energy enveloping his arms and transforming into scales of dragon hide. With a single step, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, launching a powerful punch at Zhu Gaoming. Before anyone could comprehend Chun Feng's movements, a ferocious wave of spiritual energy surged forth, obliterating the fiery sword's strike into nothingness. The wave surged forth with an unrelenting force, crashing into Zhu Gaoming's body. A resounding thud echoed as Zhu Gaoming was sent flying, the sheer power fracturing the arena's ground beneath him. Blood spewed from his mouth, his breath becoming feeble. The crowd inhaled sharply, a wave of astonishment sweeping over them. In just one punch, Zhu Gaoming was reduced to a mere wretch. This fellow is incredibly fierce. Even the heads of the noble families on the high platform were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Fifth level of the vice president of Yunhai Academy rose abruptly. His gaze locked onto the arena. In that moment of Zhu Gaoming's defeat, Chun Feng's realm and strength were laid bare. The vice president sensed that Chun Feng was at the fifth level of while Zhu Gaoming had only reached the first level of the disparity in their realms was astounding. With just one punch, victory was claimed. This terrifying level of surpassing challenges stirred a tempest within him. Even Wu Su, sitting beside him, wore an expression of incredulity. Excellent, excellent. This lad has truly exceeded my expectations. Lin Xiaogo watched in exhilaration from the tea table, overwhelmed with joy. This punch dealt a crushing blow to the arrogance of the Sword Rain Pavilion. Zhu Gaoming, coughing blood, bore a look of agony. He could sense several ribs in his chest had shattered. How could this fellow's strength have surged so dramatically? Zhu Gaoming's heart was in turmoil. Just half a month ago, Chen Feng was merely at the first level of barely able to contend against Yet in just half a month, he had ascended to the fifth level of Such a rapid advancement is nothing short of monstrous. At the tea table, Xiao Xiu also stared at Chun Feng with astonishment, feeling pricked by a sense of urgency at his growth rate. It is too fast. This fellow's pace of advancement is truly alarming. Qin Ruiyue, come down. Chun Feng bellowed from the arena. Qin Ruiyue, gripping her sword, her beautiful eyes filled with frost, was about to leap down when Xiao Xiu stopped her. You are currently at a critical juncture of breaking through a life-and-death battle is ill-advised. Let Liao Yu take your place. Xiao Xiu insisted. Sister, let me handle this. I will personally take this fellow's life. A handsome youth standing beside Qin Ruiyue spoke up, stepping forward to ascend the arena. Instantly, the crowd erupted once more. Let me be your opponent, kid. Liao Yu licked his lips, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. However, Chun Feng did not even glance in his direction, continuing to challenge Qin Ruiyue. Qin Ruiyue, come down. Seeing Chun Feng's blatant disregard for him, Liao Yu's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead, his lips curling. To ignore me so, little brat, I will end you. Liao Yu stamped his foot forward, unleashing a torrent of deep yellow spiritual energy that surged forth like a mighty river. The intensity reached the fourth level of far surpassing Zhu Gaoming. With a roar, Liao Yu drew his sword, a powerful wave of spiritual energy enveloping the blade, the pressure rising steadily. This is the sword intent. It was clear that Liao Yu had comprehended the essence of sword intent. This Liao Yu is ranked 17th on the talented individuals list. Those within the top 20 of this list are all prodigious talents. The crowd buzzed with chatter. On the arena, Liao Yu's momentum continued to escalate. The pressure of his sword surged in layers, causing the platform beneath him to fracture violently under the weight of his force. Chun Feng, make your move. Lin Xiaoga shouted from the high platform. Yet, Chun Feng remained as if oblivious to her cries, not even drawing the sword at his back. Such arrogance. The two were separated by 8 realms, and this youth stood there foolishly, waiting for Liao Yu to consolidate his power. Vice Dean, do you truly regard such a person highly? Yu Su, observing the scene from his seat, could not suppress his derision. The Vice Dean's expression shifted continuously as he fixated on Chun Feng. Equally perplexed as to what audacity this young man possessed to confront a genius swordsman 8 realms beyond him, unarmed. In but a fleeting moment, Liao Yu had concentrated his sword intent to around 100 layers. When he raised his head again, a piercing cold glimmer sparked in his eyes. Suddenly, he stepped forward, his body akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Chun Feng. His primary cultivation was the earth formula from the 5 elements, and the dense yellow spiritual energy enveloped his sword, endowing it with a weight reminiscent of a mountain. Mountain-splitting slash, Liao Yu bellowed, sweeping his sword horizontally. Boom! A dazzling ray of light flickered before the wide eyes of the onlookers, as if the very gravity of heaven and earth had intensified. The surface of the arena was riddled with visible, gruesome fissures that rapidly spread. That strike seemed to carry the force of a mountain crashing down. Golden Tiger Shield. Chen Feng did not evade. Instead, he clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of golden light that erupted from his being, accompanied by a faint sound of a tiger's roar. The golden light formed a shield around him, adorned with the fierce totem of a giant tiger, exuding a violent, indomitable wave that rippled outward. Clang! Liao Yu's sword struck fiercely against Chun Feng's golden shield, the tremendous weight causing Chun Feng's body to plunge into the arena's depths, sending debris flying. Chun Feng, Jiang Yin, and Lin Chaoga gasped, their hearts trembling in fear. However, to the astonishment of all, the Chun Feng, who had seemingly vanished beneath the arena, bore no injuries at all. The golden light enveloping him acted as an unyielding, supreme defense. How is this possible? Liao Yuan Appo's grip on his sword trembled slightly. Suddenly, Chun Feng lifted his head, cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You wish to kill me? Child, you are still too inexperienced. With a sudden, forceful step, he vanished like a wraith. Liao Yu's pupils constricted in shock. Swish! The sound of slicing wind echoed. And in the next moment, Chun Feng appeared behind Liao Yu, the Tian Tsung Yun sword drawn, engulfed in a surging aura of bloodlust that turned the blade crimson, as if a long-starved evil spirit awakened at the scent of blood. Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he aimed a fierce strike at Liao Yu's head. Stop! On the high platform, Xiao Shiyu's face paled at this sight, and she shouted in alarm. Chapter 40. Who else? In the face of Xiao Shiyu's cold reprimand, Chun Feng seemed oblivious, his gaze icy with murderous intent as his sword struck with deadly precision. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth like a spring, splattering onto the arena. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and in an instant, a severed head rolled down before the wide-eyed spectators. Liao Yu was dead on the spot. A profound silence enveloped the arena, stifling even the faintest breaths of disbelief. He is dead? A distinguished disciple of the Sword Emperor, slain just like that? All eyes widened in shock, hearts pounding with disbelief. Before Xiao Shiyu, Chun Feng had truly executed one of his esteemed students. Remarkable, impressive. Even Wu Su couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This youth was far too reckless. His sword harbored an overwhelming ferocity. The Weisstein scrutinized the sword in Chun Feng's hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A blade forged of steel may bend. Not only swords, but humans too. In this moment, the Sword Rain Pavilion basked in glory within the imperial city. Yet Chun Feng's blatant disregard for his opponent's dignity could very well summon his own demise. Yet, at this moment, Chun Feng paid no heed to such thoughts. Grasping the blood-stained Tian Tsung Yun sword, he glared fiercely toward the direction of the Sword Rain Pavilion and bellowed. Xiao Shiyu clenched his fists, veins pulsating on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The space around the Sword Rain Pavilion fell into an eerie silence, with the disciples behind him staring wide-eyed. Qin Rue ground her silver teeth in frustration. Is there no one else? Come down. Chun Feng continued to roar towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. Did you not wish for me to attend the Sword Path Tea gathering? Very well, I shall oblige. How audacious. Behind him, some senior brothers from the Sword Rain Pavilion, upon witnessing the headless corpse, contorted their faces in rage. Suddenly, a tall, lean youth leaped down from the high platform, landing on the arena. I am Zhong Tian, ranked 14th on the Talented Ones list, here to challenge you, he declared fiercely. Chun Feng wasted no words. He brandished his sword and charged forward. The blade shimmered with golden spiritual energy, dazzling in its brilliance. Boom! Zhong Tian did not hesitate. He stomped forcefully on the ground, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire spiritual energy that shot skyward, creating a terrifying spectacle. This immense inferno coalesced into a fiery vortex, forming a colossal fire pillar. Soon, a fire dragon, roughly 10 feet in size, emerged from the spiritual energy entwined with the raging pillar. In an instant, the heavens were graced with a spiraling fire pillar, emanating a ferocious wave of searing heat. Heavenly Law Fire Dragon? Upon witnessing the fire dragon coiling around the pillar, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This was also a manifestation of spiritual roots. The Heavenly Law Fire Dragon was nearly as formidable as the Sword Soul Root, showcasing the wielder's martial prowess and talent. Next, Zhong Tian clenched his palm towards the void, summoning a sword adorned with fish scale patterns into his grasp. Holy Flame, Sword Technique. A deep roar resonated as a torrent of flames engulfed the arena, incinerating everything in its path. The temperature surged rapidly, an unbearable heat enveloping the surroundings. To the spectators, it felt as though the arena had transformed into a blazing sun, radiating intense heat, making proximity nearly impossible. Flames danced around Zhong Tian as he slowly raised his sword, channeling all the fire towards its tip, coalescing into a massive fire dragon that sent chills down their spines. Swish! At that moment, Chun Feng had closed the distance, thrusting the Tian Song Yun's sword with a force akin to a tempest, obliterating the incoming waves of fire spiritual energy. A starry slash. In an instant, a beam of sword light, reminiscent of starlight, sliced through the air with blinding speed. Zhong Tian's eyes widened before he could react. The streak of light had already swept across his throat. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the arena once more, as another head fell. Chun Feng had crafted numerous sword techniques in his previous life, yet this strike was his proudest achievement. In the realm of martial arts, speed trumps all. As long as one is swift, they can achieve limitless strength. Speed equates to power. Chun Feng was a man who pursued the ultimate swiftness. A head fell to the ground like a decorative ball. Zhong Tian, in his final moments, had not uttered a single word before meeting a tragic end beneath Chun Feng's sword. Once again, the arena plunged into an eerie silence. On the high platform, Xiao Shiyu's eyes turned crimson, an overwhelming aura of vengeance radiating from him as he growled. Zhong Tian, Qin Rue, incredulous, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Zhong Tian and Appo's strength had already reached the 5th level of transformation. This individual had not merely crossed 8 levels to defeat an enemy. He had transcended an entire realm, killing a 5th-level transformation opponent from the 5th level of condensation realm. How is that even possible? Where did this monster emerge from? The heads of the prominent families rose in excitement, their faces a mix of shock and awe. While they had witnessed battles across realms before, it had typically been between 1 or 2 levels. This was an outright leap across a major realm. That strike was astonishingly swift. Even the vice dean sprang to his feet, unable to fathom the spectacle. That sword strike possessed no embellishments. Its greatest attribute was its sheer speed. It bore an astonishing lethality. Excellent. Well done. Lin Chaoga clenched his fists, unable to suppress his exhilaration. This strike had claimed another genius, and their pill pavilion had not tasted such glory in ages. Continue. Next. Chun Feng disregarded the headless corpse, continuing to shout towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. However, in response to Chun Feng's challenge, the Sword Rain Pavilion remained eerily silent. Many of Xiao Shiyu's disciples were still reeling from the earlier spectacle. No matter how impressive Zhong Tian had been, under Chun Feng's hand, he had simply been a single strike. Were all the disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion cowards? If they had any courage, they would descend and fight. Qin Rue, come down. Chun Feng taunted. The many talented disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion flushed crimson with rage, their faces contorted with anger. How could they have been subjected to such humiliation? In the entirety of Ning country, even the royal family granted the Sword Rain Pavilion due respect. Yet a mere insignificant figure, not even at the transformation level, dared to provoke them so brazenly. It was an affront to their honor. This insolent fool. Chun Tomlang gritted his teeth. He had been diligently training, yet Chun Feng's growth surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. Qin Ryue's face was a mask of frost, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her body trembling with indignation. Who else? Chun Feng bellowed. This is an affront. I shall answer. Finally, among the many talented disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, a remarkably handsome young man in white surged forward with a swift stride. His emergence stirred the crowd into a frenzy. It is Jiang Hao. The formidable figure ranked 13th on the Celestial Talents list. Has this fellow finally reached his limit? Jiang Hao uttered a low growl, unleashing his mighty spiritual energy that surged skyward, coalescing into a cerulean moon disk above. Upon this disk sat a celestial azure lion, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter that permeated the heavens and the earth. The moon-striding lion? Upon witnessing this lion upon the moon disk, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This, too, is an exceedingly rare spiritual root. After unleashing his full strength, Jiang Hao clenched his palm, drawing forth a sword. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, transforming the sky into an immense ocean. The unmatched water sword. Jiang Hao thrust his sword, summoning the torrents of water that cascaded toward Chun Feng. Although water is the softest substance in existence, under Jiang Hao's sword, it bore terrifying lethality. A single drop could pierce steel. Now, around 10 streams of water coalesced into a torrent, simultaneously striking toward Chun Feng. Chun Feng did not evade. Instead, he prepared to draw his sword. Boom! The space seemed to freeze. The pressure of 100 layers of sword intent accumulated in an instant. The ground beneath him cracked, fissures spreading like a spider's web to the horizon. How could this be? How could his sword pressure accumulate so rapidly? Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! Chun Feng's foot slammed down upon the arena, propelling his body upward like a leopard. Once more, a sword radiance burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the Tian Tsong cloud sword unleashed a ferocious aura, resembling a demonic blade, with bloodthirsty patterns emerging. Boom! The sword edge cleaved through the torrents, causing an explosion of endless water splashing into the sky. Yet, with a terrifying speed akin to lightning, a blade of light pierced through the torrents, aimed directly at Jiang Hao's throat. How could this be? Jiang Hao's eyes widened in shock as he watched his own swordplay crumble in an instant. The blade of light was already at his throat. He stared, his pupils dilating, fixated on the youthful visage before him, etched with cold, murderous intent. A profound sense of impending doom surging within him. You seek death, young one. At last, Xiao Shiyu could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene. Erupting from the high platform, one by one, his esteemed disciples had perished at Chun Feng's hands. At this moment, Xiao Shiyu was thoroughly incensed. His form shooting forth like a tempest, the overwhelming sword pressure descending like a heavenly avalanche. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Xiao Shiyu, the Sword Emperor, was among the most formidable within Ningguo, his power a nightmare for all. Boom! An invisible sword pressure enveloped the arena, causing it to collapse inch by inch. Countless jagged fissures rapidly spreading from the center. At the very center of this sword pressure stood Chun Feng. An invisible force bore down upon him, as if a mountain of 10,000 feet pressed upon his being. Bang! The ground beneath Chun Feng shattered, half of his body sinking into the earth. Blood gushed forth from his eyes, nose, ears, and even the pores of his skin, as if he were about to bleed from all 7 orifices, on the brink of death. As a 5th-tier divine concealment realm powerhouse, not to mention a sword emperor, Xiao Shiyu could effortlessly crush Chun Feng under his sword pressure. The disparity in their realms was utterly incomprehensible. Chun Feng, Jiang Yin shouted sharply, her face betraying panic. At the epicenter of the sword pressure, Chun Feng's garments were torn apart by scythe-like gales. Gritting his teeth, his eyes blazed crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. As he clenched his fists, his rage reaching its zenith. Old dog! Chun Feng roared hoarsely. His spiritual energy surged forth without restraint. Boom! The arena erupted, debris flying as spiritual energy converged from all directions, forming a colossal vortex centered around Chun Feng. A dazzling brilliance flickered around him, and as his spiritual energy reached its zenith, vibrant hues of the 5 elements surged skyward, piercing the clouds, culminating in a spectacular explosion akin to fireworks. Life surged forth. A vibrant vitality flowed from the heavens, washing over the earth. Wherever it passed, whether flowers or trees or withered branches, everything burst forth in lush greenery, fragrant blooms abloom. The convergence of the 5 elements? This is a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements? No, it differs somewhat from an ordinary mixed spiritual root. The patriarchs of the great families gasped in astonishment at this manifestation of spiritual roots. From this energy, they sensed the essence of all 5 elemental forces. It was clearly a manifestation of a mixed spiritual root. To think this individual could grow to such a height, relying on such a seemingly useless spiritual root. In that moment, even the vice president of the Yunhai Academy couldn't help but express his shock. Though the convergence of the 5 elements appeared advantageous, such a spiritual root was deemed the most inferior, as no one could cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, rendering it the most chaotic and ineffective. A worthless spiritual root dares to kill so many of my sword rain pavilion disciples. You little wretch, I shall slay you today. Enraged, Xiao Xiu amplified his sword pressure and suddenly struck downward with his palm. This strike, seemingly light, possessed the power to annihilate worlds, let alone a condensing sea realm warrior. Even a celestial realm powerhouse would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. Oh man, do you still have any shame? Yet, at the moment Xiao Xiu unleashed a strike, Lin Xiaoge, already prepared, rushed forward, countering Xiao Xiu's palm. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. 2 brilliant energies collided fiercely, shaking the earth to its core. A tempest of lethal energy surged forth, sending thousands standing in the square flying, blood spewing as they fell into unconsciousness. In the presence of a divine concealment realm powerhouse, casualties were inevitable. Swish! At that moment, a blade of light had already sliced through Jiang Hao's throat, blood spraying forth. Ah! A wail of despair echoed from the arena. All present were struck with disbelief, their gazes rapidly drawn to the center of the arena, where a severed head fell without warning. Jiang Hao had become a headless corpse. This fellow dared to seize this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. This is madness. The crowd in the square clutched their heads, despair etched across their faces. Already in a furious state, upon witnessing yet another esteemed disciple slain by Chun Feng, Xiao Xiu was on the brink of insanity. In an instant, the faces of the many patriarchs atop the platform shifted dramatically as they quickly turned to Xiao Xiu. Indeed, at that moment, Xiao Xiu's visage had turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead like coiling dragons. Little wretch, do you truly believe my sword rain pavilion is a soft target? Xiao Xiu snarled, his gaze fixated on Chun Feng with venomous intensity. Xiao Xiu, do you truly think my Dan Tower is inconsequential? The Sword Path Tea gathering, as promised, was meant for the younger generation to spar. Are you too feeble to engage? Old dog, Lin Xiaoge bellowed. In the face of Xiao Xiu and Appo's wrath, Lin Xiaoge appeared utterly unperturbed. Both were already at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Despite Xiao Xiu's advantage in swordsmanship, Lin Xiaoge, with the title of Pill King, wielded a terrifying network of connections within the kingdom of Ning. Should their forces clash without restraint, it would spell disaster for Ning. Do you intend to sever ties and engage in a life-and-death struggle with my sword rain pavilion? Xiao Xiu narrowed his eyes and inquired. If your sword rain pavilion dares, my pill tower shall respond in kind, pledging to fight to the bitter end. Lin Xiaoge retorted, his gaze icy and resolute. Dean, on the high platform, Wu Su cast an expectant glance at the vice president of Yunhai Academy. However, the vice president shook his head, indicating that Yunhai Academy had no intention of getting involved. Despite Chun Feng's extraordinary display of power, a practitioner with a mixed elemental root was hardly worth incurring the wrath of the Sword Rain Pavilion. Lin Xiaoge, are you aware of the consequences of our conflict? Ning will descend into chaos. Xiao Xiu warned, his eyes narrowing further. This old coot seeks to bully the young. I will not allow it. If chaos erupts in Ning, it will be your doing. Lin Xiaoge thundered. Xiao Xiu remained silent, yet the spiritual energy surrounding him surged ominously. Lin Xiaoge, too, glared fiercely, his own spiritual energy swelling in response. A tempest brewed, sweeping through the heavens with a deafening roar. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, casting a shadow that suggested an approaching storm. Onlookers outside the square turned pale, panic-stricken as they fled. They understood that if the Pill Tower and Sword Rain Pavilion clashed, there would be no regard for the innocent. Anyone remaining would surely face death. At that moment, a white figure suddenly soared in from the distance, rendering the crowd speechless. The third prince? Someone gasped. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. The third prince, the foremost figure on Ning's talent ranking, embodied the strength of the younger generation and represented the kingdom and Appo's future. Ning and Appo's diviners had prophesied that as long as the third prince remained, Ning would conquer Tang and reach the pinnacle of power. He was adorned with countless honors and legends, a true prodigy that evoked admiration rather than jealousy. All eyes fervently fixated on the young man in white, filled with reverence and awe, his presence seemingly devoid of flaws. Even the usually proud Qinrui could not help but approach him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Your Highness." Qinrui curtsied slightly, her gaze betraying her infatuation. "Ruoyue, it has been a long time," the third prince replied casually, bypassing her to step forward. "Your Highness." Qinrui and Appo's lips parted, intending to say more. Yet fearing to provoke his displeasure, she fell silent. As the third prince approached the arena, he glanced first at the bloodied Chun Feng, his expression impassive, then turned his attention to Xiao Shiyu and Lin Xiaoga on the high platform, his brow furrowing slightly. "I have come at my father's command. Senior Lin, please stand down. Ning must not descend into chaos," the third prince declared. Lin Xiaoga clenched his jaw, his expression grim. "I too wish for peace. But it is they from the Sword Rain Pavilion who have forced my hand." Seemingly recalling past grievances, Lin Xiaoga and Appo's eyes turned a fierce crimson. Initially, all factions agreed to let the younger generation compete. "My Pill Tower has lost countless talents. Do you think I do not grieve? Those were my Pill Tower's geniuses. Now, when it's the Sword Rain Pavilion's turn to suffer, they cannot endure it." The third prince furrowed his brow and cast his gaze toward Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu raised an eyebrow and coldly stated, "I demand the death of Chun Feng." After witnessing Chun Feng's potential, he resolutely refused to allow him to live. Otherwise, the dignity of the Sword Rain Pavilion would be challenged, and the ownership of the Linglong Xinyuan pool might face unforeseen complications. "Enough of your nonsense. If you can't handle it, just admit it," Lin Xiaoga scolded fiercely. Xiao Shiyu remained silent, his gaze locked with the third prince, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Having lost so many talents from the Sword Rain Pavilion, he would not rest until Chun Feng was dead. The third prince, expressionless, weighed the pros and cons, then suddenly fixed his gaze upon the bloodied Chun Feng, standing amidst the rubble. Chun Feng understood the third prince's intent upon feeling that piercing gaze. To resolve this conflict, the simplest solution was to eliminate the primary source of discord. It was a harsh reality, yet in the eyes of the powerful, sacrificing an inconsequential individual was akin to crushing an ant. "You must die for the peace of Ning," the third prince murmured. In the next instant, he appeared before Chun Feng like a specter, striking down with a forceful palm aimed at Chun Feng's crown. Chapter 42. The Solar Spirit Root versus the innate Tao embryo. The third prince of Ningwa signifies not merely his status, but also embodies the pinnacle of the younger generation and Appo's combat prowess. Dominating the list of prodigies for numerous years, he remains unchallenged. One can only imagine the terrifying strength he possesses now. Although Chun Feng previously vanquished many geniuses, his growth is ultimately constrained by his mixed spiritual roots. The third prince harbors no sentiments for talent. To him, sacrificing Chun Feng for the peace of Ningwa is akin to extinguishing an ant's life, utterly inconsequential. Thus, he ruthlessly struck towards Chun Feng's crown, intent on eliminating him on the spot. Chun Feng, witnessing the third prince's sudden aggression, Jiang Yin's complexion shifted dramatically. Golden Tiger Shield, prepared in advance, Chun Feng's gaze hardened, and his entire being erupted with golden spiritual energy, coalescing into a radiant golden barrier. Upon this barrier, a fierce tiger motif writhed, emanating an indomitable force. Boom! The force of the palm descended fiercely upon the golden tiger shield, causing it to tremble violently under the overwhelming pressure. Observing the furious crimson spiritual energy being repelled, a hint of surprise flickered in the third prince's eyes. This fellow can actually withstand my strike? It is worth noting that while the third prince has yet to exert his full strength, he is already a formidable figure of the divine concealment realm. A casual blow from him could annihilate any opponent of the condensation sea realm. How can he withstand me? Nevertheless, if I wish for your demise, you shall surely perish. The third prince declared impassively. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his palm surged dramatically, radiating brilliance akin to a sun illuminating him, blindingly bright. This was the true solar spirit root, exponentially more potent than any sword soul spirit root. Under the manifestation of the solar spirit root, the flames surged with unparalleled heat, shattering the golden tiger shield effortlessly. Bang! An explosive sound reverberated, scattering countless shards of light like fireworks. waves of residual energy sweeping outward. In the aftermath of the explosion, Chun Feng was violently hurled away. His dragon scales exploded, blood gushing forth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Gasps filled the arena, as all eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Just moments ago, the invincible Chun Feng was now unable to withstand a single strike from the third prince. He is stronger than he was 2 years ago. Wu Su's expression darkened as he murmured. Naturally, 2 years is ample time for him to ascend another level. The vice dean remarked. Alas, a genius meets his end. Wu Su sighed. If he survives, the Sword Rain Pavilion will not rest. For the tranquility of Ningguo, he must perish. I have stated before, the finest steel is the most brittle. Such is the case for weapons, and indeed for men. The vice dean spoke solemnly. This world is cruel. If one possesses insufficient worth, they shall not be favored. Likewise, they will not even merit a second glance. Despite Chun Feng's recent display of astonishing swordsmanship and formidable abilities, his growth is inevitably limited by his spirit roots. Amidst the ruins, Chun Feng struggled to rise, his body swaying. He surveyed himself. The dragon scales had burst, blood pouring forth, presenting a ghastly sight. Before him, the third prince advanced, engulfed in flames. Resembling a divine warrior of fire, invincible in his path, with the sun following behind him. Where the light shone, the ground itself scorched to a fiery red, exuding unbearable heat. Is this the terrifying nature of the solar spirit root? The vice dean murmured, astonished. To witness the solar spirit root unleash its power is a rare privilege. Yet what astonished them further was the third prince employing such a manifestation against a mere condensation sea realm youth, leaving the elder generation utterly flabbergasted. On the platform, Lin Xiaogu displayed a look of shock, then gritted his teeth and dashed down, seeking to halt the impending disaster. However, the third prince seemed to anticipate Lin Xiaogu's intervention, having already acted first. As Lin advanced, he was engulfed by a cataclysmic inferno, charging towards Chun Feng. From the vantage point beyond the plaza, the scene was immensely striking, akin to a massive fireball hurtling towards a young man. Boom! The assault arrived instantaneously. At the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded, freezing everyone in place. The overwhelming flames did not strike Chun Feng, but halted 3 feet from him, as if the sun's fiery tendrils could not reach him. The third prince's expression turned incredulous. He looked up to see a pulsating entity, resembling a maternal placenta, swirling above Chun Feng's head, radiating 5 distinct colors, teeming with life. Beneath this entity, the sun above appeared to be under unprecedented suppression, unable to descend. My solar spirit root is being suppressed? The third prince could scarcely believe it. Chun Feng, Jiang Yin's face reflected urgency, her silver teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes burning with fury as she fixed her gaze on the third prince, her hand gripping her sword. She herself was unaware of the courage that surged within her, yet she charged forward. However, before she could reach the third prince, he merely cast a disdainful glance, unleashing a palm strike. Unquestionably, under the dominion of the solar spirit root and its absolute might, the ferocious crimson energy struck Jiang Yin's delicate form, sending her flying like a severed kite, blood spurting forth as her complexion turned pale as a ghost. This matter is not solely the concern of the Jiang clan. If they wish to avoid calamity, it would be best not to provoke trouble, the third prince declared. Jiang Yin clutched her chest, her eyes filled with deep resentment. The third prince's gaze returned to Chun Feng. To validate his suspicions, he dissipated the solar spirit root, transforming it into pure spiritual energy, striking forth. Boom! The released energy formed a violent torrent, launching Chun Feng away, blood spilling forth as his pallor deepened. The third prince furrowed his brow, though his face remained impassive. His heart roiled with turmoil. The spiritual energy remained unaffected. This indicates that what transpired earlier was indeed a matter of spiritual roots. His solar spirit root had been thoroughly suppressed by the opponents. This fellow, could he not possess mixed spirit roots? Outside the arena, onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of Chun Feng being hurled away by the third prince. This is the current prodigy. Even the likes of Qin Ruyue struggle to compare. The third prince approached slowly, his thoughts increasingly tumultuous. If the opponent truly possessed a spirit root rarer than the solar spirit root, why was their strength so feeble? Yet if not, how could they suppress his root? To confirm his inner conjecture, the sun behind the third prince rose once more, unleashing waves of scorching flames imbued with destructive power. Halt! He cannot die. However, before he could make a move, a woman clad in a green dress appeared silently upon a patch of desolate land, her gaze fixed intently upon the third prince. As she coldly declared, no one knew when she had arrived, but her presence immediately stirred an unprecedented commotion among the onlookers. Xia Zhilan? Jiang Yin gazed at the woman in green with evident astonishment. The Xia residents? Lin Chaoga and Xiao Shiyu, along with others, shared a look of shock. As a prominent family of military prowess, the Xia residence undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable forces within the imperial city. While they may not possess the extensive connections of the Sword Rain Pavilion or the Pill Tower, they wield a terrifying influence within the military that no one else possesses. Even the royal family harbors apprehension towards the Xia residence's power, let alone the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Pill Tower. Fortunately, the Xia residence has historically maintained a neutral stance amidst the conflicts among various factions, never involving themselves in the struggles of any side, even during the royal succession battles. However, Xia Zhilan's sudden intervention this time undoubtedly left everyone astounded. Standing atop a massive stone amidst the ruins, Xia Zhilan declared coldly, "You cannot kill him." The third prince looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was indeed unusual for the typically neutral Xia residents to break their long-standing stance for the sake of a mere young man in the condensing sea realm. Yet, the third prince did not immediately reveal any emotion, simply asking in a detached manner, "Why?" "No reason. He cannot die," Xia Zhilan replied. "Is this your personal view? Or does it represent the will of the Xia residents?" The third prince inquired. "It is the will of Her Highness, the Xia Empress," Xia Zhilan asserted. The third prince's expression darkened. Even invoking the Xia Empress was quite significant. "What if I'm determined to have him dead?" the third prince challenged. Xia Zhilan remained silent, clenching her palm as an icy blue spear materialized within her grasp. When she raised her gaze, there was no fluctuation of emotion in her eyes, only a resolute battle intent that suggested a willingness to face death. The meaning was clear. Should he wish for the boy's demise, he would first have to tread over her lifeless body. In the face of a contemporary prodigy, she was not lacking in the courage to fight. The third prince narrowed his eyes, his amber irises shimmering with thoughts unknown. He then turned his attention to Chun Feng, curious about how this mere boy in the condensing sea realm had garnered such support from so many prominent figures. Chapter 43. Qinghua Tower. Although the influence of the Xia family is considerable, it cannot rival that of the royal family. However, Xia Zhilan is the most cherished granddaughter of Xia Wentian. If Xia Zhilan were to perish here, it is likely that the Xia family would not rest until they sought retribution. Given the Xia family's standing within the military, such an event would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval in Ningguo, a scenario the Ningguo royal family would prefer to avoid. Upon contemplating this, the third prince furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that this mere child from the Ninghai realm would entangle so many prominent figures. "Your Highness," from the high platform, Lin Chaoga descended, his eyes filled with apprehension. The third prince glanced at Lin Chaoga, and then at the distant Xiao Shiyu, whose face was now darkened with an almost palpable fury. Even the Xia family and the revered Xia Fei had intervened. How many more hidden cards did this individual possess? Why were so many willing to aid him? After a moment of silence, the third prince finally managed a calm smile. "I can extend a favor to Xia Fei this time, but it shall be a one-time concession." The aura of spiritual energy surrounding the third prince dissipated, and the murderous intent concealed in his eyes also receded. He then turned to Qin Feng, his gaze narrowing with keen interest before he pivoted and strode towards the square-S exit. Seeing this, Xia Zhilan exhaled a sigh of relief, her grip on her icy blue spear dampened by a thin sheen of sweat. Despite her readiness to face death, the pressure exerted by such a formidable talent was overwhelming. That scoundrel! In the distance, the members of the Sword Rain Pavilion wore expressions of ferocity, their eyes filled with malice as they fixated on Qin Feng. Upon witnessing the Xia family and Appos, involvement, they understood that Chun Feng could not be slain today. Such a young age, yet capable of slaying so many from our sword rain pavilion. You truly exceed my expectations. Xiao Shiyu regarded the blood-soaked Chun Feng, a smile lingering on his lips, albeit one that sent chills down the spine. Very well. Enjoy your fleeting glory today, but a month from now, the contest for the Linglong Xianhuang pool shall commence. We shall see how many of you from the Pill Pavilion remain by then. With a chilling grin, Xiao Shiyu waved his hand, leading the others from the Sword Rain Pavilion away. Before departing, Qin Ryue cast a glance toward Chun Feng, and upon observing his bloodied form, a mocking smile danced upon her lips. No matter how talented Chun Feng appeared, in the presence of the third prince, he remained akin to an ant. The disparity between them felt as though they belonged to entirely different realms. Treasure the time you have left to live. At the Linglong Conference, I shall personally end your life. With this ominous declaration, Qin Ryue made her exit. Qin Ryue halt. Just as Qin Ryue was about to depart, Chun Feng turned to face her, his icy gaze piercing. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as all present were taken aback. Did he still intend to resist? Where's my maid? Where have you taken her? Chun Feng's eyes blazed crimson, a chilling aura enveloping him. Young Master Chun, we have found Bao. Suddenly, a soft voice emerged from beyond the square, as two maidservants from the Jiang family hurriedly entered. Taken aback, Chun Feng paused. Qin Ryue turned back, coldly remarking, I have no need for such petty tricks. If we are to fight, let it be honorably at the Linglong Xianhuang pool conference. With that, she left without further delay. Sir, are you unharmed? Xia Zhilan rushed to Chun Feng's side, supporting him. I'm fine. Chun Feng waved his hand, his gaze drifting toward the distant figure of the third prince, silent yet filled with a chilling intensity. Lin Xiaoge also descended, relieved to find Chun Feng unscathed. He patted Chun Feng's shoulder, smiling. You truly are remarkable, managing to take down so many prodigies from the Sword Rain Pavilion. I was right to recognize your potential. He then noticed Chun Feng's bloodied state and frowned. Let us go. I will take you back to the Pill Pavilion and personally tend to your wounds. Or perhaps to my Xia household. Xia Zhilan hesitated before suggesting, knowing her grandfather would be delighted to welcome Chun Feng. Lin Xiaoge shot her an annoyed look. This girl was blatantly attempting to claim him. I have matters to attend to first. I will visit the Pill Pavilion and Xia household afterward. Chun Feng replied with a wave of his hand, a hint of resignation in his tone. Miss, we have found Bao. The two maidservants approached Jiang Yin, their expressions serious. Where is she? Jiang Yin inquired hastily. At Qingfang Tower. One maidservant replied. Qingfang Tower? How could she end up in such a place? Jiang Yin's face paled. Do you know of this establishment? Chun Feng stepped forward. Jiang Yin nodded, a flush of embarrassment crossing her cheeks. It is a renowned brothel within the imperial city. Quite easy to locate. Take me there. Chun Feng commanded. Very well. Jiang Yin agreed, but behind her, Lin Xiaoge and Xia Zhilan exchanged glances and stepped forward simultaneously. We shall accompany you. Having witnessed Chun Feng's terrifying potential at this swordsmanship tea gathering, Lin Xiaoge was resolute not to let Chun Feng escape. Who else could uphold the Pill Pavilion's reputation? Meanwhile, Xia Zhilan aimed to forge a closer bond with Chun Feng. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Yin opened her mouth in disbelief, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. A pill king from the Pill Pavilion and a young lady from the Xia family visiting a brothel? This was bound to cause a stir. Yet, with Lin Xiaoge and Xia Zhilan determined to follow, she found herself without a choice. After they departed, Wu Su turned to the vice dean, inquiring, Dean, they are headed to a brothel. Should we not join them? The vice dean's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded, No, we shall not. Qingfang Tower, situated on a bustling street of the imperial city, has become the most prominent brothel, frequented by both dignitaries and wandering martial artists alike. At this moment, within the most luxurious private room, at the top of the brothel, several alluring women surrounded a young master of extraordinary bearing, the air thick with the fragrance of fine wine and indulgence. Young Master Wang, once you drink this, you shall own my heart. Young Master Wang, ignore Shaoqing. I am the one who truly loves you. The enchanting figures of the women danced around Wang Gang, their scents intoxicating, igniting a fervor within him as he reveled in their company. wishing to embrace them all at once. After a while, an old matron knocked on the door and entered, accompanied by a graceful young girl. "Young Master Wang, we have cleaned this woman for you. When do you wish to indulge?" The old matron smiled. Wang Gang was known for abducting women from the streets, bringing them to the Qingfang Tower for a thorough cleansing before enjoying their company. The old matron had to admit that Wang Gang's discerning eye for beauty was unmatched. The girl he had just acquired, though initially disheveled, transformed into a stunning beauty after being cleaned and dressed in fine garments, rivaling the best in the imperial city. "Release me. If my young master learns that you have captured me, he will undoubtedly make you pay, bow and oppose, or struggle desperately against her captors." However, given her limited strength, her resistance proved futile. Wang Gang, witnessing Bur's current predicament, was utterly astonished in comparison to her innocent and charming visage. The so-called beauties surrounding her appeared as mere painted dolls. "Beautiful one, I am coming for you." Wang Gang could barely contain his eagerness as he lunged forward, pinning Bauer to the ground. The madam, recognizing the situation, discreetly turned away and closed the door behind her. "Let me transform you into a true woman." Wang Gang licked his lips, his hands eagerly starting to strip away Bauer's pristine garments, his actions becoming increasingly frantic and uncontrollable. "Stop! Please don't!" Bauer cried out in anguish, fighting back with all her might. But how could her ordinary strength stand against that of a martial artist like Wang Gang? "What are you doing? Do you know where this is?" A commotion was heard from outside. Moments later, the door to the private room was kicked open, and Chun Feng, along with Jiang Yin and others, entered. Upon witnessing the distressing scene, the expressions of Chun Feng and Jiang Yin turned grave. "Who are you?" Wang Gong beluvid angrily, his face darkening at the interruption of his nefarious intentions. However, as he turned, he was taken aback by a familiar figure, exclaiming, "Jiang Yin? Is that you, Wang Gang?" Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the young master, her eyes blazing with fury. She had not anticipated that the one responsible for capturing Bauer was none other than her betrothed, the son of the Minister of Revenue, Wang Gang. While she had heard of his notorious reputation for wrongdoing in the imperial city, she never imagined he would dare to target someone from the Jiang family. "Young master," bow and oppose, or scrambled to her feet, her eyes red and puffy as she threw herself into Chun Feng and Appo's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all right," Chun Feng comforted her, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Yin, calmly asking, "Shall you take action, or shall I?" There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Regardless of who Wang Gang had backing him, Chun Feng would not let him escape unscathed. Jiang Yin sighed, "Allow me to handle this." She understood that if Chun Feng intervened, Wang Gang would surely meet his end, although this scoundrel did not deserve to live. The influence of the Minister of Revenue's family in the imperial city posed a potential complication. "What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am?" "My father is the current Minister of Revenue. If you dare to harm me, you will face dire consequences." Wang Gang continued to shout defiantly. Chapter 44. The True Power of the Siam Manor. In the face of Wang Gang's provocations, Jiang Yin appeared oblivious, striding forward with an aura of formidable energy enveloping her, casting a blue glow that radiated a terrifyingly violent resonance. Behind her, the enchanting women clad in red silk trembled, their beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of fear towards Jiang Yin. They were mere, ordinary women, utterly powerless against the might of such a powerful warrior. Yet, Jiang Yin's gaze remained fixated solely on Wang Gang. In mere moments, her graceful figure stood before him, her eyes glinting with an icy chill. Sensing the frigid energy emanating from Jiang Yin, Wang Gang felt a twinge of apprehension. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Jiang Yin, do not forget that there exists a marriage contract between us. Are you intending to commit spousal murder?" "Spousal murder?" Jiang Yin replied with a cold smile. "I have never signed any marriage contract with you. How can you speak of such a thing?" To her, an unsigned contract was no more than refused fit for the waste bin. With eyes ablaze, she continued, "Wang Gang, as the son of a court minister, you ought to know the law and abide by it. Instead, you engage in heinous acts, abducting innocent women, indulging in vice. You have relied on your father's power to wreak havoc in the imperial city, and the people's grievances have reached a boiling point. What unfold today is your just deserts." Wang Gang's face twisted in rage, fury igniting in his eyes. No longer willing to remain passive, he unleashed a surge of energy and hurled a fist towards her. Jiang Yin merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading his strike. With Wang Gang possessing merely the strength of the second level of the transformation realm, he posed no threat to her. As she dodged his attack, Jiang Yin extended her hand, channeling her formidable energy into a single palm strike that connected squarely with Wang Gang and Appo's abdomen. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Wang Gang was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, the sheer force leaving a crater in its wake. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his energy dissipated in an instant. You dare cripple me? Wang Gang struggled to lift his head, blood pouring forth as he stared at Jiang Yin in disbelief, his features contorted in madness. I am saving you, Jiang Yin replied indifferently. If I strike, you may live. If Chen Feng intervenes, you will surely perish. Do yourself a favor and cease your misdeeds. With those words, she turned and departed, while Chen Feng and the others cast a fleeting glance at Wang Gang before following her lead. Mark my words, I will ensure my father makes you and the entire Jiang clan pay dearly. Wang Gang's menacing roar reverberated through the room, instilling dread in all who heard it. Perhaps realizing he could never tread the path of martial arts again, and with anger surging through him, Wang Gang spat blood once more, collapsing into unconsciousness. Outside the room, the commotion drew the attention of many within the Qingfang Tower. Upon witnessing the bloodied Wang Gang, they were paralyzed with shock. The old matron who had been standing outside trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to despair and helplessness. It's over. This is truly the end. The imperial city is bound to face upheaval. They knew Wang Gang was the favored son of the Minister of Revenue, and now he had been directly incapacitated. Given the minister's protective nature, anyone involved in this incident would likely face dire consequences. Though Qingfang Tower was not the primary culprit, since the incident occurred within its premises, they would inevitably bear the brunt of the repercussions. In an instant, chaos enveloped Qingfang Tower. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his companions had already exited the establishment. I should have been the one to strike. I would have ended him and buried him somewhere, putting the matter to rest, Chen Feng declared candidly. Jiang Yin shot him an exasperated glance. Do you think this is a life or death duel? We are in the imperial city where killing is a grave offense, especially in public. If I had killed him, the trouble would be magnified. What I just did was the extent of what I could manage. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Concern etched on his face. What are your plans moving forward? After all, he is the son of the Minister of Revenue, and I've heard tales about your situation within the Jiang family. You are not particularly favored, and the matriarch oversees many matters, which could lead to unnecessary complications. If I were to intervene, I wouldn't fear retribution, as I already have enough enemies. Adding the Jiang family to that list wouldn't be an issue. Do not worry. I will handle it myself, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not return just yet. I intend to visit the Dan Tower, Chen Feng affirmed. Having spent considerable time in the imperial city, he had yet to explore the Dan Tower, a significant power comparable to the royal family and the Sword Rain Pavilion. He anticipated discovering ample opportunities for cultivation there, especially before the upcoming Linglong Xinyuan Pool Conference. Good. Jiang Yin nodded gracefully. The group bid farewell, and as for Xia Zhilian, Chen Feng promised he would visit the Xia Manor within 10 days to check on the elder's condition. With Chen Feng's assurance, Xia Zhilian left, elated. Chen Feng, accompanied by Bao, followed Lin Chaoge towards the outskirts of the imperial city. On the other side, within the imperial palace, the atmosphere was thick with power, the pinnacle of authority in the kingdom of Ning, and the most heavily fortified location. Since ancient times, the divine right of kings prevailed. Regardless of how formidable the Sword Rain Pavilion or how influential the Dan Tower, before the royal family, they were compelled to bow in deference. At the entrance of the imperial study, rows of armored guards exuded a menacing aura. The third prince approached, and upon noticing his arrival, an elderly eunuch hastened to show his respect, bowing deeply. Your Highness, where's my father? The third prince inquired. His Majesty awaits you within the study, the eunuch replied. Understood. The third prince nodded, striding forward to open the study door and stepping inside. Upon entering, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, as sunlight filtered through intricately carved windows, casting delicate patterns upon the jade-carved floor. At the desk sat a man in his 50s, meticulously reviewing official documents. Clad in a dragon-patterned imperial robe, he bore the weight of age but still radiated an innate regal authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young consort, dressed in silk, grinding ink for him. The room was steeped in an eerie silence, where even a breath seemed a disturbance. This man was none other than the Emperor of Ning, Tangfeng. The third prince knelt respectfully, declaring, "Your son pays his respects to father." "Back already?" The emperor set down the documents and approached his son. The third prince stood tall and proud, his posture resembling an upright spear. Though he made no overt gestures, he naturally exuded a regal presence and authority akin to that of his father, the emperor. The emperor's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. He had 13 sons. Ye was the third prince who filled him with the greatest pride. In terms of both the heart of a ruler and the acumen for strategy, he was undoubtedly the finest choice. Moreover, the third prince possessed extraordinary talent. Among all the royal offspring, he wielded the greatest martial prowess, mastering both the sword and alchemy. He stood as the most formidable prodigy in the entire Ning kingdom. Within the vast imperial city, myriad factions existed, including the Sword Rain Pavilion, the Alchemy Tower, and countless other powers. Without sufficient strength and charisma, it was impossible to command the influence of these formidable forces. As the current prodigy of the age, the emperor held immense confidence in the third prince. Given enough time, he would surely suppress the rival factions, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. The emperor chuckled softly. "It has been a long while since we last played chess together. Would you care to indulge me?" "Certainly, your majesty," the third prince replied respectfully, nodding his head. They seated themselves at the chessboard, with the emperor taking the first move. This game mirrored the realm of Ning, where the emperor had always been the principal strategist. "What insights have you gained from your recent expedition?" the emperor inquired as he made his moves. "The discord between the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Alchemy Tower has deepened into an irreconcilable enmity. Their fierce rivalry, however, benefits our imperial family," the third prince articulated. "And what else?" the emperor pressed further. After a moment as contemplation, the third prince continued, "While the Sword Rain Pavilion and Alchemy Tower may seem formidable, they ultimately pose little threat to our imperial family. In the face of Ning Kingdom's million-strong cavalry, these two factions could be obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist. The true source of my concern lies with the Xia family." A flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged as he inquired, "Why do you say that?" The third prince replied, "Though father has stripped Xia Wentian of his military authority, he remains a revered figure within the army. His influence is such that even the emperor lacks comparable prestige. It is said that 80% of the officers in the military owe their positions to Xia Wentian's favor. If he were to issue a command, at least half of the million cavalry would rally to his side, which represents the greatest threat to our imperial family. During my recent excursion, I witnessed the true extent of the Xia family and Appo's power. While their apparent strength lies within the military, they possess significant hidden forces within the court as well." The emperor paused momentarily, contemplating the implications of this information before resuming his calm strategy. The third prince glanced up at his father, feeling a sense of pressure in the presence of his unwavering authority. The emperor remarked, "Xia Fei, after all, hails from the Xia family. Her allegiance to them was anticipated. What I did not foresee, however, was her eagerness to emerge from the shadows so swiftly. Indeed, this is the aspect that perplexes me most. It seems she has surfaced far too soon." The third prince expressed his confusion. As the favored consort of the emperor and bolstered by the Xia family's substantial influence, countless officials in the court were covertly seeking her favor. Xia Fei is poised to be the most powerful card for the Xia family, a key determinant of their fate, and would not be wielded lightly unless in a moment of dire crisis. Yet, unexpectedly, her influence has been thrust into the open, compelling the third prince to make concessions. It is too soon. The timing of her emergence is entirely inappropriate. Xia Wentian, a veteran of countless battles, possessing the acumen to control the grand scheme, should not have made such a fundamental error. The third prince's brow furrowed in contemplation, as a realization dawned upon him. After much consideration, I believe the only plausible explanation lies with the young man named Chun Feng, who recently surfaced in the imperial city. What secret does this youth possess that compels Xia Wentian to go to such lengths to protect him, even at the expense of the Xia family's entire network? Chapter 45. The Emperor's cunning Chun Feng's strength had been personally tested by the third prince, revealing him to be merely at the 5th level of the condensing sea realm. Such prowess, when placed within the grand confines of the imperial city, or even among the major cities of the Ning kingdom, scarcely qualifies one as a formidable figure. Thus, the third prince deemed him unworthy of any significant attention. Confident in his abilities, the third prince believed that even if Chun Feng were granted 3 to 5 more years, or perhaps even longer, he would have no difficulty in crushing him at any given moment. However, this individual, whom he so disdainfully regarded, was unexpectedly receiving unprecedented attention from the Xia family, to the extent that Xia Wentian was willing to unveil the card of Lady Xia to restrain the third prince. It seemed that the renowned military god was, after all, growing old, the third prince mused. Were he to consider the situation from Xia Wentian's perspective, he would never allow Lady Xia to surface as a means to protect such a useless young man. This indicated that Xia Wentian had indeed become muddled in his old age, making a move that took everyone by surprise, a blunder. This misstep not only exposed the potential strength of the Xia family, but also placed them at the epicenter of the imperial storm, providing the royal family with an excuse to target them and thereby diminish their influence. Regrettably, no matter how commendable Xia Wentian's previous actions may have been, he had ultimately lost at this game. One wrong move, and the entire board is lost. The emperor, having observed the third prince's expression, discerned his thoughts and spoke. Do you believe Xia Wentian erred in this move? If I were in his position, I would never allow Lady Xia to emerge as a pivotal piece. The third prince replied earnestly. Oh, the emperor chuckled in surprise and then inquired, what would you do instead? The third prince paused, deep in thought for a moment before responding. If it were me, I would remain a passive observer, letting the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Pill Tower engage in a fierce struggle, keeping myself distanced from the chaos. Although Xia Wentian no longer holds military power, there are still many capable talents within the Xia family serving as generals in the army. Moreover, numerous seasoned veterans in the military harbor old loyalties to Xia Wentian. As long as these veterans remain, the Xia family will remain secure. In critical moments, Lady Xia could still serve as an external support for the Xia family. Should any disturbances arise in the palace, the Xia family would be informed immediately, making it unnecessary to squander their strongest trump card for the sake of an inconsequential youth. The emperor smiled slightly and continued, have you considered why Xia Wentian would take such considerable risks, placing the Xia family at the eye of the storm? To safeguard a youth you deem useless? The third prince pondered this, but could not articulate a rationale. He genuinely could not comprehend Xia Wentian and Appo's motives. The emperor, maintaining a neutral expression, remarked, as I understand, Xia Wentian has been seeking medical assistance for the past 6 months, rarely returning home. His granddaughter, Xia Zhilan, has remained by his side throughout this time. However, since Xia Wentian returned to the Xia residence over half a month ago, he has ceased to venture out or appear in public. Do you know why? The third prince furrowed his brow, and after a moment into Appo's contemplation, he sighed. I do not know. Perhaps Xia Wentian has resigned himself to death, relinquishing hope for survival, which I have always suspected. However, the emperor interjected, since he made this move, I am convinced he is not awaiting death. Rather, he is anticipating life. Anticipating life? What do you mean? The third prince's face displayed confusion. The emperor elucidated. There is but one reason that could explain his refusal to step outside. Why he is willing to do whatever it takes to protect that youth. It is because that youth holds the key to reviving Xia Wentian, his hope for life. The emperor and Appo's authoritative gaze sparkled with intensity. The third prince and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, how can this be? That is the north border in Appo's corpse poison. The most insidious toxin known. Xia Wentian and Appo's affliction could deceive many, but not the imperial family. The north border in Appo's corpse poison is the most intractable venom, one that even the palace's seasoned physicians cannot contend with. How could a mere 17-year-old youth possibly unravel such a deadly curse? It was a notion beyond comprehension. Without uttering a word, the emperor placed a black piece down deliberately at the center of the board. This move effectively severed all retreat routes for the third prince's white pieces, leaving him without options. The third prince, momentarily stunned, had previously focused solely on the Xia family and Chun Feng, neglecting the chessboard. Realizing now that he had already lost, and lost miserably, he forced a bitter smile, rose respectfully, and bowed. "Father, your chess skills are unmatched. I am ashamed of my inadequacy." The emperor, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "It is not my skill that surpasses yours. Rather, it is your aggressive tactics that fixate on central positions while neglecting the overall layout of the board. The most careless players are those with a myopic vision. Furthermore, your white pieces are scattered. Every move on the board carries its significance. Often, the piece you underestimate may be the very key to your ultimate downfall." The third prince's face reflected deep contemplation, as if he were absorbing every word from the emperor. "Xiao Wentian has fought countless battles, taking more lives than you have consumed rice. His insight and strategic prowess are not to be underestimated. Do not belittle him," the emperor cautioned. "I have learned much." The third prince hastily replied, bowing in respect. He considered himself quick-witted and exceptionally talented, yet in comparison to the emperor before him, he felt profoundly inferior. The previous emperor had fathered 17 sons, and this reigning emperor had risen above them all to seize the throne that symbolized supreme power, not through flattery, but through genuine strategy and capability, decisively outmaneuvering his brothers to ascend the imperial seat. Compared to all in the Ning kingdom, the emperor was the true cunning fox, with the art of kingship being the most inscrutable of all. After imparting his wisdom, the emperor did not elaborate further. He stood, stretched, and revealed a trace of fatigue on his countenance, saying, "I am weary. You may leave." "Yes, I take my leave." The third prince complied, rising to depart. As the emperor watched the third prince and Appo's retreating figure, a flicker of barely perceptible regret shone in his eyes, and he sighed. Though intelligent and exceptionally gifted, he remains burdened by youthful arrogance, underestimating those around him. "Your Majesty, the third prince is still young. He requires your guidance," a consort interjected with a gentle smile, reading the emperor and Appo's sentiment. He could perceive the emperor and Appo's high regard for the third prince. Otherwise, he would not have invested such effort in his instruction. "Indeed, let us take our time," the emperor chuckled, then produced a royal decree, addressing the consort. "Continue assisting me in drafting a proclamation." "Of course," the consort replied with a smile, resuming her service beside the emperor. Upon exiting the study, the third prince did not return to his quarters, but instead made his way to the residence of the current prime minister. The prime minister, having once been the third prince's teacher in his youth, was a source of counsel whenever the third prince encountered uncertainties. In the present realm, the only individual who could rival the military god Xiao Wentian was the current prime minister, Wei Zhong, who had also gained renown at a young age. Having been well-read since the age of 12 and securing the top position in the imperial examinations, at the venerable age of 50, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the civil officials in Ningwa. In the grand hall of the prime minister's residence, Prime Minister Wei Zhongjing bore a contemplative expression, filled with perplexity. "Your Highness, you claim that your solar spiritual root has been suppressed by that young man?" Wei Zhong inquired incredulously. "Indeed," the third prince nodded affirmatively. "I have thoroughly investigated. His essence is chaotic with a convergence of the 5 elements, clearly a mixed spiritual root. Yet inexplicably, it manages to suppress my solar spiritual root, which I find utterly baffling. As you are well-versed in scholarly pursuits, I sought your counsel. Do you know if there exists a spiritual root in this world that closely resembles the mixed 5-element spiritual root, but surpasses it manifold?" Wei Zhong rose and began to pace the hall, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "I am aware of a spiritual root that bears a striking resemblance to the mixed 5-element root. However, it ought not to manifest within our Ningwa." "What spiritual root do you speak of, my lord?" the third prince eagerly inquired. "It is the primordial spiritual root of the once revered Tao Emperor, known as the primordial Tao embryo of the 5 elements. It possesses a harmonious balance of the 5 elements, rooted in the lotus form, with the 5 elements as its core, manifesting as a Tao lotus amidst chaos. inherently attuned to spiritual energy. This is an exceedingly rare spiritual root, one I've only glimpsed in ancient texts. As for additional information regarding this root, I am unaware. Nevertheless, the primordial Tao embryo typically emerges only in realms rich in spiritual energy, such as the upper realms. In our lower realm, it is virtually impossible for it to appear. Moreover, should it indeed manifest, given its innate affinity for spiritual energy, it would not remain at the fifth level of the sea condensation realm after a decade of cultivation. Perhaps I am mistaken. It may be another spiritual root of which I am unaware. Wei Zhong sighed. The third prince's face reflected a pensive demeanor. The primordial Tao embryo, was this not the spiritual root possessed by the Tao emperor of Year? How could this be? It was inconceivable. There must be an error. His solar spiritual root was undoubtedly the most formidable in Ningguo. Chapter 46. The Headquarters of the Alchemy Tower. Three patterned spirit-replenishing Pil, Chun, Feng followed Lin Xiaogu as they ascended the majestic mountain, revealing a breathtaking panorama of mighty rivers and mountains behind it. The Alchemy Tower is situated in the outskirts, just north of the imperial city, a vast complex surrounded by numerous peaks. If one were to inquire about the most lucrative profession in the world, alchemists would undoubtedly top the list, as a single pill could be revered as a treasure by many. In the realm of Ning country, aside from the royal family, which commands vast territories, and the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which has commercial interests worldwide, the Alchemy Tower stands as the wealthiest entity, attracting alchemists from all corners and establishing itself as the largest congregation of alchemical talent. Thus, their headquarters is nothing short of opulent. Standing atop the mountain, one could gaze down upon an endless expanse of plains, dotted with grand cultivation halls that towered impressively. Surrounding these halls were rugged mountains and cascading waterfalls, their thunderous roar echoing throughout the land. The atmosphere was alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, with towering trees, some over a century old, stretching their branches like a vast canopy. The scene before them was so magnificent that, shrouded in mist, it resembled a paradise untouched by the outside world. "How breathtaking!" exclaimed Bauer, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. "Is this not akin to the legendary imperial palace?" The landscape was predominantly natural, yet the magnificent cultivation halls rising amidst the clouds evoked awe, revealing the unparalleled financial prowess of the Alchemy Tower. One could only imagine the immense wealth that had gone into their construction. A sense of pride illuminated Lin Xiaogu's face. In all of Ning country, aside from the royal family and the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, no other faction could boast such a luxurious headquarters. Well, what do you think? Isn't the Alchemy Tower remarkable? Lin Xiaogu inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is impressive. Chun Feng nodded, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Alchemy Tower could establish such a splendid headquarters. It was evident that the alchemists they had attracted were anything but ordinary. "Gulme, let me show you around." Lin Xiaogu waved his hand cheerfully. Thus, the trio set off down the mountain, where formidable martial artists guarded the vicinity of the Alchemy Tower's cultivation halls. Given the tower's immense financial resources, they had enlisted numerous powerful protectors over the years. Albeit these individuals were not of the younger generation and could not represent the tower in events like the Sword Path Tea Gathering or the Linglong Conference. As they wandered, Chun Feng suddenly sensed something unusual. The mist enveloping the Alchemy Tower did not dissipate under the sunlight, but instead thickened as they drew closer. Stretching out his hand, he gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, which swirled into a golden light within his palm, a manifestation of the purest essence of nature. This mist surrounding the Alchemy Tower is not ordinary. It is spiritual energy. Is there a gathering formation nearby? Chun Feng queried, astonished. "Haha, clever lad, you've noticed." Lin Xiaogu laughed heartily, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "This is a second-tier gathering formation laid out by an array master I hired at great expense years ago." "Impressive. Isn't it?" Lin Xiaogu beamed with pride, noting that such a large formation was rare, with only the royal family, the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the Alchemy Tower among the three great factions capable of establishing it. "Truly wealthy," Chun Feng replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. Yet, he held back a thought. This place was armed to the teeth with pills, spiritual formations, and wealth. How could they be so inept against the Sword Rain Pavilion? Were the Alchemy Tower's talents raised on dung? Noticing Chun Feng's peculiar expression, Lin Xiaoge felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed somewhat disgraceful that, despite such excellent conditions, they could not prevail against others. Previously, the tower's talents excelled in alchemy, but lagged in martial prowess. However, some of the new talents I have recruited this time are quite impressive. Once you meet them, I believe you will have a new perspective. Lin Xiaoge reassured him. And where are they? Chun Feng inquired, realizing he had hardly seen any of the younger generation since entering the tower. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated from a nearby cultivation hall, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The abruptness of the blast startled both Bauer and Lin Xiaoge. What happened? Is an enemy attack? Bauer asked, her face betraying unease. Chun Feng turned in surprise, noticing thick black smoke emanating from the hall, and caught a whiff of a familiar medicinal aroma. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoge's expression darkened, his forehead bulging with veins. This damn fool has blown up my cultivation hall again. Lin Xiaoge cursed, storming toward the source of the explosion, with Chun Feng and Bauer hastily following. Upon reaching the scene, they beheld the grand hall. Its walls blasted open, and a soot-covered young chubby boy stumbled out, coughing violently. Ba ba ba. The boy spat out smoke, clearly choked by the fumes. This boy appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, his plump physique jiggling as he moved. His once green robe was now char-black, and his disheveled hair added to his disarray. You fool. Didn't I tell you not to concoct pills in the cultivation hall? Look at what you've done. Do you know how much silver I spent to build this hall? Lin Xiaoge grasped the boy by his collar, furiously berating him. Old man, why are you so flustered? It's just a ruined cultivation hall. I can cover the costs. The boy, seemingly unperturbed, retorted with a flush on his face. Produce 1,000 taels, or this matter is far from over. Lin Xiaoge released him in exasperation. At that moment, the boy noticed Bauer and Chun Feng. New faces? He exclaimed, intrigued. Hello, I am Chun Feng. Chun Feng introduced himself. I am Sun Xiaotian, but everyone calls me Sun Fatty. I am the vice master of this alchemy tower. The boy replied with a grin, showing no signs of formality. Wait, the vice master of the alchemy tower? Chun Feng's expression shifted, and a plethora of dark lines appeared on his face, sensing something amiss. May I ask how many vice masters there are in the alchemy tower? Well, counting me. There are currently 6. Sun Fatty answered nonchalantly. Chun Feng's eyes glimmered with disbelief as he stared at Lin Xiaoge, realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. The vice masters of the alchemy tower were far too numerous. He currently harbors grave doubts about whether every individual summoned by Lin Xiaoge to the Pill House would be conferred the title of Deputy Master. Do not take offense. Once you enter the Pill House, we become family. The title of Deputy Master is merely a formality. Should you manage to vanquish those prodigies from the Sword Rain Pavilion at the Linglong Conference, I, the rightful master of the Pill House, would gladly bestow the title upon you. Lin Xiaoge chuckled. Chun Feng turned away, no longer inclined to argue with Lin Xiaoge, for he had never placed much value on the title of Deputy Master. However, the rotund figure before him piqued his interest, as a badge emblazoned with 3 stars rested upon the youth's chest, signifying that he was a third-tier alchemist. At the age of 18, being a third-tier alchemist was indeed a remarkable feat. After all, the current third prince, benefiting from the royal family's vast resources and exceptional talent, had only recently attained the rank of 4th-tier alchemist. Thus, it was evident that this portly fellow possessed some skill in alchemy. Have you been concocting that 3-pattern revival pill again? I told you the formula is flawed, yet you persist, Lin Xiaoge remarked. In truth, this was not the first time Sun Xiaotian had experienced an explosion in the furnace. Despite the 3-pattern revival pill being a 3rd-tier elixir, it was among the elite of its kind. Sun Xiaotian had been attempting to refine this pill for half a month, yet each endeavor had ended in failure. My formula cannot possibly be erroneous. It was discovered by my father in an ancient tomb. How could it be mistaken? Sun Xiaotian retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Though he too was perplexed as to why he consistently experienced furnace explosions while meticulously following the formula. The fact remained that it had been unearthed by his father and had not been altered by anyone else. Thus, it could not be wrong. Cease your attempts, or you may very well end up causing your own demise. Lin Xiaoge scoffed. Chen Feng cast a glance at the gaping hole in the wall and stepped through it. Inside the grand hall, the aftermath of the explosion was evident. A towering human-shaped alchemical furnace lay shattered, and remnants of blackened debris lingered at its base, emitting a foul medicinal stench. Chen Feng crouched down, inhaling the noxious fumes that permeated the air, his expression deep in thought. Your formula is indeed sound. However, your refining technique is flawed, Chen Feng asserted. What do you mean? Are you questioning my alchemical skills? Sun Xiaotian bristled at the implication. Chen Feng replied, Tianyuan grass, Qinlin wood, 3-life sunflower, 5-spice flower, Qi-yu fruit, and 2 ice spirit herbs. These are the ingredients required for the 3-pattern revival pill. Unfortunately, your ice spirit herb was allowed to wither, resulting in the explosion. Chapter 47. The balance of yin and yang. The fiery essence of the earth. What does it mean to slow down? Sun Xiaotian's expression momentarily faltered, leaving him somewhat bewildered. But soon he began to realize that he had seemingly overlooked a significant issue, and his countenance changed dramatically. Wait a moment. How do you know the formula for the 3-pattern returning spirit pill? I have never shown this formula to anyone. How could you possibly know all the herbs required for crafting such a pill? From the moment Sun Xiaotian encountered Chen Feng, he had never mentioned the herbs needed for the 3-pattern returning spirit pill, and it was impossible for Chen Feng to have learned it from Lin Xiaoge, as he had not even disclosed this to Lin Xiaoge. Yet now, Chen Feng accurately recited the herbs required for the pill and Appo's creation, which left Sun Xiaotian utterly astonished. Lin Xiaoge's expression also shifted rapidly, his gaze filled with disbelief as he stared at Chen Feng. He had only mentioned that the pill Sun Fatty intended to concoct was called the 3-pattern returning spirit pill, without revealing any additional details about it. I detected it, Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Sun Xiaotian widened his eyes in astonishment. What kind of nose do you possess? How on earth could you discern that? Sun Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of highly skilled alchemists capable of identifying various herbs merely by scent. But those alchemists had honed their craft to an extraordinary level, having spent years in contact with numerous spiritual herbs, developing an extraordinarily keen sense of smell to identify them with a mere whiff. However, those top-tier alchemists were all elderly. The fact that someone as young as Chen Feng, merely 17 or 18, could possess such remarkable olfactory talent was utterly preposterous. Just like Lin Xiaoge, if asked to identify herbs by scent from some remnants, he might recognize one or two, but he would never be able to identify them all in one go, as Chen Feng did. Are you also an alchemist? Sun Xiaotian scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe, incredulously inquiring. It seemed Chen Feng was likely younger than him. What else could I be? Chen Feng replied. Please continue. How should I slow down the ice spirit grass? Sun Xiaotian expressed newfound interest, eager to see what rationale Chen Feng would provide. Lin Xiaoge, standing behind, also gazed at him with curiosity. It was astonishing enough that this individual had such prowess in swordsmanship, yet he also displayed profound knowledge in alchemy, which genuinely surprised him. Are you aware of the function of ice spirit grass? Chen Feng asked. Yes, it contains ice spirit energy, which can dissolve the built-up fiery energy within martial artists practicing fire-based techniques. Additionally, in alchemy, it serves another purpose, to balance the temperature of the flames. Sun Xiaotian explained. This knowledge was not a secret. Many alchemists understood this, as it was common knowledge. Indeed, it balances the temperature of the flames. Consider the materials required for crafting the 3-pattern returning spirit pill. One of them is Qinlin wood, which burns at an exceedingly rapid temperature increase. Therefore, when adding Qinlin wood, you must concurrently introduce ice spirit grass to maintain equilibrium within a cauldron. Chen Feng elucidated. However, you did not do this. You added ice spirit grass only after burning Qinlin wood for 15 minutes, which was far too late. Qinlin wood releases high temperatures rapidly, and by then, the ice spirit energy emitted by ice spirit grass would not suffice to neutralize Qinlin wood's temperature, inevitably leading to an explosion of the cauldron. The principles of yin and yang emphasize balance, and this holds true in alchemy as well. Any imbalance, whether excessive or deficient, is unacceptable, Chen Feng explained. No entity escapes the duality of yin and yang. This is true for all things in the world, and alchemy is no exception. In his previous life, Chen Feng advocated the yin-yang alchemy method and pioneered several advanced theoretical concepts, granting him unique insights into various alchemical techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaotian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, his previously confused expression transforming into one of lucidity. No wonder during the alchemical process, I consistently sensed the temperature within the cauldron was excessively high. Yet every time I reduced the flame's spiritual energy, I failed to condense the pill. This repetitive cycle led to explosions, and I could not identify any issues with the formula. So the problem lies here. Sun Xiaotian was an individual of remarkable insight. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the status of a third-tier alchemist at such a young age. With Chen Feng's guidance, he immediately grasped the essence of the matter. The formula was indeed sound. The primary issue lay within himself. He had failed to comprehend the attributes of ice spirit grass and Qinlin wood, as well as the temperature variations that could ensue, which resulted in his repeated failures. Recalling the terrifying destructive force of those explosions, Sun Xiaotian still felt a shiver. This training hall had been constructed with incredibly sturdy, unique stones, yet they had been reduced to rubble. He was fortunate to have escaped unscathed each time. Had he experienced a few more explosions, his life might have been in jeopardy. Chen Feng continued, in fact, the primary function of the three-pattern returning spirit pill is to swiftly restore the spiritual energy within martial artists. While utilizing ice spirit grass in crafting the pill is correct, employing ice dragon's essence would yield even better results. Ice dragon's essence? Sun Xiaotian's face reflected contemplation as he pondered, murmuring, the function of ice dragon's essence is similar to that of ice spirit grass, yet it possesses distinctions. The essence contains dragon's energy, which not only balances the cauldron's temperature, but also accelerates the recovery of spiritual energy for martial artists. This aligns with the concept of the three-pattern returning spirit pill, which is also aimed at restoring spiritual energy. However, the melting point of Ice Dragon's essence is quite high. Once the flame is intensified, it can deplete the efficacy of other herbs, potentially affecting the quality of the pill. Chen Feng shook his head, replying, the formula is rigid, but people are adaptable. Ice Dragon's essence can serve as the primary herb. Burn it with 8 parts flame initially, and once the essence dissolves, add the other herbs for fusion. Wouldn't that work? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaotian contemplated deeply. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, of course. How did I not think of that? This approach is brilliant. It would significantly reduce the failure rate of alchemy and greatly enhance the quality of the pill. Wow, what kind of genius mind do you possess to have thought of this? Under Chen Feng's guidance, Sun Xiaotian felt as if he had unlocked a new world. Lin Chaoga, standing behind, also exhibited a look of astonishment. He had been hailed as the Pill King within Ning Nation, attesting to his remarkable alchemical talents. Yet, had Lin Chaoga been tasked with modifying the three-pattern returning spirit pills formula, he would never have conceived such an exquisite alteration. Altering a formula is not something just anyone can accomplish. It requires a brilliant mind and a profound understanding of the attributes and effects of various herbs. It is essential to recognize that there are currently over 80,000 known spiritual herbs, each with distinct properties and effects. The precondition for modifying a formula is a familiarity with various herbs and their attributes. Chen Feng's technique for modifying formulas stemmed almost entirely from the principles of yin and yang. When yang is excessive, one must employ something more yin. The yin-yang alchemy method, a unique alchemical philosophy once possessed by the North Xian Sword Emperor. Is this mere coincidence? Lin Chaoga squinted, gazing gravely at the youthful boy before him, whose features still bore traces of innocence. Previously, a recipe from the North Xian Sword Emperor was presented, and now, effortlessly, he pointed out the errors in Sun Fati and Appo's alchemy. In a moment of daze, he seemed to perceive the shadow of the North Xian Sword Emperor within Chen Feng. Unbeknownst to Sun Xiaotian, after resolving the significant issue of the recipe, he felt elated, draping an arm around Chen Feng's shoulder and chuckling. Come on, you've helped me tremendously. I shall treat you to a meal. Choose any restaurant in the Imperial City. I can afford it. Chen Feng waved his hand, his expression somewhat peculiar as he inquired. Let's discuss the meal later. Why is it that you are the only one here in the Alchemy Tower? Such a monumental mishap with the furnace. And yet no one has emerged. There are 5 other vice masters, Sun Xiaotian replied. But they have gone to search for the Earth Core Flame Dragon's essence, and have yet to return. The Earth Core Flame Dragon's essence? This essence, derived from the Earth Core Flame Crocodile, is an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, priceless beyond measure, so much so that even wealth may not suffice to procure it. Suddenly, a series of urgent, slicing winds resonated from the distant sky, and enveloped in brilliant light, several visible figures darted towards their direction. They have returned. Sensing the familiar aura, Lin Xiaoge turned around, the heavy stone in his heart finally set free. Chen Feng also cast his gaze in that direction. Upon the descent of the figures, their spiritual power dissipated, revealing 5 distinct silhouettes, 3 women and 2 men. Each bore traces of blood, their faces pale, as though they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Did you find the Earth Core Flame Dragon's essence? Lin Xiaoge asked with a smile. The leading young woman in a white dress nodded gracefully. We did not fail our mission. She then opened her palm, and amidst the shimmering light, a small, exquisite, transparent jade vial appeared in her grasp. Inside the vial resided several drops of a blood-red liquid, rolling like magma, exuding an overwhelming energy far more potent than other spiritual herbs. Indeed, it is the Earth Core Flame Dragon's essence. Both Lin Xiaoge and Sun Xiaotian displayed expressions of astonishment. The Earth Core Flame Crocodile is a rare and formidable beast, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly realm at maturity. When it gives birth, it produces a companion liquid known as the Earth Core Flame Dragon's essence, intended for its young. To obtain this essence, one must slay an adult Earth Core Flame Crocodile. Lin Xiaoge and the others did not anticipate that what was already a perilous venture would yield such success for Lu Qingxin and her companions. The young woman in white tightened her grip on the exquisite jade vial, a fierce glint of killing intent radiating from her frost-kissed countenance. With this, she could ascend to the heavenly realm. Qin Ryue, I shall avenge my sister at the Linglong Conference. Chapter 48. Gentle Persuasion. Oh my goodness, you truly are formidable. You have actually managed to retrieve the companion liquid of the Earthheart Flame Dragon Crocodile. Sun Xiaotian gazed hungrily at the exquisite jade vial containing a dozen drops of fiery red liquid. How did you accomplish this? Sun Xiaotian inquired curiously, looking at the 5 individuals before him. The adult Earthheart Flame Dragon Crocodile possesses strength at the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, while the 5 of them are merely at the peak of the transformation realm, making such an achievement seemingly impossible. Among them, a robust and stout man chuckled heartily and replied, there was no other way. We had to use a copious amount of medicinal pills and bounty rewards to hire a group of powerful individuals to besiege the Earthheart Flame Dragon Crocodile. However, the battle was devastating, with nearly 90% of the hired strongmen perishing. The cost incurred was indeed immense. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoge and Sun Xiaotian exchanged glances with the 5 individuals, noticing that all of them bore grievous injuries, with several gruesome wounds crossing their shoulders. Impressive. Sun Xiaotian found himself a loss for words, simply giving them a thumbs up. If he had encountered the Earthheart Flame Dragon Crocodile, he would have undoubtedly fled instead of daring to hunt it. Hee hee. The stout youth chuckled, his dark face radiating a certain warmth. The group then noticed Chen Feng and Bauer standing beside Lin Xiaoge, their eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Who is this? The stout youth inquired. Lin Xiaoge smiled and said, let me introduce, this is Chen Feng, my newly appointed assistant leader. Assistant leader? The 5 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that this old fellow was once again using such a title to impress others. Lin Xiaoge's face grew a tad awkward as he pointed to the robust man, saying, this is Mu Shun, a dual practitioner of martial arts and alchemy, currently at the 8th level of the transformation realm, ranked 11th on the Ningwa Talents list. I hope for your guidance in the future. Mu Shun clasped his fists towards Chen Feng, indicating his amicable nature. Chen Feng reciprocated the gesture. Lin Xiaoge then gestured toward a pair of exceptionally similar-looking twin sisters, saying, these are Han Xiao and Han Shan, twins specializing in spear techniques. They have already mastered their spear prowess. Though they are young, their strength is formidable. They currently rank 12th and 13th on the Ningwa Talents list. Chen Feng bowed slightly to the sisters, sensing their strength, Both were already at the 7th level of the transformation realm. In Ningwa, such prowess would classify them as top-tier experts. Lin Xiaoge then pointed to the last man among them, who appeared quite different from Mushen. This final individual bore horns, his eyes a natural crimson, his physique lean yet endowed with a remarkably balanced musculature. Merely standing there, he exuded an indescribable sense of pressure, akin to facing a fierce beast. A half-demon? Chun Feng remarked in surprise. He could sense the overwhelming vitality within the young man, coupled with his well-defined muscles, indicating he had honed his body to perfection. If it came to a physical confrontation, this lean individual could likely overpower Mushan with a single blow. Noticing Chun Feng's keen observation, the young man wore a look of mild surprise before adopting a stoic demeanor, introducing himself. I am Tan Song. My mother is of the human race, and my father belongs to the Black Elephant clan. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, detecting the young man's heavy breathing, as if he were striving to suppress a formidable ferocity within those crimson eyes. Every beast clan possesses a murderous instinct, and Tan Song was evidently making a concerted effort to control it. It appears the talents of the Dan Tower are not as lackluster as I initially presumed. Chun Feng mused inwardly. Perhaps the geniuses previously recruited by the Sword Rain Pavilion were indeed weak. However, this time, I see some promising potential. As Lin Xiaoge prepared to introduce the final individual, the girl in the white dress stepped forward, her beautiful eyes resembling a starry sea, as if a multitude of stars resided within. She gazed intently at Chun Feng without uttering a word. Chun Feng met her gaze, taken aback by her striking features. An oval face, eyes like a celestial expanse, elegant brows akin to distant mountains, and flawless skin tinged with a delicate flush, all adorned in a pure white off-shoulder gown that subtly revealed her graceful collarbone. In terms of beauty, she could rival the likes of Qin Ruyue and Jiang Yin. Yet, her aura was so chilling that it deterred any casual approach. 5th level of the condensing sea realm? The girl in white queried. Yes. Chun Feng nodded. His cultivation level was readily apparent, so there was no need for him to conceal it. The girl in white shook her head and sighed. Lin Sr., I understand your desire to triumph over the Sword Rain Pavilion, and I share that sentiment. However, we cannot involve innocent people as mere sacrifices. Lin Xiaoge's expression stiffened, rendered speechless by her words. The girl in white turned her gaze to Chun Feng, coolly stating, I do not mean to undermine you. The 5th level of the condensing sea realm is indeed too weak. For the sake of your own life, you should leave the Dan Tower. This place is unsuitable for you. Staying here will only render you a burden to us. As she spoke, her face bore no emotional fluctuation, as if stating a well-known fact. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, while Bauer interjected, My young master is very strong. The girl in white retorted, The geniuses within the Sword Rain Pavilion are even stronger. Qin Ruyue, ranked 8th on the talents list, has achieved perfection in sword momentum, standing at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Hua Xuanyu, a Tontian realm expert, ranks 6th on the talents list and has comprehended sword intent, reaching the level of a sword master. Shun Song, also a Tontian realm expert, ranks 5th with his sword intent fully developed, now a grandmaster of the sword path. These 3 alone are capable of breaking through any young generation of powers, and beyond them, the Sword Rain Pavilion has countless other geniuses yet to reveal themselves. Not only the Sword Rain Pavilion, but also the Yunhai Academy and the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association harbor talents far beyond your expectations. Therefore, you should not remain here. Lin Xiaoge opened his mouth, intending to respond, but the words caught in his throat. A significant portion of the talents on the talents list hailed from the Sword Rain Pavilion, so their strength was not to be underestimated. Though the words of the girl in white were harsh, they conveyed a bitter truth. The previous Sword Path Tea gathering was merely a trivial affair. It lacked substantial benefits. Even a victory, there would only yield a title without enticing the true talents to participate. However, this time, the Linglong Xianhuang pool was different. The Xianhuang energy is an invaluable tonic for any martial artist, and everyone would fervently compete for it. The Sword Rain Pavilion would undoubtedly deploy all its talents to secure ownership of the Linglong Xianhuang pool. When that time comes, it will be a truly brutal slaughter. In truth, I'm not weak either, truly, Chun Feng asserted earnestly. If you seek death, that is your prerogative. The girl in white regarded Chen Feng, leaving that remark before walking away with an expressionless demeanor. Her counsel had concluded. If Chen Feng wished to remain, she would not intervene. The others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Sun Xiaodian gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder and whispered, Chen Feng, do not take it to heart. Her sister fell victim to Qinra during the Linglong conference, which has left her with deep-seated resentment towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. This time, she intends to avenge her sister at the Linglong conference. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the enmity between the Sword Rain Pavilion and the Pill Tower ran deeper than he had imagined. After a grueling battle, Lu Qingxin and her companions finally obtained the heart of the Earth Flame Dragon. Following a brief period of recuperation and healing, they commenced their individual seclusions for rigorous training. With less than 2 months remaining until the Linglong Conference, it was imperative for them to enhance their strength at an accelerated pace. The top-tier geniuses of the Sword Rain Pavilion were wholly dedicated to martial arts, and in their unwavering focus, their growth was indeed remarkable. Conversely, Lu Qingxin and her companions, who were proficient in both martial and alchemical arts, found their martial prowess somewhat inferior to that of the Sword Rain Pavilion due to their divided attention. However, this did not imply that their innate talents were any less than those of the top geniuses from the Sword Rain Pavilion. On the contrary, their dual mastery in martial and alchemical arts endowed them with a significant advantage in alchemy. As long as they could concoct higher-quality elixirs, they would be able to leverage the benefits of these elixirs for rapid growth. While everyone was in seclusion, Chen Feng did not remain idle. He ventured alone to a magnificent waterfall. He had never underestimated the true top-tier geniuses, and thus, he dared not relax, for arrogance would only lead to ruin. The so-called strong were merely individuals who had cultivated their meager talents through countless hours of arduous training and sweat. In comparison to innate talent, the relentless grind of hard work was far more vital. In his previous life, Chen Feng had encountered many martial artists of mediocre talent who, through extraordinary perseverance, ultimately became formidable champions. Thus, what Chen Feng needed to do next was to cultivate intensively. He possessed knowledge of numerous alchemical techniques, yet relying solely on elixirs to elevate his realm would only lead to an unstable foundation. Therefore, he resolved to abstain from consuming any elixirs and instead chose to refine his martial foundation and physique through rigorous training. The natural waterfall stood about 1,000 feet tall, majestic and awe-inspiring. From afar, Chen Feng could hear the thunderous roar of cascading water. The torrents, akin to a stampede of wild stallions, surged downward, crashing violently upon the rocky base, creating a sound reminiscent of thunder and stirring up a misty spray. This formidable waterfall, with a drop of 300 feet, possessed power comparable to a hammer strike. The rocks below had long been worn and cracked from centuries of relentless water assault. Despite its natural formation, the Pill Tower had significantly enhanced the waterfall's force, increasing its impact manifold. Moreover, the pool beneath the waterfall had transformed into a chilling abyss, akin to a 1,000-year ice cellar. The Pill Tower had invested a considerable fortune in the renovation of this waterfall and its cold pool. Within the entire realm of Ningguo, apart from the royal family and the sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, only the Pill Tower could afford such exorbitant renovation costs. However, few had truly utilized this facility, for the trials and tribulations faced within the cold pool were beyond what ordinary individuals could endure. Even a half-demon Tansong could scarcely withstand 2 hours of training beneath the waterfall. Over time, this cold pool had nearly fallen into disuse. Standing before it, Lin Xiaoga frowned gravely and warned, "Young man, I must caution you that this cold pool is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Training within it could lead to serious injury. Should you find yourself unable to endure, retreat promptly." "I understand." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xiaoga sighed in resignation. "It's not that I wish to criticize you. There are plenty of other training grounds within the Pill Tower, such as the Heavenly Spirit Pool or the Gathering Spirit Array. Why, of all places, do you choose this one? Do you have a penchant for suffering?" Without responding, Chen Feng removed his shirt. While he appeared slender when clothed, his bare torso revealed a robust physique with well-defined muscles, imparting a sense of formidable strength. Yet, in comparison to the violent force of the waterfall before him, he felt as though he were but a mere insect against a moving vehicle. Seeing this, Lin Chaoga offered no further admonition, urging him to be cautious. Chen Feng, undeterred, approached the cold pool beneath the waterfall. He understood that true cultivation required enduring hardship. He was prepared to face the challenge ahead. As he stood at the base of the waterfall, the sheer force of the cascading water became increasingly palpable. Raising his gaze, he beheld the massive curtain of water, which surged downward with such might that it sent sprays soaring dozens of feet into the air. The thunderous roar of the water reverberated, vibrating his eardrums. In his past life, he had encountered many such places of torment, and while this cold pool was not the most intense he had faced, it was nonetheless sufficient to test his limits at his current level. Chen Feng took deliberate steps forward, entering the icy pool. The frigid air pierced his ankles like countless needles. The cold pool spanned approximately 10 feet. Its surface coated with a thin layer of ice, while mist rose from its depths, a testament to the intense chill it harbored. As he stepped barefoot into the icy water, a shiver coursed through his body, and he involuntarily gasped at the cold, yet he did not falter. He pressed onward, gradually submerging himself in the pool. Chilled to the bone, Chen Feng's overwhelming sensation was one of extreme cold. The mere thought of withstanding the impact of the 100-foot waterfall was daunting. The piercing cold of the pool itself was enough to deter most. He grasped the truth that any cultivator wishing to traverse the martial path must possess sufficient willpower and courage. If one could not endure this level of hardship, how could they aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? The thunderous crash of water continued to echo through the valley, the mist rising as a youthful figure drew closer to the heart of the waterfall. As he ventured deeper into the cold pool, the biting chill intensified, leaving visible ice crystals forming around his chest. Chen Feng refrained from harnessing any spiritual energy, choosing instead to confront the cold with sheer physical resilience. So cold, clenching his fists, his body trembled uncontrollably, his feet numbed and stiffened, rendering him incapable of quick movement. He could only slowly shuffle his way beneath the waterfall. With a mighty roar, the torrent cascaded down from the heights, crashing into the pool with a ferocious wave, creating a tempestuous whirlpool. Standing beside the waterfall, Chen Feng's body swayed unsteadily. To prevent being swept away by the torrent, he exerted all his strength to stabilize himself. However, even so, the relentless waves had already shaken him severely. At this moment, Chen Feng took a deep breath, activating the 9 Dragons annihilation technique. A majestic golden aura enveloped him, coalescing into scales akin to dragon skin. Currently, devoid of rare treasures to temper this dragon scale skin, he could only resort to the most primitive methods for refinement. Though he had just achieved the initial stage of the dragon scale realm through the 9 Dragons annihilation technique, it remained merely a modest accomplishment, lacking in true power. Previously, his dragon scales had been sufficient to withstand the assaults of formidable opponents. Yet under the pressure from Xiao Xiu, they crumbled without offering any resistance. Ultimately, his current mastery of the dragon scale realm was still in its infancy. Only by perfecting this stage could he claim any real success. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and stepped beneath the waterfall. The torrential cascade struck him with the force of giant hammers, resounding with a thunderous roar. This impact immediately tore apart the dragon scales he had just formed. Although the waterfall's force bore no spiritual energy, its sheer raw power was brutally overwhelming. At the moment the scales shattered, he was violently thrust backward by the deluge, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood spewed forth, his complexion paling slightly. Impressive. The force of this waterfall is no less than 3,000 pounds. Chen Feng exclaimed. Such force, if faced by an ordinary practitioner at the sea solidification stage, would likely prove fatal. Fortunately, Chen Feng was not an ordinary practitioner. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gritted his teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes, and charged forward once more. The 9 Dragons annihilation technique surged anew, another layer of dragon scales enveloping him. Yet, within a minute, he was once again repelled by the waterfall. The scales were rent asunder once more, flesh laid bare and blood gushing. The power of the cascading water showed no signs of diminishing with the passage of time. Chen Feng drew a deep breath, reapplying the dragon scales, and plunged back into the torrent, repeating the cycle. Back and forth, he endured the relentless onslaught of the waterfall. With each successive impact, his scales were torn apart, only to reform again. As he continued to withstand the waterfall's fury, the bone-chilling cold of the pool incessantly stimulated Chun Feng's nerves, especially as his skin split and bled. The icy air pierced him like countless needles, cold and excruciating. Yet he discerned that under this harsh trial, his skin and flesh were hardening, becoming more resilient. What a reckless soul! Lin Chaoga, standing on the shore, observed Chun Feng and Appo's relentless torment. Witnessing the bloodied state of the latter, yet still charging forward fearlessly, a complex expression flickered in his gaze. Time slipped by unnoticed. An hour had passed since Chun Feng entered the chilling waters, equating his time in the pool with that of the gathering mist. Beneath the waterfall, the heavy torrent fell like liquid mercury, crashing down upon him. His bare torso, with evenly toned muscles, twitched under the onslaught of the biting cold and the waterfall's force, assaulting his nerves. In contrast to the previous struggles where he barely endured for a minute, Chun Feng now withstood the impact for 2 full minutes after numerous repetitions. Though it seemed little, this achievement bore significant implications, signaling that his physique was enhancing at an astonishing rate. He inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes as his racing heart settled into tranquility. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears, yet the flow seemed to slow within his perception, as if he could trace the trajectory and pace of each water droplet. Though his eyes were shut, an invisible awareness allowed him to sense the myriad changes around him. In that moment, Chun Feng felt as though his soul had transcended his body, shedding all burdens and heaviness. The rhythmic sound of flowing water resembled the natural order bestowed by the cosmos, flowing seamlessly within his perception. Gradually, he became immersed in this state of selflessness. The pain, the chill, even the heaviness of his body vanished completely. The 9 Dragons annihilation technique operated autonomously within him, as if endowed with a life force by nature itself. Its pathways of energy flow were far more precise than any guided by Chun Feng's will. In this state of no self, the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment began to ripple, converging towards him like a raging torrent. His body transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Chapter 50. The Sacred Dragon Commerce Association. Grade 7 elixirs. The cascading waters of the waterfall continued to thunder down. Yet at this moment, Chun Feng stood as steadfast as a monk in meditation, impervious to the relentless onslaught of the torrent that assailed him, resembling a solitary reef amidst the tumultuous ocean, unyielding against the storms. This enigmatic state of transcendence, shrouded in mystery, seemed to endure for an indeterminate duration. Upon awakening from this extraordinary condition, Chun Feng was suddenly aware of a profound heaviness constricting his chest, evidently a consequence of the water having surged into his mouth, prompting him to hastily retreat from the frigid pool beneath the waterfall. The icy water cascaded over his form, dripping away. His robust physique, akin to that of a tiger, was now drenched in blood. The dragon's scales had long since been violently torn asunder. It was only due to his previous state of oblivion that he had managed to withstand such excruciating pain. Now, awakening from that state of selflessness and forgetfulness, he was immediately beset by a wave of intense agony. Chun Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. The pain was exponentially greater than what he had felt upon first entering the cold pool, for he had faced the waterfall's ferocity entirely unprotected, relying solely on his physical form. The chilling air had infiltrated through the wounds upon his body, penetrating deeply into his flesh. The agony was indeed unimaginable. Had I just entered a state of enlightenment? Chun Feng pondered. Enlightenment, a profound state in martial arts, is elusive and ineffable, reliant solely on chance and insight. In his previous life, Chun Feng, possessing remarkable insight, had often entered this state of enlightenment, each instance resulting in significant advancement. The path of martial arts encompasses initial cultivation and later philosophical understanding. Even the 5 major realms, flowing pulse, condensing sea, transforming form, communicating heaven, and divine abode, primarily serve as the foundation for later spiritual cultivation. The further one progresses in martial arts, the more critical enlightenment becomes. Some martial artists, in a state of enlightenment, leaped from the condensing sea realm directly to the divine abode realm, a phenomenon that is indeed genuine. Legends speak of practitioners who, seated beneath the Bodhi tree, harmonize with nature, achieving the realm of unity between man and cosmos, their cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there are accounts of individuals who, in a state of enlightenment, turn white-haired overnight, transcending to the realm of martial emperor, shattering the void, and attaining divinity. Reflecting on his recent experience, Chun Feng realized he had nearly emptied his mind, entering a wondrous state of practice where his breath and nature became one. In this state, he felt no pain, nor any awareness of his corporeal form, as if his soul had unshackled itself, freed from the burdens of intense pain and the physical body. The flow of spiritual energy within him reached an exquisite level of perfection. Chun Feng attempted to return to that previous state, yet despite his efforts, he could not recapture that elusive experience. What a pity! The duration of that state of enlightenment was far too brief. Chun Feng sighed, acknowledging the rarity of such moments. And after a failed attempt to delve deeper, he ceased further exploration. Next, Chun Feng began to introspect on the condition of his spiritual energy, discovering that it had burgeoned significantly, now surpassing the bounds of the 6th level of the condensing sea realm. Thanks to his recent experience of enlightenment, he had evidently broken through, and his 9 dragons annihilation technique had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of skin tempering, with the completion of this phase now within reach. No longer pursuing further cultivation at that moment, he rose and returned to the shore. 6th level of the condensing sea realm? So soon. Lin Chaoga, sensing the fluctuations of Chun Feng and Amp, Oppos, as spiritual energy, Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but change expression slightly, exclaiming in astonishment. It was only a short while ago that Chun Feng had entered the pool at the 5th level of the condensing sea realm, and now, merely 2 hours later, he had ascended to a new tier. Such rapid progress was indeed remarkable. Just sheer luck. Chun Feng chuckled. He knew this breakthrough was merely fortuitous, occurring in a state of enlightenment. Under normal circumstances, even with such extraordinary techniques, it would take at least a week to achieve similar results. I must return. Chun Feng waved his hand, choosing not to linger. The arduous days of cultivation were destined to be monotonous. In the ensuing time, Chun Feng spent nearly every day within the alchemy tower, rising at dawn to sit alone in the courtyard, absorbing the purest spiritual energy from heaven and earth. By afternoon, he would endure the trials of the cold pool beneath the waterfall, initially managing 2 hours, but gradually extending this to a full 3 hours. Though this was merely an increase of 1 hour, the fruits of his cultivation were visibly profound. Now, not only had Chun Feng stabilized at the 6th level of the condensing sea realm, but his physique had also reached a stronger stage. The first layer of his technique, skin tempering, was tantalizingly close to completion. According to Chun Feng's calculations, he must achieve mastery of the first layer of skin tempering before the upcoming Linglong conference. He never underestimated his opponents, especially those from the Sword Rain Pavilion. To excel in the imperial city overflowing with talent, those individuals possessed genuine skill. Furthermore, in this life, Chun Feng had only been cultivating for 3 months. He needed to exert every effort to catch up to those prodigies who had trained for around 20 years. Any lapse in diligence could lead to being overshadowed by others. Days passed in such a manner, with Lu Qingxin and Tan Song, after exchanging greetings with Chun Feng, disappearing from sight. Chun Feng surmised they too had likely entered a state of secluded cultivation. The Linglong Xianhuang pool represented an opportunity that was elusive for any martial artist. Equally so for alchemists. Chun Feng opted not to intrude upon their training, and thus, these days of arduous cultivation stretched on for about 10 days. One day, while Chun Feng was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in his practice, the usually elusive Sun Fatty suddenly appeared, bounding in with exuberance, grinning as he exclaimed, "Brother Feng, after such prolonged cultivation, aren't you planning to step outside and unwind a little?" Since Chun Feng had assisted Sun Fatty in refining a new formula, the latter now held a deep-seated admiration for him, often addressing him as Brother Feng whenever they crossed paths in the alchemy tower. Chun Feng opened his eyes, regarding him with mild surprise, and replied, "In less than a month, the competition for the Linglong Xianhuang pool will commence. You should focus on your training instead of seeking leisure. Do you wish to be defeated at the conference? Sun Fatty's face flushed crimson, hastily refuting, Brother Feng. You misunderstand me. Today is a special day. It's the annual grand auction of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association. This event occurs but once a year and is quite lively. Who knows what treasures might be up for bid? Let's go take a look. Sun Fatty and Appo's face radiated with eager anticipation. Venturing alone would be exceedingly dull. Hence his desire to bring Chun Feng along. An auction? Chun Feng mused thoughtfully. In his previous life, he frequently attended such auctions, which served as the grandest events for the circulation and exchange of goods. At these auctions, one could encounter numerous rare and extraordinary items, including martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, precious artifacts, and a medley of peculiar objects. While auctions were not rare in the Kingdom of Ning, the most prestigious was undoubtedly that of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association, the wealthiest mercantile entity in the kingdom, capable of rivaling nations. Their auctions held the highest value and significance. I have heard that many prodigies and influential figures from the imperial city attend. This opportunity arises only once a year. It would be a shame to miss it. Let us go see what unexpected treasures we may discover. How is it? Sun Fatty inquired once more, his eagerness unmistakable. Young master, shall we go? Bao and Appo's glanced at Chun Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you truly wish to go? No, if the young master desires to cultivate. Bauer will accompany you in your training here, she replied. Chun Feng smiled gently, ruffling her hair. During their 10 days at the Pill Tower, he had been wholly devoted to his cultivation, while most of the household tasks, such as cooking and laundry, had fallen to Bauer, which had surely exhausted her. It was evident that she longed to participate in such a grand event. In that case, let us venture out. Chun Feng nodded in agreement, noting that he had to visit the Xia residence in the next couple of days, which was conveniently on the way. Sun Fatty's face lit up with joy as they departed the courtyard and encountered Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun, whom they hadn't seen in 10 days. Perhaps sharing the same interest in the Pill Tower, Mu Shun regarded Chun Feng with a friendly demeanor and asked, "Are you all heading out as well?" "Indeed," Sun Fatty replied. "Today marks the annual grand auction of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association, and it promises to be quite lively," Chun Feng added. Mu Shun playfully tapped Sun Fatty on the forehead, chuckling. "You lazy fatso, I've never seen you so enthusiastic about cultivation, yet you're so fixated on this event." Sun Fatty rubbed his head, then curiously asked, "Brother Mu, Sister Lu, are you going as well?" Mu Shun nodded solemnly, stating, "While I am not interested in other auctions, the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association is different. Last year, a 7th grade elixir was auctioned, causing a sensation throughout the Ning Kingdom." A 7th grade elixir? Chun Feng expressed his surprise. In the entire Ning Kingdom, the highest-ranked alchemist was Lin Chao Gu, a 6th grade alchemist known as the Pill King. 7th grade elixirs could only be crafted by alchemists of the Pill Emperor level, of which there were none in the Ning Kingdom. Mu Shun explained. It is said that this 7th grade elixir was discovered in an ancient tomb and fetched an astronomical price, ultimately acquired by someone from the royal family. Who knows if something of that caliber will appear this time? It is getting late. Let's depart. Lu Qingxin, who had remained silent, evidently did not intend to engage in further conversation with Chun Feng and Sun Fatty. She coldly uttered this remark before heading down the mountain. Observing this, Tan Song and the twin sisters Han Xiao and Han Shan promptly followed her, while Mu Shun turned to Chun Feng, saying, "We are also headed to the auction. Let's go together." Chun Feng nodded, grateful for the guidance, as he was unfamiliar with the location of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association. After about an hour and amp, Appo's journey, they arrived in the imperial city. Perhaps due to the annual grand auction of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association, the crowds in the imperial city were more vibrant than usual, with a continuous stream of people dressed in various attires flooding into the ancient city. The previous year's auction had featured a 7th grade elixir, creating a sensation throughout the Ning Kingdom, and now countless eyes were on the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association, eagerly awaiting the treasures they would present. Some warriors had traveled great distances from other cities solely to attend this auction, resulting in a near doubling of the city's population. However, given the vastness of the imperial city, even with the increased numbers, it hardly felt crowded. The group made their way to the warrior marketplace, a bustling hub for martial artists, where nearly every shop offered wares related to martial arts, various treasures, spiritual herbs, and martial techniques for sale, all available to those who could afford them. Younger master, the imperial city has become so lively, Bauer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the bustling streets. Having spent 10 days in the Pill Tower, returning to such a vibrant marketplace thrilled her. It seems I underestimated the allure of the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association. Chun Feng chuckled. Such unprecedented fervor in the imperial city was indeed rare. All drawn by the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association. Mu Shun casually surveyed the surroundings and remarked, most of the items here are rather ordinary. The true treasures lie with the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association. As the largest merchant association in the imperial city, they acquire all the rare and valuable items that appear in the Ning Kingdom. If we wish to find something worthwhile, we must go there. Chun Feng nodded, intrigued by the Sacred Dragon Merchant Association after Mu Shun's introduction. Leading the way was Lu Qingxin, who seemed most familiar with the imperial city, although she remained aloof, speaking little. Nevertheless, her unique, icy elegance attracted many admiring glances, for to many men, the allure of a frozen beauty was irresistible. Lu Qingxin paid little heed to the attention, but suddenly a voice pierced through the crowd, coldly mocking, "What a beauty, yet you're just a troublemaker, flaunting your cold demeanor. Do you not know how many have taken advantage of you before? How dare you strut around so brazenly?" The voice belonged to a brown-haired youth, no more than 20, wielding a sword and bearing the emblem of the Sword Rain Pavilion. "What are you staring at, wench? I'm from the Sword Rain Pavilion, and we specialize in taking down your Pill Tower. If you dare to defy us, come at me, you cowards." The brown-haired youth sneered, flanked by a group of similarly disdainful young men. After Qin Feng had eliminated several of their comrades at the Sword Path Tea Gathering, they were eagerly seeking revenge, never expecting to encounter the Pill Tower's members so brazenly in the imperial city. "Someone is asking for trouble," Tan Song observed the brown-haired youth, his eyes narrowing with a hint of murderous intent. The feud between the Pill Tower and the Sword Rain Pavilion was not new, but he was taken aback by the audacity of the latter's members. As the youth's taunts echoed, more onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With the Linglong Xianhuang pool competition approaching in less than a month, it was surprising that the Pill Tower members had not focused on their training, but instead chose to revel in the chaos. Indeed, the Pill Tower is nothing but an unworthy mess, destined to be crushed by the talents of the Sword Rain Pavilion. Voices murmured among the crowd, unfazed by their words. Lu Qingxin's expression hardened as she locked her gaze onto the Sword Rain Pavilion disciple who had spoken. With a flicker of brilliance, a green sword materialized in her delicate hand. "How dare you touch me? Today I shall incapacitate every last one of you from the Pill Tower." The brown-haired youth retorted with a chilling laugh. Lu Qingxin remained silent, merely gripping her sword, her graceful steps suddenly advancing. However, just as she was about to strike, Mu Shun reached out to stop her, shaking his head and advising her not to act impulsively, for they were in the imperial city. The audacity of their adversaries stemmed from this very place. Should they dare to assault anyone publicly, the enforcement troops of the imperial city would swiftly arrive, rendering the Dan Tower powerless in its pursuit of the Linglong Xianhuang pool. It was likely that their opponents intended to provoke Chun Feng and his companions, aiming to ensnare them all in prison. "Are you afraid? A bunch of cowards. Go ahead, strike me if you dare," taunted the brown-haired youth. Bao and Apos, her cheeks flushed with anger, pointed at him furiously. "Don't go too far. Sister Lu has done nothing to you. What gives you the right to insult her?" The brown-haired youth smirked mockingly. "I'm precisely insulting you filthy bitches. What? Upset? Come on, bite me. Ha ha ha," as the crowd simmered with rage. Chun Feng produced 2 large silver notes from his pocket. "This is 10,000 taels. I wish to purchase the head of this fellow, ensuring he shall never speak again. Who dares to accept? This 10,000 taels shall belong to whoever does," he proclaimed. All present fell silent, their mouths agape, eyes fixated on Chun Feng. 10,000 taels. One must understand that for many ordinary families, their monthly living expenses did not exceed 10 taels. This sum was staggering. Even major factions would offer only 5,000 taels per year to recruit a warrior in the transformation realm, equating to 2 years' worth of pay. "What were you doing?" Even the previously boisterous brown-haired youth was taken aback, staring incredulously at Chun Feng's audacity. A public bounty for murder, and the target was none other than him. Yet, Chun Feng's declaration did not provoke the hidden, powerful warriors to act. For while the brown-haired youth was easily dealt with, the Sword Rain Pavilion behind him was not to be trifled with. Noticing the silence in the crowd, Chun Feng continued, 20,000 taels for a head. The atmosphere was so tense that a pin drop could be heard. 20,000 taels was already an astronomical sum, yet still, no one responded, the silence unbroken. 30,000 taels. Chun Feng raised the stakes. The brown-haired youth began to comprehend Chun Feng's intentions. Under heavy reward, valiant men would surely emerge. There was no one who could not be killed. It was merely a question of whether the price was sufficient. At that moment, the brown-haired youth began to panic. You little brat, what are you planning? Shut up immediately. Chun Feng seemed to ignore him entirely. 40,000 taels. 50,000 taels. The brown-haired youth was now thoroughly alarmed. With a flash, a cold glimmer pierced through the brown-haired youth's throat in an instant. The head was severed. Blood sprayed across the ground. Shock rippled through the crowd. A single strike had been lethal, leaving the opponent no chance to react. This was a formidable warrior of the Tongtian realm. Everyone could feel the overwhelming power radiating from him. A scarred man, after dispatching the brown-haired youth, seized 5 silver notes from Chun Feng and departed without a moment's delay, leaving behind a headless corpse. Chun Feng approached slowly, his cold gaze fixed on the fallen youth. Do you understand the difference between an alchemist and an ordinary warrior? Alchemists possess wealth, immense wealth. A single pill or recipe can yield untold riches, a feat that you warriors can scarcely dream of. To contend with us alchemists is folly. Even without lifting a finger, we could effortlessly eliminate you. Fool! All present were left speechless, their minds utterly bewildered. In that moment, they realized they had indeed underestimated the alchemists. These individuals, adept in both martial and alchemical arts, though perhaps lacking in martial prowess, wielded alchemical skills that others coveted. How could they have dared to insult an alchemist? To provoke them? That was tantamount to seeking death. Those who had previously mocked Lu Qingxin now displayed expressions of fear, apprehensive that they might become the next targets of such a lucrative bounty. Unlike the disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, they lacked such formidable backing. Their lives could be taken as easily as a whim. Brother Ling, several disciples from the Sword Rain Pavilion cried out in grief upon seeing the headless body. What a brazen bounty for murder. I truly underestimated your Dan Tower. However, do you truly believe you can oppress us, the Sword Rain Pavilion, with such despicable tactics? Do you think we are powerless? Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd, and soon, the throng parted to reveal 3 men in white robes, swords in hand. It was Zhao Shu, the ruthless figure ranked 10th on the talent list. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd as excitement surged. Each individual on the talent list was a paragon among paragons, with those in the top 10 being exceptionally rare. Until now, these figures had remained elusive, and no one had anticipated their appearance at this moment. Chun Feng furrowed his brow. Who is oppressing whom? The Sword Rain Pavilion's audacity is astonishing. Is there any need to ask? Your Dan Tower, relying on your wealth and influence, has placed a bounty on the lives of my Sword Rain Pavilion disciples. If you do not perish today, what face will remain for my Sword Rain Pavilion? Zhao Shu's eyes glimmered with icy menace. I have witnessed much shamelessness, but never have I encountered anyone as brazen as you. Chun Feng retorted coldly. From the outset, it had been the Sword Rain Pavilion instigating trouble. Yet now they portrayed themselves as victims. Enough of your nonsense. For killing my Sword Rain Pavilion's disciples, you shall pay with your life. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Shu's gaze ignited with a fierce, killing intent. The ground beneath him shattered as he surged forward like a leopard, unleashing his spiritual energy and closing the distance to Chun Feng in an instant, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his throat. Zhao Shu's assault was ruthless and decisive, uttering not a single word of superfluous dialogue, for both sides were beyond mere threats. They were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Chun Feng's eyes mirrored his ferocity as he retaliated with a punch of his own, channeling his 9 Dragons annihilation technique. A torrent of draconic energy coiling around his fist, clashing violently with Zhao Shu's approaching force. The explosive sound reverberated as golden and azure lights erupted in a chaotic tempest. Both combatants simultaneously kicked out, and with a dull thud, they were forced to retreat. Seventh layer of the transformation realm? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Sixth layer of the condensation, sea realm? Zhao Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. He could sense that Chen Feng's unleashed spiritual energy, while only at the sixth layer, bore a tyrannical strength that rivaled his own as a seventh-layer warrior. This revelation was utterly confounding. He had never before encountered such an anomalous opponent. No wonder our teacher warned us to spare no effort in eliminating you upon encountering you. It seems his foresight was not mistaken. Someone like you cannot be allowed to exist in this world, Zhao Shu declared coldly. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. While I can discern your compliments, such praise feels rather uncomfortable. Zhao Shu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he suddenly bellowed. Let us strike together and slay them. If anything occurs, our master will bear the consequences. There is no need for fear. The disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, standing behind him, exchanged no words. Their faces contorted with ferocity as they unsheathed their swords, gleaming with a chilling brilliance, and simultaneously charged towards Chen Feng. Are we not going to fight? Mu Shun inquired gravely, glancing at Tan Song. He had not anticipated encountering such troubles even before reaching the Sacred Dragon Trading Association. Wait here to die. Tan Song shot him an incredulous look. The enemy had already come to their doorstep. Would they truly present their necks for slaughter? In the midst of their conversation, Lu Qingxin, who had remained silent until now, surged forward, her frosty visage revealing no hint of emotion. With a surge of spiritual power, her sword light struck like thunder, instantly severing the head of one Sword Rain Pavilion disciple. Her attack was exceptionally swift and ruthless, blood spraying forth, and a metallic scent of carnage quickly enveloped the area. What on earth? When did the Dan Tower's people become so formidable? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. In the past, disciples of the Dan Tower would avoid crossing paths with those from the Sword Rain Pavilion. Yet now they dared to execute an assault in broad daylight. Mu Shun and Tan Song exchanged bewildered glances. Among the inhabitants of the Dan Tower, Lu Qingxin harbored the greatest animosity towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. Junior Brother Yang, a disciple from the Sword Rain Pavilion, cried out in anguish upon witnessing the beheaded youth. His eyes now filled with a vengeful glare directed at Lu Qingxin. Lu Qingxin, however, did not engage in further conversation. She merely cast him a cold glance before charging onward with her sword, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Seeing this, Mu Shun and Tan Song hurriedly followed suit. Kill them. Zhao Shu and Appo's eyes ignited with fury as he growled menacingly. For years, the Sword Rain Pavilion had never been subjected to such humiliation. They were not only attacked in public, but by the Dan Tower, whom they had always oppressed. This was a profound disgrace. The Dan Tower was meant to be trampled beneath their feet, mere playthings for their amusement. Now, these wretched monkeys dared to retaliate. Should they fail to wash away the shame of the Dan Tower today, how would the Sword Rain Pavilion maintain its dignity in the future? The disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, faces twisted in rage, brandished their sharp swords and engaged in a fierce melee with Lu Qingxin and her companions. Zhao Shu led the charge, his countenance resembling that of a frenzied beast as he barreled towards Chen Feng, intent on slaying this insignificant pest to establish the authority of the Sword Rain Pavilion. However, just as Zhao Shu lunged forward, Tan Song stepped in front of him, his expression devoid of emotion. I shall be your opponent, he declared, as brown spiritual energy, akin to the blood of a ferocious beast, coiled around his arms. Resonating with a formidable and overpowering force, he unleashed a punch. The ferocity of the wind created a howling sound in the air, and in a moment of desperation, Zhao Shu had no time to execute any technique, only able to counter with a punch. Bang! The two clashed, fists colliding without any superfluous technique, but in that instant, Zhao Shu felt as though his punch had struck an anvil forged from the strongest steel, the overwhelming recoil force sending him staggering backward. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Zhao Shu's face contorted in shock, an unbearable pain coursing through his arm. Despite being a terrifying presence at the 8th layer of the transformation realm, he found himself at a disadvantage against Tan Song, who was merely at the 7th layer. The reason was simple. Tan Song was a half-demon, possessing the blood of the Black Elephant clan within him. The Black Elephant clan was known for its immense strength. An adult member could even shatter mountains with a single blow. This illustrated the stark contrast between the beastly and human bloodlines. Tan Song formed ancient seals with his hands, a blood-red ancestral mark igniting between his brows, causing his physique to swell, his clothing tearing to reveal a body as formidable as an elephant. A half-demon, Zhao Shu's face contorted in rage, his eyes flashing with malice. He drew his sword, unleashing a tremendous aura as layers of pressure accumulated upon the blade. In an instant, he lunged forward with ferocious speed, his sword light slicing through the air, imbued with ancient sword techniques, aimed directly at Tan Song. Yet Tan Song did not retreat. His eyes blazed with warrior spirit as he charged headlong into battle against Zhao Shu. The chaotic clash of spiritual energies swept across the battlefield, creating a tumultuous scene as the sounds of combat echoed relentlessly. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray. One disciple from the Sword Rain Pavilion suddenly leapt into the air, his fifth-layer transformation realm power erupting like rolling thunder. Raising his sword imbued with the might of lightning, aiming to strike down Chen Feng. "You little pest, I will end you." However, before his sword could reach Chen Feng and Appo's head, Chen Feng had already grasped his hand. His arm, covered in dragon scales, had grown to twice its size, resembling a beastly appendage. The disciple in Appo's face turned crimson. He had never expected this seemingly insignificant boy at the sixth layer of the condensation sea realm to possess such terrifying strength, effortlessly facing an eighth-layer opponent. "Stop!" Zhao Shu, still engaged in battle with Tan Song, turned pale upon witnessing the scene ahead. He delivered a punch that sent Tan Song reeling back, then dashed forward rapidly. "If you dare to kill him, I will slaughter your entire family." Zhao Shu roared with a ferocious snarl. This disciple was a recent prodigy of the Sword Rain Pavilion, barely 18 years old, yet already at the fifth layer of the transformation realm, a rare talent. If he were to be killed by Chen Feng, the Sword Rain Pavilion would suffer the loss of a promising future powerhouse. "Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Chen Feng shouted defiantly. Threats? They were the least of his concerns. With a decisive grip, Chen Feng crushed the disciple's throat with a sickening crack. He then hurled the lifeless body towards Zhao Shu, who caught it, only to find the youth's eyes wide open in death, utterly lifeless, beyond any hope of revival, even with divine medicine. "I will kill you." Zhao Shu's eyes blazed with a crimson fury as he raised his sword and charged forward. Tan Song, with eyes like a tiger's, collided into Zhao Shu, his massive frame resembling that of a colossal elephant. "Get out of my way." Zhao Shu's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent as he swung his sword, unleashing a 300-layer wave of sword pressure that swept across the ground, causing it to fracture and sending Tan Song flying backward. In a contest of raw physical strength, even 10 Zhao Shus would not match Tan Song. However, Zhao Shu was a genuine sword cultivator, having reached a profound mastery of sword intent. The pressure emanating from his sword surpassed 100 layers, a truly terrifying force. After sending Tan Song flying, Zhao Shu surged forward like a leopard, aiming to cleave Chen Feng in two with a single stroke. Boom! That strike seemed to transform into a titanic sword of 10 zhong, descending with an awe-inspiring might. A fierce wind howling as if a tremendous force bore down upon Chen Feng. The ground beneath Chen Feng shattered, the tempest pressing his hair back as he braced for the impending clash. It must be said that the Sword Rain Pavilion possesses a unique approach to talent cultivation. The current Zhao Shu, in terms of swordsmanship, is already capable of overwhelming countless prodigies from Ningguo. However, Chen Feng is not someone he can easily dominate. With a swift motion, Chen Feng unsheathed the Tiansong Cloud Sword, and in an instant, the blood-red patterns on the demonic blade illuminated, enveloping the sword with a fierce, blood-like aura. As Chen Feng gripped the Tiansong Cloud Sword, its momentum surged violently, emitting a series of clear and resonant sword cries. Within the span of merely 2 breaths, the sword's might escalated to a terrifying level, and Chen Feng struck down fiercely. As his sword descended, it seemed to cleave the very fabric of space, the winds howling in fury. 2 colossal swords, each approximately 10 zhong in length, collided with a thunderous crash in midair. In that moment, the two forces met like colliding meteors, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated through the atmosphere. The overwhelming sword pressure shattered the surrounding air, unleashing a tempest that surged outward like a tidal wave. At that moment, everyone felt an incredibly violent force emanating from the air, and those who were closer among the onlookers were thrown back, spitting blood. In the air, Zhao Shu witnessed his own unleashed sword intent being torn apart, only to be met with a ferocious and primal force that struck him like a rampaging tiger. Instantly, Zhao Shu was propelled backward, landing on the ground and staggering several steps before he let out a muffled groan and coughed up blood, his face pale as parchment. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with disbelief as they fixed on Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng also staggered back a few steps, although his complexion had paled slightly. It was still far better than Zhao Shu's. This exchange clearly indicated that Chen Feng held the upper hand. How could this fellow possibly suppress me in the way of the sword? Zhao Shu's expression turned frantic, his pupils dilating in shock. His swordsmanship was imparted directly by the Sword Emperor himself, coupled with his remarkable innate talent. In terms of swordplay, even the elder experts of Ningguo could not surpass him. Yet now, he was being subdued by a mere 17-year-old youth. The critical point was that he was at the 7th level of the Ninghai realm, a staggering 9 levels above Chen Feng. Is he some sort of monster? Chen Feng's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he gripped his sword, denying Zhao Shu any opportunity for respite, charging forward with the intent to take his life while he was vulnerable. Zhao Shu's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his spiritual energy, wielding his sword like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng retaliated fiercely, launching a strike. It was yet another streak of starlight. This strike bore no extraordinary attributes, yet its speed was unparalleled, catching everyone off guard. Before Zhao Shu's sword could reach Chen Feng's throat, Chen Feng's blade had already descended beneath Zhao Shu's throat. In a flash, Zhao Shu raised his arm to block. With a sharp sound, the blade sliced through his arm, severing it cleanly and sending it flying, blood gushing forth. We concede, Zhao Shu screamed in agony. Clutching his severed arm, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Concede? Chen Feng scoffed coldly. This is not a sparring match. This is a battle for survival. A mere admission of defeat will not spare your life. Not a chance. With a swift kick, Chen Feng knocked Zhao Shu to the ground, and then, amidst a brilliant explosion of golden spiritual energy, he brought his sword down fiercely toward Zhao Shu's head. From the moment the opposing party drew their sword, it was clear that neither side would relent until one was vanquished. Were Chen Feng to find himself on the ground in defeat, he had no doubt that Zhao Shu would not hesitate to slay him, so there was no reason to waste words. He would strike. He was determined to annihilate everyone from the Sword Rain Pavilion. No. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent radiating from Chen Feng, fear of death finally flashed in Zhao Shu's eyes, and he frantically begged for mercy, regretting ever crossing paths with this demon, this aberration. With no mercy, Chen Feng severed Zhao Shu's head, blood spraying forth, instantly staining the ground crimson. Brother Zhao, the disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, witnessing this horror, wept with rage. They recalled the kindness Zhao Shu had shown them and the joyful times they had shared. Their eyes blazed with a fierce desire for vengeance. Let's strike him down. Avenge Brother Zhao. Someone cried out. A group of disciples from the Sword Rain Pavilion surged forward, their swords aimed collectively at Chen Feng. While individually weak, their sheer numbers made their assault ferocious. Chen Feng had no choice but to retreat a few steps, skillfully dodging the onslaught before raising his gaze, his murderous intent intensifying. If one-on-one combat was not viable, then they were prepared for a mob assault? Come on, Chen Feng declared without hesitation, charging toward the throng. His internal energy surging as the 9 Dragons' annihilation technique activated, enveloping his body in a layer of shimmering golden scales, radiating an indomitable force. Having honed his skills in the chilling depths of the waterfall, Chen Feng's physical cultivation had reached near perfection, his dragon scales several times tougher than before. I will join you. Mu Shun gritted his teeth, wielding a long spear as he rushed forward. Seeing this, Lu Qingxin and Tan Song followed suit. None of them intended to back down now. prepared for a fight to the bitter end until one side lay defeated. This was not merely a grudge. It was a deep-seated hatred that had transformed into a life-and-death struggle. The chaos resumed. One disciple from the Sword Rain Pavilion, filled with murderous intent, struck Chen Feng and Appo's shoulder with a fierce blow, yet all that was heard was a clang. Rather than cleaving Chen Feng in two, there was not even a scratch on him. How is this possible? The disciple exclaimed, shocked. But before he could gather his wits, Chen Feng's fist was already crashing toward his throat with a violent force, shattering it and splattering blood everywhere. Brother Feng, are you truly a sword cultivator? Sun Pongzi exclaimed in astonishment, having witnessed Chen Feng's monstrous physique. It seemed that in terms of raw strength, Chen Feng was nearly rivaling Tan Song, who possessed half the bloodline of the Black Elephant clan. Your physique is impressive, Tan Song observed, astonished, before his expression turned serious. As he spoke, he too dispatched a disciple from the Sword Rain Pavilion with a single punch, but soon found himself besieged by a group. The Sword Rain Pavilion had sent dozens of disciples. While it was not an academy, it gathered talent far and wide, and many took pride in being disciples of the Sword Emperor. Thus, in terms of overall strength, the Sword Rain Pavilion surpassed the Dan building, boasting greater numbers. Moreover, the disciples recruited by the Sword Rain Pavilion were all carefully selected geniuses, nearly all having attained at least the transformation realm under the tutelage of esteemed sword masters. With their vast numbers, the Dan building did not hold a significant advantage in this confrontation. Let's eliminate them. Do they truly believe that our Dan building is still the same as before, that we will allow their bullying? Sun Pongzi growled amidst the crowd. No longer. The current Dan building is no longer the same as it once was. Though his physique was corpulent, his movements were surprisingly nimble. He was an agile, rotund figure. Under the onslaught of his broadsword, several disciples met a grim fate, yet he too bore numerous sword wounds. Fortunately, this rotund man was one who valued his life, carrying a substantial supply of healing elixirs, consuming one at the slightest injury. Amidst this relentless consumption of medicinal packets, Chen Feng's men began to drive their adversaries into a retreat. Like a fierce tiger among sheep, Chen Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword glimmering with the brilliance of stars, swift as thunder. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 5 or 6 disciples fell victim to his blade. Brother Ling, Brother Tian, Brother Wang. The air reverberated with anguished cries, filled with indignation. Kill! We must annihilate the Dan Tower today. The remaining disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion, with red-rimmed eyes and tears brimming, roared in unison. With such feeble turtles from the Sword Rain Pavilion, do you think you can extinguish us, the Dan Tower? You are not worthy. The rotund man scolded without restraint, and, wielding his broadsword, he charged forward, ready to fight to the death. Just as the two sides were poised for a final clash, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared before the Sword Rain Pavilion, gripping the advancing rotund man with one hand, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Master Mei? A collective gasp arose from the crowd upon recognizing her presence. Chen Feng and the others halted abruptly, clad in resplendent violet garments adorned with the Sword Rain Pavilion's emblem on her left breast. She stood there, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority that weighed heavily upon all. Can't the young ones handle it? Must the elders step in? Lu Qingxin observed her gravely, with a cold snort. Within the Sword Rain Pavilion, aside from the Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu, there were 3 grandmasters of the sword, responsible for training the disciples in swordsmanship. The woman before them, in her 30s or 40s, was one of these masters, Mei Chonglin. Let me go, you old witch. Release me, or I swear I'll slay you. The rotund man's face flushed as he struggled violently. He exerted all his strength, but Mei Chonglin's grip was like an unyielding vice, firmly constricting his throat. You young one, have you heard that a master must not be insulted? Mei Chonglin and Appo's face grew cold, her fierce gaze fixed on the rotund man as she tightened her grip, seemingly intent on severing his neck. Seeing this, Tan Song dashed forward, the ancestral mark on his brow igniting, the bloodline of the Black Elephant clan surging forth, transforming him into a colossal figure as he threw a powerful punch aimed directly at Mei Chonglin's face. Mei Chonglin's eyes widened, instantly unleashing her spiritual power, a robust azure light coalescing into a massive bell that enveloped her, impervious to impact. Clang! The punch collided with the bell, producing a deafening resonance. Yet the azure bell remained unshaken. Release me. Lu Qingxin, Mu Shun, and the twins rushed in unison, their blades, spears, and sword shadows converging into a torrential assault against Mei Changlin. Clang, clang! A series of bell tolls rang out, yet the massive bell still stood firm. The disparity was insurmountable. Mei Changlin was not merely a sword master. She was a formidable warrior of the divine concealment realm. Her prowess far beyond that of these young challengers. You youngsters think you can breach my azure bell? Mei Changlin mocked coldly. She then exerted a slight pressure with her palm, and the rotund man felt an impending sense of doom. Suddenly, a sharp beam of sword light, akin to a star piercing the profound night sky, shot in from a distance, carrying the weight of 900 layers of sword pressure, and struck the azure bell. Mei Changlin's pupils constricted in disbelief as she witnessed the once impervious azure bell develop a minuscule crack, a chilling light shooting forth. In a split second, as Mei Changlin loosened her grip on the rotund man and leaned to the left, the sword light grazed her cheek, drawing a droplet of blood. The arena fell into stunned silence. Mei Changlin raised a delicate finger to trace the wound on her face, her expression darkening instantaneously. How could a sword master be injured? And by a mere child, yet to step into the realm of transformation? What immense humiliation! Mu Shun, Tan Song, and the others glanced at Chun Feng, astonished. They had not anticipated his fierce capability. You've truly underestimated me. You are the Chun Feng who has a marriage contract with Qinrua, are you not? Mei Changlin's eyes narrowed as they fell upon the white-clad youth at the back. That boy who annulled the engagement with Qinrua Yue? In an instant, all gazes turned toward Chun Feng, the sensational events that had transpired in Yin City evidently reaching the imperial city. The tale of how a prodigious young lady was cast aside by a boy with mixed elemental roots had stirred considerable discourse. But no one expected that the white-clad youth before them was indeed that Chun Feng. Even Lu Qingxin regarded Chun Feng with surprise, her moon-like eyes reflecting a ripple of intrigue. Can't the young ones handle it? Must the elders step in? Does your sword rain pavilion have no sense of shame? If you have the courage, send your young ones to duel me. Chun Feng bellowed in anger. Mei Changlin's lips curved into a sinister smile. You wish to challenge the talents of my sword rain pavilion? You shall have no opportunity. With a flash of cold menace in her eyes, she vanished from sight like a ghostly apparition. Boom! In that instant, a tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth, accompanied by a chilling wind that swept across the battlefield. The earth trembled as if the apocalypse had arrived. Damn it, this old witch is furious. The rotund man grimaced, his tone grave. This murderous intent was aimed squarely at Chun Feng, indicating that Mei Changlin had set her sights on him with lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, Mei Changlin materialized before Chun Feng, a cruel smile adorning her face. Prepare to meet your end, boy. With no discernible technique, her palm descended with devastating force, instilling a sense of hopeless despair in all present. After all, a warrior of the divine concealment realm ranked among the pinnacle of strength in Ningguo. The chasm of difference in realms could not be bridged by any swordsmanship or tactics. Just as despair loomed, a cold snort echoed from afar. Can't the young ones handle it? Must the elders step in? Do you truly believe there is no one left in the Dan Tower? At that moment, a colossal spear, 8 feet long, surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura capable of piercing the heavens. If Mei Changlin dared to strike down Chun Feng, that spear would simultaneously pierce her skull. Mei Changlin's brow furrowed as she swiftly retreated to avoid the spear, her dark gaze shifting to the source of the threat, revealing a figure clad in azure robes stepping into view. A figure, towering at approximately 9 feet, stood amidst the crowd like an insurmountable wall, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence within those present. The eyes of Mei Changlin glimmered with a palpable chill as she regarded Tian Biao. Senior Tian, exclaimed Lu Qingxin, her cheeks brightening upon seeing the middle-aged man. Within the Sword Rain Pavilion, 3 grandmasters of swordsmanship resided, and the Pill Tower, being the foremost alchemical authority in Ningguo, had also attracted numerous formidable talents. Tian Biao, standing before them, was one of the most renowned offerings within the Pill Tower, a veritable powerhouse of the divine concealment realm. Ye Sword Rain Pavilion's audacity is truly remarkable. If the younger generation cannot contend, You send out the elders? Do you truly think our pill tower is easy to bully? Come, old witch, if you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. Tian Biao roared, his imposing aura erupting like a tidal wave. The ground beneath him cracked, and spiritual energy surged around him, emanating a terrifying light that caused the air to resonate with a piercing hum. As a stronghold of the divine concealment realm, he showed no signs of retreat even when faced with a swordsmanship master. The expressions of the onlookers turned grave. Was a great battle on the verge of erupting? Once the divine concealment realm powers clashed, countless casualties would ensue. Mei Chonglin's expression darkened. Her gaze fixed intently on Tian Biao as her delicate hand slowly rested on the hilt of a long sword at her waist. Just as both sides prepared for a fierce confrontation, the sound of galloping hooves, laden with a chilling intent, pierced through the crowd's tension. Who dares to cause trouble here? A group of armored cavalrymen surged into the throng, their menacing aura compelling everyone to swiftly part. The Imperial City Enforcement Team? A shiver ran through the hearts of all present upon recognizing them. No one had anticipated their arrival at such a critical moment. At the forefront of the Iron Cavalry was a robust, middle-aged man, who dismounted with authority. He was Long Xiao, the leader of the Imperial City Enforcement Team. This is the Imperial City, the Emperor's domain. What you two up to? Do you think the enforcement team does not exist? How audacious! Do the Pill Tower and Sword Rain Pavilion now disregard the Imperial authority? Long Zhao's voice thundered, the bloodlust emanating from him palpable enough to seem almost tangible, silencing the crowd in fear. Even though he was merely a martial artist of the heavenly realm, he stood undaunted before two powers of the divine concealment realm, for he represented the Emperor's majesty. Ningguo was filled with formidable figures, yet before the might of the Emperor's 100,000 iron cavalry, even the strongest had to bow in submission. Mei Chonglin remained silent, her eyes burning with venomous resentment, especially towards Chun Feng. Her gaze imbued with a chilling intent that suggested she longed to consume him whole. We shall take our leave. With the enforcement team present, even she, as a swordsmanship master, dares not stir trouble. She huffed coldly, turning to lead the remaining disciples of the Sword Rain Pavilion away. No harsh words were necessary. The animosity between the factions had already reached a point of no return. Thank you, Senior Tian. Lu Qingxin and the others approached, bowing respectfully towards Tian Biao. As a close friend of Lin Chaoga and one of the three esteemed offerings of the Pill Tower, they were well acquainted with him. It's a trivial matter. The Pill Tower may concede, but only in a fair contest. Should the strong bully the weak, I will not stand idly by. Tian Biao replied icily. If it were a battle among the younger generation, even in defeat, the Pill Tower could not voice objections. After all, skill could be measured. However, if elders were to be slain, the Pill Tower would not remain passive. Disperse, disperse, Long Xiao commanded, clearing the crowd while casting a wary glance around, his expression darkening. Old Xiao, long time no see. Tian Biao stepped forward, greeting Long Xiao, who wore a displeased countenance. I say, you old ghost, are you so idle that you seek to stir trouble for me? Long Xiao scolded in irritation. Haha, I had no choice. That old witch sought out conflict herself. I was merely defending. Tian Biao laughed heartily, patting Long Xiao's shoulder, their camaraderie reminiscent of longtime friends. The iron cavalrymen behind them watched in disbelief. Long Xiao was typically a stern figure, yet here he was, jesting with a stranger. Sensing their confusion, Long Xiao sighed and explained, this man was a commander under the legendary General Xia. He is essentially your elder. Greetings, elder. The iron cavalryman bowed respectfully to Tian Biao, who returned their gesture with a smile. He then scrutinized Long Xiao, remarking, you've gained quite the stature. Haven to you? Rising to the enforcement team of the Imperial City. I recall the first time I brought you to battle. You were so terrified by the enemy's bloodlust that you nearly soiled yourself. Long Xiao's face flushed crimson as he glared at Tian Biao. If you hadn't pushed me to the front, I wouldn't have been exposed. I was a rookie, not a vanguard. Ha ha ha. Tian Biao erupted in laughter, the reminiscence conjuring memories of a battlefield filled with clashing steel. Enough, enough. The auction is about to commence. We shall reminisce later. We must take our leave. He waved his hand, leading Chun Feng and Lu Qingxin away, for time was of the essence, and he had no intention of wasting it with Long Xiao. Old rascal, Long Xiao grumbled as he mounted his steed, patrolling the Imperial City. This minor disruption would not impact the auction of the Sacred Dragon Trading Company. As time passed, an ever-growing throng surged towards the auction venue, akin to a swarm of locusts. From afar, a vibrant atmosphere radiated from the Sacred Dragon Trading Company, heralding an annual auction destined to gather heroes from all corners. Tian Biao and Apos, as primary purpose for visiting the Imperial City was indeed to attend the Sacred Dragon Trading Company's auction, and thus they traveled together. On the way, Tian Biao's gaze fell upon Chun Feng with a hint of surprise. You've proven quite capable, having slain Zhao Shu while merely at the 6th stage of the sea condensation realm. It seems old Lin has indeed recruited a promising talent. Just luck. Chun Feng replied with a modest smile, saying little more. In battles of equal rank, one might attribute success to luck, but you and Apos, V, surpassed 8 stages. That is no mere fortune, Tian Biao remarked, his eyes narrowing as he discreetly appraised Chun Feng. Noticing Chun Feng's reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their secrets. Gradually, Tian Biao's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. However, do not underestimate the Sword Rain Pavilion simply because you have slain Zhao Shu. Though he was their most exceptional talent, he merely served as a stepping stone for the likes of Qin Ruyue and Hua Xuanyu. The true powerhouses are Hua Xuanyu, Qin Ruyue, and Shun Tsang, top talents of the Sword Rain Pavilion, far surpassing Zhao Shu by several magnitudes. Their absence likely indicates they are in seclusion when the Ling Long gathering commences. Their prowess will exceed your expectations. So, remain vigilant. I understand. Chun Feng nodded, a solemn glimmer emerging in his gaze. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is situated deep within the martial artist trading hall of the Imperial City, occupying a magnificent hall adorned in gold and jade. Within this grand edifice, a steady stream of individuals traverses, while heavily armed guards stand sentinel at the entrance, requiring an entrance fee to gain access to the Sacred Dragon Chamber. The prestige of such a chamber far exceeds that of ordinary trading establishments. However, with the financial means possessed by Lu Qingxin and her companions, the cost of admission is but a trifling matter. The group swiftly entered, where several corridors branched out, each leading to distinct rooms and halls. This way, Tian Biao called out, already well acquainted with the Sacred Dragon Chamber, guiding Chun Feng and the others down the left corridor. Before long, their surroundings expanded into a vast auction hall capable of accommodating thousands. The Sacred Dragon Chamber is renowned not only within the Imperial City, but also throughout the entirety of Ningwa, especially with the auction held only once a year, resulting in a throng of people filling the hall, their heads a sea of black, indicative of immense popularity. Who would have thought it would be this lively? Exclaimed Sun Pongzi, unable to contain his astonishment at the bustling scene. Let's find some seats closer to the front. Tian Biao continued onward, with Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun hastily following suit, while Chun Feng held Bayer's small hand, trailing behind them. Despite the multitude of attendees, the first few rows remained largely unoccupied, as these prime spots are typically reserved for the influential and powerful within Ningwa. Being a formidable figure of the divine concealment realm and a former general of the Ningwa military, Tian Biao was naturally qualified to occupy a front row seat. The group settled into the third row and began to await the commencement of the auction. The crowd continued to pour in, not only comprising prominent figures from the Imperial City, but also powerful individuals from various cities in Ningwa, creating a clamor of discussions and excitement. Chun Feng's gaze wandered absent-mindedly until it fixated on a familiar group to his left, Mei Chonglin and her companions, the very individuals with whom they had recently clashed. That old, which is indeed here for the auction, Mu Shun remarked coldly. As Chun Feng and his companions recognized Mei Chonglin, her group also took note of them. Their eyes filled with palpable hostility. Pay them no mind. Even if Mei Chonglin had tenfold courage, she wouldn't dare act against us in the Sacred Dragon Chamber, Tian Biao asserted. While the Sacred Dragon Chamber typically maintains a low profile and avoids conflict, its formidable background is enough to instill trepidation even within the royal family. Such a powerful entity, lurking like a dragon, is not something the Sword Rain Pavilion would dare to offend. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng and his companions shifted their focus away from Mei Chonglin, instead noticing a group of distinguished middle-aged men seated quietly in the front row. These individuals, symbolizing status and power, were undoubtedly among the elite of Ningwa. Beside them, various guards exuded an aura of intimidation, their presence alone enough to instill a sense of awe in others. Sun Pengzi, do you recognize them? Chen Feng inquired. Following Chun Feng's gaze, Sun Pengzi quickly responded, indeed. The middle-aged man clad in purple and gold is the current prime minister, Ye Beixuan. He gained fame at a young age, though a civil servant. His status in Ningwa rivals that of General Xia, and he is also the tutor of the third prince. Flanking him are Wang Wenlu, the Minister of Revenue, and Tong Shangqing, the Minister of Rights. Following them is Jiang Dongting, head of the Jiang family. After General Xia retired from the military, Jiang Dongting succeeded him. He is a disciple of General Xia, commanding significant military power. Jiang Dongting? Chun Feng's eyes widened, for this was indeed the father of Jiang Yin. In that moment, Chun Feng observed Jiang Dongting more intently, noticing he appeared quite youthful, not yet 40, his visage radiating warmth and gentility, with a delicate handsomeness that starkly contrasted with a ruggedness typical of seasoned generals. Had it not been for Sun Pengzi's revelation, one might never suspect him to be a military commander. Curiously, this refined gentleman was unaccompanied by any guards, save for a young maidservant, evidently indicating Jiang Dongting's confidence in his own strength. I wonder how Jiang Yin is faring? I haven't heard from her lately, Chen Feng mused inwardly. Since their parting at the Qinghua Tower, he had not seen her again. Although Jiang Yin was the daughter of the Jiang family, her standing was not particularly high, and given her previous actions against the Minister of Revenue's son, it was likely she faced some difficulties. It appeared he would need to visit the Jiang residence soon. To his surprise, this auction attracted such a multitude of prominent figures. It seemed this year's event was even more significant than the last. Tian Biao gazed at the assembly of Ningwa's elite, his expression growing grave. Weren't these individuals present last year? Chen Feng inquired. No. Tian Biao shook his head. Though the Sacred Dragon Chamber's auction is a grand event held annually, the Prime Minister, being a civil official, typically finds little value in such elixirs. His attendance today is indeed unexpected. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he regarded Wei Zhong and Jiang Dongting. Their presence indicated that the auction might feature something particularly extraordinary to draw such illustrious attendees. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, the sound of a gong reverberated through the hall. Instantly, all heads turned toward the auction stage, where the embedded luminous pearls ignited, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire area, capturing the attention of every individual present. Everyone straightened in their seats, their eyes gleaming with fervor, fully aware that the grand annual auction was finally commencing. The imperial city, as the capital of Ningwa, serves as the core of the nation, where the most potent elixirs, martial arts, and treasures circulate. As the largest chamber of commerce in Ningwa, the Sacred Dragon Chamber boasts an impressive collection of rare artifacts, second only to the royal family, commanding nearly 40% of the total share, thereby making this auction exceedingly significant. If one were to uncover a remarkable treasure or weapon at this auction, the opportunity for soaring success would be far from impossible. Beneath the dazzling radiance of the luminous pearl, a young maiden clad in crimson gracefully ascended the auction stage, drawing the gaze of all present. She appeared no older than 17 or 18, a blossoming beauty in her prime, with cascading locks of hair flowing naturally to her waist. Adorned in a fiery red gown, her delicate steps produced a melodious chime as the silver rings on her earlobes gently clinked together, reminiscent of jade beads falling onto a plate, clear and delightful. Her amber eyes radiated an air of nobility and elegance. Esteemed friends, I am Wen Shixian, the daughter of the president of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association, and I shall serve as the auctioneer for this event. Allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association for your support. Her voice was enchanting, akin to the gentle melodies of a guqin, transforming the previously restless audience into a hushed reverence. Many youthful suitors cast adoring glances at the girl in red, for the title of the president's daughter alone commanded respect for Wen Shixian. Furthermore, her unique grace had garnered her considerable fame within the imperial city, attracting countless admirers, rivaling even the most celebrated beauties such as Qin Ruyue and Jiang Yin. The moment she spoke, the once fidgety crowd fell into a profound silence, showcasing her remarkable ability to captivate. I didn't anticipate that this auction would be entrusted to her, murmured Mu Shun at that moment. Do you know her, Brother Mu? Inquired Chun Feng. Mu Shun and Appo's gaze remained fixed on the elegant maiden in red, a solemn expression crossing his face. Her name is Wen Shixian, the only daughter of the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association's president. She is cherished and adored, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Talents list, a position she achieved 2 years ago. It can be said that she is the only young woman whose prowess may indeed surpass that of Qin Riyue and Xia Zhilan. At this juncture, Sun Fatty chimed in. Brother Feng, just think about it. She was already ranked 8th 2 years ago. Over the past 2 years, with countless cultivation resources from the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association. Imagine how formidable her strength must be now. A beauty endowed with a powerful background and exceptional talent. Truly a paragon of favor. Now I understand. Chen Feng realized. It was no wonder that all eyes were drawn to her upon her arrival. Given Wen Shixian's allure, even Qin Riyue would pale in comparison, as her background far surpassed that of Qin Riyue. Surely, she was the object of desire for countless young men within the imperial city. Young lady, has your father not come today? Inquired Wei Zhong, seated in the front row with a gentle smile. Uncle Wei, although I am still young, I am well versed in all the procedures of the auction house, and I am fully prepared to handle any situation that may arise during this event. Do you not trust me to preside over it? Wen Shixian replied, her beautiful amber eyes sparkling, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a playful butterfly, adding a touch of whimsy to her charm. You little girl, your words make it sound as if I am a villain, chuckled Wei Zhong. Uncle Wei, I would never. Wen Shixian replied with a slight bow, her crimson dress flowing, exuding a sense of grace and comfort in her demeanor. Let's begin. I am eager to see what remarkable treasures this auction will unveil, Wei Zhong said with a smile, gesturing dismissively. I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction. Facing the attentive audience, Wen Shixian exhibited no trace of stage fright. With her lips pursed into a gentle smile, she announced, now, let's present our first item for auction. Her voice, still reminiscent of soft melodies, resonated as a young maidservant brought forth a camphorwood box, draped with a white cloth. Wen Shixian delicately lifted the cloth, revealing a sword case atop the auction table. She extracted a long sword from within. Its blade measured approximately 3 feet, sharp and glimmering with a faint azure light. As Wen Shixian infused her spiritual energy into the blade, the azure glow intensified, coursing along the blade before converging at the tip, transforming into a blue light sculpture. The majestic figure of a blue-winged eagle flapped its wings, unleashing countless razor-like gusts that seemed capable of tearing through the very air. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce this sword, named the Azure Wind Sword. It is a high-grade mystical artifact, containing the beast soul of a wind eagle whose power rivals that of a celestial realm expert. As we all know, the wind eagle excels in utilizing wind blades and possesses unmatched speed, making it difficult for even celestial realm strongholds to catch up when fully unleashed. The might of this sword is thus significantly augmented. This sword was personally crafted by Master Mo, a renowned forging master. Sword cultivators should not let this opportunity slip by. Wen Shixian smiled lightly, elaborating on the sword's features and selling points. Instantly, the gazes of many in the audience ignited with fervor. There were numerous sword cultivators within the Ning Kingdom, yet truly famous swords were few and far between. This sword was undoubtedly worthy of inclusion among them. No one expected such an extraordinary item to be presented at the very start of the auction. Chun Feng scrutinized the sword with discerning eyes. As a sword cultivator himself, he recognized its quality but deemed it inferior to the Tian Songyun sword in his possession. The Azure Wind Sword contained a beast's soul, while the Tian Songyun was a sword spirit born of its own accord, a fundamentally different concept. Although the sword spirit was currently sealed, he knew that as his strength grew, he would eventually unlock its potential. Thus, regardless of the Azure Wind Sword's merits, Chen Feng felt no inclination to bid. The starting price for this sword was set at 50,000 taels of silver. Wen Shixian smiled lightly. 50,000? Upon hearing this price, the previously restless crowd settled momentarily, recognizing that it was indeed a considerable sum. Yet, After a brief silence, bids began to emerge, for while the Azure Wind Sword was costly, it was undeniably worth that price. Chen Feng observed the fervent bidding with a wry smile. He had initially sold a pill formula to the pill tower for 100,000 taels, but after various expenditures, including nearly 10,000 taels for miscellaneous costs, and another 50,000 for a bounty on a disciple of the Sword Rain Pavilion, he was left with only 40,000 taels. However, he had no interest in the sword, preferring to watch others bid instead. The spirited bidding continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding, culminating in the Azure Wind Sword being sold for 70,000 taels to a somewhat slender middle-aged man. Following the successful sale of the Azure Wind Sword, when Shi Xian continued to present an array of treasures, martial arts, and even elixirs of various kinds, all of exceptionally high quality. In other auction houses, these items could have been considered grand prizes, yet within the Sacred Dragon Commerce Association, they were merely the initial offerings. This left the audience eagerly anticipating the extraordinary rarities that would follow. Of course, while these items were classified as ordinary, their prices remained elevated, each exceeding 50,000 taels, with some even fetching prices as high as 100,000 taels. For the precious artifacts, martial arts, and elixirs, Lu Qingxin and Sun Fatty, among others, displayed no interest. As alchemists, they were not in need of such trifles. Conversely, the members of the Sword Rain Pavilion frequently took action to seize them. Sun Fatty could not help but voice his dissatisfaction, remarking that this grand annual auction did not present anything of value to them. Do not fret. More exquisite items will be unveiled soon, Tian Biao remarked with a smile. Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun remained patient, awaiting the subsequent offerings. As the items presented thus far were merely mundane, they were keenly interested in what was to follow. Chen Feng's gaze discreetly shifted to the front row, occupied by the prominent figures of Ningguo. Although Wei Zhong and Jiang Dongting had not yet shown any intention to bid, they too remained composed, quietly anticipating the arrival of truly remarkable items. As time passed, after the 9th item was sold, when Shi Xian gently pressed her lips together and announced, "Next up is the 10th item." With a graceful motion, she revealed a fiery red crystal resting in her palm. Upon the appearance of the fire flame crystal, an indescribable warmth emanated rapidly throughout the hall, enveloping everyone present in a wave of heat. This crystal seemed forged from pure flame energy, exuding intense heat and concealing a potent fire energy within. Chen Feng, who had shown little interest in the auction thus far, finally felt a flicker of excitement. At last, something worthy had emerged. Esteemed guests, this item is quite special. It was excavated from a mining vein and is known as the Crimson Refining Stone. This rare gem is one of the extraordinary treasures of the 5 elements, infused with rich fire spirit energy. If absorbed, it could significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, the absorption of this stone is no simple feat. Only those with a fire-related spiritual root among the 5 elements can harness its power. For those with the appropriate spiritual root, this gem serves as an exceptional tonic. The bidding for the Crimson Refining Stone begins at 70,000 taels. As when Shi Xian concluded her announcement, the audience displayed little interest, met instead with some murmurs of discontent. The 5-element treasures required corresponding spiritual roots for absorption, and without them, the Crimson Refining Stone was merely a worthless rock in their hands. Given the rarity of pure spiritual roots, the response to this item was far less enthusiastic than for others, especially with the starting bid already set at 70,000 taels, a price beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. 70,000 taels? Chen Feng frowned. This price was rather steep, as he currently had only 40,000 taels remaining. "Hey, Fatty, how much do you have on you? Lend me some." Chen Feng turned to Sun Fatty. "What? You want this item, Brother Feng?" Sun Fatty asked, surprised. "Indeed." Chen Feng nodded. His spiritual roots encompassed all 5 elements, possessing an innate ability to absorb treasures related to them. The Crimson Refining Stone was certainly within his grasp. If he could absorb it, it would greatly enhance his cultivation. "All right, Brother Feng, leave this item to me. I will bid for you and gift it," Sun Fatty declared generously. He had not forgotten how Chen Feng had helped him revise an elixir formula, leading to substantial profits from the potions he had crafted and sold. 80,000. Fatty immediately raised his bid. The auction hall, which had been silent for a moment, was suddenly filled with attention as many turned to look at the source of the bid, including the significant figures in the front row, who focused their gazes on Chen Feng and his companions. Dan Tower? Upon seeing Tian Biao's group, the crowd expressed their astonishment. Wen Shixian also cast her gaze in their direction, her eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing Chen Feng beside Sun Fatty. It's him? Wen Shixian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she recalled her previous encounter with Chen Feng, where she witnessed the daughter of the Xia family kneeling before him. Although she did not understand how someone of Chen Feng's cultivation could command such respect from Xia Zhelan, the incident had left a lasting impression on her. Who would have thought he would attend? Wen Shixian's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze sweeping across the hall as she asked, 80,000 taels. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? The auction hall fell into a brief silence. Compared to other items, the crimson refining stone was evidently less popular, given its dependency on the attributes of spiritual roots. Just when everyone assumed that no one would challenge Sun Fatty's bid, a low, raspy voice unexpectedly rang out. 100,000. At this declaration, all eyes turned to the front row, where Wei Zhong had finally broken his silence, his expression epitomizing surprise. No one had anticipated that the usually reserved prime minister would engage in bidding after remaining silent throughout the previous offerings. That old fellow disregarded all those valuable items. If he specifically desires this stone, is he attempting to oppose me? Sun Fatty's face flushed with indignation. Lu Qingxin shook her head and remarked, this is quite normal. Wei Zhong is not only the prime minister of Ningguo, but also the teacher of the third prince, a renowned royal tutor. The third prince possesses a solar spiritual root, aligning perfectly with the attributes of the crimson refining stone. I believe Wei Zhong intends to purchase it as a gift for the third prince. Upon realizing it was Wei Zhong who had placed the bid, the crowd understood that although he was a civil servant and not a martial artist, he held a fondness for the third prince. However, the price of 100,000 taels was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Moreover, as a prominent figure in Ningguo, few dared to challenge him openly. After Wei Zhong's bid, those who had initially considered the crimson refining stone quickly withdrew, sighing in resignation as they relinquished their pursuit. Only Sun Fatty remained undeterred. Having promised to acquire the stone for Chen Feng, he was determined to keep his word, raising his hand once more to declare, 110,000. The hall fell silent for several seconds before Wei Zhong, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, 120,000. 130,000. Before Wei Zhong's hand could descend, Sun Fatty once again raised his hand, calling out loudly. The auction hall erupted in a flurry of excitement as many spectators watched the unfolding drama with great interest, realizing that Sun Fatty was intent on challenging Wei Zhong. Was this a reckless endeavor? As expected, the two middle-aged guards beside Wei Zhong turned their sharp, icy gazes towards Sun Fatty, their eyes conveying a warning. Yet, with Sun Fatty's brash nature, he showed no fear, meeting their gaze defiantly. Having faced the Sword Rain Pavilion's sword masters without hesitation, what could the prime minister do? He was a lone wolf. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would flee. Could they truly devour him? Wei Zhong chuckled softly, having weathered countless storms. His composure was far beyond that of others. He chose not to engage in a petty dispute with Sun Fatty, raising his hand once more to announce 15,000. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The value of the crimson refinement sky stone, no matter how high, evidently could not reach the staggering sum of 150,000 taels, which already represented an almost 30% markup. Sun Fatty's face turned a deep shade of iron. This seemingly unassuming old man was, in fact, a person of considerable wealth. Even he would find it difficult to produce such a sum in one go. Brother Feng, Sun Fatty's expression bore a hint of anguish and helplessness. It's all right. Let him have the crimson refinement sky stone. Chen Feng reassured him, patting his shoulder. 170,000. At that moment, a light and ethereal voice suddenly rang out beside Chen Feng. All present were momentarily taken aback, including Wei Zhong, who appeared somewhat astonished. 170,000 was indeed a substantial bid. Interesting. Wei Zhong chuckled, lowering his raised hand, clearly opting out of the competition for the stone. Further bidding would render it less worthwhile, especially since what he truly desired was still yet to come. In the third row, Chen Feng glanced in surprise at the pair of twin sisters beside him. The one who had just called the bid was the elder sister, Han Shan. These twins were also from the Pill Tower, yet their presence was so understated that Chun Feng had nearly forgotten about them. Han Shan flashed a smile at Chun Feng and softly said, "Brother Feng, allow me to gift you this crimson refinement skystone. Is it truly so?" Chun Feng was taken aback. Sun Fatty had assisted him in the bidding due to a past favor involving a pill formula. But he realized he had little connection with these sisters. Lu Qingxin explained, "Do not misunderstand. Han Shan and Han Xiao are genuinely kind-hearted and pure in their intentions. We have often received their assistance, and both hail from a family of alchemists, with their ancestors being renowned apothecaries. Thus, they are among the wealthiest patrons of our Pill Tower. For them, a sum of several tens of thousands of taels poses no burden." Understanding dawned on Chun Feng, and he nodded appreciatively, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you. Hee hee." The twin sisters beamed, revealing charming dimples on their delicate faces, which was utterly endearing. The auction continued. Yet after the crimson refinement skystone, nothing else captured Chun Feng's interest. Strangely, the prominent figures from Ning country had refrained from purchasing anything. It seemed everyone was awaiting a specific item, intensifying Chun Feng's curiosity about what lay ahead. Gradually, the auction approached its conclusion, and the once bustling venue fell into a hushed silence. Despite the presence of thousands, not a single individual departed. All gazes were fixated on the auction stage, as if they awaited the unveiling of a final coveted treasure. Last year, the grand prize had been a 7th grade pill, and one could only wonder if such a rarity would reappear this year. Finally, after a superb treasure was auctioned off, when Shi Xian surveyed the crowd with her enchanting gaze, her palm gently unfurling to reveal a shimmering golden brocade box that appeared in her hand. "Now, we commence the auction for the 16th treasure." When Shi Xian smiled softly, her delicate fingers deftly unlocking the ornate box, adorned with intricate noble patterns, which promptly opened. As the box swung open, a fragrant mist wafted into the air, exuding an overwhelmingly rich aroma of medicinal essence that invigorated everyone present. Upon inhaling this fragrance, a surge of spiritual energy stirred within them, igniting a fervor throughout their beings. Within the box lay a perfectly round, fiery red spiritual pill, embellished with an array of complex and esoteric light patterns, intertwining like an ancient, fearsome dragon. An essence of formidable alchemical prowess emanated from it. "This is a 7th grade pill." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The presence of such an extraordinary elixir was indeed rare. Last year, a 7th grade pill had stirred the entirety of Ning country, with some asserting it might be the sole one in a century. Yet, to their astonishment, another 7th grade pill had materialized this year. "This is the Red Gold Dragon's Marrow Pill, a 7th grade concoction." When Shi Xian announced, "The starting bid is 500,000 taels," the collective breath of the audience quickened, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Though there were many alchemists in Ning country, ranging from 1st to 6th grade, a 7th grade pill was beyond the reach of even the pill king Lin Chaoga. It was an unparalleled treasure, exceedingly rare to come by. However, despite the allure of the pill, the price left many astounded. The opening bid alone was set at 500,000 taels, a staggering sum. Even immensely wealthy sacred dragon commerce could hardly part with such an amount casually. An eerie silence enveloped the venue. Those interested in the Red Gold Dragon and Oppo's Marrow Pill, upon hearing the price, could only shake their heads and retract their bids. They realized that this level of pill was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. 550,000, 600,000, 650,000. Bids echoed in rapid succession throughout the hall, primarily emanating from the heads of prominent families in the front rows. Others found themselves without the means to compete. Vice Dean Yun, last year's 7th grade pill was secured by your Yunhai Academy. Will you not relinquish this year's 7th grade pill as well? The head of the Jiang family jested. Such a rare 7th grade pill, who would willingly let it pass? As the bidding escalated, the influential figures began a covert contest, each unwilling to yield. This 7th grade pill belongs to the Yang family this year. No one will snatch it from us." A middle-aged man scoffed, extending his hand and bellowing, 70,000 taels. The Yang family, known for their weaponry, produced nearly 80% of the weapons in Ning country, boasting an impressive lineage. Of course, none in attendance were to be underestimated. All were formidable powers in their own right. 75,000 taels. The vice dean of Yunhai Academy murmured. 80,000 taels. The Yang family declared once more. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Dongting and Wei Zhong exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from raising their hands again. 80,000 taels was indeed a monumental figure, far surpassing the annual salaries of these civil and military officials. Thus they gracefully withdrew from the bidding war. After an intense competition, the 7th grade pill ultimately fell into the hands of the head of the Yang family. Impressive. Sun Fatty couldn't help but exclaim. 80,000 taels. How many pills would I need to concoct to match that sum? Chun Feng remained expressionless. He had never been swayed by the 7th grade pill. As he too could produce such a concoction, it merely required time, and with his current abilities, he was not yet prepared. Why Haven and Oppos, Jiang Dongting, and the others left after the final lot was sold? Tan Song suddenly inquired. At this moment, others also took note of the peculiar situation. Logically, the 7th grade elixir was indeed the last item for auction, and once it was sold, the auction should have concluded. However, the atmosphere did not suggest an imminent end. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to the auction stage, where Wen Shixian still displayed a crescent-like smile. Her palm opened to reveal yet another golden brocade box. This time, Wen Shixian did not keep any further suspense. She directly opened the brocade box. Inside lay a jade pillar approximately 2 inches tall, atop which coiled a uniquely shaped, fearsome dragon totem. Faintly, one might discern a vague human figure seated atop the spiraling jade pillar. Indeed, it seemed that those individuals had been waiting for this moment. This was the true treasure of the auction. Chapter 58. The Fountain of Life of the Sorcerer God. The moment the coiling dragon jade pillar appeared, it erupted with a dazzling radiance. In the midst of this brilliance, a deep, resonant sound akin to a dragon and Oppos, S roar and a tiger and Oppos, S howl resonated, emanating an indescribable and formidable pressure that spread like a tidal wave throughout the auction house. Every individual present, regardless of whether they were in the transformation realm, the heavenly realm, or even the divine concealment realm, felt their faces pale, as if the flow of their spiritual power had been suppressed. This overwhelming force instilled an innate sense of fear within them. What is this? Such a terrifying pressure. A myriad of gasps and exclamations filled the air. This coiling dragon jade pillar was even more astonishing than the previously showcased 7th grade elixir. Is this truly the most valuable treasure of this auction? Sun Fatty and Amp. Oppos. S gaze quickly focused on the auction platform, his face reflecting profound shock. This level of pressure is beyond what a practitioner of the divine concealment realm could possess. Lu Qingxin and Oppos. S beautiful eyes shimmered as she beheld the coiling dragon jade pillar, her expression turning gravely serious. Chun Feng and Oppos. S attention also fixated on the jade pillar as he murmured, I suspect that only a powerful being of the 10,000 Methods realm could possess such an item. The 10,000 Methods realm? Upon hearing this, Mu Shun and Tan Song's expressions simultaneously shifted. How could such a precious artifact possibly be found in Ningguo? The 10,000 Methods realm is a superlative power throughout the entire southern state, capable of annihilating any practitioner of the divine concealment realm with a mere gesture. How could an artifact of this caliber appear in Ningguo? At long last, it has emerged. Jiang Dongting's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile upon seeing the coiling dragon jade pillar. Mei Changlin raised her brow, a rare fervor igniting in her eyes, clearly determined to possess this jade pillar. All the previous rare treasures and the 7th grade elixir were merely preludes. This coiling dragon jade pillar is the true centerpiece of this auction. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all curious as to why 7th grade elixirs have been appearing frequently over the past 2 years. In truth, these 2 7th grade elixirs were not concocted by our Ningguo alchemists. They were discovered by us. When Shirshuan's eyes lowered slightly as she chuckled softly, this immediately incited a commotion throughout the venue. Discovered? What does that mean? Confusion spread across the faces of the attendees, all eyes converging on Wen Shixian. She, unhurried and composed, retrieved the coiling dragon jade pillar from its ornate box and placed it upon the auction platform. I believe you have all heard of a certain incident. 10 years ago, the Grand Elder of the 7 Mysteries sect in the southern state vanished without a trace, disappearing from the mortal realm. The Seven Mysteries sect dispatched numerous disciples in search of him, yet none could find any sign of his whereabouts. Some rumors suggest he was pursued by enemies and met a tragic end. However, the veracity of this rumor remains unknown. Yet, this coiling dragon jade pillar, along with these two seventh-grade elixirs, were all excavated deep within the sacred spirit mountain. After our appraisal, it is highly likely that this coiling dragon jade pillar was an item carried by the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect. Thus, I must present a rather uncertain claim. That Grand Elder may have perished within the sacred spirit mountain, and the location and information regarding his demise are likely concealed within this coiling dragon jade pillar. When Xian smiled, a tumultuous uproar erupted throughout the venue, as gasps of disbelief filled the air. The revelation that these two seventh-grade elixirs were indeed collected from the sacred spirit mountain was akin to a bombshell. Even more astonishing was the possibility that the sacred spirit mountain was the very site of the Grand Elder's demise. If one were to inquire who in the southern state could concoct seventh-grade elixirs, it would likely be none other than the Seven Mysteries sect itself. It stands to reason that the Grand Elder would possess such elixirs. All clues and information suddenly converged, illuminating the situation. It is conceivable that these two seventh-grade elixirs were left behind by the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect. It seems that Ningwa is on the brink of a seismic upheaval, and our competition for the exquisite Xianhuang pool will undoubtedly undergo an unprecedented transformation. Upon hearing this information, Lu Qingxin's expression was not one of excitement, but rather of grave concern. What do you mean? Chun Feng inquired curiously. Sun Fatty interjected, Brother Feng. You may not know this, but the competition for the exquisite pool will take place within the sacred spirit mountain. Lu Qingxin sighed, stating, originally, the contest for the Xianhuang pool was already a fierce battle among prodigies. If the Grand Elder's relics come to light, many individuals beyond the age limit may go to great lengths to disguise themselves and enter the sacred spirit mountain. Chun Feng gazed intently at the coiling dragon jade pillar on the auction platform, then glanced at the tense faces of various powerful factions. He realized that this contest for the exquisite Xianhuang pool was bound to become increasingly intriguing. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasures left behind by a powerful being of at least the 10,000 Methods realm, who is also the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysteries sect, are of immeasurable significance, and I need not elaborate further. It is possible that the Sacred Spirit Mountain harbors not just two seventh-grade elixirs, but perhaps 3, 4, or even 5. All remains unknown, and there could be even more incredibly rare treasures. After all, I believe you all have some understanding of the Seven Mysteries sect's vast reservoir of resources. As for how to compete for this grand treasure, that shall depend on your fortune and strength. One Xian and Appo's face bore an innocent smile, but her words were like the temptations of a devil, continually provoking the insatiable greed within everyone. This young lady truly seems to relish in escalating the matter. Observing when Xian and Appo's devilish provocations, Wei Zhong raised an eyebrow, somewhat resigned. Now, the auction for the coiling dragon jade pillar officially begins. The jade pillar will not be exchanged for silver. Instead, it requires an exchange of equivalent treasures. When Xian announced, in matters involving such a powerful elder's treasured artifacts, monetary exchange is no longer feasible. One must offer treasures of equal worth in return. The Yang family, offered 10 high-grade Xian-tier treasures. The head of the Yang family bellowed first, his crimson eyes indicating his determination to acquire this artifact. However, as soon as he spoke, someone immediately scoffed derisively. You Yang family and your scrap metal have the audacity to showcase it. How laughable. The Song family, offered 2 crystal mines. Crystal mines? The Song family has truly lost their mind. Upon hearing this, many were left speechless, utterly astonished. This was indeed a display of audacity. Unlike gold or silver mines, crystal mines can yield spiritual energy crystals, which can rapidly replenish a warrior's expended spiritual energy. With a continuous supply of spiritual energy crystals, a warrior could withstand prolonged battles without fatigue, standing against countless foes. An upper-grade spiritual energy crystal is worth a third-grade elixir, and now, 2 crystal mines would yield at least 8,000 upper-grade spiritual energy crystals. The auction house fell silent for a moment, stunned by the Song family's declaration of 2 crystal mines. The head of the Yang family clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, the disparity between the two offerings became painfully apparent. I, the Sword Rain Pavilion, offer a copy of the Tongue Shi Sword Classic, along with the Sword Sovereign's Sword Technique Manual. Mei Chonglin stated leisurely. The Tongue Shi Sword Classic is the pinnacle of swordsmanship within the Sword Rain Pavilion, while the Sword Sovereign's Manual encapsulates all of his insights into swordsmanship. The two are mutually complementary, their worth immeasurable. Even the highest sum of money would scarcely suffice, as even the royal family was denied when they sought to borrow from the Sword Rain Pavilion. I from the Dan Tower offer 10 6th-grade pills. At this moment, Tian Biao also spoke up. He had come specifically for this magnificent dragon pillar, and prior to his arrival, he had received Lin Xiaoga's authorization. These 10 6th-grade pills would all be refined by Lin Xiaoga himself. The title of Pill King is not merely for show, and this bid stirred even when Ye Beixuan's interest. For it is not every day that one can have Lin Xiaoga concoct pills. My Prime Minister's residence lacks valuable items, but His Majesty once gifted me a vial of soul liquid, which I can offer in exchange. Wei Zhong declared. The soul liquid is an exceedingly rare divine medicine capable of enhancing one's soul. It is important to note that the strength of the soul is inherently determined and cannot be cultivated after birth. However, consuming this soul liquid can indirectly elevate one's soul power. Once the soul power is enhanced, the mind becomes exceptionally agile and wise, leading to a qualitative leap in both talent and comprehension. It could be said to be an invaluable and unparalleled treasure. My Jiang residence possesses no precious items either, but I do have a remarkable treasure, a pair of deep-sea dragon whale teeth, which I acquired during a battle against the Tang Kingdom. Jiang Dongting proclaimed. The dragon whale is a fierce creature dwelling in the deep sea, not only reaching the divine concealment realm, but also exceedingly rare, with estimates suggesting fewer than 10 exist across the vast ocean. These teeth are extraordinarily sharp and imbued with lethal poison, unmatched even by the mightiest swords of Ning Kingdom, making them deadly weapons capable of silencing adversaries. The atmosphere became solemn. All the genuinely powerful and influential figures began to present their most treasured possessions in a bid to acquire the Dragon Pillar. This level of bidding rendered the audience speechless, for anything they offered could cause a sensation throughout the entire Ning Kingdom. At this moment, even when Ye Beixuan found herself in a dilemma, unsure of how to choose. After a brief moment of contemplation, when Ye Beixuan smiled softly, her beautiful eyes turning toward Wei Zhong as she said, "Our sacred dragon commerce is willing to exchange for the soul liquid." Compared to other treasures, the soul liquid evidently aligned more closely with the desires of the sacred dragon commerce. With it, who knows how many exceptionally gifted talents they could cultivate. Wei Zhong smiled slightly, having anticipated this decision, for who could resist the temptation of transforming from mediocrity to genius? Yet just as everyone thought the auction was concluded, Mei Chonglin suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Wait." All eyes turned to her as she spoke gravely. "Miss Wen, our Sword Rain Pavilion can offer another item in exchange for the Dragon Pillar." With that, Mei Chonglin unveiled an ancient pot from her palm, intricately carved with mysterious patterns, suggesting it had a long and storied history. This is a vial of the life spring of the witch god, obtained from the northern wilderness witch clan. The life spring of the witch god? How could the Sword Rain Pavilion possess such a treasure? At this moment, not only was Ye Beixuan taken aback, but even Tian Biao, Jiang Dongting, and Wei Zhong were astonished. No one expected the Sword Rain Pavilion to harbor such an extraordinary artifact. What is the life spring of the witch god? Sun Pongzi asked, bewildered. Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun shared the same look of confusion, unable to comprehend its significance. Chun Feng's expression turned serious as he explained. In the extreme north of the Tianwu continent lies a mysterious race known as the Witch Clan, and the so-called life spring of the witch god is their sacred relic. It is said that no matter how grievous the injury, be it severed limbs, it can heal. Furthermore, as one's lifespan nears its end, the life spring can extend life by 10 years, rendering it immensely valuable. Surprisingly, the Sword Rain Pavilion managed to procure such a sacred item, which truly astonished Chen Feng. Honestly, he realized he had underestimated the Sword Rain Pavilion. Who would have thought that such a small kingdom as Ning could acquire a relic from the Witch Clan? Clearly, The Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu, is not as simple as he seems. The life spring of the witch god, revered as a holy spring by the witch clan, is something that even the wealth of an entire nation could scarcely procure. Yet the Sword Rain Pavilion had achieved it. Who would have thought that your Sword Rain Pavilion could possess such valuable treasures? Wei Zhong gazed at Mei Chonglin in astonishment. In the past, the royal family of Ning had sent countless rare treasures to the witch clan, only to be met with indifference and rejection. This demonstrated the pride of the witch clan. Yet the Sword Rain Pavilion managed to obtain a vial of the life spring, which truly took him by surprise. What astonished him even more was that the Sword Rain Pavilion was willing to part with it for exchange. Is it worth it? He could not be certain. If it were Wei Zhong, he would never consider offering it up. One Shixian and Appo's gaze fixated on the life spring of the witch god in Mei Chonglin and Appo's hand, her eyes revealing an indescribable fervor. While the soul liquid is excellent, it pales in comparison to the life spring. Very well, our sacred dragon commerce is willing to exchange. When Shixian nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with astonishment. She never imagined she could acquire the life spring of the witch god through this auction. Truly a worthwhile exchange for the dragon pillar. Mei Chonglin, however, wore a heavy expression, feeling the sting of parting with the life spring. Yet, recalling the orders given by Sword Emperor Xiao Shiyu, she resolved to pay any price. She couldn't fathom why he insisted on obtaining the dragon pillar. Congratulations to Master Mei for emerging as the final victor. I hope your Sword Rain Pavilion can indeed uncover the treasures left behind by the Grand Elder of the Seven Mysterious Sect within the Sacred Spirit Mountain. Tian Biao stood and cupped his hands toward Mei Chonglin with a smile. Clearly, in Tian Biao's estimation, no matter how precious the dragon pillar may be, it could not compare to a vial of the life spring. Mei Chonglin and Appo's face turned ashen as she shot a fierce glare at Tian Biao, gritting her teeth. Enjoy your moment. But there will come a time when you weep. The auction concluded. The attendees began to make their way out. Yet everyone sensed that, following this day, the entire Ning kingdom would inevitably be engulfed in a fervor. After all, the emergence of a treasure would stir the ambitions of all, including the royal family. Those who had successfully acquired items proceeded to the back to settle their accounts. Chen Feng was among them. Together with Lu Qingxin and others, he arrived backstage, where he was greeted by one Shixian. Young Master Chen, here is the crimson refining heavenly stone you requested. When Shixian presented a fiery red stone to him. Meanwhile, Han Shan produced a banknote for 170,000 taels and handed it to one Shixian. After the exchange, Chen Feng intended to leave, but at that moment, when Shixian called out to him, "Wait, does Miss Wen have something else to discuss?" Chen Feng turned in surprise and asked, "My father wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you have the time?" When Shixian inquired with a gentle smile, "The president of the Sacred Dragon Commerce?" Tian Biao and the others were taken aback. The Sacred Dragon Commerce, much like the Xia residence, has always maintained a neutral stance, refraining from forming close ties with others while remaining aloof from worldly affairs. Their relationship with Dan Tower had always been lukewarm, so why would they specifically request to meet Chen Feng this time? Even Chen Feng felt perplexed, as he had no acquaintance with the president of the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce at all. "My father means no harm. He simply wishes to meet you. Would that be acceptable?" When Shixian inquired once more, her demeanor exceptionally sincere. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain about the intentions behind Shenglong Chamber of Commerce and Appo's interest in him, he held no grievances against them, and when Shixian had not displayed any hostility, so there was little cause for concern. Moreover, with the formidable Tian Biao, a powerhouse of the divine concealment realm, present, even if there were ill intentions, the Shenglong Chamber could not detain him if he chose to leave. Soon, under Wen Shixuan's guidance, they arrived at the conference hall of the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce. Inside, Chen Feng encountered a middle-aged man who differed from the corpulent, wealthy merchants he had imagined. The president of the Shenglong Chamber was tall and robust, with rugged features, creased brows, and strands of silver in his hair. Clad in a pristine white robe, he exuded an air of authority, even when trying to temper his imposing presence. Upon seeing Chen Feng and his companions, the middle-aged man rose to greet them with a smile, saying, "My esteemed guests, I apologize for the interruption. Oh, I did not expect General Tian Biao to be here as well. What an honor." Tian Biao appeared to be an old acquaintance of the Shenglong president and chuckled. President Wen, it has been a while. You look vibrant. It seems you have been living quite well these past years. Not at all. I owe it all to the blessings of friends like you. Please have a seat. Wen Zhenghua welcomed them warmly, summoning some maidservants to serve tea and pastries, demonstrating impeccable hospitality. His gaze swept over Lu Qingxin and the others, pausing in surprise at Tan Song, as he evidently recognized her half-demon lineage, a rarity indeed. Then, his attention turned to Qin Feng. Noticing the latter's cultivation at merely the 6th level of the condensing sea realm, he displayed no trace of prejudice, smiling gently. I presume you must be Mr. Chun? Lu Qingxin and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that President Wen would address him with such respect. President Wen, please, just call me Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied with a slight bow. Ha ha! I have heard many tales of your exploits, Mr. Chun. It is indeed remarkable to hear of someone in the condensing sea realm who has slain enemies across 8 or even 9 levels. Truly, a prodigious talent deserving of the title and Oppos, Mr. and Oppos. Wen Zhenghua remarked with a smile. Please, just call me Qin Feng, he responded wryly, though flattered by the praise. Qin Feng felt a slight chill at the underlying intensity in Wen Zhenghua's gaze, which struck him as somewhat aggressive. If he were a woman, it might be understandable. But as a man, he found the scrutiny quite unsettling. This man must be of sound mind, he mused. You sly old fox, just speak plainly. What are your true intentions? Tian Biao, observing Wen Zhenghua and Oppos, S demeanor grew somewhat displeased. Having known Wen Zhenghua for years, he recognized the latter and Oppos as cleverness and shrewdness. It was no surprise he had built such a vast commercial empire. However, Wen Zhenghua rarely paid attention to the younger generation, with only the third prince capturing his interest. Even a genius like Qin Ruyue did not warrant more than a fleeting glance from the proud Wen Zhenghua. Now, his repeated admiration for a mere 6th-level condensing sea boy raised Tian Biao and Oppos as suspicions regarding Wen Zhenghua and Oppos as motives. Must I not invite you to sit with us? Wen Zhenghua retorted. His face flushed. He then decided to be straightforward. Qin Feng, would you be willing to join our Shenglong Chamber of Commerce? Rest assured, I do not intend to offer you a meaningless position like that of the old man Lin. You could be the vice president, and any training resources you desire will be at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately grasped Wen Zhenghua's intentions. He sought to recruit him into the Shenglong Chamber. Unfortunately, Qin Feng held no interest in such matters. I appreciate your kind offer, President Wen, but I have no inclination towards business, he stated firmly. His aspirations lay solely in martial arts, pursuing its utmost pinnacle. The allure of wealth and luxury held no appeal for him. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Brother Chun, you are not yet married, are you? Wen Zhenghua suddenly inquired. Qin Feng frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Not yet. Do you find my daughter, Wen Shixian, beautiful? Wen Zhenghua asked unexpectedly. Qin Feng turned to Wen Shixian, who, clad in a flowing red gown, radiated beauty at the tender age of 17. Her fair complexion was immaculate, her voice gentle and melodious, exuding an air of elegance that surpassed even Qin Ruyue's. Beautiful, Qin Feng replied earnestly. Then how about this? You join our Shenglong Chamber, and I will marry my daughter to you, making you my successor. With the wealth of the Shenglong Chamber and a union with my daughter, you surely cannot refuse. Wen Zhenghua proposed. What? Sun Pongzi, who had just sipped his tea, spat it out in shock. Qin Feng was equally astonished. Are you serious? Chapter 60. The Grand Gamble of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Wen Shixian, as the young lady of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, is not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses extraordinary martial prowess, making her one of the rare prodigies of Ning country. Countless suitors, from noble young masters to the pinnacle of the younger generation's talents, vie for her affection. Such a maiden is destined to be an object of admiration. However, no one anticipated that Wen Zhenghua would actually plan to betroth her to Qin Feng. This revelation was completely unexpected for Qin Feng. He recognized himself as a potential powerhouse, capable of transcending to the 8th or even 9th realm, a rarity in the entire Ning country. Yet, it was unreasonable for Wen Zhenghua to be so eager to recruit him as a son-in-law. If Wen Shixian were a girl of over 200 pounds, it would be understandable for Wen Zhenghua to worry about his daughter's prospects. However, Wen Shixian is an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. She possesses beauty, wealth, and potential. It is astonishing that Wen Zhenghua would be so impatient to marry her off. Even Lu Qingxin and the others, as well as Wen Shixian herself, were taken aback, standing in shock. "Father, what nonsense are you speaking?" Wen Shixian's face turned pale and then gradually flushed with embarrassment and anger. Usually, her father is a mature and composed man. How could he act so recklessly today? "Leave this matter to father. He would never harm you," Wen Zhenghua said solemnly. He then turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Young brother, what do you think? Are you truly not jesting?" Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm not joking. As long as you, Brother Chun, give a nod, the wedding will be arranged within 3 months," Wen Zhenghua assured with gravity. As the president of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, his words carry weight and will be fulfilled. If Qin Feng wishes to marry, he will surely find a way to make it happen. "Father, I absolutely refuse. If you wish to marry, you may do so yourself. I will never agree to this. This is infuriating. I'm leaving." When Shixuan's face turned an intense red, and with a furious gesture, she stormed out of the hall, unwilling to discuss further with her father. She feared that remaining there would truly drive her to madness. She acknowledged that Qin Feng is indeed exceptional, but he falls far short of the standards she desires. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng could only smile wryly, realizing that this matter was entirely Wen Zhenghua's unilateral wishful thinking. Frankly, he did not enjoy forcing others in such matters, and he shook his head, saying, "I fear I must disappoint Elder One. I must decline. You have no reason to refuse. I have only Shixian as my daughter. If you marry her, the vast commercial empire of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce will belong to you. If you are uninterested in the business, you can leave it to your subordinates to manage. Moreover, the wealth of our chamber is immeasurable and could serve as your support." When Zhenghua insisted, "Apologies, but I must still refuse," Qin Feng replied firmly. "Do you not like my daughter?" When Zhenghua inquired, frowning. "No, your daughter is indeed beautiful. Any man would be attracted to her, and as a vigorous young man, I am no exception. However, I still refuse. A forcibly obtained fruit is not sweet," Qin Feng stated. "Very well." Wen Zhenghua sighed, resigned to the situation. "If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave, President Wen. We shall reconvene another day." Qin Feng rose and cupped his fists. He feared that if he lingered any longer, Wen Zhenghua might resort to some forceful measures. "Wait, I called you here abruptly. As a senior, I feel remiss to let you leave empty-handed. Allow me to gift you something. Rest assured, this will certainly aid you." Wen Zhenghua produced a black sheepskin scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Qin Feng. "What is this?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "This is a map inscribed on the dragon pillar. I have transcribed it after examining the pillar beforehand," Wen Zhenghua explained. In an instant, Tian Biao and Lu Qingxin were astounded, their eyes igniting with an indescribable fervor. The fierce competition at the auction was precisely for the information inscribed on that dragon pillar. Now, this map was equivalent to having the dragon pillar in hand. What was most astonishing was that when Zhenghua would bestow such a grand gift upon Qin Feng, no reward without effort, Qin Feng shook his head, declining to accept it. Both Wen Zhenghua and Qin Feng were astute. All of Wen Zhenghua's actions, including the present of this map, seemed to point towards a singular motive. Wen Zhenghua was eager to bind Qin Feng to the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. "We are both intelligent men. I believe Brother Qin understands my intentions. This is an exchange, not a favor. Once you have taken flight, safeguard the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and I will not impose further demands," Wen Zhenghua stated. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before accepting the scroll, making a promise. "Very well, it's a deal." Turning, he and his companions departed the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As Qin Feng and his party exited, each seemed to harbor their own thoughts, enveloped in silence. Only Sun Fatty appeared bewildered, asking Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, why do you think the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce treats you so well?" Tian Biao also looked towards Qin Feng. Even he, a man of few words, found it difficult to comprehend Wen Zhenghua's intentions. These old fellows possessed layers of cunning, always calculating several steps ahead. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng realized that this matter would impact the destinies of Lu Qingxin and Sun Fatty, and thus he began to explain. "It's not hard to understand. Although Ning country appears tranquil on the surface, It is rife with hidden turmoil. The Sword Rain Pavilion and Pill Tower are locked in a fierce struggle, and many factions are seizing the opportunity while the royal family focuses solely on them, rising in power. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is among these factions and is developing at an unprecedented rate, posing a threat to the current royal family. Such a behemoth cannot be allowed to continue growing. It will surely be uprooted. The internal corruption within the court is severe, with the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Rights amassing wealth recklessly. The royal family is poised to enact a bloody purge. This is a preparation for the next emperor's ascension and to solidify the royal authority. The axe will inevitably fall. I believe that it is not only the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce that will be implicated in this upheaval. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. With Wen Zhenghua's intellect, he cannot possibly be oblivious to the brewing danger. A look of shock spread across Tian Biao and Sun Fatty's faces. But Brother Feng, what does this have to do with you? Sun Fatty asked urgently. Chun Feng smiled wryly, gripping the sheepskin scroll, and replied, "He has placed the hope of saving the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce upon me." When Zhenghua has lost his mind, Tian Biao exclaimed, astonished. Placing hope in a 17-year-old boy, and moreover, one who is merely at the 6th level of the condensing sea realm. Even with the potential to leap to the 8th or 9th level, it still seems an unwise gamble. Be cautious from here on. You have already become embroiled in the storm at the heart of the royal city. Lu Qingxin remarked suddenly. From the moment I entered the imperial city, I had anticipated the current situation, though I didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly. Chun Feng shook his head and smiled. After Chun Feng departed, Wen Zhenghua let out a long sigh. From the dark corner behind him, an elderly figure emerged, his expression grave. Master, are you certain you wish to gamble the fate of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce on him? He is worth it, Wen Zhenghua replied resolutely. Why? The elder inquired. Perplexed. From what I have gathered, this young man, named Chun Feng, was merely a fool in Manshan Town 2 months ago. However, he now seems to have undergone a transformation, reaching a level where he can slay creatures of the elephant realm. Do you not find this rather astonishing? To traverse 8 heavens and slay foes is a feat akin to cutting down a general amidst a million soldiers. If you claim he has not encountered some extraordinary fortune, I would never believe it, Wen Zhenghua asserted. Even so, he is still not worthy, the elder contended. Wen Zhenghua continued to elucidate. Recently at the Sword Path Tea Conference, the third prince sought to kill Chun Feng, yet Xiao Wentian did not hesitate to employ the card of Lady Xia to protect him. It is not merely our Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce that is wagering on him. Even the Xia family is placing their bets. Do you think that the cunning old fox, Xiao Wentian, would undertake a venture without assurance? But master, he is only 17, the elder exclaimed in astonishment. A mere 17-year-old. How could he possibly warrant such attention? Age does not equate to incompetence. What does his youth signify? Wen Zhenghua retorted coldly. The bloodshed in the imperial city is imminent, and when the emperor's blade descends, the first strike will undoubtedly fall upon the Xia family. The Xia family faces a far greater peril than our Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce, given their achievements that threaten the sovereign. Since Xiao Wentian dares to gamble, why should I, Wen Zhenghua, hesitate? His eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, refraining from further comment. He felt that Wen Zhenghua's actions were exceedingly reckless. Initially, he believed that Wen Zhenghua intended to present the inscribed map of the Panlong Jade Pillar to the royal family as a means to curry favor, but instead, he turned and gifted it to Chun Feng. With the emperor's suspicious nature, even if our Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce were to sacrifice itself, it would bear little fruit. Now we are left to wager on how long Chun Feng can survive. If he can endure, given his current potential and rate of growth, I am confident that within 2 years, he shall disregard imperial authority. At that time, our Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce may not only avoid decline, but might even grow stronger. Wen Zhenghua stated gravely, before the million iron steeds of the imperial family, what significance does our wealth hold? It remains a path to certain death, unless there is a formidable individual capable of opposing a million cavalry single-handedly. In Chun Feng, Wen Zhenghua perceived the shadow of the unparalleled Beixuan Sword Emperor, who crushed his peers and stood invincible in the world. Thus, he placed his bet on Chun Feng. President, the third prince has arrived. Suddenly, A servant rushed in, bowing respectfully. Master, the elder and Apos. S gaze turned serious as he looked at Wen Zhenghua, knowing that the third prince had come to seek retribution for the Panlong Jade Pillar. Fear not. It is of no consequence. Wen Zhenghua replied. Chapter 61. The foolish loyalty of Xia Wentian. Please return first. I shall visit the Xia Manor and will come back to the Dan Tower shortly. After exiting the sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Chun Feng addressed Tian Biao and the others. It had been quite some time, and the toxins within Xia Wentian had yet to be fully eradicated. Thus, a visit to the Xia Manor was imperative. Tian Biao furrowed his brow and replied, All right, just be careful. He then led Lu Qingxin and the others back to the Dan Tower, while Chun Feng set off alone towards the direction of the Xia Manor. The Xia Manor, known as the residence of the war god within the imperial city, was not difficult to locate. A few inquiries would suffice. However, before he could reach the manor, Long Xiao, a member of the enforcement team, suddenly appeared before him with his men. Chun Feng, come with us, Long Xiao commanded. Perched upon his iron steed, looking down at Chun Feng. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. Where to? You and Apos. I'll find out if you come with us. Long Xiao replied. And if I refuse to go? We're all intelligent individuals here. If you refuse, we shall have no choice but to fabricate some baseless charges against you. Chun Feng's gaze turned icy as he stared at Long Xiao, who wore a mocking grin, unperturbed by any potential resistance. Indeed, Long Xiao almost anticipated Chun Feng's defiance, as it would facilitate the execution of the orders he had received. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment before Chun Feng reluctantly raised his hands. Very well. I shall accompany you. At last you show some sense. Long Xiao chuckled coldly. He gestured, and one of the cavalrymen immediately understood, dismounting and approaching Chun Feng with a set of iron chains. Let us cooperate a bit, and the pain will be minimal, remarked one of the cavalrymen with a teasing smile. In response, Chun Feng obediently raised his hands, which only intensified the smirk on the cavalryman and Apos' face. Yet, just as the cavalryman was about to bind Chun Feng with the chains, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed across his throat. The man's head fell, blood sprang forth. Apologies, but I have never been one to cooperate with others. Chun Feng scoffed, and without another word, he unleashed his spiritual energy, propelling himself away like a thunderbolt. After him, Long Xiao's expression darkened, imbued with murderous intent. No young person had ever dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Chun Feng weaved through the throngs of people, and though Long Xiao pursued on horseback, the next moment, Chun Feng seemed to vanish entirely, his presence completely concealed. His aura has been masked, one of the cavalrymen remarked, his face pale. Long Xiao, equally grim, realized he had underestimated this individual. Fortunately, due to the recent surge in attendance at the Sacred Dragon auction, the population in the imperial city had doubled. After a series of twists and turns, and with a change of appearance, Chun Feng finally evaded the enforcement team's gaze. It appears that someone does not wish for me to cure Xia Wentian. Chun Feng pondered. However, he mused that in the entire Ning country, no one could outmaneuver him in such trivial schemes. Not long after, Chun Feng, having seemingly transformed into another person, arrived at the Xia Manor. Mr. Chin's presence at the Xia Manor is indeed an honor. Upon entering, Xia Wentian immediately came out to greet him. Having not seen each other for over half a month, Xia Wentian no longer required the constant support of Xia Zhilan. The dark purple energy between his brows had dissipated completely, and his once emaciated figure now radiated a vigorous vitality. I had promised to assist you with the toxins in your body within 10 days, yet it has been half a month. I feel rather ashamed, Chun Feng chuckled. Ha! In a little over a month, the Linglong Xianwang pool competition will commence. I understand that Mr. Chun has been occupied with training. Xia Wentian smiled lightly, displaying no signs of irritation. Without further ado, Chun Feng took Xia Wentian's pulse and examined his condition before commencing acupuncture to regulate his internal meridians. By using poison to combat poison, once the Northern Border's corpse poison was expelled, the remaining toxins would be a trivial matter. As Chun Feng manipulated the needles with his spiritual energy, a sudden flush appeared on Xia Wentian and Apos' face, and he spat out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood, which emitted a corrosive odor. All done. Chun Feng retracted the silver needles. The poison within you has been expelled. However, your body remains weak. The Xiao Manor should possess some second-grade recovery pills. Consume a few, and your recovery will be expedited. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Xiao Wentian expressed his gratitude once more. Xiao Zhilan cast a grateful glance at Chen Feng. For half a year, they had sought out renowned physicians across Ning country to no avail. Yet, unexpectedly, their encounter aboard the cloud ship led to Chen Feng saving Xiao Wentian's life. Though my Xiao Manor did not intend to drag you into our troubles, it seems we have unwittingly involved you in this unjust storm, Xiao Wentian said, observing Chen Feng's appearance, realizing he must have encountered some trouble, and frowned. I anticipated this, Chen Feng replied indifferently. With the Xiao Manor's influence, how could the imperial court allow Xiao Wentian to recover so easily? Sigh. Xiao Wentian sighed deeply. My family has served as generals for generations, with countless young men heading to battle before the age of 16, safeguarding Ning country for nearly a century. I remember my eldest brother, who entered the military at 15 and fell in battle at 19, his body mutilated by the enemy, leaving him in a state of dismemberment. My second brother enlisted at 16 and was beheaded by the enemy at 18, his head displayed on the city walls as a warning. My third brother also joined at 16. Endowed with extraordinary strength, he fought valiantly against 3,000 cavalrymen from the Tang nation. In that year, the 10th Prince of Ning country entered the military for training, ignoring my brother's advice, and fell into an ambush by the Tang. My brother, disregarding his own safety, infiltrated the enemy camp to rescue the 10th Prince, only to perish in the ensuing battle. None of these men lived to see 20. What other military family in Ning country can boast such loyalty as my Xiao Manor? We bear no regrets, even if we are burdened with a sea of blood. The sons of the Xiao Manor shall remain Ning country's first line of defense. Yet now, simply due to our significant contributions, the imperial court wishes to annihilate my Xiao Manor. How absurd! As he spoke, tears streamed down Xiao Wentian and Appo's weathered face. Having lived to such an age, he ought to have seen it all clearly, yet he could not accept it. He could not fathom that the Xiao Manor, which had devoted itself to the defense of Ning country, was met with such treachery from its emperor. Grandfather, please do not be this way. Xiao Zhilan, standing beside him, could not help but redden her eyes. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed. The emperor is suspicious and overly wary, coupled with the fear of being overshadowed by those who have achieved great merit. The Xiao Manor will not be afforded much time. The complexities of human sentiment are profound. In his past life, for the sake of the immortal Qi Yao, he sacrificed countless things, only to be met with a betrayal in the end. Senior Xia, would you permit me to offer a suggestion? Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Please, Mr. Chun. Xiao Wentian quickly raised his head, as though grasping at a final lifeline. Those who wield military power can reshape kingdoms and determine destinies, Chen Feng declared. A tempestuous wind howled. In that instant, a fierce wave of murderous intent surged from Chen Feng, enveloping him with an icy aura. Xiao Wentian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily interjected, Mr. Chun, please refrain from such reckless talk. Even Xiao Zhilan could not quell the rapid beating of her heart. The implication of Chen Feng's words was unmistakable. He was suggesting a change in the ruler of Ning country. My Xiao Manor has dutifully served Ning country for generations. How could I, Xiao Wentian, ever commit such an act of treachery? Xiao Wentian exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. Chen Feng gazed intently at Xiao Wentian, and after a brief moment, he shook his head. While others were preparing for an imminent confrontation, Xiao Wentian remained steadfast in his refusal to yield. To Chen Feng, this appeared to be a foolish loyalty. Very well, you and the Xiao residents may decide for yourselves, he spoke with indifference. Having been drawn into the affairs of the Xiao family left him somewhat helpless, and it seemed that his list of enemies had only grown. However, he did not intend to linger in Ningguo for long. With sufficient strength, he would depart swiftly. The struggle for imperial power among the mundane, in Chen Feng and Appo's view, was merely child's play. Only the pinnacle of martial arts was worthy of his pursuit. The true powerhouses standing atop the void divine realm could obliterate not just a mere Ningguo, but the entirety of the Tianwu continent with a mere flick of their fingers. Such supreme power was what Chen Feng sought. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, he declared, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell, intending to depart. Wait a moment, sir. Xiao Wentian called out to him, and then he retrieved several sound transmission talismans from his sleeve, presenting them to Chun Feng. I know that your intentions towards the Xiao residents are sincere, and thus, we shall not treat you poorly. These are sound transmission talismans. When you crush them, you will be able to swiftly contact Xia Zhilan. She will also participate in the upcoming Linglong Xinyuan Pool Conference and will be a formidable ally for you. You may instruct her as you see fit. Is that necessary? Chun Feng furrowed his brow. Do not worry. My granddaughter Xia Zhilan is quite capable and will only assist you. Never become a burden, Xiao Wentian replied with a smile. Xia Zhilan stepped forward gracefully, her spiritual energy erupting in an instant. As she slightly cupped her palms together, a torrent of spiritual power surged towards her hands, resembling a tidal wave converging at her fingertips. The sensation was akin to possessing the ability to command the heavens and the earth. Transcendence realm? Witnessing this scene, Chun Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Her prowess far surpassed that of Qin Ruoyue. Sir, I shall become the sharpest blade at your side. Xia Zhilan knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost respect. Chapter 62. Chun Feng and Appo's self-destructive behavior with a grave expression. Chun Feng gazed intently at Xia Zhilan. Upon witnessing her serious demeanor, he finally nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Chun Feng ceased his refusal. The assistance of a genius martial artist at the celestial realm would be immensely beneficial, as it could help avert considerable troubles. Subsequently, Chun Feng did not linger within the Xia residence any longer. Under Xia Zhilan's escort, he discreetly disguised himself and successfully evaded Long Xiao and his associates, exiting the imperial city and returning to the Pill Tower. With merely over a month remaining until the contest for the Linglong Xianyuan Pool, Qin Riyue, Huishuanyu, and others were all in seclusion, striving to elevate their prowess in the limited time left. As prodigies, they understood the value of persistent effort. Without unwavering dedication and daily practice, even the most exceptional martial talent would ultimately amount to little. Despite having lived a previous life and possessing deeper experience in martial cultivation than they, Chun Feng was not arrogant enough to disregard all geniuses. Therefore, in preparation for the impending battle, he chose not to indulge in leisure, but instead embarked on his own rigorous training regimen day after day. His method of training was straightforward. Rather than relying on medicinal pills for rapid advancement, he resolved to endure the impact of the cascading waters from the cold pool waterfall, standing beneath it daily, thereby tempering his physique and strengthening his foundation in martial arts. The cold pool waterfall was currently the most suitable site for Chun Feng's arduous training within the Pill Tower. On this particular day, Chun Feng arrived at the cold pool waterfall with 4 heavy iron stones. He secured a 50-kilogram iron stone to each of his legs and arms before gradually submerging himself in the water. With a total weight of 200 kilograms, he was undertaking a formidable challenge. Have you lost your mind? Lin Xiaoge exclaimed, his face paling in horror as he witnessed Chun Feng's reckless actions. The cold pool waterfall was already an exceedingly perilous training ground, teeming with frigid air and the relentless force of water plunging from 300 feet. It could easily claim the life of an unprepared martial artist, and now Chun Feng was exacerbating the difficulty for himself. Should he exhaust his strength, the weight of the 200 kilograms would surely drag him to the depths of the cold pool, potentially leading to his demise. Chun Feng disregarded Lin Xiaoge's frantic shouts, his gaze resolute as he focused on the cold pool waterfall, steadily moving deeper into the water. The icy chill enveloped him, the frigid currents assaulting his senses with a ferocity that struck at his very nerves. The coldness within the pool not only fortified the martial artist's physical defenses, but also enhanced the circulation of their internal energy. This chilling force slowed the flow of their spiritual energy, yet once accustomed to and overcoming such harsh conditions, the speed of energy circulation would naturally accelerate upon emerging from the cold pool. Chun Feng treaded through the cold waters, taking several steps before leaping onto a nearby rock. The exposed skin of his torso was bombarded by the cascading waters, the sheer force of the impact equivalent to 3,000 pounds. With a resounding crash, the protective layer of dragon scales on his skin was torn apart, and the torrent of water sent him plunging to the depths of the cold pool. The coldness at the bottom was even more intense and concentrated than that above. As his skin split, the frigid air seeped into his wounds. Despite his unwavering determination, Chen Feng could not help but gasp in agony. The pain was akin to a torment worse than death. It was a chilling, excruciating sensation, reminiscent of being trapped within a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, where a moment's inattention could freeze a person solid. Instinctively driven by the will to survive and the searing pain, Chen Feng desperately channeled his internal energy, striving to swim upwards. Yet the burden of the 200 kilograms of iron stones significantly hindered his ascent, slowing his progress alarmingly. In that moment, he summoned every ounce of latent potential within him, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to break free from the grasp of the chilling waters. Finally, as he emerged from the cold pool, the relentless cascade of water struck him once more, crashing him back into the depths. In the span of only 2 attempts, crimson droplets began to surface from the cold pool. This lunatic is truly insane. Lin Xiaoga's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting his concern. Chen Feng's training was nothing short of reckless. It was a well-known fact that individuals only harness their full potential when faced with the brink of life and death. And that was precisely what Chen Feng was doing. He was honing his body and internal energy at the precipice of mortality. In a moment, the dragon's scales tore away. He would once again recreate a new layer of scales, continually reinforcing and refining himself. Though the process was excruciating, the benefits were immense. His physique was growing increasingly robust, and the internal energy coursing through him became ever more potent and formidable. Such a method of arduous training was not something just anyone could endure. A moment's lapse in focus could very well lead to the loss of life. Thunderous roars echoed as the waterfall cascaded from 300 feet above, the water swirling violently, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, crashing down with tremendous force. Amidst the splashes, the youthful figure of Chen Feng resembled a vine desperately struggling for life amidst a turbulent sea, striving to grasp at a thread of survival at the edge of death. The 200 kilograms of iron stones loomed above him like a scythe of death, threatening to fall at any moment should he falter. Having lived a previous life, Chen Feng had come to deeply understand that the pinnacle of martial arts was akin to traversing a narrow bridge amidst 1,000 foes. Without igniting one's potential in the face of life and death, how could one hope to surpass those prodigies? As Chen Feng continued his frantic training, his spiritual energy rapidly depleted. Exhausted, he clambered onto a rock, retrieving the Chilean Tianxia from his pocket, quickly absorbing the fiery energy contained within. The fiery essence coursed through his martial veins, transforming into elemental energy as it converged within his 5 elements Tao, ultimately replenishing his spiritual sea. This was the remarkable power of the innate Tao. Possessing it meant that all 5 elemental forces could be assimilated and converted into spiritual energy for his use. As he consumed and replenished his energy, Chen Feng's cultivation rapidly ascended. He did not rely on medicinal pills, but rather honed his abilities through relentless self-discipline, resulting in a stronger foundation than other martial artists. Once his vitality was restored, Chen Feng ventured back into the cold pool waterfall, braving its relentless onslaught and torment. Each time, he pushed himself to the brink of death before managing to claw his way out of the icy waters, encountering peril several times where he nearly drowned. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoga was there to rescue him just in time. Otherwise, his reckless endeavor would have come to a fatal conclusion. Chen Feng's self-destructive approach to training quickly spread throughout the Pill Tower. Before long, even Lu Qingxin, Mu Shintan, and others could not help but gather around. Upon witnessing Chen Feng, utterly exhausted and drenched in blood, sprawled upon a rock, their expressions grew grave. Indeed, Brother Feng was unlike anyone else. This method of cultivation was truly extreme. Sun Fatty could not restrain himself from cursing. He had previously believed his own training to be sufficiently rigorous. But after observing Chen Feng and Appo's reckless behavior, he realized that his own approach was remarkably gentle by comparison. Lu Qingxin and Appo's beautiful eyes shimmered with an indescribable shock, and she shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a madman!" At that moment, her perception of Chen Feng underwent a significant transformation. Tan Song clenched his fists but chose to remain silent, turning away to immerse himself back into his training. Following Chen Feng's tumultuous display, the powerful practitioners in the Dan Tower unmistakably sensed the mounting pressure on the younger generation, compelling them to train with even greater fervor. Clearly, this was a consequence of Chen Feng's influence. After all, no one wished to be casually surpassed. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiaoga found it necessary to dispatch the esteemed practitioners of the Dan Tower to various training locations to keep a vigilant watch against unforeseen circumstances. As for Lin Xiaoga, he personally guarded Chun Feng by the cold pool waterfall, ensuring that this fellow did not inadvertently drown. Amidst the relentless cultivation within the Dan Tower, the royal city of Ningguo found itself in an unusually tense state. The young prodigies ceased to make appearances, each adopting an air of solemnity as they secluded themselves, dedicating every ounce of their effort to training, striving to enhance their strength further. The age-old adage, sweat more in peace, bleed less in war, rang true. The catalyst for this scene, of course, was the impending Linglong Conference. And finally, amidst the silence of their seclusion, over the span of a month, time flew by. The competition for the Linglong Xianwang Pool was upon them. Chapter 63. The chaotic bloodletting of the young generation. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the azure sky stretched endlessly, unmarred by clouds, resembling a flawless jade. It was a splendid day, heralding good omens. A gentle breeze caressed the land, and warm sunlight enveloped everything, while the delicate fragrance of blossoms wafted through the courtyard. Standing at the entrance of a secluded residence within the Dan Tower, Chun Feng embraced Bauer before gently ruffling her hair, smiling as he said, "Stay here and do not wander about. Understood? I shall return in no less than half a month, and no more than a month. Also, remember to diligently practice the techniques I have taught you. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek guidance from the seniors within the Dan Tower." "I understand, young master." Bauer nodded dutifully, adding, "You must return safely." "Rest assured, I will definitely return," Chun Feng affirmed with a smile. With that, he took his leave, turning towards the mountain gate of the Dan Tower. At the mountain gate, Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun, among others, had been waiting for quite some time. Today, they all donned the training attire of the Dan Tower, adorned with a badge depicting a medicinal cauldron, symbolizing their affiliation with the Dan Tower. When encountering members of the Sword Rain Pavilion, do not hold back. Kill without hesitation. Each one slain is a gain, Lin Xiaoga declared, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent for slaughter. The number of lives lost by the Dan Tower at the hands of the Sword Rain Pavilion was staggering, countless beyond measure. Each life taken was a profound pain etched within Lin Xiaoga's heart. Therefore, this time, should the opportunity arise to eliminate the talents of the Sword Rain Pavilion, the Dan Tower would show no mercy. Understood. Lu Qingxin nodded in affirmation. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xiaoga led the group as they swiftly ascended into the distant sky. For some reason, he felt an unusual confidence regarding this year's Linglong Su Huang Qi competition. Perhaps the disciples he had gathered this time could indeed bring him significant surprises. The venue for the Linglong Conference was situated within the Sacred Spirit Mountain. The Sacred Spirit Mountain was one of the largest mountain ranges in the Ning Kingdom, spanning approximately 10,000 miles, filled with ancient forests that had thrived for millennia. Beneath the lush, canopied branches, light barely penetrated, and ferocious beasts roamed freely, shrouding the atmosphere in peril. Occasionally, the air would resonate with the chilling roars of savage beasts, echoing throughout the land. Compared to the battles on the arena, the unregulated carnage within the forest was far more enticing to the young prodigies. Here, they could unleash their full potential and cunning strategies without restraint. Regardless of the despicable means employed, even if they banded together to attack, no one would voice disapproval. For in this realm, only the outcome mattered, not the methods. The one who survived to the end would emerge as the ultimate victor. Within mere minutes, Lin Xiaoga and his companions reached the summit of the Sacred Spirit Mountain. Before them lay an expansive plain, bustling with nearly 10,000 figures. All these individuals were young elites of the Ning Kingdom, and this place would soon transform into their arena of life and death. It was essential to recognize that the cultivation resources in the Ning Kingdom were limited. They could not be endlessly provided to every individual. Thus, one must engage in life and death struggles to identify the true geniuses. Events like the Linglong Conference existed precisely for this purpose. The world is cruel. Those who perish on Sacred Spirit Mountain become nothing more than silent corpses. Only by stepping over others' bodies to reach the end can one be deemed a true genius, and earn the right to enjoy cultivation resources that others cannot access. Hence, in pursuit of these coveted resources, everyone would fight with all their might. The Dan Tower members have arrived. Upon Lin Chaoga and Appo's arrival at Sacred Spirit Mountain, many gazes swiftly converged on Chen Feng and his companions, followed by amused smirks. Historically, about 80% of the Dan Tower's participants had fallen to the geniuses of the Sword Rain Pavilion, leading many to regard this pitiful faction with derision. Lin Chaoga paid no mind to the mocking glances of others. Once they landed on the plain, he directed his attention to the forefront. Presently, the members of the Sword Rain Pavilion had also arrived, led by none other than the First Sword Emperor, Xiao Shiyu. "Ah, we meet again. It seems your Dan Tower has brought fewer people this year. What happened? Did the rest perish?" Xiao Shiyu mocked with a chilling smile. "The number of people I bring is of no concern to you. But have you prepared enough for your coffins? If not, I can lend you some." Lin Chaoga retorted coldly. The verbal sparring between the two immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. Xiao Shiyu grinned ominously. "You may flaunt your words, but when all your Dan Tower members are dead, I shall relish watching you weep as a mere figurehead." "Umph." Lin Chaoga scoffed, choosing to ignore him. In contrast, Chen Feng found himself more intrigued by those standing behind them. Among the disciples present, most were unfamiliar faces, with only one or two whom Chen Feng recognized, such as Qin Riyue and Ge Gaoming. Amidst the crowd, Chen Feng also spotted a familiar figure, Chen Tianlang. However, now Chen Tianlang stood at the very back of the assembly, seemingly relegated to a lower status within the Sword Rain Pavilion. Time and again, Chen Feng had surpassed and humiliated him, leading to his diminished standing among his peers, many of whom dismissed him as possessing only the Sword Soul root without any real strength, deeming him a failure. As Chen Feng and Appo's gaze fell upon Chen Tianlang, the latter returned the stare with a deep-seated resentment. His status within the Sword Rain Pavilion should have been comparable to Qin Riyue's. Yet all of that was lost due to Chen Feng, who had usurped all his glory. The hatred he harbored towards Chen Feng had reached an uncontrollable level. Observing the venomous glare from Chen Tianlang, Chen Feng merely smiled, offering no further attention, for the current Chen Tianlang no longer held any significance in his eyes. Instead, it was the two handsome youths standing beside Qin Riyue that prompted a slight gravity in Chen Feng's expression. "Brother Feng, those two are He Xuanyu and Shen Song. They are currently ranked 5th and 6th on the talent ranking." Sun Pongzi interjected. "I know." Chen Feng nodded, recognizing that the pressure emanating from the two was sufficient to dominate countless individuals present. They were undoubtedly the pinnacle of the young generation from the Sword Rain Pavilion. Subsequently, Chen Feng's gaze shifted elsewhere, spotting Wen Shixian from the Sacred Dragon Chamber, who had also arrived with a group, alongside Xia Zhilan from the Xia Manor, and even several others whom he had encountered but did not know. This gathering truly represented a convergence of the young prodigies. Suddenly, as Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings, a sudden, forceful cough echoed across the plain, drawing everyone into Appo's attention. At the forefront of the plain, a middle-aged man appeared, standing beside a stone tablet. "Esteemed guests, I am Wu Kuan, the organizer of this Linglong conference." The middle-aged man stated calmly. Wu Kuan and Appo's appearance immediately sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. "Sun Pongzi, do you know him?" Chen Feng inquired. "Yes, Wu Kuan is one of the revered strongmen loyal to the royal family, a formidable being of the divine concealment realm. He has been hosting the Linglong conference for years and commands great respect." Sun Pongzi replied. After a brief commotion, Wu Kuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. He then began, "Now, I shall elucidate the rules of the Linglong conference. As in previous years, the Linglong conference adheres to a points-based system. Each of you will approach this monument, which will assess your strength and assign you a corresponding score. Subsequently, you will all engage in unrestricted combat within the Sacred Spirit Mountain. A month later, the individual with the highest score will determine the victorious faction represented by their prowess in this iteration of the Linglong Xianwang Pool. Do you comprehend? The rules are quite straightforward. The competition is based on points, and by vanquishing others, you will augment your own score. The one with the most points shall prevail. It is a rule easily understood by all present, as such systems are commonplace." Following this, the younger generation began to line up, each approaching the monument to touch it. Instantly, the monument would emit a beam of spiritual light, and under its shimmering radiance, a score plaque would materialize in their palms. Upon glancing at the score on their plaques, many wore expressions devoid of emotion, clutching their scores tightly, seemingly unwilling to reveal them to others. For revealing one score could invite hostility from those with higher points right from the outset. When it was Chun Feng's turn, he placed his palm upon the monument, and a stream of light shot forth, delivering the plaque into his grasp. 19 points. This was Chun Feng's current score. Liu Qingxin, Mu Shen, and others also approached to collect their score plaques. By the time the last individual had received their score, Wu Kuan finally spoke. "Right. The score plaques have all been distributed. Now, you may each enter the sacred spirit mountain. Remember, this contest has no rules. Only the results matter, not the process. Whether you form alliances or act alone, the one with the highest score is the victor." In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, and all present ceased their hesitation, swiftly turning to dash into the mountain's depths. No one wished to be the first target of another, and all were eager to find a secure hiding place within the sacred spirit mountain, intending to gradually elevate their scores through stealthy assassinations. "We shall also set forth," Chun Feng declared. Without delay, several individuals turned and raced toward the direction of Sacred Spirit Mountain. The unrestricted slaughter had commenced. The brutal contest of the younger generation had begun. Chapter 64. Why should I show you favor? Amidst the vast and boundless mountains, towering ancient trees stand like spears, their sprawling branches forming a colossal net that envelopes the area. The scorching sunlight cascades down, yet within the dense foliage of this ancient forest, the light struggles to penetrate, rendering the environment as dim as night. As the Linglong Conference commenced, a multitude of figures surged into the expansive mountain range like a locust swarm. No one wished to remain stationary, vulnerable to targeting. Only by entering the mountains early could they secure a suitable hiding spot and gradually enhance their scores through calculated hunts. Among them were Liu Qingxin, Chun Feng, and others who swiftly followed the throng into the sacred spirit mountain. Not far off, several cold gazes were fixated upon them. Qin Rue clenched her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes particularly focused on Chun Feng, a deep-seated hatred flickering within. She had vowed to eliminate Chun Feng at the Linglong Conference, and she intended to fulfill that promise. "Brother Hua, let us first deal with the Dan Tower participants," Qin Rue proposed. "There's no need to rush, junior sister Qin. None from Dan Tower will escape. Our primary objective is to locate the treasure of the Grand Elder of the Seven Xian sect. Once we acquire that treasure, dealing with the lives of the Dan Tower participants will be a mere trifle," Hua Xuanyu replied with a cold smirk. The lives of those from Dan Tower paled in comparison to the legacy treasure of the Grand Elder of the Seven Xian sect. The Sword Rain Pavilion had expended great effort, even resorting to the life spring of the Witch God, to obtain a treasure map, and they could not afford to squander it lightly. Only by securing that treasure could they find peace of mind. Hua Xuanyu gazed at the parchment map in his hand, licking his lips with a glint of avarice in his eyes. The dragon-patterned jade pillar, once returned to the Sword Rain Pavilion, had been deciphered by its members. Fortunately, only they were privy to the secrets of the dragon-patterned jade pillar. Should this information reach the royal family, their share would be lost forever. Let the Dan Tower participants linger a few more days. They cannot escape within these sacred spirit mountains. Hua Xuanyu grinned malevolently. Agreed. Qin Ryu nodded, her eyes glinting with icy amusement. To them, the demise of Chun Feng and his companions was inevitable. Allowing them to live a little longer would only serve to heighten their eventual downfall after acquiring the treasure. Let's proceed. Hua Xuanyu waved his hand and led the members of the Sword Rain Pavilion deeper into the Sacred Spirit Mountains. As the throngs of participants flooded into the Sacred Spirit Mountains, the seemingly boundless forest echoed with ferocious roars, laden with malice and savagery. Those partaking in the Linglong Conference had to remain vigilant, not only against the treachery of their peers, but also against the potential emergence of ferocious beasts lurking within the mountains, a test of formidable severity. As this large group entered the Sacred Spirit Mountains, the long-dormant ancient forest appeared to awaken. In the shadowy corners of the forest, the light was gradually severed, and imposing beastly figures, akin to massive walls, charged forth, radiating an aura of brutality and bloodshed, snapping at the participants. These beasts were formidable, most being above the condensing sea realm, with some reaching the transforming elephant realm. Given their considerable numbers, they posed a significant threat. Soon, humans and beasts clashed in a chaotic melee, the first wave of tumultuous slaughter igniting. Many young elites encountered relentless assaults from waves of beasts as they entered the mountains. The explosive surge of spiritual energy accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. Chen Feng and his group moved with astonishing speed through the forest, leaving many competitors in their wake. However, just as they were about to delve deeper into the mountains, they too faced an obstruction from the beasts. In a certain part of the forest, Chen Feng and his companions gazed in astonishment at several beasts that had appeared before them. These creatures, entirely black, resembled cattle, adorned with dual horns and stripes akin to those of a tiger on their backs, with razor-sharp black claws sweeping through the air. Several unfortunate souls who had rushed forward were swiftly torn to shreds. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering the forest, while dismembered remains bore testament to the brutal lethality of these beasts, causing Chen Feng's group to flinch. What manner of beasts are these? So vicious. Neither cattle nor tiger. Sun Pongzi exclaimed, his face paling. These are black gold tigers, intermediate beasts, their hides as tough as black gold stone, nearly indestructible. However, fret not. Their bloodline isn't particularly strong, and their prowess hovers around the second level of the transforming elephant realm, making them manageable, Tan Song explained, being a demon himself. He was well acquainted with such creatures. Let us resolve this swiftly, Chen Feng stated calmly. The Linglong conference had only just begun, and he was unwilling to squander precious time on these beasts. Agreed. Mu Shun and the others nodded. Chen Feng surged forward, unleashing his spiritual energy, a radiant golden light enveloping him like an indomitable shield. He then struck with a powerful punch, aimed squarely at one of the beasts. Boom! A tempestuous wind erupted, his punch potent enough to shatter any boulder. Roar! The black gold tiger emitted a fierce roar upon seeing Chen Feng's approach, its clawed paws sweeping menacingly toward him. The sharpness of its claws slicing through the air as they collided with Chen Feng's fist. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as their energies clashed. And without a hint of suspense, the beast was sent hurtling back, crashing through several trees before slamming into a massive rock. The claw that had met Chen Feng's fist was left mangled and bloodied. Witnessing this, Lu Qingxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Without employing any sword techniques or martial arts, Chen Feng's punch was purely a testament to his physical prowess and spiritual energy. His physique had grown even stronger. Tan Song furrowed his brow, a grave expression crossing his face. As a half-demon, he boasted a physique that outmatched all his peers due to his black elephant lineage. Yet now he realized that Chen Feng and Appo's body was equally formidable. Clearly, the recent reckless training had propelled Chen Feng and Appo's growth at an alarming rate. After knocking the black gold tiger to the ground, Chen Feng swiftly moved, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the beast, delivering a devastating kick that obliterated its skull. Blood erupted, the acrid scent permeating the air. Lu Qingxin bit her lip, a complex expression crossing her features. Once, when Chen Feng had just entered Dan Tower, she had ridiculed him. Now, reflecting on it, a distinct gap in strength had emerged between them. The sensation of being gradually surpassed was far from pleasant. Enough watching. Let's engage. Lu Qingxin gritted her teeth and charged forward. Beneath the flickering blades of light, the fierce assault descended upon the black gold tigers. And Tan Songmu and his companions did not linger, swiftly charging forth as well. Under the relentless onslaught from Chen Feng and his group, it was but a brief moment before several black gold tigers lay lifeless, their bodies sprawled in pools of blood. After enduring a period of arduous training, the strength of the group had significantly surged, making the slaughter of these tigers a trivial matter. Once the black gold tigers were vanquished, Chen Feng surveyed the direction of the forest, gazing towards the north. According to the sheepskin map previously provided by Wen Zhenghua, the relics of the Grand Elder of the Seven Xian sect were located in that northern expanse. Here is my plan. We shall first seek out the relics of the Grand Elder, and subsequently hunt for points. After all, the map to the Grand Elder's relics is not exclusive to us. It holds considerable importance. What do you all think? Chen Feng posed the question to Lu Qingxin and the others, his tone gentle. I'm with you, Brother Feng. Sun Pengzi chuckled, affirmatively stating that if Chen Feng instructed him to head east, he would resolutely avoid the west. When did you become so obedient? Mu Shan shot him a glance, a hint of surprise in his voice. It was well known that previously, Sun Pengzi had dared to confront anyone within the Pill Tower, even disregarding Lin Chaoga. Yet now he appeared completely subservient to Chen Feng. Who cares? I'm happy to do so, Sun Pengzi retorted with a smirk. And what about you all? Chen Feng turned his gaze towards Lu Qingxin and the pair of twin sisters. No objections. Lu Qingxin shrugged. We will follow Brother Feng. The twin sisters chimed in with warm smiles, expressing their unwavering trust in Chen Feng. Mu Shun and Tan Song also nodded in agreement without needing further discussion. Then let us press on. Chen Feng smiled lightly, his body moving forward once more, with Lu Qingxin, Mu Shun, and the others swiftly trailing behind. Chen Feng was determined to obtain the Grand Elder's relics, for as a figure of significant stature within the Seven Xian sect, he would undoubtedly possess numerous cultivation resources. Acquiring these resources could immensely bolster their team and Oppo's strength in a short span. However, just as Chen Feng and his companions had surged forward a few meters, he abruptly halted. What an Oppo's wrong? Lu Qingxin inquired with a puzzled glance. Chen Feng did not respond, instead fixing his gaze intently on a dark section of the forest ahead. Smiling faintly as he spoke, I say, since you have all followed us this far, why not step out for a face-to-face meeting? At his words, Lu Qingxin and Mu Shun tensed, realizing they had been tracked without their knowledge. Swish, swish. The forest remained eerily silent, and in an instant, two gleaming blades shot from either side of the forest, slicing through the air with thunderous speed, aimed directly at Chen Feng's head. Without evasion, Chen Feng unleashed a burst of golden light and spiritual energy as the two blades struck against his protective aura, producing a resonant clang as the daggers fell to the ground. Such trivial tactics need not be displayed, Chen Feng remarked indifferently. Impressive. It seems the Pill Tower this year is quite different from before. A voice, laced with amusement, emerged from the depths of the forest, followed by the appearance of 7 figures, emerging from behind sturdy trees. These 7 individuals appeared to be from the same faction, all clad in deep blue attire, comprising 3 women and 4 men, all youthful and vibrant. Members of a Yang family? Upon seeing the 7 figures, Lu Qingxin revealed an expression of surprise, clearly recognizing them. These 7 were all prominent talents from the Yang family, a powerful lineage in the imperial city, renowned for their weaponry expertise and boasting a profound heritage. I told you, such petty tricks are futile against him, yet you refuse to believe. One of the girls with a ponytail pouted, huffing with disdain. Ah, yes, you're absolutely right. A dark-skinned young man sighed in resignation. He then turned to Chen Feng, his expression serious as he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Ding, a member of the Yang family. Though I am unsure how you acquire the map to the Grand Elder's relics of the Seven Xian sect, we can arrange a trade. You and the Pill Tower seek to defeat the Sword Rain Pavilion, do you not? We offer you this opportunity. We will relinquish our points to you in exchange for that treasure map. With this arrangement, neither side need resort to lethal confrontation. What do you say? Yang Ding smiled lightly, revealing a stone tablet in his palm, displaying the number prominently for Chen Feng and the others to see. 28 points. Such a score was indeed substantial. Lu Qingxin and her companion's expressions turned grave, as it was evident that their previous conversation had been overheard. Otherwise, how could they possibly know of the map's existence? The 28 points I possess, combined with those of my fellow kin, totals around 100 points. This is a considerable sum, Yang Ding continued. It is more than sufficient in exchange for your map. He exhibited genuine goodwill, recognizing that Chen Feng's group was formidable, particularly Chen Feng himself, who had reportedly bested even renowned talents like Zhao Shu. Securing the map without bloodshed was undoubtedly the preferable option. I find this proposal rather unappealing, Chen Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. These individuals truly had a penchant for jest. The map to the Dragon Pillar, obtained through a significant sacrifice from the Pill Tower, was not something to be traded for mere points. Such naivety. Yang Ding's expression faltered momentarily. Then he forced a smile. Come on, my friend. Why not show some courtesy? It would serve us all well in future interactions. Besides, even with the map, are you certain you can contend with the Sword Rain Pavilion? Rather than courting death, it would be wiser to accept the points. Chun Feng responded coolly. First of all, I have no need for your points. We will seize them ourselves. Secondly, I do not know you. Why should I owe you any courtesy? Now be gone. Chapter 65. A lone challenge. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ding's expression stiffened momentarily before gradually transforming into a deep, ominous shade, his teeth gritted and a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. Throughout his life, no peer had dared to speak to him in such a manner. A mere alchemy tower had the audacity to act so brazenly. It is worth noting that the Yang family, despite not being on par with the formidable forces of the Holy Dragon Commerce and the Sword Rain Pavilion, held considerable influence within the royal city. Yet here stood these insignificant wretches, utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. See, I told you they were a bunch of lowly scum. Why bother negotiating with them? We might as well eliminate them and claim both the map and the points for ourselves. Wouldn't that be delightful? Sneered a girl with a ponytail. A somewhat gaunt young man behind her chimed in. It seems we must heed Xiao Zhao's advice and act decisively. After all, this is a lawless brawl. Even if we slay everyone from the alchemy tower here, no one will be the wiser. Yang Ding's countenance darkened further. After a prolonged silence, he gradually suppressed his fury, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He regarded Chun Feng with a look of regret, shrugging his shoulders as he cruelly proclaimed, "Very well, I had hoped to resolve this without violence, to maintain our camaraderie. But since you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to turn you into corpses." At these words, Lu Qingxin and the others raised their eyebrows, their spiritual energy surging as they placed their delicate hands on the hilts of their swords, poised to strike. Yet, Chun Feng abruptly raised his hand to halt them. "No need for you to intervene. I can handle this alone," he declared. Lu Qingxin's expression shifted slightly, her mouth opening as if to protest. But before she could utter a word, Chun Feng had already stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Yang Ding and the others. "Shall we engage in a one-on-one duel? Or shall I face you all together? The choice is yours." Yang Ding's face revealed a chilling intent, evidently provoked by Chun Feng's words. As one of the younger generation, they had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle them in such a way. "Since Brother Chun is so eager, let us forego pleasantries and take him down together." Yang Ding's voice was icy. With that, in an instant, he launched forward, releasing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that surged forth like a tidal wave, his fist embodying the force of a mountain as it hurtled towards Chun Feng. He was aware of Chun Feng's formidable strength, having witnessed his terrifying combat prowess capable of defeating opponents at the 8th layer of the transformation realm within the royal city. Thus, he held nothing back, unleashing his full power. With a fierce roar, his fist, imbued with searing fire-red spiritual energy, struck towards Chun Feng's throat. Yet, just before impact, a golden shield enveloped Chun Feng. The intricate patterns on the shield shimmered with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling. Yang Ding's fist collided with this golden barrier, inflicting not a scratch. How is this possible? Yang Ding's expression shifted drastically, his understanding of power shattered. Even if there were disparities, they could not be of such magnitude. He was a powerhouse of the 8th layer of the transformation realm, yet he could not even shatter a simple spiritual shield. Behind him, Lu Qingxin and the others were equally taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. This scene was undeniably shocking. With such limited ability, you think you can rob others? Chun Feng smirked, his fist clenching. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with a formidable golden spiritual energy that struck fiercely towards Yang Ding's head. In a flash, Yang Ding's expression changed, and he hastily retaliated with a punch of his own. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed as their fists collided, and Yang Ding's entire arm was shattered under the overwhelming force. In that instant, he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground in a heap. Yang Ding. The other 6 members of the Yang family displayed expressions of shock, their voices rising in alarm. Upon landing, Yang Ding coughed up blood, his arm a mangled mess from the encounter. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chun Feng, tumultuous waves of shock surging within him. Consolidation Realm 9th layer? This guy's strength has skyrocketed in just over a month. How is that even possible? He recalled that just over a month ago, during his encounter with Zhao Shu and the others in the royal city, Chen Feng had been merely at the 6th layer of the consolidation realm. In such a short span, his power had surged dramatically. Yet this increase in strength was so rapid it was almost unbelievable. This individual was nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. "Stop fighting alone. Let us take him down together," urged the ponytailed girl, her face pale. The other 5 members displayed expressions of ferocity as their spiritual energy surged forth. Simultaneously, they drew their swords, and under the blanket of their spiritual power, the weapons emitted a resonant hum, akin to dragons roaring and tigers howling, radiating an overwhelming force. As a family well-versed in weaponry, the Yang family possessed numerous extraordinary artifacts, and it was evident that the weapons in their hands were of the highest caliber. With a synchronized leap, the 6 charged towards Chen Feng, their blades slicing through the air with incredible speed. However, Chen Feng stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. As the blades descended upon him, they seemed to pass right through him, as if he were an illusion. After images, the ponytailed girl gasped in shock, unable to fathom the peculiar and elusive nature of his movements. "Xiao Xiao, be careful," warned a lean young man, his face paling in realization. Suddenly, a massive arm, covered in dragon scales, tore through the air from behind, exuding a ferocity capable of tearing a person apart in an instant. Reacting swiftly, the ponytailed girl turned, swinging her sword fiercely behind her. Clang! The blade struck Chen Feng's shoulder with a resounding clash. Yet there was no spray of blood, only the resonant sound of metal meeting metal. How is this possible? The ponytailed girl's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Chen Feng was not only shrouded in a golden protective light, but also possessed an incredibly resilient dragon scale skin. In an instant, he reached out, seizing her by the neck, his face twisted with murderous intent. The girl's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never anticipated that despite being at the 7th layer of the transformation realm, she would be so easily overpowered by Chen Feng. "Stop!" The others, witnessing this, rushed forward in alarm. Without hesitation, Chen Feng snapped her neck, the sound of a sharp crack resonating as her life was extinguished in an instant. With a powerful throw, he hurled the lifeless body of the ponytailed girl toward the approaching lean young man, the sheer force sending him crashing backward. "I'll take you down." In a swift moment, a tall and robust youth blushed furiously, his eyes filled with an overwhelming murderous intent as he charged toward Chen Feng, wielding his blade with ferocity. In that instant, Chen Feng unsheathed his sword, the Tian Tsong Yun sword, its blade glistening ominously with a sanguine hue beneath the twilight sky. 900 layers of sword pressure coalesced instantaneously upon the blade, and with a single stride, Chen Feng propelled himself forward, his form akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling towards his foe. There was no flourish, yet the speed of the sword's trajectory was so astonishing that none could react in time. The blade sliced through the air like a fleeting star across the night sky, cleaving through the throat of the burly youth. His head fell, akin to a decorative ball, hitting the ground with a thud. A mournful roar erupted from the rear. Yang Ming. The remaining young members of the Yang family witnessed the scene, their eyes brimming with tears. They had not anticipated that, despite their united efforts to besiege Chen Feng, 2 of their ranks would perish at his hands within the span of mere moments. "Kill! We must kill!" The remaining 5 gritted their teeth and bellowed in unison. Without hesitation, they unleashed their formidable spiritual energy, their bodies launching like cannonballs from 5 different directions, all aimed at Chen Feng. He bent slightly, adopting a stance to draw his sword. Boom! The ferocious spiritual energy surged from him, an endless golden light cascading like a torrent, converging upon the sword's edge. The pressure of his sword swelled violently. A tempest roared through the forest, stirring up clouds of dust, while the treetops swayed violently. An unparalleled sword intent reached its zenith. At that moment, Chen Feng displayed his astonishing talent in the sword arts. In the face of the joint assault from 5 adversaries, he leapt forth, his spiritual energy enveloping him like a ferocious tiger amongst sheep. The shimmering sword shadows revealed a streak of starlight, slicing through the vast expanse. A stunningly beautiful maiden brandished her sword towards Chen Feng. Yet before her strike could land, The starlit blade had already traversed her throat in a flash. The sharpness of the blade was such that it cleaved several sturdy trees behind her in twain, the cross-sections as smooth as a mirror, flawless as if crafted by divine hands. Not far away, Lu Qingxin, Mu Shun, and others observing the battle felt their hearts tremble. They had never witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship, not even from the Sword Emperor himself. This young man's talent for the sword is truly monstrous. Mu Shun could not help but exclaim. In comparison, Qin Ruiyue, who prided herself on her awakened sword soul physique, appeared utterly inferior. This level of craftsmanship in swordplay transcended mere technique. It was artistry. After dispatching the maiden, Chen Feng showed no signs of pausing. With a surge of spiritual energy, his figure vanished like a specter, and when the others regained their senses, he had inexplicably reappeared behind the Yang family members. Once again, with a single stroke, there was no embellishment. Yet it embodied an unparalleled beauty unseen for millennia, a beauty laden with lethality. Swish! The sword light flashed once more, and another head tumbled to the ground. This time, the victim had no opportunity to retaliate, falling victim to Chun Feng's lethal blade. The scent of blood permeated the forest, and the number of lifeless bodies continued to rise, all devoid of heads. In less than the span of a single incense stick, the 7 had been reduced to a mere male and female. Monster! He is a monster! A girl in a green dress, overwhelmed by fear, began to lose her sanity. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled, devoid of the will to fight. Chen Feng's cold gaze followed her frantic escape. With a flick of his finger, the Tian Tsongyun sword soared from his grasp, piercing her heart and pinning her against a tree. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps in her final moments. She could not comprehend that the elite youth of the Yang family had all fallen at the hands of a single individual. Compared to Ho Xianyu and his ilk, he was a veritable anomaly. The last remaining Yang Ding trembled in terror, collapsing to the ground. His once handsome visage, which could easily charm the fair sex, was now overshadowed by sheer dread of death. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Chen Feng remained silent as he extracted the Tian Tsongyun sword from the tree, its blade stained with blood, the ancient engravings upon it glowing ominously, crimson and fierce. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the blood that had soaked into the cursed sword began to be absorbed, the patterns upon the blade twisting and writhing as if transforming into a ferocious specter, exuding malevolence. Chen Feng approached the last Yang Ding with deliberate steps. Please, don't kill me, Yang Ding cried, retreating frantically until a sudden realization struck him and he dropped to his knees. I can be your servant. I have a stone tablet. All the scores on it can be yours. Fool, even if I kill you, your scores become mine. Before Yang Ding could finish, Chen Feng's sword swept across his throat. In an instant, Yang Ding's body stiffened, collapsing into a pool of blood. Nearby, Lu Qingxin, Mu Shun, and the others stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. This man's heart was truly ruthless. Not even the most beguiling beauty was spared in his eyes. Chen Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards them, and in that moment, they instinctively recoiled, fearing he might extend his wrath towards them as well. Yet their apprehensions were unwarranted. What are you standing there for? Come help me. Chen Feng called out to Lu Qingxin and the others, before stripping Yang Ding of the stone tablet affixed to him